Coaches, what up, what up, what up? Fourth annual Tatum Offensive Line Coaches Clinic is on and popping, man, and we are full of energy, man. I got my coffee. You don't drink coffee? I don't know what you're doing. I guess you got Red Bull or something. Um, but we have coffee brewing, coffee staying, keeping us alive this morning. Guys, we're in a snowstorm. You can't see it out this window, but we have heavy snow coming down right now. So we are staying warm, got our coffee, and where would you else you want to be on a snowy day? Now, anybody else that's not snowing, sorry, man. Like y'all had y'all snow last week. We had ice last week. Now it's like I told my wife it's like Hallmark snow. Um, so make sure you guys were doing the check-ins. I'll put that back at the top. We'll get to talking here in a minute. Let me see. Can I can't edit that. Anyway, obviously we're already started, but you start doing the check-ins, guys. Your name, your school, and your location, and we will get rocking and rolling. If everybody could do me a favor, Coach Easton, who's my guy, has already done it. But usually, what we like to do is do the check-ins right during this first 30 minutes. We are going to go early. Coach Wilson is going to go 10 minutes early, so at 8:20 he's going to start his session because he has to boot out about 8:50 because they have visits at Virginia State. Even though it's a blizzard right now, but Virginia people are different. So he's gonna go about 8:20, so we're gonna get started. So do me a favor, do the check-in, but take a picture of how you're watching the clinic. If you're watching on your phone, it is what it is. But if you're on the computer or you're on like watching it on TV, like Coach Easton was, go and take a picture and then go to my tweet. Hold on, I'll go to it real quick. Um, I'll show you exactly what I need you to do. So boom, right there. So this is my tweet I just made, the viewer thread. Okay, come and hang out with us and learn from great offensive line speakers at the clinic. And then the YouTube link is on there because I want everybody to be funneled to my YouTube link. I don't want to put it out on Twitter and stream live on Twitter. Okay, I have my reasons, but if you can go on there, like, and then post a comment. Don't retweet it. Okay, you can retweet if you want to. You can, but like quote retweet it. But go ahead in the comments and put in like show me a picture of where you're watching from, and use the hashtag Tatum OL. Okay, just like that, Tatum OL. Sound good? So let's start doing that as well. And then let's see. All right, Coach Troy Taylor, appreciate him. The best O line clinic in the world. Thank you, Coach Taylor, for putting this on. He's the O line coach at Fork Union Military Posted Grad in Fork Union, Virginia. Appreciate him. Mark Shook, who's an O line coach at Fort Mill High School in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. My guy, Coach Easton, is the head JV coach at South Jefferson High School in Adams, New York. Corey Shea, who's the O line coach and linebackers coach at Rush Henrietta. I don't, guys, y'all know me. I'm a social studies PE guy. I am not an English major, so I'm gonna butcher some of these names. But in Rochester, New York, Section 5, Charlie Brown, high school. He's the head coach at University of Glasgow of the Tigers in Glasgow, Scotland. Appreciate you, Coach. Tom LaCroix, the Paris District High School in Paris, Ontario, Canada. Y'all know I don't know, I butcher like just talking regularly too. Adam Pooley, who's the O-line coach at Seaforth High School in Pittsburgh, North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Shout out to North Carolina. And then one of my best friends right here, Austin Trotter, head coach at Pine Lake Prep in Mooresville, North Carolina. Shout out to North Carolina, man. Blake Barker, Cumberland High School in Cartersville, Georgia. Appreciate you, Coach. Tommy Nugent, who's at Abingdon High School in Abington, Pennsylvania. Dave Sherman, who's the O-line coach at Homedale High School in Homedale, New Jersey. David DeLau, the offensive line coach at East Gaston. Shout out to you, Coach. East Gaston, Mount Holly, North Carolina. Shout out to North Carolina guys. Coach Jacob, my dog, Jack Pritt High School in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Appreciate you, man. All right. So I don't want to butcher your name, Coach. Is it Theory? Theory Moon in France. Appreciate you, Coach. Matthias Laflame. If it is, that's a dope name. OCOL at Cal High School in Laval. Wherever Laval is, that's where Coach is coaching at. Trotter, everything is covered here. Just waiting on a big snow to start soon. Yeah. Don't want to hear it, Tatum. 6 foot of snow and climbing. Hey, man, we're not there, but it is coming down hard. Seth Harmeyer, who is the tight ends and F's coach and the special teams coordinator in Minster High School in Minster, Ohio. It's fun to see. I see a lot of guys that were at my clinic last year. New guys this year is great. Greg Aguilar, OLDL at West Jordan, Utah. I bet Utah always has snow. Richard Gray, shout out. OL coach at Jordan High School in Durham. Shout out to North Carolina. Have a nice day, guys, from Slovakia in the EU. Appreciate it, man. Coach Ross James at Dubinsky. I think it's Dubinsky High School, senior high school in Dubinsky, Iowa, hopefully. Here we go. Coach Andy Black, the Belfast Trojans in Ireland, man. Y'all know the Tatum Coaches Clinic is worldwide. So Brian Newell, OLDL at Sequoia High School in Redwood City, California. Troy Petty, who's the offensive coordinator, offensive line, and inside backers at Brooke High School in Wellsburg, West Virginia. And then Robert Cunningham, who's the OL coach, run game coordinator at McFarland High School, McFarland, Wisconsin. Coach Taj, who's the OC at Larkin High School in Elkin, Illinois. Guys, I don't know if y'all noticed with my new videos, if I have a new mic, if it sounds good, make sure you give a thumbs up. I'm just trying to upgrade stuff, and then I had to get my stuff, my plaques and stuff up. I'm a Ravens fan, is what it is. And then I went to Gardner Webb, okay, and then my dad went to NC State, and we're a longtime Wolfpack fans. So I had to get my stuff up in the background. So if it looks good, make sure you go ahead and like the stream. Johnny Kroll, appreciate you, man. Just trying to get a first down. That's all we're always trying to do, man. Not trying to score touchdowns, just trying to get enough first downs in order to do it. It's snowing there. Cool. Wherever that is, it is snowing there. My dog, Larry McRae, is the OC and O-line coach at Allen High School in Allen, Texas. Adam Johnson, who is the OL coach at Shelby Valley High School in Pikeville, Kentucky. Sean Reinhardt, one of our speakers, the OL coach at North Branch High School in North Branch, Michigan. My dog, that right there is the GOAT. Nigel Pearson, one of our speakers, who's the offensive line coach and OC at Westwood High School in Columbia, South Carolina. I used to work for that man, and I learned so much. He's a big mentor of mine. I appreciate him a lot. Coach Rieger, OL at Wissahickon High School in Ambler, Pennsylvania. Kevin Hopkins, who is the offensive line coach at Northeast Guilford in McLeansville, North Carolina. Appreciate you, Coach. Shout out to North Carolina. Coach, you can call me Coach Moon. Don't worry about that. Thanks for your work. Appreciate you, Coach Moon. DJ Kaufman, who's the offensive line coach of the Georgia Knights College in Snellville, Georgia. Jose Palacio, retired coach and Austin Charters High School coach. Well, shout out to you, Coach. Appreciate you. Coach Vega Blake is the Coach Vega Blake. High school is Silver Spring, Maryland. Okay. And then Mario Cunaglio, former OL at Columbia High School in Maplewood, New Jersey, now the wide receiver coach at Notre Dame High School in Lawrenceville, New Jersey. Awesome. Barry Cracknell, or is it? I don't know. Yeah, Barry Cracknell. And he's the coach for the Humber Warhawks in Hull, UK. Appreciate you, man. Coming all the way from the UK. Dean Battenberg, Defensive line coach at Lewisburg area high school in Pennsylvania, transitioning to Jacksonville, Florida area. Soldiers to sidelines. Cool, man. I'm sure obviously the weather difference is a lot different. Let me check. Yeah, y'all blowing up my Twitter. Heck yeah. If y'all gotten in late, make sure, guys, take a picture of how you're watching the stream, whether it be on the computer or on the TV. You're just chilling out, relaxing, got your coffee ready, and on this snowy day here in North Carolina and much of the Southeast, watching. Let's see what we got. Take that away. Keep going with the posts, guys. Let's see. Awesome. Let me go. Love it. Liking some of these. Let me go. Let me share it so y'all can see what I'm doing. So y'all aren't just in the dark. Let me go to the thread first. Well, some of y'all posted on it, some of you didn't. It is what it is. All right. Boom. There we go. All right. So we got Coach Easton. Appreciate you, man. Kroll always posting. Zachary Miller. Appreciate you, man. Looking warm. Got it up on the screen. Here you go. Love it. Love it, guys. Appreciate you. Looking good. Looks good. No doubt. Appreciate everybody for posting. And Coach Trotter watching it while he's recruiting on NCAA. I love it, man. I was playing this morning. Ready to talk ball. Love the hat, Coach Jacob. And we're still posting. Love it, man. Got it on the big screen. Sounds great. Here we go. Peter Milas, offensive line coach, offensive coordinator from Slovakia EU, coaching in the Czech Republic for those guys Knights team. Love it, man. All right, so guys, we're caught up a little bit on the check-ins. Something I do want to show you guys. This is more of a selfish thing, but it's my clinic and I do what I want. We are, if I can find it, we're very close, guys, to 4,000 subscribers. We're 18 away. If you are check and see if you are subscribed to the channel down below. If you're on your phone or you're on the computer, it's really easy. If you're on your TV, just like take a remote and like push up, and it should say if you were subscribed or not. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe for me. I really do appreciate it. This is live. See, somebody just did it. It is awesome. And then make sure you do the notification bell, guys. It lets you know when I do make a video, or we go live, or we do the clinic series comes out, anything like that. So make sure you go ahead and subscribe. Again, 14 away. Yeah, that would be huge, man. If we can get 4,000 today, I think we will. I love when guys are like, "Can I get the link last minute?" It is what, yeah, you can, but yeah, I've been doing this. I've been doing this for 2 months. But anyway, let's see. Appreciate everybody for posting. Love it. I'm going to like a lot of these. Well, that is up. All right. Yeah, while people are subscribing, make sure you keep going with the check-ins, guys. I'm seeing some new ones. Love it. All right. Awesome. Let me get this link for this coach real quick. 10 away. So y'all are awesome. See, like, y'all was watching and you weren't subscribed. You know, like, that's all good and well. Man, come on. You might as well. You're here to watch some free offensive line clinics. You might as well go ahead. Uh, Here we go. Boom, got him 9 away. Love it, guys. We got a lot of special things going on. Let me go ahead and put this up. All right, I'll stop sharing that. Here we go. Jason Gay, who's the offensive coordinator at New Hanover High School in Wilmington, North Carolina. Appreciate you, coach. Shout out to North Carolina. And then Chris Cogdell, who's the head coach at East Burke High School here in North Carolina. Appreciate him a lot as well. That's my dog. Let me pull this up. So, guys, the coaching clinic is presented by Coaching Share. We do a lot. This is their logo up the top left. They do a lot of work with us, and we work to promote what they do. They are your one-stop shop for like coaching resources, right? They are a platform where coaches can go on and upload documents and presentations and overall templates for all things coaching, right? And they really do help us out a lot by sponsoring us. And so I want to put a shout out to them, but I want to go ahead and share something that I was told to show. Boom. Okay. So this right here is the 2026 season kickoff. They are doing a 40% off sale. Okay. That ends tomorrow. I'll go ahead and show you that. So you can go to Coach's Share and then use their promo code. So a 2025 year in review, they've had 7,000 plus individual downloads. They've given away 2,500 different free items, and they've had 2,000 unique orders. So for coaches, they find tools at the same time and win games, playbooks, drills, practice plans, templates, proven resources from real coaches, free plus premium downloads available, instant access, no guesswork. For vendors, you turn your knowledge into income, sell your playbooks and systems, reach a built-in coaching audience, upload once, sell anytime, and grow your brand inside the marketplace. So if something for coaches that are looking for resources, instead of going on Twitter and be like, hey, who's got blank? And you might get an answer, you might not. Or you get gatekeeped by some big time folks who are jerks, or you can go on here and you can help out real coaches monetarily. You don't have to, but it'd be awesome if you did. And then for vendors, man, if you're a guy that has resources like in PDF form that you would love to share out, you could do it for any price. You do it for $1, you do it for free. I have things on there that are free. I know guys that have systems on there that cost more, but it's 50% off. 40% off, excuse me. You can go on there, get it today or tomorrow. So make sure you go ahead and check out Coaching Share. They're absolutely awesome. So you can go to coachingshare.com, created by coaches, trusted by coaches. So there's that. And Coach Easton, he's on there. So my dog, he does a blog session for JV coaches. Run the damn ball on Twitter. They do great stuff on there as well. So make sure you check them out. Alton Terry, who is a PhD, shout out. Offensive line coach, run game coordinator at Lakewood High School in Sumter, South Carolina. Appreciate you, man. Liam Hinsman, who's an offensive line coach at Space Coast High School. Appreciate it, man. Got 66 folks watching. Trying to funnel people into the YouTube again, like I said. We are 7 away from 4,000, 6 away from 4,000. Like I said, it updates live. And it's absolutely incredible what you guys are doing. So, yeah, man. So we are going to go at 8:30. Coach Wilson said that he's doing some recruiting stuff, so he couldn't get on early. So he will be butting out his thing will be about 20 minutes. So he's butting out about 10 minutes early. Is what it is. We're going to rock and roll and adjust accordingly. That's what we do best, man. Offensive line coaches just make it happen. Absolutely love it. Awesome, guys. Awesome. All right. We also have a couple other things we're going to be doing. We will be doing some giveaways with dome hats. So if you don't know what dome hats is, you're crazy. But if you don't know, I'm wearing one of their hats right now. Block Somebody Football Company. They have Fear the Veer, Low Man Wins. These are just some. These are just the ones that I have. Just Do It. Run Power Offense. Shout out to Coach Easton. And then Run the Damn Ball. Shout out to them. Okay. And I have other ones in the other room. like my support your local O line coach hat, which is my first one I ever got. It was like my favorite hat ever. Is in the other room because it's dirty because it's like my coaching hat. So, um, we'll talk more about the dome hat giveaway later and how you can enter and how you can get yourself some free swag, man. It's gonna be awesome. But yeah, 10 minutes. Make sure you keep rocking and rolling with the check-ins and make sure you share out the stream as much as you can on Twitter. I know some people are like, why don't you just put it out to Twitter? Because it doesn't give me realistic numbers. Like I know like there's 62 people watching me right now. On Twitter, if you like scroll past it, it gives me a view, which doesn't help me know I keep up with what like how many people are on. So let me see. Let me see. We are going to be trying to be pretty interactive today. I don't want you guys just be watching. Um, so that's why I have giveaways and stuff like that. All right, perfect, man. All right, we are rocking and rolling. All right, let's see. Let's look outside. White, got it. Love it. Um, let's see. I would buy the cap you have on your head, Coach. Thanks. Let me know it's possible to send. It should be. Yeah, I can ask them right now. Um, but use promo code Tatum. I will put that there. Let's see. Dome hats promo code Tatum. Let's see. Yep, I gotta make sure I do that. Appreciate you for reminding me. I can't type, guys. Promo code. There it is. I will ask. Yeah, guys. You guys want a dome hat? Please make sure you put promo code Tatum. Gets you like 10% off, and it helps me. And it's always helpful. Let's see. I'm asking him right now, Coach. Boom. Yeah. So Dome Hats promo code Tatum. Pretty simple. Love it. All right. And then Adam Knox, who's the JV and varsity coach in Omro, Wisconsin. And then Coach, it's funny. You're in Coach. Coach is in the background of the studio, but I never asked him how to say his last name. Is it Freer? I think it's Freer. Hopefully, or I don't know, Coach. Like I said, I'm not a. I don't know, Coach. If you're there, if you want to unmute, you tell me. You got me, Coach. How you say your last name?
Fryer.
Fryer. I'm an idiot. All right, thank you, Coach. Yeah, Fryer. Coach Fryer is the offensive line coach at Rosemont High School. He looks forward to kicking off and snow on the ground here for months in Minnesota. I bet, man. I bet. Let's see. Love it. Where's the link for the hats? You're talking about how to get one in general, or how to sign up for a free one? Because the free one we haven't done that yet. That promo. So we'll do that later. You guys stick around. That's how it works. That's how most promos happen. You guys stick around. But when I have more details, I'll do that. Where to get them? I got you, big dog. Let's see. Dome. That's all right. So if you go to nope, not that. Right there. So dome headwear.com. .co. That's not what I meant to do. And then go to store. And you have all the hats: down, kick, wrap, no earth ball. I have the ones that we're giving away, but these are all the ones on here. Block somebody, run power often, block somebody, support your local. D-line coach, they have those now. So who cares? They have some things that aren't coaching related, but just duo it. Nuck if you buck. Shout out to Kenny Simpson. There's your O-line coach ones. That's the best hat they have, in my opinion. The black one's good too. It's in stock. Low man wins. Fear the veer. Run the damn ball. Run counter again. I have that one. I didn't even talk about it. I don't know where it's at. Oh, it's in there as well. Those are the ones I wear a lot. Ripledge match. So if you're a defensive guy, you want that. Gap down backer. Switch your local athletic trainer. So if you want to get your trainer one. Quarterback coach. Yeah, man. So this is where you go. Let's say I want to get this one. Cool. And then you can go to the add to cart. And then when it goes to promo, you can add promo Tatum. Let me see. Yeah. So yeah, when you get to the checkout, if you go and put Tatum as the promo, apply. Yeah, man, you can save yourself $3. Hey, $3, $3. I don't know about anybody else. I ain't too good for $3. Let's see. Logan Bell, JV, OC, and OL. Coach at Darien, Georgia. Appreciate you, Coach. DJ Schneibel. I don't know, Coach. Sorry. Coach DJ, OLDL, coach at Bishop Ryan Catholic High School in Menoit, Notre Dame, North Dakota. Will this live stream be kept up after you get off? Yes, it'll always be on the live tab. And then the run through a MFer's face hat is low key the best hat outside of the Run the Power. And then good morning, all coaches. This is Coach Mark Martinez, the Gators in Cancun, Mexico. Appreciate it, Coach. Coach Wilson is here. Coach, how you doing, man?
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good, Coach. If you see down here in the bottom middle where it said there's a monitor with a plus sign.
Yeah.
You click on that, go to share screen, and then where do you have your presentation at?
It's on a PowerPoint.
PowerPoint. Okay. So if you go to Window, you should have your PowerPoint should be on there.
Share screen. Share screen. Oh, yep, I see it. Yep.
All right, click on that, and then we can get to sharing.
All right.
Yep, there it is. All right, Coach. Click on full screen and let's see if you can change tabs. Sometimes PowerPoint don't like to cooperate. And then cycle through. Yep, it's doing awesome. All right, Coach, I'm gonna back out, and you got it. Appreciate you a lot.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everybody is doing all right, staying warm. Busy morning for us over here. My name is Chris Wilson. I'm the offensive line coach and run game coordinator for Virginia State University. An official visit morning for us this morning. About to get things started here around 9 o'clock, 9:15. So, but no, man, I appreciate you. Appreciate all of y'all, taking your time coming out this morning, and appreciate you giving me the opportunity to kind of, speak about building winning habits up front and, how to sustain that success. If it looks like I'm panning back and forth, my laptop camera is on this side and my actual big computer screen is right here. So that's why it looks like I'm kind of going back and forth. But yeah, man, wanted to talk about building winning habits up front. How that correlates to offensive line play, and how can we sustain that success throughout the season. All right, quick bio on me. I'm from Richmond, Virginia. I always put Verona football is it's kind of where I got my start. where I fell in love with football. Kind of what made me, kind of what I am. As far as today, as far as building me up as a player, as a person, man, it's a deeply rooted tradition, and you might know it now as Route 5, state champs this year. But nah, man, the reason I say Verona football, like I said, man, I grew up playing Little League football for Verona Rec, all the way up to middle school. Played at John Ross Middle School, then, played 4 years at Verona High School. Um, from there, went to Liberty University for 2 years, played for Coach Turner Gill, offensive line coach, Dennis Wagner. Um, and then was there for 2 years, transferred to Virginia State University, where I finished on my playing career, playing for my first year playing for Coach Byron Thweet, and then playing for Coach Reggie Barlow, and then offensive line coach Alex Stadler, who's now the offensive line coach at Elon. So, I always tell whether we have a guy that might be transferring to Elon or might be somebody I might have coached in high school, that might be getting recruited by Elon. I always tell them, everything you get from me, is probably 70% Coach Stad, and everything I learned from him, man. I mean, it's crazy. When I got into high school, I didn't think I knew a lot about offensive line. I knew technique. That was it. Even when I was a player, I knew technique and I knew what I had to do on most plays. I didn't really know offense, and I didn't know a lot of that stuff. And then as I got more and more into coaching, I realized I did learn a lot from him. When I got to teach it to younger guys, it's definitely, I learned some stuff. But yeah, started my coaching career at Glen Allen High School in Henrico, Virginia, as the offensive line coach. Also coached the tight ends and the defensive ends coach. It's kind of where got my introduction into coaching. From that, I was granted the opportunity to come back to my alma mater, Virginia State University, as a defensive student assistant and defensive ends coach. Coach Henry Frazier, who's still our head coach now, gave me that opportunity. Super blessed, and I credit that to helping me learn the game more because I had to learn about defense. I had to, part of my job and responsibility was tagging up film, tagging up formations. So that really helped me today as an offensive line coach. And now currently, the offensive line coach, run game coordinator, and recruiting coordinator here at Virginia State University. Going into my this will be my fourth season coming up. Just wrapped up my third. Fall in love with it more and more every day. It's truly a blessing. I tell people all the time I truly think I got the best job in the world. It's amazing, man. I truly am blessed. Couple pitches still left. Just some couple things I'm really into. Being a big guy. I got back into running, ran my first 10K. I gotta always, if I'm gonna ask my guys to work out and be in shape and to be ready, I feel like as a coach I should be too. I'm a very hands-on, technically sound coach. I like to demonstrate a lot of my drills, and show guys. So part of that is I got to keep up, my fitness. And then my guys are important to me. The second picture right here, because without them, there really is no me. And these are probably the guys. I'm around them more than probably anybody else. So love my guys. And then down here is my pops, man. My pops been coaching high school basketball in the Richmond, Virginia area for over 25 years. That's kind of where I got my, started finding my first passion for wanting to coach. And that's my brother, my older brother. He kind of took his same footsteps. He's, a head middle school basketball coach at, Prince George Middle School. So we got coaching in our blood in our family. All right, tapping back into building winning habits up front, and how that correlates to offensive line play. Everybody, you're a coach and you're in here. Winning is hard. There's nothing easy about winning, and that's not just from the standpoint of trying to win games. Winning is hard because everything that it takes to go into winning. All the work, all the preparation, the early mornings, getting guys to buy in to what you're trying to do, especially up front with the with the O line. On on a high school level, it's tough because they ain't on scholarship. They got other things going on. They might not be the biggest offensive lineman. They don't, they know they're not going to school for offensive line. So, you try to get guys to buy in. On the college level, it's a little bit easier because, they know why they're here. They know it's on our dime. Sometimes it's on the school's dime. So, it might be on their parents' dime. So, they kind of do have to buy in because, if they don't, it's a one-way ticket out of here. But yeah, definitely want to, going to touch on, how we can build those winning habits up front. And for me, it starts with, the type of guys you bring in. This is something I've been using since I've been a coach. I always show this to the guys at the start of the season, and because I think it's, it holds true. This is arguably, I wouldn't even say arguably, probably the 4 greatest winners in all of sports. And I could probably add Mahomes on here and probably some other sports, but these are guys who kind of exemplify all the hard work and dedication that goes into winning, and it starts with your character. I want to bring in guys into my offensive line room to have good character, who they are as a person, what they do when no one's watching. I always tell them, if your character's effed up, you kind of effed up as a person, things in life ain't gonna work out for you. You have to be a good person. And I always want. I always want, yes, sir, no, ma'am, thank you, you're welcome, guys, and then assholes on the football field. All right, so we got to have guys with good character and high character. All right, your character has to be in line with your attitude, all right, or your attitude has to be in line with your character. All right, so you're good as a person, but what's your attitude like? How do you approach things? Are you a woe is me kind of guy? Are you a guy who takes the initiative? Are you a guy who kind of look at things glass half full? Attitude is everything because it's as you all know, it's highs and lows in this. Right, you're gonna win some games, you're gonna lose some games. You're gonna win some reps, you're gonna lose some reps. So how is your attitude? How do you approach that? And your attitude has to be in line with your habits, or your habits have to be in line with your attitude. Right, so you got to have got to be a good person, your character. You got to have the right attitude, your habits. What are your habits, right? If you have bad habits, if you aren't doing things the right way, you won't ever get to your expectations. Your expectations have to be in line with your habits. You can't have championship expectations but have, 6-4 habits or losing record habits. So, your character got to be in line with your attitude. Attitude got to be in line with your habits. Habits got to be in line with your expectations. If you expect great things, you got to work for great things, and it's not easy. It's not easy. So these are and this is also something I share with I'll share with the recruits that we have up today. And I share with our guys. This is important to me. Something that I'll continue to carry on because I think it holds true. All right. Once I get the guys, in my room, they have to have an understanding of what their job is, right, and what our job is as an offensive line unit, and what their job is as a player. All right, and I share this with them as well. Our job as the Virginia State offensive line is to be the on-field enforcers and sole dictators for the style of game that will be played. We dictate the style of the game with our aggressive, relentless, dominant play, breaking our opponent's will for 4 quarters. We are committed to doing things the right way at 100%. Anything less is a sign of being uncommitted. We stick to the expectation, not our mood, and we treat every day like it matters because it does. This is important, and something I want to highlight on this is, we stick to the expectation and not our mood, right? So we talk about building winning habits, right? It's a long season, right? It's a long season. We're asking guys to train. We're asking guys to train all winter, go through conditioning, get into spring ball, 15 straight practices without playing an opponent, jump straight into summer workouts, and then do a full season from August to November. If you're good enough to December, that's a whole year, right? That's a whole year. You ain't gonna always, feel like it. Even us as coaches, we don't always feel like it, but if we stuck to our mood, we wouldn't get shit done, right? So you have to constantly remind the guys, what the expectation is. All right, what's the expectation in the room? What's the team's expectation? And that's why winning is hard. And that's why a lot of teams don't always make it to the end, because a lot of teams and a lot of players, they can't stick to the expectations. They stick to their mood. So it's my job to kind of remind those guys every day we come in to meet, every day we come into practice, like, this is the expectation. This is what we have to stick to get to what we're trying to accomplish. And we have to treat every day like it matters, because it does. You take a day off, or you decide to not give it your all in one day, you essentially you lost a day. All right, when on the other end, the opponent or the team you might be meeting first round of the playoffs, they've been getting after it for a whole season. They ain't took a day off. So that's important to me, and important for our room. All right, and then next with having the guys understand what their job is and what our job is. It's important for me to understand what my job is. All right, for them to understand what my job is. My job as a Virginia State offensive line coach is to do my part in helping carry out the vision and standard the head coach has for the program. My job is also help to carry out the offensive coordinator's vision for the offense. I do that by setting the expectations in my room and making sure the guys carry that out. Everybody has a job to do. Right? Everybody has a job to do. It's a complete effort. And I'm a sole believer in the teams that win it. Whether it be Indiana, whoever wins the Super Bowl, Ferris State, any Montana State, those teams. I think the teams that win the big one, they have the best offensive lines, and I truly believe offensive lines dictate how games go. Because if you can protect the quarterback, you give the quarterback time, you give the OC time for his schemes and passing concepts to work, you give receivers open, and if you can move guys up front, right? It ain't nothing the defense can do. I don't care if they blitz, I don't care what they call. If the offensive line is doing their job up front, it's going to be a long day for any defense. And I'm a sole believer in that. Offensive lines dictate how the game goes. I tell my guys before every game, if y'all decide y'all want to win this game, we'll win this game. It starts with y'all, and I tell them, we don't fill out the defense. We don't fill out the defensive line. You set the temperature in the room. You set the tone of the game. You got to punch somebody in the mouth first play of the game. That's how it is. We dictate policy up front, right? Even from a pass pro standpoint, I always tell my tackles, you dictate policy. You tell the DN, all right, I'm only giving you this option. All right. Same thing in the run game. You let guys know up front. It's gonna be a long game for you. All right. All right. What the guys also have to understand what kind of goes into winning up front and what correlates to winning. They gotta understand my non-negotiables, right? Attitude, right? Quickest route to nowhere with me, even faster route to sideline, scout team, or sent home. You can't have a bad attitude. I tell them the reason attitude is a non-negotiable for me. I feel like I've been in every predicament as a player, right? I've been a starter, I've been a captain, I've been all conference, I've been red-shirted, I've been bottom of the depth chart, I've been on a position on the depth chart where I felt like the guy in front of me wasn't better. I've been hurt. I've been ineligible. I've seen it all. It's nothing that that I tell these guys that you will go through from that standpoint that I haven't. And it's all about how you carry it. I didn't have a bad attitude about it. And in his days I wanted to be mad at my position coach. I wanted to be mad at the head coach. I wanted to be mad at somebody, but it don't work like that. And real quick too. So the 5 non-negotiables thing I got from Jimmy Dykes. Read it in his book. I think this is something great. Like I said, this is also something that carry each season. The guys kind of joke with me about it. We got a group chat that's called the non-negotiables. But no, this is good stuff. Effort. Can't, won't, and will never coach this. This requires no talent or technique. Shouldn't have to coach effort in my room. The amount of guys that email us, call us, and that want to be a part of our program. If I got to coach effort, you shouldn't be here. Respect. You don't have to like me. You don't have to respect me as long as you don't disrespect me. All All right, we gotta respect each other. That also plays a part into how we sustain that success. What correlates to winning. We gotta respect each other. Right, it has to be a room of respect. The players got to respect me. I have to respect the players. I have to respect their time. They have to respect my time. We have a group of guys that can do that. All of that stuff correlates, into winning and sustaining that success. Communication. Life is much easier when you do this. No excuse not to. We got to communicate. As an offensive line, you got to communicate up front. I always tell people I think offensive line is the hardest position from the standpoint of from the time you break the huddle, you have to identify the fronts, ID the mic, remember the play call, remember the rules, see the front. So now you know what rules, where you're working to. Remember the snap count, remember your calls. And the defense stems or does something like that. What are the calls for that? You got to do all that within a 10 to 15 second span. So you got to communicate. You got to communicate. Communicating is non-negotiable. And then accountability. Everyone in the room and on this team will mess up, coaches and staff included. There's no growth in denial. Own your shit. You got to be accountable. I tell them, you come to the sideline, you messed up on a play. I see it on the iPad. Just own it. Just own it. I'm gonna curse you out because that's part of my job. That's what I'm supposed to do. But we got to own it, right? We got to have accountability. Everybody has to have accountability. What correlates to winning up front? So one of my good friends, he's the assistant basketball coach here at Virginia State, and I was talking to him one day. We were watching the tournament, and I was saying, I was like, man, what's the importance of 50-50 balls in a tournament game, meaning loose balls, guys diving on the floor, rebounds. And he said, bro, when you get in the tournament, it ain't no 50-50, 70-30. And I was like, damn. I was like, I like that. And what he meant by the 70-30 rule is if you go into a big game with the mindset of 50-50, you're going to lose. It got to be 70-30. It got to be 70-30. So how does that correlate to offensive line up front? All right. When our guys, when we're blocking, right, and it might be a stalemate, you got to find a way to give me that 70. It can't be a 50-50 the whole game. It got to be a 70-30, right? You got to find a way to win. We'll spend all week going through technique and what we'll see on this play and how to work this. But most importantly, when we get into the game, it's finding a way to win. 70-30 rule. And that's not letting guys cross face. We run some of our gap scheme stuff, some of our counter. We got to block. My center got to block back on that shade. All right. That 70-30 is, he might be a big, strong, built to the ground D lineman, but you can't let him cross face. All right. Not letting guys cross face. So that's huge. That's the difference between a lot of times, an 8 to 10 yard run or the running back hitting his head on the goalpost. Just simply not letting guys on defense cross face. Having that strong inside hand or that outside arm and throwing that hip upfield and not letting guys cross face. For my tackles, no free retraces to the ball. We got a really good dual threat quarterback. At times, when the routes ain't always there, he can take off and run. And a lot of times it's hard as the tackles when you pass setting, right? Because you don't know, the quarterback's behind you. I always tell them our asses are taking pictures of the quarterback. So you don't know what he's doing. But what I tell him is the moment you see that, you feel that DN kind of shift his weight and kind of retrace to the ball, just hold him for that 1 second or two. He can't get a free retrace to the ball. I think that's a huge difference in, what may be a first down for the quarterback scrambling or, 4th and 4 or 4th and 3 because we didn't get the first down because that athletic DN got a free retrace to the ball. Don't give guys plays off. If we go into a game and we're going against a defensive end who's been killing everybody, all right, he's standing out on film. He got the stats. And I always tell our tackles, any play, all right, where he is outside of the play. So if you have right tackle, we're running, let's just say you're manned on backside. All right, we're running to the left. Wear his ass out. Wear him out in the run game. All right, don't give guys plays off. All right, that is how ultimately our job up front, offensive line. That is how we wear guys down throughout the game. You can't give them a play off. All right, even if it's an odd front and we're passing the ball and it's a nose right there, even stuffing shit all game, right? Um, my guards, go run a 40-yard dash through his hip, right? Little stuff like that. Don't give guys plays off. That stuff hurts. If you ever played D line, you know that hurts and that's tough. Um, and then we got to finish, all right? Finish within the confines of the rules. I know it's a little tricky now because everything's a holding, right, up front, and and everything is unnecessary roughness. So you got to finish within the confines of the rules. Hands inside, taking guys to the ground. You feel a guy, you drive blocking a guy. All right, you got him in front of him. You got to control, finish him. That stuff adds up. Um, and this is something again. That 70-30 rule. This is how we it correlates to winning and how we sustain success throughout the season. And it's practice and meeting expectations. This is the big one because the guys have to know this. They have to know this because these are the small, little intricate details. That will matter. We got to play Virginia Union. Week 10. And they're 9-1, or they're 8-1, or 9-0, and it's that big game. And it's the one we need to get to the CIAA championship. It's all these little small things that that are kind of be ingrained into our guys. That they have to know that will hopefully come to fruition when that big game happens. I was telling practice, you got to be on time. Be on time. Be ready for pre-practice equipment on. Be out there. We will practice at 7:30. Pre-practice at around 7:05. Either 7:05 or 7:10. Be out there, ready to go. All right, ready to go. Be dialed in. All right, be dialed into every period of practice. Helmet on and strap. Paying attention. Be ready. Be ready. Quick little example I'll give you why I think this is important is we had a last game against Virginia Union started 3 freshmen up front, 2 true freshmen, 1 walk-on. Not walk-on, excuse me. 2 freshmen and 1 redshirt freshman. And one of the freshmen started at right guard. His really good player, really good kid, going to be really good for us. His biggest thing at practice is he would start every day of practice, or at least once or twice a week during practice. I would have to send him back in the drill because he wasn't ready. Whether that be everyone's getting off the ball, he's the last one off the ball, chin strap wasn't buckled, and it would drive me up a wall. Like, why are you never ready? Right? But after that, he was good. Everything else was good. So we get into the Union game, and they had a really good defensive tackle. I think he just committed somewhere, transfer portal, FCS. I think Lamar is where he went. First play of the game, all week we would say we're going to slide the protection to him. He's at right guard. And he short sets him. He gets beat outside. We get sacked first play of the game. And, I tell him in this, in our exit meeting, I say, that's kind of a stain on you because, that's something that you've done. You started slow every day of practice. And then in the biggest moments of the game, first play, you give up a sack because you weren't ready to go. I tell you, that shit matters. The small stuff matters. Being dialed in, having guys ready to go. We got to run to the ball as an offensive lineman. Right? Got to run to the ball. Especially during practice, right? Good things happen when you get to the ball. And also what happens with running to the ball is you got to pick up your skill guys. You got to pick up your ball carriers. Nothing will drive me up a wall more than seeing our running back, break one for 20 yards. And it's none of our guys are around to help him up. We got to run to the ball. We got to pick up our skill guys. We got to finish every drill, right? Finish every drill. You got to finish everything you do. You got a winning effort. Right? We got to do everything with a winning effort. And then just a couple meeting expectations, just bringing something to write with and write on every meeting. That's a small little detail. That's something as simple as, that correlates to, we always say 1.5 foot split. Are your splits 1.5 foot? Right? Can you remember small things like that? Can you remember the snap count? Right? All that stuff correlates. We got to speak offensive line. All right, fronts, formations, calls, technique. All right. And then also too, all right, what's asked is what's asked. The task is the task. Get it done. All right, you got to have guys who can get it done. Right, everyday guys. Everyday guys. So I think that's just the important stuff. especially with the offensive line, the big guys, to help, sustain winning, um, and what correlates to winning and sustaining that success.
Awesome, coach. I appreciate you a lot. I know you're a really busy man and going through recruiting visits and stuff, and I appreciate you. And yeah, all that stuff you're talking about, man, that helps. To build that culture, that subculture of your offensive line group, man. And I appreciate you for coming on and talking with us.
Yes, sir, man. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you. All right, guys. Appreciate Coach Wilson. You great guy, at Virginia State. We have a former player of mine is there, Tavin Whitehead. Great kid over there at Virginia State. So, guys, while we're trying to get Coach Cravani just here, and we'll get him on in a minute. Do some shout outs. Coach Eric Pinedo, I think it's Pinedo, who's the offensive line coach at Thornton Township in Harvey, Illinois. Appreciate Coach Easton Elrod for becoming a member. Guys, I don't usually promote becoming a member because it's something paid, but if you want to do that, you can hit the join. I do have a project on there, building your own offense that's just for members. We kind of go in detail some things about what we do and some ideas that you might want to take a look at. So if you do, go for it. Darius Smith, offensive line coach at Lanphier High School in Springfield, Illinois. Appreciate you, man. Coach Sandor, I'm not going to say your last name, I'm going to butcher it. Assistant head coach, OC, and offensive line coach and running backs coach. So he just takes care of everything for the Budapest Wolves in Hungary. Appreciate you, coach. Coach Michael Sam, offensive line coach, run game coordinator at Abrahamson Science Academy in New Orleans. Appreciate that. Guys, before I bring Coach on, I want to go ahead and do this. Boom, hit 4,000. Appreciate y'all a lot. Let me take a picture of that. Appreciate everybody that's done that for me. Appreciate y'all guys. All right. Coach Wayne Frazier, Austin High School, offensive line coach in Austin, Texas. Coach Cravani, I know you're in the background. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, it'll be up there, and we're ready to rock and roll when we get 3 minutes here. Nelson Keller, offensive line coach, defensive line coach at Weimar High School. All right. Nelson Keller, where'd you get that one? Yeah. So Weimar High School I probably butchered that because it's in Hawaii. Butchered that. Coach Brian McCray, my guy, Cuthbertson High School, offensive line coach, run game coordinator at Wax Hall, North Carolina. Darian Nelson, run game coordinator, offensive line coach in Washington, D.C. Coach David Butler, he's late, but it's all good, man. You're not from around here, so time difference can get you. It's all good. Mike McQueen, Freeport High School, head coach, run game coordinator, Freeport, New York. So yeah, appreciate you, coach, for the congrats. That's my dog right there. Where's your sign in, Mitch? There it is. Mitch Johnson, head coach, Green Hope High School. That's my dog. So all right, Coach Cravani. It is Cravani, right? I don't want to butcher your name.
Yeah, Cravani.
All right, yeah, appreciate you, man. Cravani is the offensive line coach at Johns Hopkins, and they do some really good stuff, man. I'm really excited for this one. So, Coach, you got it. Everything's shared. I'm gonna back out. You got it.
Perfect. First, I just want to thank Coach Tatum for allowing me to speak to you guys. Really excited to give you a presentation on what we do here at Hopkins. Little background. This is my second season here. I spent a year at Monmouth University in New Jersey as the assistant offensive line coach. And I started my career at Rocky Mountain College out in Montana, a little far away from the East Coast where I'm from, but it was a really great experience for me. I played offensive line. I was a center. I think being a center is really important. It gives you kind of that vocal identity. I think I treat my centers as the heart of the offensive line. They have to communicate fronts, actions, different things that they see from the defense, and they kind of are the heart and soul of the things that we do here. And I carry that forward. But with that being said, I know I got 30 minutes and I can talk forever, so I just want to get straight into it. This past season, we made it to the Final Four, Division III. We ran for 205 yards a game, 400 yards of offense, and it started up front. Truly believe that mid zone was a really, really big thing for us. So mid zone for us starts with just kind of the basics of reach blocks. I teach it as our first step is a bucket with width and depth. So when we go through drills, I always want our toes starting at a line so I can see if you guys got your width. I'll try to have 2 lines out there, but a lot of times we get sent to the back corner of the fields, and I got to make do with what you got to do. Second step for us is huge. I don't want to see anyone crossing over. A lot of people say step through the crotch. I'm big into the groin, so we can get a little bit further, kind of thinking play side number with our foot, especially if we have help behind us. If we don't, we're going to go down the crotch so we can be a little bit thicker on there. Our targets, I want our eyes staring at that play side armpit. Eyes in that armpit, our backside hand and our strike is going to be low, elbow tight through that play side number or shoulder. If I have help, I want to get those shoulders turned and start running vertical so we can create that dent, get the guy behind us who was uncovered to also reach that defender, kind of give us the ability to climb that second level. But our keys, I want to see this play as us running. I don't want to see us shuffling our feet on contact. We do at tackles. If we have a wide technique, I'll tell them to shuffle out there, kind of let the defender tell us where he's going to go. Is he going to keep contained, or is he going to try to go inside? Or if someone tries to keep contain, I'll tell the guys, if my hips are in the hole, I got to run them. So we want to stay tight, almost turns into a base drive, but hands tight and just run them, open up lanes. But if we get to our aiming points, it's all about vertical movement. You're going to hear me say dent, dent. I tell our players we want to think dent. Once we get to that play side shoulder or their backside hand, we're putting our play side foot in the ground and we're just getting vertical, right? That's going to cut the defense in half. If we are responsible in the double team for a second level defender, we now get eyes up there, and I teach them those same aiming points on the second level defender. So we're going to have our eyes on that play side armpit of a linebacker if we're responsible for them. And it's the same rules, so it's no different. So as I go off to the second level, if they're flying, I can't get them reached. Well, I'm getting attached and I'm running them. That creates levels in the defense. It allows running backs to they have a cut at the first level. And then by us running through the second level defender, they can even cut it back in the second level for a big gain. So what I teach reach blocks is have a progression. I think it's really important for the guys to feel it. So I'll just get them into a fit right away and have them take steps. Make sure they know what it feels like to do it right. Then we're going to break it down into our steps. I do a step and strike drill. We do a knee drive progression where we're going to really work pushing off our backside foot, and then we'll work the shoot to keep those pad levels. Then we'll use we'll go from a stance, and I'll add a little bit of movement in our covered reach progression. And then you're going to hear me, because this is all about movement, is our indicator drill. Our indicator drill is going to help there's 3 defenders move around. We'll break it down a little bit later. So starting off after the fit reach stuff, we're going to get into a knee drive. My biggest emphasis is your weight should be on the instep of your backside foot, right? We're all reaching to the left here. Biggest things here is our knee is on this rope. I need to see you get at least 6 inches away, keeping that depth. And same, I want to see eyes on the armpit. I want to see our strike go well. This drill, a lot of it, I want to keep our front side hand, so our left hand in this case, off the block to start until we finish. This practice that I filmed just happened to be out a day after we kept bringing that hand in. So you're going to see them with their arms all the way out here. I was exaggerating for this period. I do want that front side elbow tight still. You'll see each one of these guys kind of playing with their arms out because I was mad at them for bringing it in too much. But first step here, we're looking at the offensive lineman closest to us right here. Takes a good first step. The one thing I hate with it is our toe is fully open. A big issue with mid zone is getting things washed out to the sideline without any movement upfield. A lot of it I've kind of realized is directed at this kind of first step, my toes outside. It needs to be pointing at that armpit with my eyes, right? His eyes are great. His shoulders are good. His hips are a little wide. Love his second step upfield. He's leaning a little bit too much. I do want to see us get over this line, but now he's going to go fight to take that thing vertical. Obviously, like I was saying, I want that front side elbow a little bit tighter, but we were exaggerating it for this day. Next, we'll go over to the shoots. Offensive lineman, the blue cleats here, really kind of shows you that run off the ball mentality, right? First step here, bucket. Now that's a really well angled. His eyes are staring right at that armpit. He's looking at that play side shoulder for his backside hand. And now he's just going to run off the ball, go get that thing vertical. Now his strike was a little off. He brought both hands in here. This offensive lineman right here is a really good example of kind of what we teach or I teach for their strikes. He's going to bucket over that line. His second step is crossing over too much. But right now in his third step, if you look at his strike, that elbow is tight. He went low to high, which is huge. I want to see on all our run strikes to lift that defender's shoulders up. So to do that, I teach low to high strikes, right? Have that hand come from the holster or the belly button and really lift that defender's shoulders up. Working now, the last progression is the cover reach progression. This one right here, I just told the defender to stay still, but the defender will either fight contain. In that case, we'll run him. He's going to step over the rope. In that case, we put our foot in the ground and go get vertical now, start creating those separation in the defense. So right here, he's just standing still. Really good bucket step. Strike came a little too soon. I'd like to see it after our second step, but now he wins that reach, and now we're creating that movement upfield, create those dents. So same thing, offensive lineman closest to us right here. If you watch the look's first step is inside. He knows that he has to go get vertical right now, and now he gets into a really good fit. This inside leg through the crotch, that play side arm, his elbow's tight right on that play side number. You can see the defender's shoulders getting turned, and that backside hand, you can see just his glove right here is off the body, but it's tight. Last part of it right here, just on our first bucket step here, he sees the defender right now, start working wide, fighting for contain, so he's going to go throw him out, run him wide. My one coaching point for this, though, that I hate is that long arm. I want things really, really tight, right? If I go with my inside arm and I make it long, if this defender decides to spin, well, then we're going to fall off. You keep it tight, so if he does spin back or try to go fight to kind of, we open up this hole, he needs to spin back to keep real contained, we're able to go refit and now just drive him vertical. Right, so our mid-zone principles is I like to start with the basics, right? No matter what, at the end of the day, if you don't know what the defense is presenting or they're giving us something really messed up, 5 walk down, shades, like 4 eyes and an even front, something like that. Well, at the end of the day, you're responsible for your zone, your play side zone at a 45-degree angle. So what I mean by that and how I teach is that if I'm the right guard and we're running mid-zone to the right, my first step needs to be that bucket step into my B gap, right? But after my second step, I have to work a 45-degree angle because that is the angle in which the play is running, or running back's path. So our offensive line, they're going to always be responsible for the front, the center. The center is then going to declare odd, even, bare based off how many first-level defenders are between the guards. And then we'll make a point call. The point is who we identify where the first play side double team's going to. In our mid zone, it's the first, second-level defender inside the tackle box. In an even front it's going to be the center play side guard combination. But if that point is kind of stacked over the tackle or wide, we can make it a 3-man combo. If there is no tight end to the front side and there's a forced defender or an outside linebacker, the nickel Sam starts to creep, the tackle has the ability to make a call to push the 0.1 over. So all our eyes will now get wider and we're going to have to leave a guy to be red, or they might just have too many second-level defenders. So that's going to be a wider hit and play for us. When we do have a tight end front side, they're going to identify the +1 or the what we call the forced defender, which is usually the first, could be a second or third level defender just outside of the tackle box. If it's an odd front, traditionally he's on his own. He won't have the option to bring the tackle with him. If it's an even front, if we have a six eye, 6 or a 9, they can call in the tackle for a combo up to that force defender. Our running back's path is the backside leg of the tackle. That way, if the tackle wins the reach and captures the edge, it's going to be a wider hit and play. But if that defensive end wants to keep contained, our running back has the ability to cut it up back into the B gap. So again, we're talking movement here. So I have a saying for offensive linemen that I think is really good for them. Instead of trying to teach them, hey, if you get, especially in game week, you go through so many reps during team scout periods that they have an idea of what they're supposed to see, right? You're getting an even front with 230 backers. We talk about as the game goes on, the second quarter, you should know what the deal of the defense is. What the deal is the demeanor, the eyes, the alignment, and the leverage. This nose tackle that I've been going against all week, his weight's forward on his hand like 75% of the time, and like I don't see the white of his knuckles often. Well, by the second quarter, maybe you can pick up on some of his demeanor tendencies, right? Oh, his hand's a little further back. I might be expecting twist. Once you get one of those tells, you're going to start yelling deal, deal, deal. Communicate with the guys up front. That's going to get guys out of that man mindset of like, I have a double team up to this guy, and kind of getting us into our zone calls. So if we get a deal call, maybe a linebacker's in a 50 instead of a 30, or we see it could just be a different shade, we're going to really think zone. It's not going to allow us to be a little bit more physical off the ball, but what it does is when we do get movement, it allows us to pick up the right guys in their own gaps and start really being able to handle any weird stunts. We faced a lot of different defenses this year that you guys will get to see in a little bit. And just that zone calls allowed us to be really successful in picking those movements, blitzes, twist games up. So first clip here is going to be a mid zone and gets an odd front over to the left. So we're running mid zone to the left. It's our odd front here. We have the point is the first, second level defender inside the box. Now, again, we don't have a tight end front side. So I just wanted to, if this outside linebacker decided to show that he was a threat, our tackle can push our point calls and just push all our double teams over to one. Here, he's apex. The receiver can handle him. We do a good job of communicating out there with our own calls. But this front side double team by the play side tackle, play side guard here, just kind of example of what we want to do, just based off a base odd off defense. So left tackle takes a really good bucket step. His eyes are right on that armpit, and what he's going to do is he wins that reach. So now he's going to bring his inside arm and turn those shoulders. Right, it allows that guard to now get in there. Now the guard's bringing his hands way too soon, but it allows him to go get that movement upfield and goes right into that second level defender. Now this backside guard here, really good example of kind of this deal. This normally a 0. He's slightly shaded. He's still responsible for his A gap, and he has a combination called to the number 6 right here. But just with the deal of the defense, he kind of knows I don't need to go all the way down there. Let's start by creating this lane right away. So he's going to step just in case he is wrong, but he knows now that the center is going to take him. He's going to climb. I wish he went vertical a little bit sooner, slows down a little bit. But what he does is he allows for the defense to kind of be split right here. Gives the running back, technically running back's reading. He should be going outside right here because the tackle won his reach. The wide receiver did not do a good job. But because he decided not to run with that center right here, he's able to help create that lane for the running back, those extra lanes, separating the defense. All right. Now we're running 2 tight end power here, or power, 2 tight end mid zone. My fault, guys. All that's going to happen here, again, center, you can see him communicating the front, first, second level defender inside the box. Tight ends are just going to declare the two force defenders they're responsible for. He's not going to call in the tackle right here just because he's more of just a wide 5, a loose 5. He's not really a 6-eye on the tight end's body. But this one's a really good clip of kind of, again, creating those separations. Right here, this tackle, he's going to take his bucket step, see that this defensive end right here is going to go fight to keep contained. He's not worried about it. He's going to keep his hands tight, and now he's going to run. Play side guard here, this right guard. He's going to take his bucket step. See, again, taking that first step, that defensive lineman spikes backside. Well, now I'm going to go get vertical, give this guard, the center a chance to reach him, but now I'm creating this lane. His eyes remain on the armpit, play side number of who his second level defender is. He's going to climb off for it. He's right on his aiming points, and now it's just a covered reach drill right for him, right to him. And now the running back reads a tackle, sees a lane. This guard meets him. He thinks he can get him reach, but he's going to keep it tight. And now this is where we're called creating levels to that defense right here between the first and second level. So this running back now, because we're squared up and we can take the defender where he wants to go, the running back will have the ability to either cut it up, or if he does get him reach, he'll put his foot in the ground and go hit it out in the B gap still. So now getting into the movement portion of it and kind of how I teach our guys once we get into our deal calls, having our indicator drill. Fortunately, we started doing this a little later. I'm the only O-line coach, so couldn't have tape on it. But we'll start with here. This is a guard going. Biggest thing here is we're thinking zone, but right now we're running mid zone to the right in this drill. He's going to take his bucket step over the line, his eyes on the armpit of his zone defender. The zone defender is going to be given an option to go inside or outside. All right, so if he goes inside, I'm going to go stab with my inside arm right here on our aiming points, but our eyes need to stab opposite of movement to first level first. So this guy will either go inside. If he goes inside, I have to readjust my path to try to reach him. If he goes outside, now I work vertical just like that, then up to the second level to pick up now a second level reach drill. It was a really, really good drill for us, and we'll see it translate now. Even front again, this is in the Final Four right here against a really good defense. This is really just showing the drill in person, this left guard right here. Right, so we're going mid-zone to the left. Tight end identifies. He's not going to work with the tackle. Guard and center are really thinking they're up for our point right here, the first, second level defender in the box. Just so you guys know, if there is no minus backer, the first linebacker backside of the play to the point, our offensive line will communicate. Our tackle guard will just lock it. Right, they're going to make a wall call, stay locked on those guys. So right here, really good picture. Tackle does a great job, left tackle here, of winning the reach. You can see his eyes right on his aiming points. He can create that dent. That guard's right on his aiming points right now. But as soon as he recognized that he kind of stunted inside, his eyes snap immediately here. He sees that defensive end. He spiked inside as well. Just like our indicator drill, he now works to go reach that defensive end. This tackle stays on it all the way up to the second level. Right here, really, really nice job of kind of keeping your eyes in your zone, being able to have the drill that we rep on the tape. And what I love about this clip in general is we want that, again, you hear me say dent. The best way is we can't let mid-zone get widened out, right? We can't allow us to stalemate. We have to create those levels. Again, left tackle, left guard here, that indicator drill. This left tackle right here, with his stab through that number, he wins his reach. I tell him now, take it vertical. Now they're 4 or 5 yards up the field. The center wins his reach on that nose tackle right here. We're creating a bunch of different lanes from the defense this running back can go take his path to. Right, but it all starts with that mentality. When I get onto my aiming points, I got to take this thing vertical. I got to go get upfield now. Yeah, mid zone, a lot of people get like it needs to be a wider hit and play. No, we want to create separation in the defense and give our running backs levels to make his cuts. Right. So now we're running to a nub set, tight end to the front side here. We don't block corners. Just, we want corners to go try to make a play. We think they're the worst, the lesser of the tacklers, and we'll adjust based on the game plan. But in this case, so we're running mid zone to the left here. We got the tight end with us. He's going to identify that force defender, that boundary safety right here. But he's going to make, actually, the tackle here is going to make a deal call because the tight end, he has a a 6, a head-up defensive end on him, so he's going to call the tackle in with him on this double team in the even front. Tackle's going to make a deal call because that force defender, he's creeping pretty early. So that's going to alert all the offensive linemen, hey, something's up. We're expecting movement here. So we watch the left tackle here, does a really, really nice job, right? Taking that bucket step, indicator drill. He's going to see that defensive end go try to play contain on the tight end right here. He's going to let that be. He'll even give a hand. His eyes are going to start working back, right? As he starts working back, he notices the point, goes into his zone. He's going to take him. He can't get him reach, run him to the sideline. Front side guard and center combo right here. Guard, wish he took it a little bit more vertical. He crosses over a little too much, but he does a really good job. He feels that defensive tackle spike into the A gap. He's going to keep his eyes in his zone. Right now he's looking at that second level defender. He's going to keep him there, sees the tackle is going to take him, and now he's going to work his eyes all the way back to go fit on that boundary safety. Now we talk about finish. That's what I love to see. We finish blocks. So little unique, some things that we like to do a little different is we like to present our formations a little bit different to the defenses, kind of give them a different look, but we want to keep things same as. So for us, this looks like a little unique two-back kind of situation here. This is just a tight end. We're running mid-zone to the left. How we teach this to our offensive line is it is just mid-zone without a tight end, and he's just kind of that wide receiver. Hey, he's responsible for the force defender. He can't make a combination call with the tackle, so nothing else changes. It's not new. It's just that same clip that I showed to start, just to keep things same as. It looks different to the defense. We can do a bunch of different things out of it, but it doesn't make it more complicated to us up front. So odd structure here. Again, center makes the call, identify the first, second level defender inside the box here. And then the tackle has the option if he starts, the apex defender, if he starts acting like he's an immediate threat, we will make him ours because when we have the tight end back here, we're assuming we can't make double teams with him. So he's just off for the first force defender that's not been accounted for by the offensive line. So get this picture. We have a deal right away. We have a 50 backer where normally they're in a 30. That's going to tell all our offensive linemen, think zone. Center, though, he kind of has a really good idea, right? He called deal, but he didn't move the point. So he still knows he's got to work for this second level defender backside in his combo in the odd front. He's still going to check in case there's some sort of twist into that A gap. But he just has that really good idea. It's like, it's a deal. Front side's got to deal with that. I still need to check my zone, but I know I don't have to ditch my responsibilities right off the bat. So tackle here, really nice job of shuffling out of there, eyes right on his aiming points. Linebacker's trying to play contain, so he's going to go throw him. This left guard knows he's not going to have much help, so he's kind of thinking that same mindset of a little shuffle here. But on the second step, he gets into his reach, and he's in a really nice fit. If you guys watch the center here, really, really love his eyes. Stay in the zone just to start in case of anything, but he knows now he can go get vertical, right? Start splitting the defense. Not a fan of our left guard kind of stopping his feet. You guys have, like I said, you got to run. He stops his feet, but what I love is, you know what? My hips are in the hole. I'm going to keep it tight. I'm going to run my feet. Because if I run my feet, this defensive lineman, he's got to go make an arm tackle. That's when we finish, right? So he's going to run his feet. His backside right here, they did a really nice job of creating those kind of lanes. And because we were running through, he's going to get through. We don't really tough to make an arm tackle when you stay tight, run our feet, and finish our blocks. Right. So same kind of formation here, same odd structure, but now we're going to get a deal look here. 50 backer. You guys can see the outside linebacker. Now he's a threat, right? Different team now. We kind of know when this guy creeps up, we got to be responsible for him. So if you guys watch pre-snap, we're already communicating. He already sees it pretty early before we ID the front. The center hears it, so they're moving their ID over to this outside linebacker. It's a really, really nice job here communicating it out. And you can see us, everyone up front, getting on the same page, right? This is one of my favorite clips just because you can see us communicate, right? There are no secrets up front. Like, all of us need to be on the same page. We live by the rule of fist. 5 is stronger together. Really important to us. So again, nothing's going to change. It's just an indicator drill. Tackle, he sees it right away. He's going to keep his gap defender is going to try to keep contained. He's going to run it. This one's really big on the center right here. Center differently is now eyes have to be on 53. His eyes
5 minutes,
snap.
coach.
Thank you. I'll finish on this clip. His eyes are going to snap. He sees the linebacker go out wide, and now he's going to readjust his reach points or his aiming points for that defensive tackle and get him reached. This guard struggles with keeping his feet moving, but again, he does the right thing. Got to keep running your feet. He stops him. He's going to lose it late. And the backside here, really wish the defense was gap sound here. Not going to complain about this, the right tackle here. Right, he feels this defender go spike into the B gap. He's responsible for the B gap. He's going to go take him and keep him reach because he thinks he's the B gap defender. But with that, I do have a little bit more. Just 3 couple clips. It's all in the same stuff, but with not that much time left. I'll show one more clip for you guys, but another odd structure here. Talking about the deal, we moved our point over to this guy. We're running mid zone to that right, that same tight end, so we can't work with him. This is a really good picture of that indicator drill, watching movement here between the front side. Calling that point over to number 30. He's yelling deal. This guy's weight's all the way on his toe. He knows something's up. On his first bucket step, he's going to notice that that 4-eye is running out wide, so he'll snap his eyes over there. This guard, don't like that he's crossing over, but his eyes are doing the same thing. He sees that my first level defender is going out wide. So he put his foot in the ground, give a little stab for the tackle to take, come off, get onto the second level right now. This tackle is going to go. He wants to keep contained. I'm going to throw him out, keep him contained. Guard and center. Center has to go on that blitzing linebacker right now on his aiming points. Both of them, once they're on their aiming points right now, guard's going to go take this thing vertical and finish the play. Really, really nice job by the front side, staying on our aiming points, making the right calls, and then just working our drills that we run. With that, I really do appreciate your guys' time, and thank Coach Tatum for having me on this clinic. If you guys do want to reach out, just follow me on Twitter. It's Coach Cravani. I love doing these things. I love meeting new coaches, talking ball. I think it's really important, especially at this time of the year. So
appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you. I had a lot of fun. So
of course. Guys, yeah, make sure y'all reach out to Coach. If y'all want to talk ball or just get to know him a little bit, y'all can network, stuff like that. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Guys, appreciate everybody. I went and found my hat, so there it is right there. If you want to do me a couple of favors, guys, we are going to be trying to give away some things. But first, make sure you go check out Coach and Share. They do, again, the 40% off sale that ends tomorrow. You can go get you some great resources for some coaches, help support some coaches if you want to do that. And then while we're waiting on Coach Watkins at the 9:30 slot, he's been invited. I'm not sure if he's seen it or not. It is what it is. But let's go ahead and take care of some business. So again, this is the most awkward part of the stream for me, but my wife is like, make sure you do it because it always supports us. So if anybody wants to monetarily support the channel and support Coach Tatum, if you wouldn't mind doing that to his Venmo and Cash App. My wife's like, hey, make sure you do that. So I got to keep the wife happy. But anyway, if y'all, I'll just leave it up there. It's Cash App and Venmo. But guys, we're at 4,005 subscribers. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are awesome. Can't wait to see what we're doing for the future. We got clinics coming up. We've got videos coming out. We got the Tatum Clinic series, which y'all can't really see the picture down there anymore, but Tatum Clinic series is our podcast style clinic where we do conversation and clinic. I think we've already recorded like 12 episodes while it's been snowing and icing with different coaches. Absolutely great conversations, great clinics with those guys. I really do appreciate all their time. The first 2 of season 2 have come out already with Coach Maxwell out in California and Giovanni in New York. One's talking about stack formations. One's talking about run and shoot. So if you guys want to make sure you go ahead and do that. Each episode will come out on Saturdays and Mondays. So Saturdays and Mondays, make sure you check it out. Obviously, there's not one today, but it came out yesterday. But yeah, Saturdays and Mondays. But again, there's the Cash App and there's the Venmo. Just scan the code if you don't mind doing that. So I can tell my wife that I did it, and then I can move on with my life. But yeah, again, still waiting on Coach Watkins. Don't know where he's at, but it is what it is. We adjust. But again, dome hats. Dome hats, we're going to be doing a giveaway on several different hats. Let me pull up the ones that we are giving away. If I do this, can I cycle through? No, I can't. All right. Let me download these real quick. Boom. Again, go ahead and like, comment, and subscribe, man. The conversation is going great in the chat. It's absolutely awesome. And I don't have say on which hats are being given away. So you can't be like, hey, I want this hat. My bad. I can't really decide which one you get or don't. So it is what it is. But let me pull these up. All right. Sorry, guys. 1 second. All right, here we go. Now let me share this. Boom. All right, so we have the Run More Trap. That hat we're going to be giving away. Make Tackling Great Again. We're going to be giving that one away. Gap Down Backer and the camo. Run the Damn Ball, the black and red. Knuck If You Buck. Block Somebody, Football Company in camo. Run Power Often in orange. Run Through a MF's Face. No Earth Ball. Down Kick Wrap. So we're going to be giving away those. Those are 10 hats. So there's 10 opportunities today where you can win a hat. And I haven't heard from Dome Hats on how they want to do the giveaway. So we'll be doing it how I want to do it, which is usually the better way anyway. So this is how we're going to do it. Let me make sure this is correct. Yeah, so you don't have to do this. All you've got to do to enter, I mean, I'll edit this in a minute, but just forget about the first one. If you want to do the first one, that's great, because that's what we're doing for sign-ins anyway. But DM me how long you've been following us on X or YouTube. DM me how long you've been following on X or YouTube, and I would really greatly appreciate that. I'm sure my DM's about to blow up. But if you DM me that, how long you've been following, it didn't have to be the exact date. I don't care. But you should be like, hey, man, I've been following you for a while, and I appreciate everything you've been doing, blah, 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 blah. I'll enter you in. I'll do the wheel of names like we did last year, and I will select names, and we will get in touch with you. Or if you remember like the video that you first found us, or if you found like anything like that, or the first post, like, hey, I've been following Tatum for a minute. So I'll put that on there, and I'll take it away. All right. Still haven't heard from Coach Watkins, so we're going to do some stuff. Let's go with – I got to catch up on some check-ins. So I got to make sure where we're at. And again, If you want to just go ahead and purchase a dome hat, you can. You have to wait to win. You can go ahead and do that. Promo code Tatum. Appreciate everybody. Here we go. No, we've already done these. Where are we at? There we go. Coach Greg Wellman, who's the offensive line coach, run game coordinator at Algona High School in Iowa. Appreciate it, Coach. Bruce Fleming, who's the head coach and offensive coordinator at Abington High School in Abington, Pennsylvania, outside of Philly. Coach Jake and Coach Mitch are having a back and forth conversation. Coach Christos, the offensive line coach at Budapest, Hungary. Love it. Coach Sam Wright, who's the offensive line coach at Valentine Ridge in Charlotte. Shout out to you, Coach, North Carolina. Coach Javon Taylor, Pasquotank County High School in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Appreciate you. Rob Reeder, who's the OL coach at Farmington, Illinois. Will Bardo, who's a DC and inside linebackers coach, newly hired. Shout out to you at Green Hope High School. I feel bad for you because your head coach is strange. Just kidding. Christian Harrison, offensive line coach at Winston State. Appreciate you, Coach. Shout out to the Rams. And then Elisa, I don't know, Coach. My bad. Big Man Sneakers. Appreciate you. Coach Anderson, OL at Thomas High School in Richmond, Texas. Could you let us know, the guys outside the U.S. and the EU, how we can send money to support your channel? Well, you can do can y'all not do Cash App and Venmo? If you want to, Coach, you could join, become a member. It's the little join tab on there. You can become a member. That also helps as well. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Tyler Burns, shout out. Offensive line coach for Quemmons County. Coach Burns, your head coach, is texting me, but he's too shy to put his name in the thing, but it is what it is. Coach Tree, the Heritage High School in Newport News, Virginia. Coach Logan Hoyt, offensive line coach at Fremont High School in Nebraska. And then Coach Giordano, who's the offensive line coach at Prattville Christian Academy in Alabama. And then Coach Caldwell, we're not going to listen to the guy talking about blocking buck and belly and schedule. No, he had a drop. So I was looking for coaches yesterday or 2 days ago. He had a drop. He has no power. He got hit by the ice storm. I think he's in Alabama or one of those lower states, and he has no power. So it's not going to be able to get on. So appreciate Coach Watkins if he was here, but is what it is. All right, and then Coach Tree Pearson at Heritage High School in Newport News. Shout out to the 757 in Newport News. All right, caught up on all the shout outs. So you guys want to do that? Oh, here we go. Coach Sneed, one of our speakers, Brandon Sneed at Hopewell High School in Charlotte. I guess it's technically Huntersville, but it's the Charlotte area. But yeah. And then Montana Duncan, dope name, at Cedar Ridge High School in Round Rock, Texas. Appreciate you, Coach. Keep rolling with the shout outs. All right. Let me see. All right. I have a ton. I'll just do this for you guys. I'm getting a ton of guys telling me where they've been. Shout out to Coach Rapinick for just texting me right there on the stream. So, yeah, let's see. Locked in, loaded. Okay. Real quick. All right. Farrell, if you're watching, I'm going to send you the thing. We'll get started a little early. And while Coach, I'm going to have him go ahead and go a little early just because. Where are you at, Coach? Here we go. Awesome. Because I gave him 10 minutes and he has not shown up yet. So Shaquille Dudley is the offensive line coach at Health Sciences Charter School in Buffalo, New York. My bad, Coach. There you go. That's the GOAT right there. Ian Rapinick, great first name. Head ball coach at Quemmons County High School in Hertford, North Carolina. All right. Perfect. All right. let me get this for Coach Farrell. Coach Farrell just sent you that. You want to go ahead and come on? We can get a little early. Y'all killing me with these. I love it. All right. So then while Coach Farrell is rocking and rolling with his clinic, I will make sure to put every single name that I get a DM from into the wheel. If you don't have Twitter, I know some people are like, I don't have Twitter. That's bullcrap. Just because I either have you on Facebook or Twitter. So if you have me on Facebook Messenger, do the same thing on Facebook Messenger. Just text me like, hey, Coach, I've been following you for a while. I've seen your posts on these Facebook groups, or I just met you this week and asked you for the link, and that's how I'm getting on. That's perfectly fine as well if you want to do that. But we will try and do a giveaway after Coach. I keep calling him Farrell. Is it Farrell, Coach? Give me a thumbs up. Is it Farrell or Farrell? All right, it's Farrell. Good. Okay, I don't want to mess up your name. All right, guys, make sure you go ahead and make sure you like the stream. I'm going to go ahead and refresh. I guarantee you y'all have not. Yeah, we're at 31. Guys, there's 132 people watching. What are we doing? Like the stream. Might as well. And then subscribe. We're at 4,007. Let me put this on the screen. Y'all like all these promos, man. If you've ever done anything public, y'all know what promos are your lifeblood. So that's 4,007, 4,008. Shout out. Let's see. Coach Jermaine Murray, who's the head ball coach and offensive coordinator at Greendale High School in Greendale, Wisconsin. Appreciate you. Frank Reinhardt, Fox Rock Athletic Association, 11U head coach in Philly. Appreciate it, Coach. Make sure that if you have an account on Twitter that is not your name, that doesn't help me a lot. So if you do, make sure you tell me who you are so I can put your name in there. And we can do that. All right, Coach. Yeah, Coach Farrell, what's going on, big dog?
Yeah, you can hear me? You okay?
Yeah, I got you. All right, all right, I'm going to back out. You got it.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, look, let's see. I'm 20 minutes earlier than my allotted time slot. So I'm thinking that's great because my entire player career, I was always told you got to be at least 5 minutes early. If you're not 5 minutes early, you're late, right? So it's good to be 20 minutes early. You can sit, get yourself a cup of coffee, right? And then really prepare yourself to discuss what it is that you're going to talk about. The other thing was this. I was thinking about the time slot situation here. And 30 minutes, okay, so I teach an AP comparative government class, which we get 50 minutes. And obviously we all are teaching, or, not all of us are teaching, some of us are college coaches, right? The TikTok generation, right? And so the TikTok generation, it's like you got 15 seconds to really grab their attention. So honestly, looking at the 30-minute time slot, I'm like, man, can I even really fill a 30-minute time slot with content? Because my whole thing is I got to make sure I get people's or young people's attention and keep it for like 15 seconds at a time. Okay. So anyways, I just want to give a shout out to Coach Tatum. Honestly, just letting him, for him to allow me to speak. I'm really excited about this. This is a little bit of a new thing for me. I've never really done a clinic over the internet, and so I struggle with, I really enjoy getting feedback, right? Like instant feedback from people. So it's a little tough to not see faces, to not have people at least acting like they're paying attention, right? Which is kind of what my classes are. So just a little bit of background about me. Okay, I'm the offensive line coach at Catholic High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I teach AP Comparative Government and Politics and Civics 2, which is economics. Really just humbled and just incredibly grateful for the opportunity that I have to coach there, to be there. And when this opportunity came to speak, I love X's and O's, and I think probably more than X's and O's, I love culture. And I love studying culture. I love figuring out what is healthy culture, what is not healthy culture, okay? And how do you figure out what that looks like in your room, in your offensive line room, on your team, if you're a head coach, okay, in your family, if you're a father, if you're a husband, if you're a leader in the community, what does healthy culture look like, right? So I'm titling this offensive line, the culture within the culture. Obviously, every team has a culture, whether that's a good culture or not so healthy culture, okay? and the offensive line, as a former offensive lineman myself, okay, played at every level, just realizing how important that culture is for the team to be successful, right? What do I mean by that? Like the culture of the offensive line, okay, is paramount, right? The health of that culture, okay. I tell my guys all the time, hey, like we will only go as far. We will only go as far as this group, the offensive line, allows us to go. Okay, so every team has a culture. Okay, every team has a culture. The offensive line is the engine of the team. Okay, if the O-line culture is soft, okay, if the O-line culture is undisciplined, all right, that's going to show up in more than just the offensive line, but also as a team. Okay, and so I'm just going to speak to you briefly about how do you build that culture, what culture isn't as well. Okay, and then just even defining some moves for you, okay, of how you can check in on your culture, okay. But before I get into that, okay, I'm talking about CHS, Catholic High School, where I coach and I teach, okay. It is a Brothers of the Sacred Heart school, right? So part of the reason I'm explaining this to you guys is I want you to kind of understand where culture also falls in. It's got as a football team, as a football program, okay, we believe at Catholic School that our culture falls underneath the culture of the school. We are not a culture set apart from the school, okay, because that would kind of create division, right? We're a culture that fills in underneath the mission of the school, okay, the mission of Catholic High School, all right, to teach gospel values in an environment of academic excellence according to Catholic tradition and the spirit of the Brothers of the Sacred Heart, okay. So the mission, okay, is academic excellence and gospel values, right? Okay, I'm not going to get preachy on you here, right? I used to be a former pastor on pastoral staff at one point, right? I don't want to stand on the pulpit and kind of preach at you, all right? But we can't stray from that, right? Like we have to meet where that is and follow it, okay? And then our values can fall underneath that, all right? The next thing would be the values of Catholic High, okay? The values are tradition, charism, philosophy, education, and experience, okay? So all of these things are even delineated on our website. There's an explanation furthermore about what that looks like, okay, what our values. And then for football, okay, one of the big things for us is something we call a Cur Dog tradition, okay? And Cur Dog, that's like another 30-minute slot that I would have to fill if Coach Tatum needs me to, okay? But it's, at least 30 minutes, right? And it's just essentially a slogan, okay, that we got. That one of the many slogans is of a guy who used to be a big part of our culture here at Catholic High football. And one of the slogans is guts and God, okay? And it's the idea that whatever you do, right, whatever you do, you put guts on the line, right? Okay, you put your guts on the line, and you eventually, the idea is you put your guts on the line, you give it up to God, right? So work with everything you got, okay? You lay it all out there, right? Which is a scary thing for a grown man, much less a 15-year-old, okay? But essentially, I'm giving everything up and then giving the rest to God. That kind of releases me from anxiety. Okay, so that's our mission. That's kind of what we're about, all right? So this year, our seniors for the class of 2026, right, our 2025 football season seniors, okay, not just seniors, but our captains, okay, that's usually a mixture of a bunch of different grades to kind of represent different grades as well. Okay, we have a freshman team, we got a JV team, we've got a varsity team. Usually our captains are made up of guys from sophomores and seniors, okay, but they came up with this mission statement, okay, which is pretty dang awesome. Like, I don't know how these kids, maybe they chat GBT'd it. I don't know, but it's pretty freaking great. Okay, to build a culture of discipline that extends beyond football. Okay, think about that. Like, we're sitting here talking about football, about O-line stuff. Okay, it's fantastic, right? But think about what football can do for young men outside of the lines, right? Outside of the meeting room. Okay, so they wanted to build a culture, okay, that extended beyond the football field, right? Like the coaches didn't create this, the players did, okay? So what's important about that, right? The culture really sticks when the players own it, okay? When they own it, right? If the guys in the room, they don't buy into the why, okay, the how you're doing things, it doesn't even matter, right? And I've got to really kind of give a big, I don't know, shout out seems a little bit too small of a thing to say, to our head coach, Hudson Fuller, okay, who is an incredible man, and just challenges not only the players, okay, but us as coaches, as men, as fathers, as husbands, right, like as teachers, to be the best that we can be, to extend beyond football, right? And when you do that, you find something way bigger than yourself. You find something way bigger than football. And when football, if football is ever taken away, you don't collapse and lose yourself, because you found yourself in something bigger than who you are, okay? So I've got to give a big thank you to Coach Fuller for that, our head coach. But he really pushes these guys to question, like, what is our culture? What are our values? What is our mission? What is the point, right? And when you get guys that are 15 years old, okay, buying into that, right? Buying into something, or they don't, okay? And then the guys who do buy into it challenge the guys who aren't bought in, right? Like, that's a special thing, okay? And that's really cool to see happen, all right? So let me get into my actual talk here, I guess, right? What culture isn't, okay? What culture isn't, right? I want to be careful. This might be offensive to some of you, okay? Because sometimes culture can seem like it's really flashy, like it's really the cool stuff on social media. We live in an era, right, where you've got an entire page dedicated to just you, okay? And you get to show off what you do. And there should be some ownership of what you do, because maybe it can inspire other people, okay? So what culture isn't? It isn't feeding the kids, okay? And I love feeding my kids, okay? My bank account does not love feeding my kids, okay? Like the offensive linemen tend to eat a lot, right? But culture cannot just be built on feeding the kids. It's not handing out stickers. Hey, you get cool helmet stickers for pancakes, okay, for knockdowns, for extra effort. And that is absolutely incredible, okay? That is not a motivation that is going to sustain itself, though, right? Okay, T-shirts with quotes, okay? We do a lift-a-thon, right? We do this really awesome weightlifting event kind of at the end of the summer, okay, where the kids are on a T-shirt, they lift a certain weight, and it's really awesome, okay? And it's got like sponsorships on it, all this really fun stuff, and the kids, they love them, like they wear them with pride, okay? If there's extras, I usually steal one, even though I didn't lift the weight, okay? But the culture isn't just a T-shirt with a quote, okay? It's not team building exercises, okay? It's not trust falls. It's not paintballing. It's not a trust circle where we share our deepest, darkest feelings, okay? That's not what culture is, okay? That is definitely part of building a culture, okay? Building a team, all right? And then this is one that's kind of opposite of all the others, right? It's not destroying the self-worth of young men, okay? And why do I say that? Unfortunately, some people get into coaching for power, and not to empower, but to essentially lord over people or take power from others, okay? That's not what culture is. That's not what football coaching is. If you do that, okay, you should really check yourself, okay? You should really question, what am I doing here? So I want you guys to kind of understand all that, okay? It's not pregame meals. It's not the motivational T-shirts, right? Like, these are nice things. They're extras, okay? When you're talking about culture, it's not just about making kids feel good or getting them to stick around a little longer, okay? And I understand, like, I'm in a spot now at a pretty large school. We've got 1,150 boys. It's an all-boys school, okay, where we've got 115 kids on a team, on our varsity team, okay? That's pretty incredible, right? Like, and I know some of you are scoffing at me for saying all this stuff, maybe, and I get it. I've coached with 20 kids. I've coached with 115. I played on a small little school when I was in high school, right? And I get how that works. Okay, sometimes you feel like you just got to hold on to these kids just so you have bodies to play, okay? Sometimes that feels like you're trapped in that, okay? The thing that's tough with that is I'm not really doing a service to the kids when they leave my program, okay? So it's not about making the kids feel good, okay? And what is it really about? It's about, it's about the standards that they uphold, okay? So I just want you guys to understand, like, it's not all these, okay? It's not all these alone, right? These are good things. These are extras that I'm not denying should be part of your program. I think they could be, they should be in some aspects, but you can't give out a t-shirt and say, great, now you're going to lead us, and you're going to know what to do or how to act all the time and meet the standard. Okay. Just because I gave you a t-shirt or gave you a helmet sticker. Okay. So moving on, what is culture? Okay. What is culture? Culture. Okay. Craig Groeschel is a pastor in Oklahoma. Okay. Like I said, I was on pastoral staff for a while, right? I got into a lot of leadership books and podcasts for a long time. I ran my own business and for a while, and I really wanted to learn about culture, about values, about leadership, okay? Because it's just paramount to have that in life and in football, okay? One of the best things I've ever heard, okay, about culture. Culture is a combination of what you create and what you allow. Okay, think about that. Really think about what I'm saying. Culture is a combination of what you create and what you allow. Okay, so look at your room. All right, look at your room. Okay, and forgive me, I forgot your name already, but the coach who was on 2 coaches before me, right? He's talking about meeting expectations, right? If you're letting kids come late to meetings or to practice without any communication or taking plays off in practice, okay, then you are allowing that, and that's the culture you're creating, okay? And that can be really tough to feel like I am going to, essentially dictate, like, hey, you can't be late. You gotta. I'm gonna give you these standards, and it's hard to hold kids to a standard, okay? Just like it's hard to hold yourself to a standard, okay? But a combination of what you create and what you allow, okay? So it's directly correlated with your mission, your vision, and your values. And we will talk about that in the next slide. Okay, I'll get into that a little bit more about mission, vision, and values. Okay, it's one of my favorite things to give an illustration on. I think it really creates a lot of clarity. So if you're allowing kids to take plays off, right, or, even though you've created this great culture, you have one kid who maybe is really highly recruited, or you just feel like he's going to be a player for you, but it's maybe, you're worried about stepping on his toes, okay? You're still kind of creating that culture of mediocrity, all right, and there's inequality, right? You want to make sure there's some semblance of, hey, I'm gonna equally coach each one of you to the best of my abilities, right? So if you want to change the culture, okay, if you want to change the culture, what do? Well, you got to look at changing your values, okay? So what do you allow, okay? And then if I'm looking at thinking about my culture not being healthy, okay, then I really want to look at changing the values of my culture, okay? So this right here is one of the best illustrations I've ever heard with regards to your mission, your vision, your values, okay? It's a train, right? And obviously you see on this this PowerPoint Google Slides display, okay? Wow, it's a train. It has mission, vision. Okay. I actually stole this from a podcast. A lot of this stuff, guys, look, I'm not going to sit here and act like I've created everything. I'm only 35, and I have not created much, other than the kids I have, right? Like the children in my household, and mission, vision, and values, right? I heard this on a podcast from a coffee shop, Tyler Coffee Podcast. Okay, it was about leadership. It was about mission. And vision and values of their coffee shop, of their business. Okay, they're trying to scale a business. What does that look like? Okay, there's a lot of correlation with business, with football, with a program in general. Okay, but I want you to think about this illustration here. We got a train. Okay, you see the smoke coming out of the train. You see it's on the train track. All right, and you see this vision arrows kind of pointing, really like in an ambiguous place. Like, where is that going? Okay, this is what when I say mission, vision, and values, kind of think about this, okay? Mission, that's essentially the fuel that burns and moves the train, okay? So inside of these locomotives, right? Like these are, we don't use these all the time anymore or as much anymore, okay? How did this happen? They would scoop coal into a furnace that would create steam, right? And the steam was so powerful that it would move an engine that then could eventually move people across the United States, okay, or across Europe or wherever you are, along with supplies they could move, okay? So what is it that is burning inside of you, okay? What's the fire in your belly every day that you wake up, okay? Like you've got to have something there because like getting hired at a really great school or really great program will only last so long before, guess what? Like reality sets in and you do it day in and day out. Okay. But you have to have a mission for yourself as a coach. Now, as an O-line, you got to have a mission. What is the mission for your offensive line? What do you want them to do and accomplish? Okay. Then we've got vision. Okay. Vision, like I said, is that arrow kind of pointed out there. That's where we're going. Okay. That's the destination, right? For Louisiana, all right, we play our state championship games in the Superdome in New Orleans. Okay, fantastic, right? Like everybody, it's such a great place to play. Okay, it's really fun, really cool environment. A lot of people show up. It's awesome. Okay, well, obviously, like that's the vision. That's where we want to get to play as a football team. Okay, but what is the vision for your offensive line? Your culture within the culture. Okay, is it, hey, my vision for you guys is to be great citizens at your school, to be great citizens in the city, okay, to be servant leaders, right? What does that vision look like? And I'm saying all this, I'm hoping that you are thinking through it and not just being like, this is a bunch of like self-help BS, you know what I mean? But like you're thinking through it and maybe jotting down, like, what do I want? Because I really want you to take the time this offseason to think through all this, okay? Then values, okay? Values, you'll notice is pointing at the train track, right? And this is paramount, okay? Values, right? Remember I said you want to change your culture, you got to look at your values, okay? The train tracks, okay, the value, those are the train tracks that our entire organization, okay, or the train is on, right? And that's obvious, okay? We know trains go on train tracks, all right? If this is an idea I try to give to my kids quite often, okay? If those train tracks, we're saying, hey, this is our vision, this is our destination we want to get to. If the train tracks are pointed 1 degree off, okay, 1 degree, right? Just a little bit. It's not much, but it's 1 degree. Well, over 1,000 miles, is that train going to show up at the destination, at the vision that we want to get to? Well, no, it won't, right? You know, like that those values are clicked off track by 1 degree, right? That train track. You're not going to get to where you want to get to, right? You're not going to end up where you set out to be, okay? So we've got to make sure that the values are aligned properly, okay? So if those are not pointed in the right direction, okay, we miss our destination, all right? The train tracks or the values give us clarity, all right? If we fall off the train tracks, okay, we fall off the tracks, like the train doesn't move, okay? A train that does not follow the tracks, right? It doesn't move at all, okay? It's important to understand that, all right? So what are your values, okay? Now, let me break into this. What do these people want, okay? These young people, right? Like I said, I teach, I coach. The reason I stepped into full-time teaching, I want to be around these people, okay, these young people, as much as I can. Like to me, I was a CECP, or what we call a non-faculty coach, okay? We call that a CECP coach for the first 4 years of my career. This is my first full-time teaching job as well as coaching, okay? And man, it was, I mean, more power to you guys as well at doing it. I know the struggle, I know the grind, okay? But there's nothing like being around these guys all the time, okay? You know, and they students that attend school are around the culture of the school more than they are around the culture of their parents, right, of their family, okay? And so I get to like figure out, what do these kids want? What do they really desire, okay? Also, my wife and I have a 15-year-old that we adopted out of foster care, okay, when he was 10. So like he's at this age too that I'm also coaching the same age, all right? And it's funny because he kind of came up to me recently and was like, I want independence, okay? But what does independence really look like, okay? Independence, okay, like a lot of these young men want, okay? Independence is responsibility, right? It's not just I want to be left alone. Okay, that's not independence, right? That's something else, okay? That's not healthy. They want responsibility. They want to be given. They want to be given, responsibility over a certain item, over a certain task, okay? They want the weight of ownership, okay? They want accountability as well, right? Like whether they say it or not, whether they fight you on it or not, they truly want accountability, okay? And we see growth in accountability, right? We see healthy cultures and accountability, because accountability can go both ways, right? You call me out, and then guess what? I get to call you right back out as well. Okay. And that's the beauty of accountability. Now, that's what's tough with leadership, right? Is it's hard to find kids sometimes to step into that role as a leader, because they don't want to be calling someone out who then gets, upset and calls them back out, right? They also want authenticity, right? Like more than, like, I'm a millennial, okay? More than my generation, like, we wanted mostly people that knew what they were talking about. Hey, offensive line play. Like, I want to know what you know, okay? I want to, not to say that these kids don't want that, but what do they really want? They want to know who you truly are, and they want to know that you're not lying to them. You're not putting up a facade, okay? You're not trying to be just a tough guy, right? Like, you can be real with them, and that's really what they desire. And I'll tell you why. They're pretty good. They're pretty good at figuring out if you're not telling them the truth. They're pretty good if you're kind of something don't feel right, okay? I don't know if it's just like the social media growth that they've grown up on, right? But they're pretty good at figuring out, like, that's not true, okay? And then up, right? Like, I'll talk about that a little bit later, but they want to be called up as well, okay? Like, call them up out of what they're doing, okay? Of where they're sitting, where they're at, okay? And call them into something bigger than themselves, okay? And that's just not young people. That's grown people. That's humans in general want that, okay? But I'm specifically talking about kids I teach and coach, okay? And I've got this little snippet for you, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you know, but do you truly know them, right? Do you truly know these kids, okay? So how do you build culture, okay? Consistently show up, man. Consistently show up, right? Like, one of the biggest challenges in being a man is consistently being who you are, okay? Consistently coaching the right way. The toughest thing as a father, okay, as a husband, consistently doing the work, right? And you know what's great about that is we're building self-discipline or discipline into young people that is essentially going to matter for the rest of their lives, right? These are young people that are going to be businessmen, okay? They're going to be leaders of the community. They're going to be, fathers and husbands. And what are we doing? We're building a value system that hopefully, like, outlasts and extends beyond football, okay? So just one weekend retreat is not going to build, okay, that culture and that trust, all right? You got to show up every day, okay? That looks like the weight room, okay? That looks like the film room. That looks like the cafeteria. And that's pushing those kids to do the same thing. Hey, I'm consistently going to coach you on this. I'm consistently going to call you out when it's not enough. And it doesn't matter if you're a starter. It doesn't matter if you're a third string guy. It doesn't matter if you're a freshman. It doesn't matter if you played, this is you started for 3 years and you're going to be a 4-year starter in high school or vice versa, whatever. Okay. I'm going to consistently show up to coach you and make sure that you do the right thing. Okay. Cause that's going to build trust. All right. Trust is going to be that consistency over time. All right. So look, I'm going to talk about our values as an O-line. Okay. These have been kind of built over multiple years, multiple teams, multiple cultures. Okay. And here we go. Okay. This is a shortened look kind of into what we declare as values. Okay. And when I say declare, I'm saying we talk about it, right? Like we say them out loud. We don't just put them on a t-shirt. We don't just say them one time. It's something we talk about over and over again. It's off season right now. I'm coaching track and field as well. Okay. Well, guess what? Like the O-line is still doing off-season stuff that I have kind of given them to do. I still find a way to kind of sneak in there, right, and tell them, hey, look, you remember our values, right? These are our values, okay? Relentless effort. We're going to make sure we do all these things. All right, so these next couple slides are just a look into kind of what inspired me, okay? What inspired us as a unit to eventually get to what we have, okay? So I stole this from, I think this is like an SMU post or something. Okay, great. This is great stuff, man. Like champion mentality, victim mentality. We talk about what it looks like on one side, what it looks like on the other, okay? When you mess up, like what happens? Do you blame other people? Okay, do you lose mentally, right? Do you not want feedback, right? Okay, we make sure that, hey, we discuss that all the time, okay? This was like the beginning of me doing all this stuff, okay? In fact, kind of a funny story. I'm also not sure, Coach Tatum, do I only have 30 minutes still, or can I like extend a little longer? I don't know if you're okay with that. But either way,
okay, Coach, I probably will cut you off at like 10:20 or 10:25. So
perfect. Yeah, I can
about
do
15, 20 minutes. Yeah.
Great. Awesome. Let's go. Okay. All right. So I must have lied then about the not filming the content. I guess I'm a talker. I can't help it. Okay. All right. So when I first started coaching, this is funny now on the back end, but I used to print this out and essentially make each O lineman sign it as a contract and then put it up in their locker. Okay, so that everyone could see it on the team. Guys walk around from the team and they look in your locker and they see, what is this thing hanging up in your locker? And they read it and they go, well, guess what? Now I know you signed it, that you agreed to it. Okay. So obviously unmatched relentless effort. Okay. And then giving them a definition of what that means. Okay. Playing snap to snap, playing whistle to whistle, right? Like never being outworked. Okay. Playing with relentless toughness as well. Okay. Hey, knowing that football is physically demanding. Okay. Knowing that I got to push through like physical pain, mental pain. Okay. That I'm going to be tougher than the man across from me. All right. And then more than the idea of just football toughness, but guess what? Tough conversations, man. That's the hardest part as a coach sometimes, right? Is to have those tough conversations. And I say that, I mean, like to have those tough conversations tactfully. Okay. Some people, okay, maybe some of us, and I'm guilty of it too, right? Will sometimes say something. I love like sarcasm, okay? And I'll say something every once in a while and realize, man, I shouldn't have said it that way. Now you got to be able to own up to it, right? And say, okay, like I messed up there and let me apologize in front of my group, right? But don't be afraid, okay, to teach these young men, to pull them aside and have tough conversations. Hey, man, this is where you're not adding up, like not as a human, right? But you're not going to be our starter for this reason, okay? Hey, man, we're going to suspend you, okay, for a quarter or a half because of this incident, right? Like those are tough conversations that you've got to have with these young men because you want them to become young men that have values, that have a strong culture, right? Okay. And then living a high character life. All right. This is one as well. Like everybody's, every school that you're at, whether you're in college, whether you're in high school, whether you're in middle school. Okay. Some of you guys are coaching overseas or coaching professionally as well, right? Like everybody's got a culture. Okay. And so I think, how can we exceed the standard of the culture that's in place, right? Like this is one right here. I want to respect and honor others above myself, man. General rule. Other people, okay, I'm respecting, and honoring them above me. Like if we could, as a culture, as a unit, do that, okay, that'll travel pretty far, okay? So now this is kind of what it's gotten to, okay? All that has kind of gotten into this, all right? Relentless effort. I give everything I have, every snap, every rep, every moment, okay? So I'm still giving them definitions, but I'm giving them a value of, hey, this is the train tracks we're on, man. I got mental and physical toughness, okay? I stay locked in physically, mentally, and emotionally, no matter the challenge. Whatever the score is, hey, we're up by 60, we're down by 60. I'm staying locked in. I'm going to play as hard as I can, right? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, okay? And I have unbreakable resolve. My will is stronger than any obstacle, and my heart beats with purpose and pride, okay? So these are things that, these are values that we declare. We say that they're a part of our culture, and we bring them up. Sometimes we bring them up in the middle of a game, okay? Now, what that has become essentially is a mantra, okay, is something we say when we have our O-line meetings on game day, okay? We get to have position meetings on game day, right? It's only 10 minutes, okay? I'm not a big rah-rah speech guy. I know I've been speaking for like 40 minutes or 33 minutes now or something, okay? And it seems like I probably am. It's hard for me to be like, yeah, I'm going to scream in your face and you're going to get going, okay? There's time for it, believe me. Like I'm going to do that at times, but what I've given instead is a mantra that we declare as a group, okay? So we say this before every game, okay, in our meeting. I play every snap with unmatched effort and relentless toughness. I outwork, outlast, and outfight, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Pain is my proving ground, and adversity is my fuel. I never give up. I never back down. I rise, okay? So the last bit, pain is my proving ground, and adversity is my fuel. We say that usually before we go out on the field. I'll look them in the eyes, and I'll tell them that, okay? Because I want them to understand the adversity they're going to face out there in the field, all right? That's the fuel for the next play. Hey, I didn't do well on my block, okay? All right, well, guess what? Let that fuel you into performing to a higher standard. Okay. So these are some real quick culture checks. Okay. Grade pools. We do grade pools often, meetings, check-ins, lunch visits, texting, Google Forms, call up, call out. Okay. So there's a lot of different things. I'm trying to go quick here, I promise. Okay. We check on grades, man. We check on grades. How are you in the classroom? Okay. You've got to be a great citizen. You got to be a great citizen. Okay. There's also meetings. Okay. We do obviously meetings during the season, right? Installs, all that kind of stuff. But I like the meetings and lunch visit things, kind of the same. I'll try to have lunch with the guys individually, check in on them. It doesn't have to be the entire lunch period. It can be a time when I just sit down with them for 10 minutes, just have some lunch, see how they're doing, just check in. Hey, how are you doing? Our head coach asked us, hey, just ask them how they're doing. Okay. And you get a lot of different responses with how you're doing. Sometimes you have to probe more. Okay. But if you are building authenticity, authentic relationship, like we talked about earlier, okay, the kids are going to be willing to open up to you because they know you care, right? Not just from a t-shirt, not just from a helmet sticker, okay, but because they know that you care about them, that you are for them, that you are fighting for them, and that you want them to be successful, okay? Google Forms, man, like if you are not using Google Forms as an opportunity to just send out little check-ins every once in a while, man, it's so easy, really, really easy. I've got, sometimes I send out my online tests through Google Forms, okay, where I'll send pictures and if you want a copy, I'll show you some stuff we have, okay? It's really great. And then call out. We do this as a team, okay? So at the end of practices, you have the ability to, we as coaches call out or call up people, okay, meaning this, hey, so-and-so did so good today. I really want to give them a shout out, okay? On the other end, hey, I noticed we didn't do this very good. Let's do that better. That's the call up. Okay? And the kids will call each other up, okay? Hey, I noticed so-and-so right here. And this is in front of the team of 100 people, right, okay? I noticed so-and-so getting beat several times with the same route, okay, whatever. I want to just call them up to do better. Okay, that's pretty tough to have that happen to you. Okay, in front of people, and it's tough to call people up knowing that guess what, the eyes are going to be on you. Okay, all right. Let me see what else. Just check-ins, lunch visits, texting. Man, like if you don't have a text thread with your guys or a group chat, man, just that's the easiest thing. The easiest thing. Okay. Sometimes the hardest thing is just to get moving in the right direction. Okay, but just doing that. All right, you do that. You can start incrementally changing things. Okay, it doesn't need to be some giant shift overnight because some random guy in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, is getting on you about culture. Okay, but it's there's some things that you can do in this offseason that you can implement that I think will grow your culture and grow your value system as an offensive line for the fall. And I think you'll see exponential growth, man, with your team as well. Okay, because the weight of the season, the weight of the team is going to fall on your back as the offensive line. That's what we say all the time, okay? That's why we got broad backs. That's why we lift the most weight, okay? We're carrying the load of the team, right? And so your culture's got to be able to demand that, expect it, and handle it as well, okay? Just some real quick resources, all right? The Craig Groeschel Leadership Podcast, okay? Once again, I mentioned the culture definition that I gave earlier, okay? Leaders Eat Last by Simon Sinek, great book. The Score Takes Care of Itself. Bill Walsh, obviously Bill Walsh, okay? I'm a former 49er, so I played for the 49ers, so I got to give Bill Walsh a little shout out there, okay? And then Climbing Mountain, this is by guys at the school I coach at, okay, and teach at, Brad Bass and Michael Billings. They're our baseball coaches. They wrote a book together. Incredible. Really easy read, okay? Easy read for us guys who are maybe athletically inclined, not academically inclined, okay? But they did a great job of doing research and writing a book that I feel like I just had to give them a shout out on that, okay? Last thing here is just my contact info, man. Okay, this is my school email. Okay, dfarrell@catholichigh.org. You can find me on X, Dylan Farrell. I keep on wanting to say Twitter. Okay, I'm just an old soul, I guess. All right, but please reach out to me if you have any questions, or if you feel like, hey, I don't think that what you said is right. Like, great. Okay, give me some feedback. That'd be cool to hear. Okay, or if you feel stuck, man, like let's talk about it. Why are you stuck? Why do you feel stuck? Why do you feel like we haven't, as an offensive line, been able to push to where we need to get to, okay? So just kind of wanted to give y'all that opportunity to please reach out to me. Let's connect, okay? Let's talk. Probably none of you are in Baton Rouge, but if you ever are, okay, let's grab some coffee. Let's talk about football, talk about all stuff. The most important I just want to leave you guys with this: is think about your impact. Okay, think about your impact. I still text my O-line coach from college to this day. Okay, like we have a group chat of the offensive line. We still text each other, right? With life updates, funny reels that we find. Okay, old pictures. We make fun of each other still, right? Like that's just part of it. Okay, but think about how important that is, how valuable that is. Okay, and just the last thing, man, just let's go build better men with the offensive line. Thanks, Coach.
Yeah, man, appreciate it, guys. I've seen some people that are like, where can I reach out to him? Can I get the presentation, man? His ex is right there. Follow him, DM him, man. That's the easiest way. Because some people are like, hey, do you have a place where all the contact info is? No, I have the coaches, and then you go reach out to them. So each coach has their contact info. The easiest way is their email or their ex. Just hit rewind on the stream, and it's there. Because that's a lot of work. So it is what it is. But Coach, I appreciate you. I'm gonna do some promos and get them out of here. But your talk was awesome, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate it. I'm excited to watch the rest of the day.
Yeah, man. Thank you. All right. Something I want to address real quick that I think is hilarious. And we'll get back to it. Yes, Kyle Landon from Run the Damn Ball is a receiver coach. That's my guy. But then Coach Easton said, you coach wide receivers. That's a bigger plot twist than Vader being Luke's dad. That's hilarious. I'm dying. That's great. I love the back and forth. Let me do some more shout outs, guys, and then we will get to the giveaway. Where did that one? All right, Jason Starr, OLDL assistant defensive coordinator. Cool. At Cornersville High in Cornersville, Tennessee. Brian Ehlerman, O-line coach for Laramie. Is it Laramie? I don't know. In Ohio. Love it. Let's see. Coach Travis Hall, the OC at Newtown High School in Owings Mill, Maryland. Sam Hinman, the freshman OL and run game at Kinney High School in Kinney, Iowa. Jason Basile, I don't know. Coach at Perkman Valley High School in Collegeville. I don't know. I feel like y'all make up some of these names. But anyway, Chris Fisher, OL coach at Ridge Point High School, Missouri City, Texas. Prayers for Coach Dale Weiner. Followed his spin offense in the early of my coaching career. Love it, man. Let's see. Carlos Santiago, who is the coach at Lee County High School, now at Timber Creek High School in Orlando. Coach Jeremy Buck, head football coach at Sanderson High School in Raleigh, Shout, North Carolina. Good morning. German Velez, the head coach in Columbia. Appreciate it. Coach, I'm going to steal that graphic. It was a great graphic. Yeah, man. Morning. Cannell Smith at Suitland High School in Maryland. Gerard Bear, OLDL, coach at Jefferson West High School in Meridian, Kansas. Alonzo Barber, O-line coach at Spring High School in Houston, Texas. Robbie Duncan, the head coach at OC at Nansman Suffolk Academy in Suffolk, Virginia. Shout out 757. Wearing Virginia Beach hoodie right here. Let me send this to Coach. Make sure I get my invite sent. Love it. Danny B. Can't know how to say your name, Coach. Bogus Zuski. I don't know. OL and OC in New Jersey. Love it. Coach Medina, OL coach at Worcester Cowboys. Here we go. Haha. I coached either OL or running backs for a while being the OC, but got a new spot last year. Took whatever spot they had open. Yep. Victor Downing, Blake High School in Maryland. Thank you again for another year, Coach. Appreciate you, man. All right. So, guys, let's give away some hats. Let's give away some hats. Well, one hat for the start. And then I'm not going to add anybody new for this first giveaway. But once we do the first giveaway, then I'll go back to telling you how we're going to do the hat giveaway. Here we go. Perfect. All right. So I have 38 entries on here. Okay. And these are from my Twitter DMs and my Facebook messages. And some texts I got for some guys. I appreciate everybody for doing that. What I will do is we'll go back through the hats in a minute. You could pick which hat you want. So if you get hat number 1, you get pick of all 10. You get hat. You're sure you win the 10 slot. You get the last hat selected. Sorry, man. That's how it works. So without further ado, let's pick a hat and let's see who wins a dome hat. No shot. All right. Ooh. David Butler. I'm only saying that because the next one's like a good buddy of mine. But Coach David Butler, appreciate you, big dog. I am going to remove your name, and I'm going to send you a picture of which hats are available. So just keep remembering that. Coach is mad. All right. So that'll be we'll do another one a little later. So stick with me on that. All right. So again, before Coach gets on here, got 5 minutes where he gets on here. He hasn't accepted it yet, but we'll see. He'll be here in a minute. There he is. Perfect. So Coach got 5 minutes. I'm gonna keep doing some stuff real quick. Again, guys, make sure that you check out Coaching Share. They do a lot of great stuff for us. Where are my tabs? I know I have it here. Where? Oh, there it is. Boom. Right there. Coaching Share. Make sure, guys, you go over to Coaching Share and check them out. 40% off sale. And check out all the coaching resources. And if you want to be a vendor, if you want to actually sell some of your stuff, playbooks or systems, or you have a great grading OL grading sheet, or you have something that's unique that you think other coaches could benefit from, go over there. You can hit up those guys at Coaching Share. It's free to join and go and do that. Coach Dave Easton that's in the chat. He has a blog on there that's really good. You go check his stuff out on the JV playbook. Help talk about JV football. It's really good stuff, guys. Make sure you go ahead and check them out. And then before I get Coach on here, guys, make sure if you are feel led to do that, there's my Cash App and Venmo. It's not necessary. You can still hang out and chill in the stream for free because it is free. And then, but if you do feel led to give some money, because some guys are like, man, you do this work and it's free, and I just want to help out, you can do it right there if you'd like. So just scan the QR code and we're there. But okay, that's all for that. Now, see if there's anything else I gotta get done. Oh, one more thing. Pull it up. Where's that? Guys, on my YouTube, there is the join tab. If you would like to become a member, you can do that. Let me share this. We are putting out some things that are just for members. So right here where it says join, if you want to click on join, right, you can become a member. There's 2 different options, whichever one you want. That's another way you can monetarily help. But we have the new Build Your Own Offense series course we're going through. We're kind of going in detail of what to look for and what you would do putting together an offense. It's really for guys that really don't know where to start. I think it's pretty good stuff, and I have some friends that tell me, yeah, it was decent. So if you would like to do that, would be awesome. And then lastly, let me go here. We are at 4,015. Make sure you are check to see if you're subscribed. If you're not, what are you doing? You're here chilling. You might as well subscribe and then click the notification bell so you know whenever we go live, because a lot of people don't do that and kind of messes you up. So make sure you go ahead and click subscribe. It's free, and click the notification bell because it's free. And I'll stop asking for money. And Coach Wall, what's up, man?
What's on, Coach Tatum? How are you this morning?
Pretty good, man. Trying not to freeze to death. Got snow still coming down.
I know it's about 28 here in Texas, so it was a little chilly again this weekend. So nothing crazy, though.
No doubt. Coach, if you want to go ahead and share your screen,
Perfect.
And we'll get rocking and rolling on your presentation. Coach, like Coach said, he's in Texas. Let's see me pull up my speaker graphic. Coach, you are at Midway High School?
Yes, sir. Down here in Waco.
Love it, man. Waco's a good spot. I've been through there a couple times, so appreciate you. Because I'm going to back out. You got it. Everything shared. Looks good.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you guys. I know, man, whenever you get a chance to, share some time with like-minded people, man, it's something that's invaluable. So I will kind of preface this, guys. I'm not a guru or anything. I've been very, very fortunate to be around really, really good people over the years. Bounced around GAing, and then ended up, this is my third year in high school. So I kind of put together this presentation about, things that when I came to the high school level, what were some things that in my mind I was struggling with on how to develop kids that were, multi-sport athletes or, playing football as a hobby, but how could I develop them in a way that they were going to continually getting better in whatever their craft was, whatever their level of play was. No matter how many kids we have, we're fortunate that we are a 6A Division I high school down here, which means we're in the highest classification, but not like I just have crazy depth. So, we kind of get who we have. We're not out here recruiting kids and everything, but, developing your own kids and what that looks like using non-contact drills and things in the off season as well. I love hitting with pads on, but we all know in the off season, you just unfortunately can't do that. So that's part of it. But some of the things that I kind of look at when I'm thinking about how to develop is what are my deficiencies in my room? And that goes for me, and that also goes for the players. Where are we deficient? And one of the things I found when I first got to Midway High School about 2 years ago was, one, we were deficient in core strength. We were extremely deficient in posterior chain strength as well. So learning how to incorporate different drills that could develop some of that core and posterior chain strength as well without hitting each other. But, identifying ways that you can help your kids and yourself grow, I think is ultimate. That's the goal. Promoting discipline and accountability and ownership for them in the room is huge. And then how can we get better without pads? And then can you identify kids who can play multiple spots? Do you have those kids that are smart enough to understand multiple spots, do what they need to do in multiple positions? And obviously identifying as many centers as you can, because those are invaluable. How many people can you teach to snap in a good way? Can they step and snap at the same time? Can they call the offense? Can they set your protections? Can they do all those things as well? So guys, I'll tell you straight up, a lot of these drills, they're not mine. Like I said, I've been fortunate to work around really good people. Last O-line coach I worked for in college, Connor Riley, he's with the Dallas Cowboys right now. So a lot of stuff I've learned from him. Or Dan Clark is up at Southern Illinois. Nathan Young's down at Louisiana Tech. Then I was on the staff at Colorado State with Steve Adazio as well, and working under Louis Adazio and Cody Booth. So a lot of the stuff, guys, I've taken, but trying to morph it into things that I can use for high school athletes that aren't at the FBS, Group of Five, or FCS level as well. So kind of the first thing I like to do warm-up wise, or even in the off season, is really working on knee bend, as well as just moving our feet in different foot patterns as much as I can. So this was one of my kids when I first got here. This is Michael Collins. He's at Tarleton State right now. So I'll kind of give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt. We were at home during Christmas working on some stuff. He was helping me kind of do a couple different things, and very fortunate that I had a guy like him in my first year. But some of our movement patterns and warm-ups were just kind of weave through the bag, just promoting knee bend, getting our hands and our feet moving a little bit, but trying to do as much as we can, just different movement patterns, whether it's side to side, forward and backwards, getting those guys to kind of drop their hips, change direction a little bit while keeping their knee bend, while staying on their insteps, balls of their feet, and just moving in, as little movements as possible. I don't want to see them move to move, which is something I talk to them about. So not adding extra movements when we're doing various things. So some of these are going to be a lot of my warm-up drills as well in the mornings. We'll stretch as a position group after meetings, and we'll go either side to side. And like I said, we'll go forward and backwards, where I want to see them kind of speed up, tempo up to the second level, whatever we're doing. And you'll kind of see Mike there towards the end. Something that Coach Riley always emphasized, especially when I was GAing for him, was giving them a finish point. So we always try to set it up with a cone or whatever we can, so you can kind of see him on that last bag as he gets there. Now he's going to open up his near hip, and he's going to try to pull like he's on a counter pull. So now he's finishing with a good burst for about, anywhere from 3 to 5 yards. And then they'll get back in line, and then we'll go back the opposite direction. So doing everything both ways is going to be crucial. That way they can always do both movements no matter what. So, again, you can kind of see we're working up a good sweat with Big Mike here. But now you can kind of see the other angle of it. He's kind of keeping his eyes up. We don't want him looking at the bag or anything as well, giving him plenty of space. I'd like to see him open up the right hip a little bit more, gain a little bit more ground. But, again, just little things kind of getting them sweat, getting them ready to roll for practice in the mornings. Now, one thing I do like doing for my board takeoff when we're not really on bodies yet is doing what we call kind of a kneeling board takeoff. So this is kind of one that we're trying to emphasize right now. That first step, you're pushing off that outside leg. So if we were going zone right here, we're staying on our insteps, our knees are tucked, our ankles are flexed. And now we're ready to really fire off that left foot, but we're going to gain ground with our right. So as he's kneeling down, we want to make sure that he's still gaining ground through the board as well as pushing off that outside foot. So he's got his knees ready. He's got his hands ready to fire, and now he can burst through the end of the board. So, again, these are things that as soon as we get out of team tempo, that's the first thing we'll do. We'll do 1s, 2s, and 3s, about 4 plays down the field. And those guys are down there. They've already set the boards up for me. And as soon as I get down there, they're all taking a knee, and we're rolling through the boards as quick as we can because we all know that we don't get enough Indy time. So, making sure that we got everything we can. But this is another one we started incorporating last offseason to really make sure those guys understood their movement patterns of how to press off the outside foot to gain ground. So we'll always go through it zone right and zone left. So you can kind of see Mike there working now to a zone left technique, but he's staying low. I'd like to see him a little bit lower, but again, he just got done with his workout. He was done running. So he was volunteering his time to help me out a little bit, which I'm greatly appreciative for. But you can see, again, I'd like to see his right knee tucked a little bit more, but his left toe's in the ground. It's ready to go. He's pressing, and he's getting good ground off his right foot. So some of our demeanor stuff that we'll do as well. The first one, we just call it demeanor wave. So I'm not really looking for a kick. You can kind of see in his mind he's thinking he needs to kick. But now we're just working a lot of posture. We're trying to get his feet moving. We're trying to get him ready. So one of the first things we'll do is they're stoic. So they're just kind of standing there. And I'll tell them feet. And that's the first thing they do is just start firing their feet. So we're kind of getting their feet moving so they can start feeling their insteps, making sure that their weight is distributed right. And now we're going to start moving them side to side. So I'll be in front of them, either using my fingers or giving them commands verbally. And I'll just tell them left, right, forward, back, whatever it is. So you can kind of see, I'd like to see his arms kind of a little bit more in sync. He's more of a hand guy, which was something that was a habit for him, which I was fine with because I came in when he was a senior. So some things we couldn't really break. But it was something that he was comfortable with, which I was okay with. So, again, you can see his foot fire. Now we're going to start moving. We're going side to side, forward and back, whatever it is. And, again, you always give them a finish point. So there's usually a cone by me or they're bursting all the way through me. So as soon as I tell them finish, there needs to be no wasted movement, and they're bursting through me to finish. Again, this is some more of our movement drills, whether it's warm-up, in season, or post-lift in the off-season that we can do as well. And we'll always work right and left-handed stance for everybody. A lot of times we'll just be squaring this. So you can kind of see them going through it again. Nothing earth-shattering, but again, just little movement skills we're trying to emphasize with good burst and good finish. Now when we go to our demeanor kick, now we're working true pass sets. So we may be true kick and post now. So I'm telling him either kick or post, or I'm pointing. So he's going to kick at an angle, but then he's always going to post and flatten back out. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for them to gain ground on the post and cross the line of scrimmage. I'm looking for them to flatten out that defender as much as possible. So we're working more of a 45-degree angle or a B set. He's got his hands under him. He's got his feet set. and all these guys are going to move just like they need to. So you can do this obviously with multiple guys. You may have your whole starting 5 up there in groups. You may have groups of 3, but as many people as you can get incorporated in a drill, the better off they're going to be, so they're not standing around talking and getting distracted. And with centers, we always work both ways. So the first rep, I'll tell centers work right. Second rep, centers are working left. That way everybody's always working either way, no matter what. Our guards are our guards, tackles are our tackles, but we will flip them during various drills and during practice as well. So you can kind of see a little bit of the differences between just the demeanor wave versus the demeanor kick. One's just more emphasis on our body posture and our feet. Now we're actually working true pass posture. And then I flipped him, and now he's working right, which is uncomfortable for him. But this is something that he's trying to work at the college level as well. So he only played left when I got him. We kept him there. And now he's working some guard. He's working some tackle at the next level. Okay, this was one of our line sets. This is something that we did a lot in college at tackle, emphasizing these guys staying square one. We don't want to see them fade too far away from that line and opening up that B gap at a tackle especially. So some of these young tackles, it's really hard for them to kind of get a vantage point of it. Mike's working more of a true C set, a vertical set right now, maybe a wide rusher. But now he can really push off that up foot, and now he's getting back staying square. You can incorporate a defender out here for him, whatever you want to do. If you want a wide 5, loose 5, true stand-up 9, whatever you want to do. But it gives him also a vantage point. You can even deepen up the defender so he really has to play catch-up. Maybe he's late off the ball. The guy you got this week is a good speed rusher, whatever it looks like. And then giving those guys a finish point. Maybe the ball's gone, so now he's going to go sprint and go cover. So, again, staying square, trying to hug that line as much as possible. Working true kind of C vertical sets as well. You can kind of see we continue working it there as well. I'd like to keep him on the white line. He kind of got offset a little bit, but he was able to kind of get back to where he needed to be there. So he's quick out of his stance. He's still keeping posture. Chest is down. Hands are ready to fire. And he's getting back to his set as quick as possible out of his stance. And it was a little uglier working at the right. But, again, the more that these guys can cross-train positions, the better off they're going to be, because now they can holistically know the offense and know what everybody's doing. And some of those movements become a little bit easier on the other side if they continue to flip. Okay, this was another one that will work. We'll call it kick choppy. So we're still getting out of our set. I'm going to tell them foot fire, tell them kick. Boom, we're going to idle back down. So we're getting our body under control as much as humanly possible. So understanding, boom, if I need to idle down, maybe that edge rusher got out of there. Okay, now I can get back to kind of settling. Now I can find work. But now we're speeding our feet back up. We're settling back down. Always continuing to emphasize a good foot fire. My posture's good. My feet are under me. You can see his weight is distributed very well. Most of the weight's on his right foot. He's able to really drive off that inside foot to continue to gain ground as much as possible. So, again, we haven't touched the defender yet, but all these things, we're seeing good feet. We're seeing good hands. His elbows, I'd like to see a little bit tighter. But, again, it's just little things that we can focus on once we get to this point. So some of these young guys, it's just their movement skills that you're working on as well. Where's your weight? Are you on your insteps? Are you on the balls of your feet? Hopefully not getting on your heels, because we all know how that's going to go. And then obviously overemphasize a knee bend as well, especially in any kind of non-padded environment. The more that you can emphasize knee bend and posture and engaging that core is going to be huge for a lot of young football players. So you can kind of see it again. We kind of sped it up a little bit now. And now he's trying to incorporate some of his hands as well. Okay, this is another one that I like to use in warm-up. This kind of gets them good and greased up and ready for team. But this one, what we're emphasizing is, one, change of direction. But you also want to look at their hip level and how it changes once they get out of that bag. So as he changes direction, is his hip truly going down? is he dropping his hip? Is he able to press off that outside foot as he's changing direction? So I'll give them one whistle. They're getting all the way through the bag, so they know as soon as they get out, 1 foot outside that bag, boom, I'm going to change direction. But now they're listening for my second whistle. So you can kind of see here as he changes direction, there's my second one. You should see his hip drop, and now he's going straight, and he's going to climb to the second level and finish on a back or whatever it is. So you can kind of see we've got different O-linemen, whether it's varsity, JV. We've got tight ends with us at this point in time in the offseason. We're working through. We're foot firing. Boom, we're getting out of there, and we're changing direction, and we're trying to finish with good posture as well. So these are some different things we would do in the offseason last year as well with some of our guys. You can kind of see right here his hip level's not changing as much as I'd like. He's kind of just touching his foot. You want to really see him drive off that outside foot, gaining good ground, and then finishing with good hands and good feet. So we can do this a couple different ways. We can either do it without a defender, which is what we're focusing on right now. You can see big fella right here. He got a lot better with this. He came from a kind of a wing tee offense, so different things that we were doing was very different from him, and he'll be signing next week. But he was an awesome kid, but even his just movement skills overall, we were trying to up some of his. He came to us from a very small school up north in the Midwest, and he moved down here with his family, so we were very fortunate to have him. Now we can still incorporate this. Now we've got a defender. So, again, their finish point is now on the defender. So that defender is going to kind of run up. One thing we do, and I know you're probably looking at the bags, any kind of run fit, I have them hold that bag horizontal because I want to see their hands up and under that bag because it forces them to drop their hips on contact and get under it. Versus if that bag is vertical, their hands can a lot of times get wide and outside, and they're not dropping their hips. They're just kind of hitting the bag. So you can even see right here, he's not doing a very good job of getting his hands under. He's kind of a little bit wide for his aiming point, but we're still seeing a little bit of a hip level change before he makes contact. And now he needs to keep running his feet through contact of the defender and accelerating through. So as soon as that guy goes, he's grabbing the bag, and now he becomes the next defender. So this one tries to become as much rapid fire as you can, again, to get them greased up and they're really emphasizing various things with their feet and their hand and their finish. So, again, you can see him. He's dropping his eyes. He's not so much dropping his hips. He's kind of bending at the waist. And then you've got guys that sometimes don't hold on to the bag, and it's part of it. But he's making good contact, and he's trying to accelerate through. One of our other ones that we'll utilize is learning how to get your hips engaged with your posterior chain like I talked about. So just a med ball hip extension. So we'll all start with our right foot back. That guy's holding the med ball. Our arms are long, and as soon as they hear my whistle, I want to see them accelerate their hips and squeeze through contact. So it's that first initial hit coming off the line of scrimmage. I want to see them really engage. Bam. Okay, now they're popping through that bag. I want to see forcible contact on that med ball. And those guys better protect their chins as much as possible. So you can kind of see the little tight end holding it right there for one of our tackles. He's a pretty explosive kid, and he got better and better as it went on. But we start with our right foot back. Everybody goes right foot. Then we'll come back through, and we'll also do left foot back. So you can kind of see the differences for kids as you're doing it. But that forehead's right on the ball, and their hands are going directly through. You don't want to see their arms really bending here, but it's more just engaging that posterior chain and trying to get them up tall. So we're trying to fix his stance right there at tight end. It was still kind of new for him. But you can see he's trying to do a good job of getting extension all the way through that med ball. Some of those young guys get a little timid when some of those older guys are around. But, again, the ownership part, you know, we're very fortunate where we do have 3 O-line coaches here. So it's me and then 2 assistants as well. But a lot of these older guys, that ownership piece is them helping some of those young guys if maybe we don't see something. Because we are only 3 people. Yeah, we can see a lot, but there may be something that we're missing as we're doing it. So, again, you can kind of see we've rotated feet and things like that. Our next one's going to be our strain drill. So we're staying low. We're in posture. Our hands are squeezed. Our elbows are tight. Now we're going to emphasize staying heavy on the steps. So we don't want to gain too much ground on this, but those guys are having to really stay in that run fit for as long as possible. So each whistle, they're going to get one step. And then once we get to the point that we want to finish, okay, we'll incorporate a finish with a double whistle, and they'll accelerate their hips, they'll glue it to the block, and they'll finish through contact as well on that defender. So the defender becomes super important here because you don't want them giving a ton of ground. But again, minimal contact. Yes, we're on another person, but they're holding a bag, and we're not making them strain a ton. We're not making too much contact with each other versus we're mainly just making contact through that bag. So again, we're trying to work on the angles of our back. I don't mind his angle right here. That's a decent power angle. I'd like to see him maybe up just a little bit. He's probably a little too far forward for me. I'd like to see his shoulders kind of a little bit flatter. His back's a little bit more rounded. That was some of his deficiencies as well, and he worked at it extremely hard, and he actually improved a ton on it. Very strong kid, but also wound very tight. Wasn't very flexible up here and in his hips, but he was a very strong kid. So every kid has some sort of deficiency, just like we all do. And then helping them also work on those things is crucial. I also always put this in here because, like I was talking about, we have some assistants. So this is one of our assistants, one of my good friends here. He played at Midway. He's kind of emphasizing to a kid what it looks like to roll his hips. So I always give him a hard time when we do this, and he's trying to show a kid what it looks like. Hey, glue it to it. So it's fun having those guys around. Now, this one right here.
About 10 minutes, Coach.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. This one is, I think, crucial for a non-contact core strengthening and posterior chain strength for pass protection for young kids. This was one that I was fortunate to learn at Colorado State with Coach Adazio. This was one that he did at Florida for years when they were, winning national championships with Urban Meyer when he had, the Pouncey brothers or Phil Troutwine, who's coaching the O-line at Florida. So we had these 25-pound sandbags at CSU. We had them at K-State as well. This can incorporate everybody. If you don't have a sandbag, have them grab a 10-pound plate or a 25-pound plate. We're fortunate that ours have handles on them, so we're still working their hand placement as well. But right here, the first progression is all we're doing is we're going to work upright. So you can see they're all down in stance. As soon as they hear hit, boom, they're getting up. We don't want to see straight arms. We want to see elbows bent. So you can see Coach Riley and myself are walking around. We're focusing on, where are your knees? Where's your insteps? And then they're just getting reset. So quick out of your stance, but we're going to force that core to fire, force your obliques to fire, and that posterior chain to fire as well, holding that bag for as long as we want you to. So, again, you can kind of see they're upright, good pass posture. We're walking around correcting some of the young guys. Some of these kids had just shown up on campus when we were doing this. I unfortunately don't have this filmed yet for a high school, but these angles that we had in college were perfect for it. So the next progression is going to be now you're working your kick. So you go from an upright, set hit to upright. Now you tell them one hit, one kick. So now we're just working our kick. So they're holding that bag, minimal movement, but now you're gaining ground on that kick. So you may do 2 to 3 kicks, and then you're going to let them reset and shake it out and keep gaining ground with it. So you can kind of see we get to it again where we get set. Now we're working our sandbag kick as well. We're upright. Tell your centers which direction to work first so they can work both. So you can see those guys in the middle, but everybody's working everything they need to keep in posture, now working their kick sets, whether it's a 45-degree angle or if you're a true vertical set team, whatever that looks like. Then you go into your post. So now we're upright to post set. So now we're all working flat. So again, you can kind of see some guys maybe are gaining too much ground across the LOS, which is why it's important to have them on that white line. A lot of guys are a lot flatter, which is good, and that's what you want. You want them flattening out that defender as much as possible. But they're, again, having to hold something. They're having to make their core fire, and they're as well having to make everything be an emphasis in this drill. Now we're going to incorporate both. So now we're going to either tell them it's a kick or a post. So you can see we're all working in unison. As soon as they hear the commands, now they can move and they can set. So we go from our upright, and you're telling them post, and then giving them a set command or a hit command or a whistle. But they're having to now focus on what they're doing, driving off whichever foot. Where's my weight distributed? Is the bag at my sternum level, which is where you want your hands anyway? You can see some kids are trying to incorporate a punch. We're not focusing on that so much as we are just the overall movement and making sure you're staying square, driving off that foot, gaining good ground. So we've got our centers right here working their right. So we're in a slide, or excuse me, their left. So they're working slide left right now. And then our opposite side is in their man sets. So then we come back, we reset. We're doing it again. Now our centers are working slide right. So first guy in line, he's working a little too deep. He's working too much of a vertical set for a center. He should be a little bit more to 45. But you can see a lot of these kids are doing a good job of driving off that inside foot. And then once they go back to their post, they do a good job of flattening everything back out. Some guys are working a little bit vertical. Some young guys, some of the older guys are too. But we should have flipped them around, but this morning we just didn't have enough room to go out on the field. So everybody knows kind of the O-line, you kind of get whatever space you get. So you got to kind of make it work. Some other things we incorporate with this is now we work a release. So we're working our upright to our kick and post. Then towards the end, when we tell them release, you'll see here in a second, they'll drop the bag, and then they're taking 2 to 3 kicks, and then they're settling back, and they should be walking their feet. So we would tell them walk their feet instead of foot fire because we want it a little bit slower. We want them to feel the pass posture. So you can kind of see down here, number 54, you can see he's working his insteps. He's feeling his feet. Where's his weight distributed? So now you're dropping that weight, and now it's quick to a spot. Bam, bam, bam. Now settle. And they should all be walking their feet a little bit more. Keeping that posture, we may be walking around, correcting some kids or emphasizing some things with guys as well. So we go back to it. We're working our post, our kick, whatever it might be. As soon as they hear release, the bags go, and now you're getting back to a spot as quick as possible. Holding posture, feeling where your insteps are, where's my weight. So you can kind of see, you can go full groups, or now we've got some young guys up. We're in spring, but we didn't want to be heavy contact at this point. So now we're going to work our foot fire. So you can see Coach Riley tell them feet, and now they're going to start getting into a kick. So he's giving them directions. You obviously want to be in front of them. Now we're going to flatten the post. Kick. Now we're going to post. Now when he tells them to finish, our finish point was 3 bull hops. So you can see these kids now as they get into their bull hop, squeeze the bag, squeeze their elbows, and now you're seeing their hips engage as well. So we've incorporated multiple things with our pass protection now, utilizing a 10 or a 25-pound weight that's forcing these guys to engage different muscles than maybe we would in just an indie drill. So now we're going 4 people. So they're all working slide left. You can see a lot of different young guys. This is their first spring with us. So these were things that we were trying to really emphasize with them. Some guys are hopping a little too much. They're not driving off that foot and gaining ground. You can kind of see the differences in some of the older guys versus some of the younger guys. But again, they're working kicks and post. Coach Riley likes to walk. Sometimes it was hard for some of these guys outside to see him. So we'd have to remind him, or if we switched that day, I'd try to stay in front of all of them as much as possible. But he's one of the best in the game, and I'm never going to complain about spending 2.5 years with that guy. I know that. So, again, you can kind of see we're working our kick and our post. And then once he tells them finish, we should get 3 bull hops, seeing their hips and everything squeeze, and emphasizing that finish point as well. So, but man, guys, let me go back to this last one. Sorry, I apologize. It's just got my contact info and everything on it. You know, if you guys need anything, I put my Twitter handle on there. That's my school email right there. Please reach out to me. Again, if you have any questions, if I can help you with anything, And the guys, I'm young, I'm 30. So I'm still looking to learn and connect with people as much as possible. I know the O-line world is extremely special, but that's my contact info right there. If you guys ever need anything, please let me know. So, man, I appreciate it, Coach Tatum. Thank you guys as well. And, man, I hope I could help somebody today. You know, that's all that matters. So appreciate you,
man.
Coach.
I appreciate you. I do that drill. I need to incorporate the weight to it. But yeah, I absolutely love that. Appreciate it, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Coach Fryer and Coach Roble, y'all want to go ahead and start sharing, guys, and do some housekeeping stuff. Guys, again, to join the Dome Hats giveaway, make sure that you go and let me pull it up. Hold on. Make sure that you go and you DM me how long you've been rocking with us. Appreciate y'all. There you go. It's right there. How long you've been rocking with us. DM me how long you've been following us on X and YouTube in order to get into the Dome Hat giveaway. And with that said, Coach, pull up. There's your presentation. Appreciate it, Coach.
Sounds good. Can you hear me all?
Yeah, I got you.
Perfect. Well, hey, I just want to say first and foremost, thanks a lot for having me, Coach. This is really a great opportunity. Let me pop my camera open. Sorry. What we're going to talk about today is counter tray. I'm going to go through a couple of things. I'm joined by Sam Roble. He and I are partners in crime at Rosemont High School, 6A school in the suburban Twin Cities area in Minnesota. First and foremost, I mean, one of the things I wanted to talk about really is, look, counter tray is my play. I've run it in multiple systems at multiple high schools. I love the play because of what it gives you. You can basically run it off of any system, off of any play scheme that you're countering off of, and I've found great success with it in different places. So I'm going to spend a little time talking about counter tray. Sam's going to do some color commentary as we go through. And I'm just going to kick off first by talking about kind of my origin story, because I think a couple of other coaches have shared theirs. I'd like to share my own just because I think it helps to hear other people's story. First thing I just wanted to say is I had a very unconventional path to coaching. I started out as a soldier. I spent 20 years in the Army. As an Army officer. I'm not a teacher. I'm a defense professional, which is a very vague term for a bunch of stuff I've done in the world of military and defense work for my day job. And then at the tail end of my military career, I started my coaching career. One thing I think is important, I actually started high school coaching at 34 years old. I'm 60 now. So it adds up to about 26 seasons of being involved in some way. I was off the sidelines for 2 years because I had a job in Washington, D.C., and I did sort of basically quality control for a team during that time. Also, shout out to the European folks we got joining us here. Wasn't a college football player, was a high school wing T offensive lineman, and then did play one season for the Monheim Sharks in 1991 and what was then the Bundesliga of German-American football. So football's worldwide, and I knew that I always wanted to get into coaching. So that additional playing experience in Europe was invaluable to me. The Army's really influenced a lot in the way I approach coaching, and you'll see actually as we talk about implementing the counter tray that I really believe in kind of the individual group team sort of approach to building both a scheme and a system, and have done that sort of all the way through my career, 5 high schools, 3 states. I was a head coach for 10 seasons in 2 programs in 2 different states, one in Pennsylvania, Boiling Springs, Pennsylvania, and then in Red Wing, Minnesota, locally, where I'm talking to you from as well. But more importantly, I was an O-line coach in 4 of those 5 programs that I was involved in. And look, offensive line's been the heart of my coaching experience. It's sort of what I call my position pedigree, and it's where my offensive philosophy comes from. And all the things that coaches have talked about it being a team within a team, and the requirement to have a culture within the team's culture are extremely important, and that's something that Coach Roble and I actually work on every day at Rosemont High School. So yeah, I think two other things I wanted to point out in the origin story, and then I'll move on. One, because I've been around a while and been at so many places, I've been in a lot of systems. And I think the one thing that's important, offensive systems, the one thing that's important in being in all those offensive systems is that you're always able to borrow, no matter how different those systems might be, you're always able to borrow and bring forward things from those previous experiences and incorporate them in the things you do now. So I'm always looking for new ways to solve old and new problems, and I'm really always looking to borrow from others. I got to tell you, I've already got a notebook full of ideas from y'all as we've gone through. So thanks for that. And then the important sidebar, and someone brought this up. I mean, I think coaching offensive line, one thing that's really important, I've had the great fortune, I guess, or maybe the chaos of having to coach two positions in 3 of my 5 school experiences where we flipped sides of the ball during practice. So I've coached both offensive and defensive line predominantly, but I've also coached in a bunch of defensive systems. And actually knowing the defensive scheme, position responsibilities, and techniques that defensive players are going to employ is really important, I think, as you're coaching your own players on the offensive line. So just a little bit on sort of my background, but I think the key things on that are sort of individual, group, and team training. Bring your lessons forward from all your previous experiences and learn from others. And also, specifically as it relates to the offensive line, do know the defense, because it's very important. Couple of things about our philosophy in building an offensive line. I heard this already. I want to emphasize it. Start with every man a center. Identify as many people that can snap the ball effectively, take their steps, and do what's required inside your offensive system is really important. Center is the quarterback of the offensive line. He's got to be your multitasker. Maybe I'd even argue maybe your smartest player in the offensive line. The center should know the what and why of every play. He should be able to actually coach his teammates through every situation by identifying a defensive scheme in front of them and how our rules apply to that scheme. Stable, reliable, consistent, and hopefully with experience. I really like to also have a center that can actually play other positions, and I also like I like never to actually replace a center in a game if you lose a center for whatever reason. I don't like to replace the center from someone cold on the sidelines. I'd rather have one of my guys just slide down, take over at center, which goes back to this every man is center. Guards, they're the nasty brawler finishers on the offense. I equate them to heavyweight wrestlers. They have to dominate the messy middle. The center and the guards, to me, are what use a military term. They're the no penetration line. They're kind of a gap, zero technique, a gap players as far as what they have to contend with. And their most dangerous guy that they generally have to deal with, or their toughest challenge to me, is a 2-eye in the play side A gap. Tackles, most athletic offensive linemen. My sort of athletic equivalent of that is the offensive power forward. They're big, nasty, and athletic. Coach Roble will attest to this. There's one kid this year in particular that we identified as the master of the universe. The reason I use that term, though, is tackles have to do a lot of stuff. They got to pull. They clearly got to hold the edge, and also they're very key. They're key to the backside of the play many times. And so we always rely on our tackles to do a lot of scooping underneath, some cutting, and those kind of skills. Actually mastering all those skills together gives them that master of the universe kind of moniker. Their most dangerous guy, I mean, the one I think they have the toughest challenge with most of the time is that 4-eye backside play side B gap player. And then tight end, I will selfless guy, block then rock, right? We in our system rely on our tight ends to be that, for lack of a better term, tackle extra, the extra guy in the blocking scheme. But they also have to be an offensive unicorn. They got to make every block. They have to run every kind of route, and they really make a lot of messy catches in traffic. So they have to be able to do that. And then their most dangerous man, of course, is the C gap player. Any C gap player they have to contend with. Now, we talk about, I used to say this every time we go into a game and in a game huddle, fierce, precise, and violent is what we want in our athletes. Sam, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that.
Well, I would just add that, especially in our summer programs and sort of the start of fall camp, we try to have just an offensive line group. Try to keep away from saying, okay, you're going to be a center, you're going to be a guard, you're going to be a tackle. Want to make sure that our guys are smart players, capable players that can fill in anywhere. And so, although we do have these ideas of what these players will be and where they'll finish, we want to give them a chance to show us what they have from a clean slate, and also, help them understand that we're going to need two guards. So if you're a guy who can be a guard, even if you think you're a tackle, be the guy that can play on a Friday night, not where you want to play, but where you want to be is on the field. So that's where you want to be. You're not a tackle or a guard. You're an offensive lineman, ready to be the next guy up.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So, look, we took on, it's my first year at Rosemont. I was at Farmington High School prior to that for a year, and then I was off the sidelines for a while. But this was the advantage of this year for the entire staff, I think, to bond, is that this was our first year running full flex bone veer system. We traveled to Harding University to learn their system. We incorporated it. We flipped a 1-8 team in 2024 to an 8-2 team in 2025. Perennial, great perennial program that had just a down season the year before, but taking on this new offense really made a difference. You see our rushing yards, rushing average, rushing yards per carry, and then that fourth down conversion statistic I think is really important. This idea that the offensive line really has to take on board that they're not going to be denied on fourth down is a really important part of our mantra and ethos, and you can see we had a high percentage there. I think before I go into the counter tray as a scheme, the one thing I wanted to talk about is counter tray in our system was really born by accident or out of necessity. We were all familiar with the play. We all knew the play, but we were running another kind of counter that we had actually gotten from Harding that wasn't actually producing the kind of results in season that we wanted it to produce. And so really, I say by necessity, we had to figure something out. And by accident was that we had our 1v1s, offense versus defense running. We had our offense running scout against our defense, and we ran counter tray, an opponent's play against our defense. And in practice, as a scout team, started having great success with it using the opponent's version of it, and then we just adapted the opponent's version of counter tray to our system, incorporated it, and actually ended up having really great success with it. So we go next. Just as we call it GAT, not counter tray in our system, guard and tackle, meaning guard and tackle pull. I think that's sort of that's born of the fact that we also we run the very common version in G that everybody's familiar with. So because we have G, we just added the AT and added GAT to separate the difference between the plays. I really want to give a shout out to GoArmyEdge.com. I really actually met more than huddle many times, rely on that for my drawn up scheming. If you know GoArmyEdge.com, it's a program put out by the United States Army. It actually gives you both a way to see a 2D and a 3D version of your plays, and I really like it. I drew this up, the GAT play here, 17 to the left, 18 to the right. I drew it up here to show you commonly, because we're a flex bone veer team, we got a lot of 6-man front this year, and so I drew this up specifically in kind of the 6-man front to show you how we handle it. Wouldn't matter what front it is because the rules are the same. And you'll see in the clips that I show you, you'll see that it's this same kind of front that we actually end up running the play against. And quite frankly, it was kind of the front we saw very commonly, specifically as the season went on and we were running midline veer, et cetera, quite successfully. So just a picture right now. But I'll go into the rules next. Sam, on the origin of the play and kind of, the things I just talked about. Do you have any comment on that?
No, just that we're trying to utilize. We have some athletes that present us with some new possibilities. They have different skill sets than athletes that we've had previously in years, and so this was a great example of us, sort of having pie in our face, thinking we knew better, and then seeing our athletes out on the field and realizing that we need to make a change. And they helped us do that.
Yeah, thanks. So O-line assignments on GAT, very, very simple play. I call it one of the best, simplest plays on paper, but probably one of the toughest plays in timing execution in football. But for our wide tight end, their rule is down, play side tackle is down, play side guard is down, center is down. Backside guard is pull kick. Backside tackle, I added an extra B in there, my apologies. Backside tackle is pull wrap. I'll talk a little bit about those techniques later, but again, you see the graphic: Y down, tackle down, guard down, center down, and then you have the backside guard and the backside tackle pulling. One thing, Sam and I've been talking about, or I brought up with Sam is, and again, kind of reinforcing this lifelong learning idea, is I'm exploring the follow technique a little bit. That quite frankly I learned from Mouse McNally on X. It's a way for the backside guard and the backside tackle to adapt and root. If you have a hard squeeze outside edge player that kind of disappears into the mix when the backside tackle's pulling, you have the opportunity potentially to have that backside guard bypass the hard squeeze and wrap or kick the second level force player, and then have the backside tackle actually clean up behind them, and they basically reverse roles. It's something we're looking into. It's just I wanted to bring it up kind of as an interesting point in counter trace, since it's my favorite play, and I'm always trying to figure out how to run it better. So let me pull up some clips real quick to show you this, and stop screen share, and then I'm going to go to screen share and get you up on the next one, which are the clips. I think there we go. Share. All right. So here we go on. I'm going to pull this up on my screen and get us to this play, and then go full screen. 1 second. So this first one just is an example of us running it, but not necessarily running it super great. Get about 4 yards on it, right? But I think the backside of this, tells us some lessons on how to run this well. Let me actually go back, show you a closer view. Still decent gain, but not exactly what we want. And I think the backside shows you this a little bit. If you don't mind, I actually like going through it click by click. Let me fast forward just a little bit. There we go. So I think one of the keys to this play, actually, and if anybody wants to talk about our funky stances, we adopted those from Harding, and we can talk about that, or I can talk offline on it later. But one of the keys to this play is this down block right here. And I think that this down block by the Y right here is really important. And we really worked on that hard throughout the season to get that right. But you'll see the kind of problems it causes you if you don't get that down block right. What we like is a flat step by all the down blockers, flat down the line of scrimmage, head across. Aim point for the inside foot is the inside leg right here, and then the backside hip for the backside foot. Sometimes we haven't, it doesn't matter, tight end tackle, that doesn't happen the way you want it. But what you like to see is this straight down movement right here. You see down, 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 and then down by the center to the backside to seal off this, and then of course this is that's your kick out guy right there. So we get that first movement, but we don't get a great step here by the tackle, right? You want that tackle to be coming down. We don't want the space in here, but you'll see how it plays out. Tight end doesn't get his head across, causes a little bit of problem. This is where I was talking about that follow technique a little bit, that you might be able to offset this. But you do get a great block by the guard right here. Tackle is trying to deal with a little bit of messiness right here, but does get around for the wrap, right? Breaks down, and we got a pretty nice gain out of that. This next one is a better example. And a much bigger gain. I think you'll see this is the way we really want to run this play. You know, this play went for 95 at a point during the season. We had a 95-yard touchdown run on this play, but this one, you know, really decent run gain. And when you see the end zone cam shot, you'll see why. So again, I like to kind of click through it to show the ballet that's involved in this, right? So again, we really want, and this kid's a sophomore, really good kid. We want to get a flatter step down the line of scrimmage right here to get across. But again, you have everybody coming across. Likewise, the tackle or the guard here should be taking a flatter step. But we're getting the job done, and we get everybody walled off like we want, and this is what I like about this play. We want a devastating shoulder block, kick out block, as you see here by the guard. This kid's about 320 pounds. He's one of our nasty brawlers that I talked about at guard. Get a good block here. Tackle is a little too, if you go back a little bit, tackle should be rubbing butts around. He should be right tight on the backside of the tight end here, so he doesn't have any space for the defender. Right here, he's creating some space for the defender, as you can see right here, to get in. We don't want any space for the defender. We want the tackle tight around here, so he's catching the defender as he comes through. But he does get the job done. He breaks down. He breaks down, doesn't strike like wanted to necessarily in a run of speed, but he does an effective job, and we get a good downfield run right there. So I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to go back to my slides because I got a couple more things to talk about. And then I will stop screen. Okay. And let me go ahead and screen share. Screen share. Yep. Window. Going back to my slides now. Share. Okay. So a couple things about am I sharing? You guys got me right. Okay. So this is a typical Monday for us, and I think what's important about this, and quite frankly, I really appreciate the help of people showing all their drills. But this shows you a typical Monday from tight end to tackle for our approximately. This demonstrates about 30 minutes of speed lines in Indy time. But what you see is we always start on the sled. We have a very regimented shoot cycle that we go through that focuses really on our veer play, and our boards as well focus on base block, down blocks, etc. Then we work on our scoops and cuts for the backside. But then we have this drill called the YBR, the Yellow Brick Road. I'm the one who brought it. You can use this for G, GAT, or counter tray and trap. I'm going to talk about it for counter tray next. But this is kind of the bread and butter of how we get our work done. We have 2 of these sessions basically every week, and then we have more pod sessions that are kind of group sessions with the running backs on the other practice days of the week. And those pod sessions actually really get us a lot of reinforcing skills, especially on trap, midline, things like that. But the YBR, the Yellow Brick Road, is the one we use quite a bit for counter tray, G, and trap.
About 7 minutes, Coach.
Yep, got it. Thank you, Coach. So really quickly, Yellow Brick Road, here it is. It's just a series of cones. If you look right here, here's the Yellow Brick Road right here, and what that shows you is kind of where we want the defense, and it provides the path for the backside tackle. The B's here are for bags. You can put bags anywhere. You can put humans with bags anywhere in this drill, or you can do it completely on air. But you line your offense up. You call the play left and right. You see here, you can put the tight end on any side, or you put two tight ends on, and you just keep calling them left or right. But the bottom line is they execute their flat down step to 45, flat to 45, flat to 45, flat to 45 for the play side players. Backside, you open into the line of scrimmage, rub butts down the line of scrimmage, and you take this bag inside out for the kick out, and the tackle needs to stay on the path where these play side players end up, which we want them to end up right here. This backside tackle stays on that path around their backside. And then we have a bag here that presents on the other side of the yellow brick road for the tackle to actually break down, strike, and run through, right? The reason we have bags out here is we found that sometimes our play side guard would be presented with a target that's deeper. So en route, he has to actually adjust his path to hit his kick out guy when wherever he presents himself. And our rule right now, even though you can bypass the way we run our counter tray with it going to a wing back so deep, we have a when in doubt kick him out rule for our guard. I know some other people run counter tray where it hits a little tighter. Will actually tell their kick out guy to bypass somebody who's too deep because the running back will run underneath. But that YBR drill really is kind of a bread and butter drill for us. Coach, you got anything on that?
For our down blocks, we want to get those guys quickly to a cone, and for the duration of the drill, they're going to get to the cone and break down. Then we can have guys, either players watching them, or me or Coach Fryer will watch them to see is their pad level good, is their hip level good. We want to have their feet chopping the entire time on that drill. And then, yeah, like Coach Fryer said, with those blue cones, those are going to be guys with bags. There's 3 on each side, but we only put 1 bag out there. You wouldn't have 3 guys, just to clarify that point.
Yep, fair enough. That's why I got the asterisks on them, by the way. Thanks, Coach. You're right. I should have made that clearer. And then lastly, I just wanted to say, like I've been in a lot of systems. That's what I said up front. I've run counter tray different ways. This is not how we run it, but this is, I've also run counter tray out of the pistol and back to a wing. You see on the left here, you run counter tray to a wing, coming back, our H back. This is in a different system. I ran this, and you're basically handing off to the wing back, but you have this happens to be counter tray D. You have a dig route here that's an RPO where you're reading this overhang player and how he's playing. You can always throw the RPO. And likewise, I run tray bubble, where you bubble the A back, you read the backside force player. You read the backside force player, and then you throw a bubble behind it. So there's a lot of ways to run this play, but that's just a rundown on how we run it. And that's all I got, Coach. I appreciate the time. You guys are awesome. At the beginning of my slides, if I can go back real quick, at the beginning of my slides, you can get me at Coach Fryer on X if you need to get a hold of me. I appreciate everybody's time. It's been awesome.
Yeah, man, I appreciate both of you guys coming on, and this is the first time I've ever had 2 coaches go at the same time and help each other. So that was awesome, man. I appreciate GT is my favorite play, so I appreciate y'all going through that.
Cheers. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Yeah. All right, guys. Before I bring on Coach Rosen, I got about 2 minutes. We do this fast. We are going to give away. So if you're wondering what the heck is this giveaway, make sure you go on to X or Facebook and DM me how long you've been following us on Twitter or YouTube. Just DM me, hey, Coach, blah, 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 this amount of time. Or just give me a story you found us. And I'll put you in on this giveaway. Okay, we've already given away 1 hat. Coach Butler won a hat. And so we're going to spin again to see who wins a dome hat. Coach Treadwell, I will be DMing you with a screenshot of what hats are available, and I will make sure I get that to you. But I appreciate everybody that has submitted. But if you haven't, make sure that you go and you DM me, and we'll make sure we get that to you. But without further ado, Coach Rosen, what's going on, my man?
What's going on, Coach? How are you?
Yep. Good. You've already shared your screen. I love it. Yeah, I got you. You're a little delayed, but it is what it is. If you want to go ahead and everything's shared, I'm going to go ahead and back out. You got it.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, starting out, was supposed to talk inside zone this morning, but had some technical difficulties with that presentation. Apparently it was corrupt. So we're going with counter variations, RPOs, and gap scheme fundamentals. So luckily I had another one ready to roll. So let's go ahead and get into it. So first and foremost, I'm Colby Rosen. I'm the offensive line coach at Spring Hill High School in Longview, Texas. Before I came here, I coached for a year at Blue Ridge High School, which is north of McKinney, if any of you guys are familiar with the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Prior to that, I was at Kilgore, which is another East Texas town. It's about 10 minutes from Longview, where I'm at right now. Was there for 6 years, and then 3 years prior to that, I was coaching down at Porter High School in Houston. But like I said, now I'm at Spring Hill High School in Longview, and been rocking and rolling here. So just go ahead and get into it. You guys buckle up. I got a lot of stuff. I'm going to fly through it. All right, so why counter? All right, so counter creates a numbers advantage in the box, stresses modern coverage structures, adds hats to the point of attack, and gets your bigs moving. It exploits fast flow and over pursuing defenses, creates angles and leverage on blocks for your offensive line. It's extremely versatile and marries well with different personnels, formations, motions, pullers, all your variations of counter. Easy to teach, hard to defend. Everything's rule-based on the front side. Really the only thing that changes is your backside, who's pulling, exchanging responsibilities on stuff depending on defensive alignment. But clear rules for your O-line, and if those guys have clear rules up front, they're not thinking, they're playing fast. That's always in the offense's favor. Multiple options, same techniques, just like I just said. Same as teaching, just change pullers, not rules. Changes the fit, adds gaps with pullers. So that's difficult on defenses. And then there's built-in answers for odd, even, stack, bear, and different pressures. That and it's a downhill attitude run, and our identity as an offense, we want to be physical. So if the guys are playing fast, not thinking, we're coming off the football, we're getting movement on first level to second level. That's what we need. So our gap runs, spread formations don't eliminate physical run game. So we'll get 3x1, 2x2, even empty, and run the quarterback. Quarterback power, whatever. So just because we're in a 10 personnel package and formation doesn't mean we're not going to have a physical run game. To mix up from zone schemes, we're heavy inside zone as well. Same as for the defense, make the running back action match the zone run. Multiple backfield actions, alignment, and personnels. So your tendency breakers. So if you're a guy, a play caller that you're comfortable running, split zone out of this, hey, come back and run, GH counter out of it. If you're in 20, or 21 personnel and you want to run gap scheme and you've been heavy zone, hey, you can run it out of that. The backside of zone scheme is the front side of gap scheme. So if you think about it, if you're running inside zone, your backside tackle and your backside guard are comboing that 3 technique to -1 backer. Essentially, that's the exact same thing they're doing on the front side of gap scheme. Their first step and landmark changes a little bit, but schematically, they're doing the exact same thing. Again, attitude play, aggressive at the point of attack, downhill run. Pullers can attack ends. That's a better matchup, putting a 280-pound kid on a DN, than putting a back on him. Easy to add wrinkles, options, relief throws, and free access throws. And answers for aggressive box fits. And the goal with that, force the defense to defend width, hit them with downhill runs. Make them play in space and have to defend space, and then just get north-south on them. Make defenders wrong with pulls, reads, and spacing. Defined entry point for the ball carrier, as all you guys know, following pullers, control players with reads. So I like to call it dude control. So if you got, if you're trying to game plan against, a defense that's got a war daddy across the ball from you, and you don't feel really, too kicked in the rear end to match up your 5'10", 195-pound tackle on him, read him. It's undefeated. Make him wrong. Quick, easy reads for your quarterback runs, bash runs, RPOs. Easy to add misdirection, sweep action, jet motion, and eye candy. I'm big on pre-snap movement, keeping run game, our base run game, but, adding some window dressing to it. That's motions are a lot easier to teach than a new play, so just dress up what you got. Best run action passes have pullers, great for show protections and boot. So, waggling guards. So it's essentially the same thing, but he's just setting up in protection. And then goal is force linebackers to overfit, hit vertical seams. Let's see, moving on. All right, our core gap runs. So our primary concepts are power counter. So we go GT, GY out of 21 and 11 personnel, GH out of 21 and 20, which H, we always refer to it as GF. Previous schools I was at, GH has been kind of a curveball, but I've kind of jumped on the GH train, just guard and fullback. So it's your sniffer. Power read, so quarterback gets involved, jet motion's involved. Common traits, down blocks on the front side create the wall. Pullers provide kick out, wrap, insert, added gaps for defenses to defend, like we were talking about a minute ago. Back presses downhill immediately. So I teach gap runs by rules and principles, not by play names. Players can execute anywhere in any system. So if you rule everything, again, that takes out the thinking up front for the big guys. That allows them to play fast. If they know, I'm usually a right tackle, and now somebody went down and I got to play guard, and we're playing against a 4-down and I got a 3 technique on me and we're running GH counter to my side. Hey, I know my primary gap's my backside gap. I'm covered play side. I'm building a combo with the play side tackle. And we know the point backer and the first thing in or outside of C gap on the call side is accounted for. So our combo is pushing to -1 from the point. Everything is rule based. And that'll change depending on the defense's alignment, but that falls back under the umbrella of these are our gap scheme rules. If O-line understands the concept, terminology doesn't matter. So kind of going back into, if those guys up front understand what they're doing, then, you're playing fast and you're being physical up front. So just by the numbers, the past 6 years or so, I'm not going to read through all of them, but you can see we've been heavy counter, all different variations, running the quarterback, running back, obviously, pulling tight ends, guards, tackles, even, trucking with the center and some stuff. But, we've had success offensively running gap scheme and gap RPOs. Specifically in 23 and 24, we were really, really good at it. We had a really good senior class, and we had 62 carries for over 10 yards. So, you call what you're comfortable with and what the kids are good at. And for us, that's been counter. Wide gap runs from spread formations, forces a lighter box, forces DBs to fit gaps and tackle running backs downhill. I'd put my money on a 185-pound back versus, a little pencil neck kid coming in and box fit and playing run. That's just me. So I take that one-on-one matchup in our favor. Creates conflict defenders for RPOs, quarterback runs, and play action shots. When you detach receivers and remove tight ends from the core of the formation, defenses are usually forced to walk backers out. So there's your lighter box right there, and then declare their coverage early. So you're forcing them to show their hand. Gap scheme's good because you get angles and numbers, especially at the high school level. That's why you see so many schools kind of leaning on it, because your guys up front aren't good enough to hold up and, just one-on-one base blocks with guys. So if you can utilize angles, that's going to work out better for you and your personnel. So you're putting those kids in the best position possible to be successful. Double teams climb cleaner instead of fighting trash like in zone schemes. So since you've got angles, you're getting more movement. It's a cleaner path to, whoever it is you're comboing to. D-line is wider. So if they see, light personnel, more times than not, they're going to pin them back and try to give you some sort of pass rush, especially if it's, second long, third down, whatever that is. They're kind of removing themselves from the core of the formation. Second level defenders are flatter. Pullers get clean pull paths and clear entry points because lighter box, there's less hats running around that you got to sort through. So there's your, your cleaner entry point for your pullers. That's why GT, power read, bash reads hit fast from spread looks, just because it's a lighter box and it's getting downhill quicker. Gap runs demand vertical fits, physical downhill play, precise gap integrity. Spread defenses are built for horizontal stretch, zone fits, pattern matching, not shock and shed. When you hit them with pullers, safeties become run fitters. DBs forced to tackle backs. Linebackers hesitate because RPO threats. They don't want to be wrong. So you're getting those guys kind of playing back on their heels a little bit. And with the hesitation, that creates creases. So, that's where you can puncture a defense is when guys are hesitating on their fits and, you get that split second of daylight and you can stick your foot in the ground and get north-south. Formations dictate defensive rules. Spread sets let you identify coverage, control overhangs, and isolate weak defenders. You can run the same gap play from 2x2, trips, empty, 20 personnel stuff, sniffer, your H-back looks, moving him around, pistol, sidecar, split back, whatever variation backfield you want. Could be the Brennan Marion, go-go stuff. A lot of that stuff's cute, but you can get creative with, your backfield looks. Defense has to adjust every time, and you don't. So it's got built-in answers and fewer bad plays. Traditional gap runs get numbers, gives defenses number problems. Gap RPOs give you runs versus light box, like we were talking about, throws versus heavy fit. Keep versus crashing in. So if you got a heavy, squeeze and spill team, you can use that to your advantage. Tag a quarterback run. Throw a take route backside off of whatever you want to do. You're always right if the quarterback executes the read correctly. So you automatically have an out. If you tag something, or even if you're, in hurry up and you've got, gas tags and the kids know, hey, we're running GH counter this way, but, the tight end's got, a pop route, just for instance, they know, hey, we've got essentially 2 plays built into one, and you can even get 3 plays and kind of a triple option kind of deal if you want to get real cute with it. But that's a conversation for another day. Fits modern personnel. Spread gap schemes don't require dominant inline tight ends. Lets athletic guards pull. So, more times than not, you're not going to have, a 4 or 5 star kid playing guard for you. You're going to have, the 5'9", 290-pound kid that plays trombone in the band playing guard for you. So, it helps out the less gifted athletes. Then your lighter kids can move in space and run, and it's just all around better for high school kids. It fits personnel better. Help average linemen with angles. Again, helps know your personnel. If you got guys that can't match up in one-on-one base blocks with defensive linemen, hey, down block. We'll combo them. Whatever that is. Let them block with angles. Let your best athletes be the conflict solver. So if they've got a guy that you can't block, let your athlete, be the conflict solver for the conflict defender. So in a nutshell, spread formations create space, gap schemes attack space vertically, and RPOs punish hesitation. Play side rules. So getting into the nuts and bolts of it. So backside gap away from call is my priority gap. So if I'm covered, I'm looking to build a combo with the play side adjacent uncovered. If I'm uncovered, I'm looking to build a combo with the backside adjacent covered. So either ends of the spectrum on that. Kick out will be the first thing in or outside of C gap. So a 6 technique or wider. Could be a DN, could be an outside linebacker. Whatever it is, if it's the first thing in C gap, tackle nose, front side, he's not touching it. That's going to be the kick out. Backside rules. Center, his priority gap's backside A gap, so he can choke or back block a 1, 2, or 3 technique versus an even. So his uncovered rule, he's going backside. Back to the rule-based everything. If he's covered, he knows he's building his combo with the play side uncovered. So a mint, odd stack. If he's covered in a bear, he knows he's covered. So my help's coming from the play side. Build combo on those with play side guard. Working a -1 from the ID. That can change depending on the front side ends alignment, into a stack or an odd front. but more times than not, they know they're working to the backside inside backer. Backside guard's the first puller, so he's got the front side kick out. Second puller on power, he knows he's the wipe for the ID, so he's skip pulling, staying square, inserting, hopefully a gap. Hopefully we get that much movement on the front side and he can, have a quicker insert. Backside tackle, he's the second puller, so GT, he would be the wipe for the ID. If not, if you're running GH, he's the gap hinge or B2C backside. Watching for backside penetration, run through B gap. He's kind of an insurance guy. Hey, I'm stepping down into B gap, make sure it's clean. I'm hinging open, I'm backside contained. So again, if GH or GY counter, that's, your tackle's backside insurance guy. Front side combos continue. It's a focal point of the play. So you have to get movement on that front side down. The play's dead if we get beat. So if you get stalemated, there's a chance that your back's not going to be able to bounce it and get outside. So it's you better get some movement on that front side combo block because all eyes are on you. I tell mine it's a Broadway block. All eyes on you. So 600 pounds on 300 pounds. If we can't get movement with 2-on-1, I'm not doing my job correctly. So I have to go back to the drawing board on that. But huge emphasis on that front side combo. Vertical displacement on the front side, down defender, deliver the down to the backer. So that goes back into I've got to get movement on the front side. Hey, take his butt to the backside backer. We're not getting split and both coming off, and leaving a guy on block because we're worried about the backer. We're taking care of one before we take care of two. So we're going to move him, expect scrape. So it's a 4-eye combo, 2-hand combo, whatever you want to call it. You got 4 eyes out, 2 hands on. If he plays over the top, play side guy can come off. If he back plugs, inside guy can come off and front side guy overtakes it down. Alert for linebacker tails pre-snap, so get your eyes up. So, mugging backers, if they're showing, cross blitz, switch under, depth of the backer, spacing. If they've been in over front all night and then suddenly they go to double threes and they bump those backers in A gaps, something's coming. If it looks and smells like a rat, it's probably a rat. Prepare for movement pre and post snap. A 3 can become a 1 very quickly and vice versa. So just because, you've got a 3 technique on the front side and you got your tackle coming with you, hey, that guy can spike and cross my face and play A gap and they can bring pressure into B gap. So I've got to be ready for that guy to cross face and I've got to become the 2-hand guy. Footwork should prepare us for power. So whole foot in the ground. So I tell my guys to grab ground. So I got my weight on my insteps, my ankles outside of my knees, and I'm striking the ground. Down shoulder blow delivery, and then start the party. Take them for a ride. Take the down to the lap of the linebacker. Front side technique versus an odd. So your play side tackle, if he's got a 6 technique, or what some of you guys may call a 5. So if he's got a defender on his outside shoulder, he knows he's scraping for -1 from the point. Where that changes is if he gets a head up 5 technique, we make a hawk in call because a 5 technique by rule is not a C gap defender. Your C gap defender would be the outside linebacker on the call side. That would end up being your kick out. So with a 4-eye or a 5 technique, we're going to hawk in call it. So the front side tackle's basing the 5 or the 4. Still emphasizing trying to get movement. If that's lateral movement, that's fine, but we can't allow front side penetration. Then same thing with a 4 technique. Hey, front side tackle's got it. Backside guard will kick the next wide. Your play side guard. So if you got a 6 technique, he knows he's full down on the 0 or whatever that is. Covering the center. So he's got a down block. 0 shade nose. If movement into backside A across the center's face, he's on his vertical track to -1 from the point. So he knows, hey, I'm setting my track with my first step. If I see color to me, I'm getting a hat on it. If color's away, I'm not chasing. I'm getting vertical and I'm climbing. The center's got it. 5 technique. So if you got a front side 5 technique on your tackle and he hawk in calls it, now we're losing a hat for the scrape on the backside backer. So the play side guard knows he's going to make a pinch call if he gets a hawk in call from the front side tackle. And what that is it tells the center, hey, we're comboing this nose in a high leg, and we're working to -1 from the point. So it's gain, gather, gain. I'm attacking the near hip and near shoulder, and I'm fitting his place side shoulder, and I'm getting north-south, watching for that backside backer scrape. Again, because you're losing your hat with your front side tackle versus a 6 technique going to backside backer where I don't have anything to worry about, and I can just be a full down block on the 0. Now we're losing that hat because the tackle's tied up with the 4 or 5. So now me and the center, hey, we got to account for -1 from the point. So we're going to gallop to high leg, the 0, stay square, and expect that guy to play over the top. And, same rules apply. If he backfills, the center's got to see it and come off. Now the guard will overtake the 0. And then 4 technique, front side, same rule as 5 technique. Center, so play side shade nose, work with the play side guard on shade to keep eyes backside for run through. So he knows his footwork, his jab step, so he's picking it up and putting it down, getting that second step through the crotch, and he's a half bench. So we have a half bench, which is 1 hand, full bench is 2. So if you ask them, they'll say, yeah, jab half. Yeah, he's 0, so he's got a head up nose. He's choked blunt with the play side guard. So he's throwing that play side shoulder in there. He knows he's got a down block coming, and he's looking for backside run through. So that could be, backside A gap, backside in, scraping across the backside tackle's face, plugging B, that backside backer, backfill coming through A gap, whatever it is. If I see opposite color jersey come through my backside gap, I'm getting a hat on it. Backside shade. So technically he's covered backside, so he knows he's going to be full down or choke on that backside shade. So he's lead step, near armpit, full bench. That's our down block cadence. The kids can rattle it off once they learn it. But you say, hey, you're down blocking or back blocking this backside shade or 2-eye, whatever it is. What's your footwork and landmark and technique? And they'll rattle it off. And your lead step, near armpit, full bench. And then I'm building a wall after 3. So I'm throwing that arm bar. I'm 1, 2, 3, and I'm getting strong with that play side hand, making sure that guy doesn't play me over the top or try to spin off. If you get beat anywhere, get beat underneath. And if it outruns us or runs us down, then front side tackle, a pinch call will follow it, and we know we're high leg combo into -1 from the point. Front side technique versus an even. So play side tackle, if he's got a 3 technique inside of him, he knows he's down on it. So again, lead step, near armpit, full bench. 2 technique, so head up on the play side guard, same footwork, lead step, near armpit, full bench, anticipate movement to or from and be ready to adjust. So if that guy plugs A gap, guard's got to take it. If he, plays over the top and goes B, now that's my backside gap. I've got to take it. And then a 2-eye or 1 technique, trail step, check near foot. So if that near foot steps towards me, I'm getting color on color. If that near foot goes away, so plays into A gap, I'm a 3-step decision. Hey, 1, 2, 3, nothing shows. I'm getting vertical climbing to our backer that we're comboing to. Color 2 through, color away, get vertical. That's kind of a little buzzword I tell mine. And then anticipate, scrape from the backside backer and get ready to adjust. So, eventually the guy's not just going to be standing there, with his what's on a platter. He's going to adjust. If he knows what he's doing, he's going to play over the top and follow pullers. So I can expect that guy to be scraping over the top and meeting me at the point. We'll also allow a high leg combo with a 3 play side. Gain, gather, gain. So 1, 2, 3. I'm punching his back. I'm punching his near hip with down shoulder blow delivery, and I'm blocking on the rise. So I tell him to crunch the chips. So if that guy had a bag of chips in his pocket, go smash them. Stay square, get eyes backside, watching for scrape. If you've got guys that can do it, if that backside backer over scrapes, I let them. We call it U-ing it out. Guys will call it different stuff, but let him overplay it. Then I can get underneath it and just kind of wall it out and seal it outside, and the back will stick it behind me. We got guys that have been able to do that in the past. Then some kids aren't athletic enough to do it, but it's kind of a feel thing. But I will, let them that scraper out if he does overplay. Play side guard, 3 technique, jab half, play side hand to sternum, eyes to backside backer, play side foot to crotch. Head up 2 technique, lateral, so he's flat stepping with that inside foot. getting width about 6 inches, and he's still a half. He's got his hand down the sternum. His eyes are still backside linebacker, and that tackle's coming down on the front side half of that 2 technique. 1 technique or 2 eye lead step near armpit full bench. It's his down block rules, and he's 2 hands on it unless it crosses face, in which he would convert to a half, and the guy front side would end up being the full. Then again, eyes on backer. So we got to have 4 eyes out. Center, priority gap, backside A gap. So if there's something in it, go block it. Backside 1 or 2 eye, 2 or 3, choke or back block, backside A to C gap. So, I'm ensuring nothing, there's no trash left behind that's going to run us down, from the backside of the formation. My first steps width and landmark, it depends on the defender's alignment. So if I've got a backside 2 eye, my first step doesn't have to be as flat. I can get more with that first step, and my landmark doesn't have to be so much in front. I can be more, near armpit, sternum, whatever it is. So his alignment's gonna decide where my landmark is. If it's a 3 technique, I've got to step flatter because I'm blocking a further defender. I've got to get flat. My landmark's going to be a little bit more in front because that's my anticipatory angle where he's going. So I want to meet him at a point. And then once I get hands on, I'm still 3 steps, and I'm throwing that arm bar after 3 steps, making sure I don't get spin off over the top. This prevents D-line from lock peeking, 2 gapping, and crossing face after initial contact. So possible cat call. So we will make it center and tackle. It's a call we make. So if we've got a 3 technique backside into a 4 down, hey, cat, that just alerts the tackle. Hey, you got a B gap defender. Come down on your gap hinge and give me a little nudge just to hold this guy up so I can get backside and block that 3. The tackle's not getting over involved with that 3 technique, but when he takes his inside step with his play side foot, before he hinges, he's just going to throw a little shoulder in there just to, love tap him and help me out a little bit if I can get some skin on it. So we'll cat call that if it's a backside 3. Fundamental gap concept. So my big stressors, front side GT combo. So again, guard and tackle, got to get movement on that front side. Front side center guard pinch, so our gallop high leg. So, your hawk in looks and an odd and a stack. Working that gallop to high leg fit. I like working pre-fit stuff. I'll split it. We'll work the initial 3 steps to contact. Then we'll slow it down and pre-fit them and work to a second level. And then we'll put it all together. Skip pull, flat pull, know when to use each. Everyone will work this. So, I work everybody. Everybody does everything. So, 1 week a kid could play center. A kid fails a class or, gets caught with a vape, gets hurt, whatever. Now, hey, he's got to move to guard, and I got to get, somebody else playing center. They all need to know everything. Kick out, pull right, pull left, kick left. Work back at a negative angle into the line of scrimmage. So I'm going to win the inside shoulder. I don't want any gray area between my inside shoulder and the line of scrimmage. So I'm working back into the line of scrimmage at a negative angle, and I'm owning the inside shoulder of that kick out. Same foot, same shoulder, get beat outside, win near shoulder. Choke or back block, centers and guards. So basically a down block, subtle nuances, like we were talking about, landmark adjustments, first step width and depth, play side hand extension after 3 steps. So again, throwing that arm bar after 3. Down blocks, everyone, again, lead step near armpit full bench. I want to surround the defender with my feet. So if my feet are encompassing the guy's whole body in front and back, I have hole leverage on him. I'm not getting beat one way or the other. He's, I'm not giving him a 2-way go. Hey, my feet are in front, you're going to beat me over the top, or my feet are behind you, you're going to beat me underneath. So I want to surround the defender with my feet. Gap hinge or our B to C backside with tackles. Tight ends can do it too. If we're running GT out of 11 personnel to the open side. Y if you run counter power away from the inline tight end. So they need to know how to do it too. Our tight ends and our offenses, we'll throw them a bone every once in a while, but end of the day, they're a glorified extra offensive lineman. They just got an eligible number. Gap scheme problems and solutions. So the reality of gap runs, power and counter, backside gap is removed. So that creates your hot gap danger. So, a lot of times the quarterback's got to control it. that gap belongs to the quarterback, especially out of light personnel. If you're in 10 and you can't account for it somehow with, a sniffer or tight end or whatever, quarterback's got to know, hey, I'm controlling this guy with a read, whatever that may be. So that's on him.
All right, coach. That's about 30
quarterbacks
minutes
must
right
understand
there.
where they will get hit. So, oh, man, I can keep rolling for about 4 hours. I will say this: if you guys listen, if y'all want me to send you the rest of this presentation, shoot me a message on Twitter. It's at O-line Coach Rosen. I put it on that first slide. There's probably another 2 hours of stuff on here that we could have got into, but
yeah, man.
That's barely scratching the surface. But man, I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you. All right, Coach Holtzclaw, what's going on, big dog?
How you doing?
Good, man. You can go ahead and get rolling. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ian. Awesome.
Coach, I don't know if you're not close to your microphone, but it's hard to hear you.
Okay. Not good. Let me.
Yeah, that's better. You're standing over there. That's better. Yeah.
That better? Okay.
Yep.
Let's try to figure out my spot here. All good. Okay. Well, I'll buzz right into it, guys. I'm going to get through a little bit of an intro part, just like let you guys know who I am, where I've been. Started out playing experience I was at Northwest Missouri State, played there. I was there from 2002 through 2006. Played tackle. You guys can't tell it, but I'm really short, so that would make more sense, more laughable if you actually saw me. First job, stayed on there, GA'd for a few seasons, and then was at an NAIA school, Hastings College, for 5 seasons. Those are kind of split up, and those are more just if you guys have any light connections or any things. It's more just to show you our connection points, and hopefully that's what all this is about, is just getting connected and making relationships and connection pieces and things like that. So if there's anything on there that sparks interest or makes you want to chat more, please let me know. I'd love to talk to anybody about any of that stuff. So a little bit about our offense at Central Missouri. Last year, this is kind of our national rankings. We are a full spread, close to old school Baylor-ish offense with a little bit of air raid mixed in. We led forever the country in first downs. We're a little bit more pass heavy the last couple of years just based on who's pulling the trigger back there, and we'll kind of talk through the variations of that. Total offense, probably our conversion percentage is what we talk about and deal with the most, and try to maximize the efficiency of the most. The year before, led the country in passing yards, first downs, again, total offense. We were number 2. And then the year before, we were number 1 in first downs, passing touchdowns, total offense, all the things. And like we had the blessing of having the best player in the country for those 2 years. And obviously that makes a huge difference. So not a huge statistical driven. It's not really what it's all about for us. It's about getting first downs and keeping the ball moving. And, we're not a ball control offense, but certainly we know if the ball's in our hand, the other team's not scoring. So the way that we break this up, and it's going to be a little bit more schematic, especially on the front end. The way we break it up is very much in this order. Like we're going to create plays. We're going to create situations that take advantage of the best players, the players that we have to put forth, and then put them in space, play with great pace. And then at the end of it, we try to choose the best plays, the plays that will lean into what we're really good at, and put them in great situations or create various double teams and things like that. Anything we can do to create advantage, that's when the last piece of that's going to come in. But we absolutely try to stay out of the way of our players' talent is the way I would phrase that the most. And getting into overall philosophy piece to that, our end goal is to create a fair fight, which means if we put 2 receivers somewhere, you put 2 DBs there. And if we put 1 here, you put 1 there. And if we put 5 in the box for a 5-man blocking scheme, we get you sorted out to where there's 5 guys standing in there. And then anytime that's not the case, then we're going to try to take advantage of, leverage pieces and things like that. But if we get you into our, what we call the fair fight or the man-on-man situations, then it's our job to create advantageous angles and things like that to create explosive plays, to create ball movement. So we want to be able to make perfect reads when you're sitting in a two-hide shell. Like, I think that's very important. If defenses are trying to be a zone defense, or they have some fear of vertical pass game, which is what, we have within ours. If they're sitting in two-high shell, very rarely can they be in a 6-gap structure on defense and cover the receivers accordingly, or very rarely can they cover the receivers the way they're supposed to and fill the 6-gap structure in the box. And so just making them wrong in those situations and having perfect play through that is really what our goal is. And then whatever your answers are, we throw the ball, and we've talked enough on this now with various people, and it's, well, my quarterback can't make the long field read throw, or my quarterback can't make the vertical back shoulder, or whatever it is. Then your answers are more option based. And if you got a quarterback that can't run or pass, then that's a tough situation. You probably just don't have a very good quarterback. And those situations are, you got to figure out differently. But this is a very quarterback oriented system, and whatever he's good at, if he's a good runner, you can manipulate angles and reads and things to fix that. If he's a good thrower, great. And if he can do both, which is what you're going to kind of see in some of the presentation, if he can do a little bit of both, you can be pretty scary across the field. And again, all we're trying to do is maximize every inch of the field and make defenses cover that. So philosophically, that touches a little bit on how we build it. Got a few screenshot pictures here just to look at for how, again, from the base of how we would talk and address this stuff. And if you can kind of see mouse movement here, going back to what I said, when they are in a 2-high shell, 2 safeties high, very rarely can everybody be covered down. If we put 2 out here, they should have to put 2 out here. If we put 2 out here, they should have to put 2 out here. And then obviously in zones, what you get are eyes cheating and trying to play both. And what we know is normal alignment would have our receiver playing somewhere right here, and then this guy's rules are to split the difference between the tackle and the slot receiver. Well, we're going to move the slot receiver way out to make his conflict even greater. And then I think by reading where their eyes are, it shows you what the defense is worried about. And we laugh about this. We talk about this all the time, is you go and set into a defensive coordinator's meeting day one, and we're going to line up and we're going to stop the run. And everybody says that's their primary focus, which is why our screen game, our now screens, our hitches are just extensions of our run game. We don't get feelings about, if we get 4 yards on a now screen, it's no different than handing off a zone play into a really bad box and scratching out 3 or 4 yards. We don't have any different feeling about that. Getting the 4 yards is what's important, 4+ on first down and keeping the ball movement. So the first kind of mark on this that you'll see is understanding every defense is going to have a funnel. Like they're smart on that side of the ball too. So they are in what we would call a slide front, and I'll get into some of that stuff, how we identify that. But they've pushed all their D linemen to one side of the offensive formation. So there's your bubble, and now they have a 4-person funnel, hoping that you'll attack through that bubble. I think what you notice next is if you check everybody's eyes, and again, just trying to figure out who's attached to the pass, who's attached to the run. That's all we're trying to make wrong, is who's cheating and who's trying to do 2 different jobs. Well, pre-snap, we have a 5-man blocking scheme, and there are 7 to 8 guys that are looking at the run, are looking through the backfield for their reads. So right now we have advantage at either or both. And the way that we identify which throw we would make is off of the second person's leverage. 1-over-1 we feel good about. Anytime this guy gets below 8 yards, that's when we have to count him as a threat to our screen game. So this is a very advantageous box for us to throw out of. And again, you got to go back to, can you make the throw, all those other things. I'm going to go through this from our standpoint and what we can do. What I will tell you is that ball doesn't have to be nearly as efficient as you think it does to get 4 yards. And if you get the mindset that 4 yards is a great pass play, you can get a lot accomplished. If you think you got to go chunk off 10s and 12s, that makes it a little bit more cloudy at times. So for us, there's that. There's your two high problems that we talked about. Just speaking on how we talk this, there are 6 run gaps, right? Whenever there's 5 of us. So there's the backside, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there's the front side. So in zone defenses, when they don't know if you're going to run left or right, they have to cover this gap to this pass, this gap to this pass, and then this Mike is trying to play the middle, and that's why they have to commit the extra hat into the box. So, again, our job is to take advantage of that. There's situations, and we'll talk through it, where if we still want to run to this box, we'll create a double team and a vertical cut, and we will still force, because we could certainly get 4 yards out of this box from the run game as well. The next picture is just out of a 3x1. I'm going to talk about some different some different box structures, but still in a 2-high shell. So what we know is when they're in 2 high, if they are gap sound, these guys have their 6 guys for the 6 gaps. Now we know they're going to be deficient somewhere in the pass. They have 2 guys sitting over 3 with the other guy sitting at 10 to 12 high. So our pass advantage or our screen advantage is out to the right. And that's where the quarterback should see, and that's where the ball should go. This goes right over into, and guys, I apologize. I'm going to fly through as fast as I can just to get through this stuff, but the exact same advantages, the exact same everything else in the empty game. And if you've got a quarterback that can run or has some threat of that, you can run the same RPO system. The count's the same. There's still the same gaps, but there's a 5th gap because you can't read the backside defender anymore. So now it has to be a lock zone play or a 5-man blocking scheme play to make sure you cover up all 5 guys, but you can put the same amount of people in conflict. And again, you start with, is it a 2-high shell? Yes. Well, then where are we deficient? Well, they're deficient in the box. They have 4 players for 5 gaps. So we should be able to take advantage of that from a run standpoint. And again, that's really all you're trying to get the quarterbacks to understand through this is, where is our easiest 4+ yard play? And how do we attack that over and over and over with great pace? Get you into the next picture just so it's in here. This is, every team's got a different way to get into man looks, to get out of their zone looks. This is Northwest Missouri's man look, and still broke down the same way. Here's the 6th gap, so he's down ready to play it. There's the 4, and then those 2 could always gap exchange, and that's what you're going to get whenever you've got back 2, is some version of who's going to play that backside gap, who's going to play the quarterback back there. So this is a, what we would call, this is a fair fight. This is 6 gaps defended, 1 high defense. He's back there. Our quarterback's back here. They have guys over our 2 receivers. They have guys over. So we are now in a one-on-one battle, and we have to figure out how we want to attack that and how we want to win. The one part that we kind of talked about, or I said earlier, 6 defenders in the 6 gap does not mean you can't run it anymore. You just have to figure out who you want to read or how you want to attack that defense. And that can be done through speed option. That can be done through RPO. That can be done through a lot of different avenues. And obviously, the more dynamic you are in that, the easier that is to execute. So this is what we would call a sound, again, fair fight defense for us. Kind of the final piece to that part, just before we get into some film stuff, everywhere we've talked, everybody kind of we go through is like, well, man, I don't have the 6'4" receiver out there to go and win, and I don't have this and I don't have that. Like, it's still about the space and 4 yards. I think when people see this, or you watch it, you watch Tennessee run up and down the field, and it's all these 50-yard plays and big break plays. Like, certainly there's some of that in this, but that is not why we run it. We run this to make defenses have to play in space. We try to get our running back into as much space one-on-one as we can possibly get, knowing that we're going to bank on our guy winning, in open field tackle situations. Again, choosing whether you want to throw or use the option. Like, our number 3 on here is be willing to throw the vertical. So when we get those man looks, are we going to throw a slot fade, or are we going to throw back shoulders? How are we going to take advantage? Rarely, whoever walks out over our number 2 receiver, our slot receiver, is rarely a good matchup for them. That's why our slot receiver for the last 3 years has had over 1,000 yards. So you might have your best 2 corners out there that can erase the 2 outside guys. We're always going to have a fast person in that slot receiver that is going to create some disadvantage. And if it doesn't, and if you put a fast guy there, then we have to start running at that person, because rarely is that third cover guy a very good tackler and cover guy. So that's the fun part about the offense, is finding the mismatch, finding the people you want to attack. But again, the next cool way when we start getting into the offensive line part of all this is we want to find as many ways as we can to create a double team in the scheme, right? So if we can get guys to a 5-on-5 situation and one of them has to play that backside gap, well, now we can create a double team in the middle of the field. And that's really, really where this offense takes off, is when you get teams into 2 high situations and they want to play 5-on-5 in the box. Well, there's 6 gaps to be played. That means we can leave one of them and we can double team somebody, and we can build scheme to somebody. And that's the really fun part, about this offense. So getting into some of the stuff, just go through the base read of it. This is your 5-man box. So it's exactly what we talked about. One of these guys very likely is playing an edge. The Mike's trying to fix everything in the middle of it. They have tried, and again, it kind of depends on your vertical threat, but they have tried to put guys in place to stop. They've pressed. This guy's going to be a high help for the one-on-one. They've got 4 over 3. So it's pretty clear what they're concerned about, which makes for easy access for us. The one thing we do that's different in the pass game, again, if you're talking about a wall 3 defender or whatever this guy is, if he's a nickel, whatever it is, again, their base alignment is usually to split the difference off of a tackle and off of a receiver, or find some version of alignment. Well, again, then we stack those 2 rather than making the throw all the way out here. Well, now we can take the same now screen. We can take the same area throw, attack, try to get our 4 yards right here just based on this guy's leverage. So if he was tucked in as a run fit defender, well, now we can steal our 4 yards right there. And I think that those slot stacks and things like that creates a lot of advantage in that. Going through, you'll see it open up. We'll watch the other shot of it to get into some of the run piece. This is what we would call our dart play. It's not always tackle trap for us. We're going to pull the best puller. And again, whenever there's 5 guys in there, you can create, if you don't need a double team, or you feel good about your matchups, or we just want to play in great space, like we'll decide week to week what kind of splits we want to play with or what we want to do. We're not going to create a double team in this one. We're going to play with all the space that we have. And so we're actually just going to fold the backside guard on a tight fold around it. Everyone else wins their man blocks. I'd hate talking about position blocking. So you're going to hear a man block, a man block, a man block. There is certainly an element to protecting inside on this. We're trying to win the A gap in our run game. Whenever we have everybody spaced out, we don't want the ball to bounce. And so we are going to attack through the A gap as much as possible. So to protect that, you will see a little bit of a position step or a settle step. But I do not want to give up ground on that. We are at core, and I'll finish the part at the end of this thing, but we are a lateral vertical team. So we are going to take some step, whether we're blocking gap scheme or zone scheme. Our first step should be some version of a lateral step, and then we are trying to create displacement, collision on the second step with a great punch. So all of these blocks should look something like that, where we have taken a violent first step and then we are violent through the hands, screws under screws from a helmet standpoint, lifting up and through. And again, we'll talk kind of more about leverage pieces and all that later, but that's the schematic piece. There's the space. You need a guy that can go score from there. Our little guy had short legs this year, so he gets hawked down. Okay, next picture, still a 3x1 set. Again, now we've stacked everybody out wide. And again, our guy can make the throw if he needs to make the throw. We're also attacking, the one-on-one look over here. What you'll see as some of these are unfolding, the tempo part, I don't have that. We have a live camera that runs the whole time, so we can coach up tempo, but you're not going to see how fast it is. But you can see the defense still trying to get to where they're trying to get to as we're snapping the ball. So you can definitely see the tempo piece coming into this. Now we are running a lock zone play, but it's built the same from a 5-man scheme. There's 4 guys out here worried about the 3. There's 1 here. This guy's trying to cheat where he can still play high. They have 3 guys aligned behind the play. And I would imagine that if you went into the film room, their coach does not want 3 guys aligned behind this play, but that's the tempo piece. It doesn't always get executed. It doesn't always get communicated. So they left 3 guys back there. They had a bad angle. And then you got a guy that can take the A gap and go. So from this look, there's the space of it. Again, the part from a building standpoint, and I know there's guys in here from high school. There's guys in here from everywhere. So I get to pick. So we are really big. We averaged 330 across the board last year from a size standpoint. And obviously with size, you give up some of the agility piece. But I would also say that means that if you have some bigger people, that maybe aren't as agile, that's where this scheme's good too. Like if you didn't get to choose them, if you would like to be more of a sprint off the ball team, but it just doesn't work for you, like this is some of the situations where you're just getting guys maxed out in space. Again, you're going to see settle steps. You're going to see guys protecting inside out, protecting the A gap. These 2 guys had talked pre-snap. Anytime there's a wide 4-eye look with the edge guy, we get a ton of zone exchange back here, a ton of gap exchange, trying to figure out who's going to play the quarterback. So those 2 guys just step together to figure out how to exchange that on the backside. Everybody else is zone blocking up front. We would, if we had a correct alignment, we would lift this guy into more of a duo combo. If this linebacker was more stacked up in the middle of the field, since he's not, everybody aligns for everybody. So if he's bumped out, then we're expecting some version of gap exchange, whether it's a Y hard look, him over the top, or an out in look, or a game in here where he's playing both. So we went with a full gap thought process on this. You'll see the tackle on the front side. These are tackles, if they feel like they're getting a pass rush, can incorporate an influence set, again, to try to slow down pass rush for later on in the game. But there's the space. 1 cut and go at the running back. He's reading the center's butt. That's his read on that. Okay, this one's important. They've aligned. So again, we've kind of hit it. You're on play 120 of the game now. So we've been hitting what you've seen. Now we're in that stacked alignment. They're all kind of cheating. They've found the happy mediums as the overhang guys go. They've kind of figured out where they can align to be able to help and play through each. And this is where I think the teaching has to come in very, very importantly. Number 1, yes, we're trying to settle and seal. Now this guy knows they've tried to get him to close the gap down to get this thing to bounce. Our puller knows that if this thing bounces, his job has to be to get back to vertical and get us a seal. And your running back has to know to hit the inside hip of the puller. So as it all unfolds, all those coaching points kind of come into play here. Tackle has to turn it into a full wash. He settles, stabs, tries to create the inside seal over here. When it doesn't happen, now it becomes a wash. The puller is as tight as he can be. He has to get us an inside out block, and there's what it looks like when your back has great patience and understands the play. Inside hip, stay vertical, tight to the wall. And stay vertical away from the safeties. Okay. Another look. Okay, there's a lot of problems on this one. Odd stack teams can do that because they can exchange gaps. They can get into 1 high. They can get into 3 high. There's just a lot of different looks, and you can have tight front. You can have normal shades out of your tackles. This one, the way we've kind of discussed it is we know that there's 6 plus 1. This guy's a cheating defender. And so all we've talked up front is we've got to gain a hat to the front side. And you can't, I know everybody wants to have, the whole answers, but there's moving parts to this thing. So on the front side of it, it becomes a down gap scheme, and we're going to kick to whatever we need to pull to on the back side of it. So here's what it'll look like from the wide. Your puller is going to have a much wider angle of departure, and then he's just going to capture whatever he needs to capture to get around it. And so from the tackle standpoint, if you're looking at the left tackle right here, right now we've already talked the extra hats because it's a 3-3, but all 4 defenders. It's 3-4 technically. So there are 7 defenders. The quarterback's indicated there are no high. There isn't. It is a man look. So we have to run the football here. So our tackle is just going to fix this edge accordingly, and our guard is pulling to trap whatever happens outside of the tackle. So again, don't overcoach it. Our guys just know puller, go fix it, go hit it as hard as you can. Back is going to trust the puller, and everybody else is just going to hit what they can hit. Again, if you took it to the defensive film room, absolutely. They would not want these 2 guys standing in that gap and that guy coming down. But the base, the space, all the things kind of play in here. He gets taken to the wrong spot, and we bounce the play. So having your guys have the ability to make answers to this is a huge part of it. This is the part in the first piece that I talked about from the double team standpoint. Here we've got the alignment we want. They are completely spaced out too high over everybody. We have said now we want to pound the football. Okay, so these 2 guys have already called it. We are going to combo this shade player. He's stacked right over top of it. There is no more talking after that. We are going to displace, and the back is just going to run straight. See it from this angle. So there's the stack alignment from the linebacker. Now you're going to get the duo combo, and we get to cut loose and play football. It's the fun part. We did it off of a check. We kind of let them show us what they were going to do. There's the move and go. Okay, a couple answers you got to build in. I'm going to go through this a little faster to get through it. You got to have man answers. People are going to mug up. That's one of the biggest answers from a defensive perspective. Speed option's a great answer to that. So, again, according to what your quarterback can do, you can do that, or you can throw slot fades. Obviously, if you felt good about this matchup right here, you could throw that. If you felt good about any of it, whatever. This is a 1st and 10 play, and they just decided to make a stand, and they weren't going to let us run the football anymore. So we ran speed option at it. I don't think you have to flip the back on speed option. You just have to coach it up. Again, take the space. No matter how they want to play it, there's still green grass to be ran to. So get it communicated. We ran the check. The quarterback made the right call. Keep the ball in his hand, make people wrong, build a wall for them. Okay, the other answer from a run scheme standpoint is just the quarterback run game. Here's the empty look again. Again, they're still moving around. Nobody knows exactly where to go. He has an RPO option on this. He sees the guy leaving the box to go play it. He takes the draw scheme, space. So those are kind of your answers from a man standpoint. I got a couple minutes here. So from must-know things for us, first 2 steps in the ground, lateral vertical understanding, which is what I talked about. We're going to get 2 steps in the ground. Running back aiming point's a big deal for us. When I talk about flipping the switch, guys, it's a down and distance system. So if it's 3rd and 1, deciding that a combo is more important than a fan and understanding who's carrying the ball, if it's a running back play or a quarterback play, choosing who we want to attack in the middle of the field. There's a lot of error that can happen with all the space that we play with. How to be grimy. I was told when I got into this profession, man, your group should resemble some version of you. And I think that's how I would have described myself as a player. And so when stuff needs to get done, I don't care how it gets done. We just do it. Obviously, hand placement and leverage, and then how to finish and chase the ball. Base block. I'm going to get these more so you guys have seen them. Staying square. You guys have heard all the Kyle Flood stuff. Square is strong. We stay square as long as we can. Low to high, whether that's pad level leverage or hand leverage. I think you got to win it. Screws under screws, triceps to rib cage, hat under there. Again, when you want to use man schemes versus zone schemes, all pieces to that. Here's your down blocks, how we would go through that. That was it, man. I buzzed through the last part.
Heck yeah, man. Awesome.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ian. It was awesome, buddy.
Yeah, I thank you, Coach. Appreciate you.
Take care, bud.
Yeah, man. All right, guys. Before I bring the best speaker of the day, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna spin for a hat, man. If you have not joined in on the giveaway, just DM me on Facebook or Twitter how long you've been following us, and you can get in on the spin. But let's go ahead and spin. And I am shuffling the names, so it's not in the order that you gave it. Let's see. Coach Anderson, shout out. I'm gonna be DMing you with what hats are available, and I'll get that to you. But without further ado, my guy, my mentor, Coach Nigel Pearson. What's going on, big dog?
What's up, guys? You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Yeah, so Coach is going to talk about 6-man pass pro, and I'm going to back out, Coach. You got it. Coach has an hour. Now, not everybody gets an hour. But
no, you just like me a lot. That's all the reason why.
Hey, man. But the thing is, but I worked for him for 3 years, and that's my dude. So y'all lock in. Coach is going to bring a lot of energy, and I'm going to back out and get out of the way. Go ahead, Coach.
So when I so I'm good now, right?
Yeah, you're good. I already put it up there. You're good.
Okay. Hey, what's up, guys, man? Just excited to be here. Talk some 6-man pass protection from multiple fronts. Some stuff that done over the years. And hopefully we can get into it, talk some good ball, and have a good time, man. Just a little bit of like I said, I work with he likes to say he worked for me, man, but we worked together for 3 years and had a great time with Coach Tatum, great guy. Does some great things for the football community and the O-line community. A little bit about myself, man. Played ball at South Carolina State University for Coach Pugh. Played there. Then I started off coaching high school football at Fairfield Central High School. Little town Winsboro, South Carolina, right outside of Columbia. Then I went back to South Carolina State, stayed there for a while, went from tackle to tight ends to OL, then eventually offensive coordinator. Up there, took a job at Catawba College, working up there for Curtis Walker up in Salisbury. Then I stuck around there, took a high school job at Norfolk Wayne High School for 3 years where I met Coach Tatum. And then on the Spring Valley in South Carolina for 2 years. And now I'm the OL coach and offensive coordinator at Westwood High School in Blythewood, South Carolina, right outside of Columbia. So we just go ahead and say Columbia. Just what I believe in, guys, and it's not just me. I'm talking about protection wise and O-line play wise, practice wise, and just specifically protection. I think your offensive scheme has to drive your protection. So we don't want to get I'm talking about 6-man pro because that's what I've been in. But guys, if you're a full slide guy, if you are on a rollout sprint protection, you in the wing, whatever you are in, make sure that protection fits your offensive scheme. Okay. And also it fits your personnel. Some things that we talk about today may not fit your personnel, and maybe some things you have to tweak to make it fit the guys that you have on your team. Practice what you need to practice, guys. I know a lot of guys are big on everyday drills. I think there's a place for those, and I also think that those drills need to be specific to what you need that week. So I think there's a place for everyday drills, but there's also places to make sure that you're flexible in what you do. I think it's important that you practice versus multiple fronts, not necessarily during the season, but during the spring, doing your spring practice. Here in South Carolina, we can have spring practice where we get 15 days. And and during the summer, we can practice pretty much all summer with just helmets on. So just talking to our head coach here recently about being able to practice multiple fronts. Like maybe 1 week it's going to be an odd week. Okay, it'll be an odd 50 week. Next week could be an odd stat week. And what that does is it helps what we talk about when you in pass protection, when you get into the season, it may be something different you have to do. And instead of teaching something new, you can recall for what you did from the summer, right? So if you filmed it, whatever you did during the summer, I think that's easier when you get into game week, that we can recall information instead of teaching new. Now, will the kids remember it? Hopefully they will, but at least it can jog to memory of what we did during the summer, if not just an introduction. On one-on-ones, man, I know that guys, they're a place for one-on-one pass pro. I am not a big fan of traditional one-on-one. You get Coach Tatum, he comes back on here. We worked together for 3 years. I did not, as an offensive line guy, I did not go to one-on-ones, not one time. And it's just that I think it's a place for it in terms of toughness, but in terms of what we're trying to do, I don't know how well it fits. But what we did start doing this summer, and I'm gonna show you a little drill that we did where we combined our one-on-ones with our skelly, and we kind of had our whole team involved in it. So the basis of what we did was our defense. We're in 7-on-7, and we bring our D line out. We line a D lineman up in front of every O lineman, and I'll show it to you here. Let's see, and you can see it from the wide shot first. Okay, we put a defensive lineman in front of every offensive lineman. Okay, and on the back end, our defense is still running their coverage. If they have a guy that's blitzing, he takes a step and he stops. But our 5 offensive linemen, they don't know who is live or what D lineman is live. You see me right here in the background. I'm just basically pointing at a defensive lineman to let him know who's live. So they all take pass sets, okay? And they didn't know until the rep starts. So this also gives our quarterback a chance to work some pocket presence. So we're getting a lot of things done at one time instead of a lot of guys just waiting for that one guy to go. So you don't know who's going. Everybody got to be on their toes. We're getting the quarterback some work as well back here, filling itself through the pocket. So I thought this was we did this during the summer. Didn't get into it a lot during the season, but I thought it was great. Okay, here's a shot for us with our fancy drone from our head coach. I don't like my guy taking a knee right here. He lets him know that he's not in. But those other guys are in good stances there coming off the ball. So it's a good way to get some work in where everybody can kind of see we can kind of get everybody together. And one of the great thing about it is, so down here on this end, you can see on the back end, our JV kids are doing inside drill. Okay, while our varsity kids, we're all down here. And we still get the same intensity of the one-on-ones and the hooping and hollering because the guys still sit on the sideline. So I think it's a good deal to kind of get everybody involved. So you see our D lineman, and I'm pretty sure the guy, he just took his rep, so he probably know he wasn't going again. But the rest of those guys are still coming off the ball for a step. And then our guard knows that he's the guy that's active. So even my left guard here, he still sets, and he doesn't quite know yet. Our quarterback still gets to feel some presence, okay, of real body presence to work as well. Got a couple of these. Here's one from the wide shot. This is a better one here of all the D linemen taking that first step. And then our center is the one who's active. So you see our linebacker right here, he's blitzing. Early on, man, those linebackers just tell them to kind of just take a knee when they're blitzing, okay? So they won't get into the quarterback or get into the old lineman and D lineman. Here it is again. Center does a good job with his base, okay, keeping his head out of it. It's a good rep. But just want to basically just show you the drill, and we'll get into some technical stuff once we get into on the way we run it. So if you don't take anything from this, man, I think this is a good way to kind of keep everybody involved, keep everybody active, keep your team together, and get some other guys some true work. So just want to share this with you in a way that we've been able to work some one-on-one style stuff while we're still working past Skelly. Okay, this the last one here. Good one here. I'd like to see our guard kind of keep that guy at the line of scrimmage more, but we see the gist of the drill. Now you see my linebacker that's blitzing. He's already taking a knee. And we're able to get some work done. Like I said, it was good for us during the summer. And I'm pretty sure we're getting into it some this spring as well. And like we said, didn't get into it that much during the season, but it was a good way to get some one-on-one work in. And you even see our backup quarterback back here, and he's taking his drop, right? So everybody's all about stealing reps, right? So we stealing pass set reps by guys inside. They still taking reps. They still getting pass sets every time, okay? Our D-line working, the 2 steps and then stopping. Then we got a quarterback back here. He's getting a rep too. So good practice drill. And you can put more quarterbacks back here if you want to. Okay. They kind of take their pass sets and see it, take their drops and see it, excuse me. Okay. But I think it's a good way to get some work in, to work one-on-ones, okay, to get your quarterback, work pocket presence, and get some reps in. Okay. All right, let's get into our 6-man pro. You will see, and it's basically this is our half slide protection, where we're big on one side and we're zone sliding to the other side. We call it a vertical slide, okay. And you will see in the clips, you'll see I coach some college football, so you'll see some college football clips, and you'll see some kids in high school doing the same thing that we teach, right? So front side tackle, he had the C gap or the third threat. Okay, whenever we get 4 to a side, he knows that he's responsible for number 3. So that's why we say C gap or third threat. Okay, I'm a numbers guy, so I like to give guys on the numbers. Okay, the front side guard, because we call it to our slide. I've been in some offenses where we call it to the man side as well. Okay, but in our offense, we call it to the slide side. Okay, we got our vertical slide. Okay, to our call side, to our B gap for our front side guard, and he's the second threat guy. Our center, his first job is to ID the front. Okay, he's even. Okay, odd, and he stack, bear, whatever he would call him, to make sure we ID it. Okay, and we're gonna slide. He's gonna slide to A gap and protect the first threat. Okay, our backside guard, he's man on the first D lineman past the center. Okay, if he's uncovered, he will go with the slide call. Okay, so sometimes we'll see later on. We're gonna talk about some adjustments and how we still use our even front rules versus our front, depending on week to week. Our backside tackle, okay, he's man on the second D lineman past the center. Okay, then our running back, I think this is kind of different than what we do is our running back, he reads 1 to 2, and he's also responsible for number 4 to the slide. Okay, so what people want to do, okay, like we know that they're going to try to bring extra guys to your running back. Okay, are they going to try to bring extra guys away from your slide? Okay, that's the way we do it, right? So we say let the safety take you to your work. So in our blitz pickup with our running backs, when our running backs come to blitz pickup, I always like to bring safeties. And safeties tell the story most of the time of where their blitz is coming from. With good defenses, okay, if they're bringing some kind of overload pressure, right, that safety has to come down to be, if it's coming outside, he's going to be the hook curl, the flat guy, whoever it is. They got to bring somebody to cover that extra zone when they're bringing 6-man versus even front. Okay, if we're able to get that 4 to the side, so that running back, he's 1 to 2. Okay, and then he comes back for the weak shot if we get a 4 week. Now, a lot of times when we teach the safety rotation and the way we do our blitz pickup during the week, we know we're basing our blitz pickup around their favorite blitzes. So we kind of have an idea, and our safeties kind of learn how that safety rotation will look. If he can go right now to the week, okay, or he can stay and go ahead and get out. So as an offensive line guy, if we want to go ahead and get our running back out as soon as we can, then we're going to just go empty protection. Okay, that's a whole different animal. But in our 6-man protection, he's a protection first guy, and then he's the check down guy. Okay. So here's the drawing how it looks. Okay. So he's inside out 1 to 2. Okay. And then he's 3. His third guy's here just in case we get 1, 2, 3, and we get a 4th guy coming. He's able to take that guy, so we won't be hot on that side. And like we said, safety rotation. Let us know. Like in the case if it's a pure 4-2 box. Okay. 4-2 box too high. Like he knows. Okay, where that overhang is, where we have a threat of getting that 4th guy from. Okay, so that's how we like to handle that. So I think that's what makes what we do a little bit different than what some people may do. Just go 1-2 and get out. That we making sure we protect that backside. All right. Of the slide side, we only got 3 going over there. All right, here it is. We got an ace box here. Okay, so ace box, guy's outside, so he knows he's not coming. See, now this is the case of our running back. Okay, you see that we put him on the opposite side. Okay, we talk about that adjustment later on. Just in case people want to blitz our back, we can slide into it. But we talk about vertical setting, right? Especially in terms of keeping it clean. So here we go. We don't have a butt shot on this one, but get pause here. So we're A, B, C over here, 1, 2, 3 over here. We're big here. We're big here. Now the guard does a good job. Okay, we got an inside presence. Let's go on to get on that guy right now, and let's don't let him get his motor going. Our tackle's okay. We like to see him set his hands a little bit higher. I don't like to teach the low hands. This is early on in the season. I like to teach high hands because we still got to bring our hands up to punch. And now our back still be able to get out. Nice rep, nice clean pocket versus our even front. Not a gate throw. Here we go again. Even front. All right, so this is a good look at it being an 8-man front, right? So our running back, he's 1 to 2, and this is his read now. We don't have any safety rotation, right? So nothing's going to tell right now. It's going to bring him there. So you see his eyes. When we go, you'll see it when we get to the tight. Running back, there he is. Bam. Okay, I'm good. Now, this is much better with his hands. Now watch what he does with his hands right before he punches. We don't want that. See him drop him and widen him out. We want that. We want those hands to stay tight. Okay, there's no need to bring them out. And I'm going to show you a clip later on of these same 2 guys right here, kind of how they got better at it in their second year. Tight hands. You see his tight hands right there, and then he opens them up to punch, and that lets that D lineman get in his shoulder pads. Create a nice clean pocket right here. I don't mind my center turning a little bit, but I want him to stay as square as possible. Guard does a good job of coming down and getting on that guy. He's the man. He's on the man side. I would like to see him stay a little bit flatter. Okay, just try to flatten that guy out. Okay, another shot of even front here. All right, 4-2 box. We don't have any, they're staying too high. We don't have any safety rotation. So our running back knows I'm just 1 to 2. I don't have a threat weak right now, so I'm good. I can check my 1 to 2 and I can be out. This one, here we go. Got a good tight shot on this one. This is a guard that's playing tackle, so we kind of put him out there. We want him to still set a little bit more vertical, right, to widen that pocket out a little bit. Guard right here, he does a good job of powering down and getting on that guy right now once he's an inside threat. Right, we say set, that vertical set. Okay, now I want this guard right here. You see he kind of buries himself, right? Because I want to show some not so perfect clips too, right? I want him to give hand help and put his eyes in the gap. Okay, give some hand help and put his eyes in the gap. And we'll see, so he can see any threat that comes through here, because he has a threat. If we get a new threat here, he has to have his eyes in that gap. So we can say, we always teach those guys, I help in pass protection. I help, okay, with my hand away, okay, but I can block the gap with my eyes, knowing if I need to come off, right? So I can give hand help, and then I can see the actual gap. Like to see my tackle right here. He's not turned so soon. Okay, we want to try to get with a rusher that's not covering our body. Okay, we want to get 2 to 3 kicks. Okay, vertical, since that guy is not really on our body. Now the guy that's covered up on our body, okay, we may not be able to, but the guy that's off of our body, that's how we want to set him. We'll give a little soft shoulders where he's able to still step up in the pocket. All right, here's some clips from Catawba. All right, ace box. And we've done some different things with true like ace boxes. Okay, we can make it. We made some calls where if we know we're getting some inside pressure, we'll handle that guy in the way we communicate it. We'll make a call to the running back, let him know, hey, that one back in the box, we'll handle him up front. Okay, and you just worry about the 2 outside guys. Okay, we've had the ability. Okay, one thing I say about, especially in our 6-man protection, is that it changes throughout the week, right? From week to week. Depends on sometimes about the personnel too. Okay, and how we want to manipulate certain guys. All right, watch 64 on the left. Okay, and watch 78. These are both guys from early on, right? This is their second year where they've grown up a little bit. See the difference in their hands, right? They used to punch. When you saw early on, they were punching, okay, and they were doing this number, right? Now you see relaxed hands, and now I'm inside. And I give myself a little bit better shot. Now here's we talk about that hand help. Watch the left guard right here, right? 74. He's giving his hand help, but you can definitely see his eyes. So I'm not blowing smoke up you like we teach it, right? Look, I'm giving hand help. I can help weak with my hand, but I got to help call side with my eyes. Okay, and he's still chasing that guy. Does a good job. I don't have any work. Feel like my center's good, then I'm going to help my tackle. Now, this is a clip. This is one of those ones where you get after your quarterback. This is a young quarterback. You know, I'm on the sideline, and we in a film. Clean pocket. Clean pocket. Throw the check down. My O-line guys, he don't give a clean than that. Watch 78 right here. All right, different set. He feels like that guy shaded him a little bit, so he's not gonna get out as much. He's not gonna get his vertical. Set, pop my feet, head back. Okay, this kid always play with great leverage. Watch his feet there. Widen his base, okay, and keep that guy in front of him. Nice clean pocket. Look what happened. I call you fancy quarterback guys on here. He leaves a good pocket. And what do he end up doing? Throwing an interception. Just throw the ball away. Jeez. All right, here we go again. Now, this is with my head coach this year. We've thrown some. I hadn't thrown quick game out of our half slide. Okay, I'm usually been a full slide, put the back on them on the end, right? But this year, what we did was we use our 6-man protection in our quick game, right? And this is a good example. Watch the right guard right here on the jump set. Okay, we talk about with these guys like, hey man, you got a bigger defensive tackle. Let's get on him right now, okay, to stop his momentum, right? So what that does is, okay, that gains him an extra second and a half. Now that guy got to get that 265, 280 back going now, right? I jump on him. Now I can reset my hands. If I can get my tighter clip. There we go. Watch him reset his hands and get his hands back inside. Let's see. Rule's still the same, but he does a good job. Let's look at our left guard here. He gives a little help here too. Hand help, 6'3" right here. I'm hand helping, but my eyes are still on my gap to my responsibility. All right, watch those hands again. I like to see violent punch here, but it's the same kid, right? You saw earlier that punching and wide hands. My left tackle, he's still want to get a little bit tighter, okay? But he's still able to. We want, if you end up being uncovered, go help a guy, right? Go help a guy. Here's one versus blitz. I know in high school we can't do this, but back then in college we could. Nice cut there, okay? By that running back. Okay. And you see, here's another quarterback, same kid. Nice clean quarterback steps up there. Running back steps in there, picks up that blitzer. Bam. Step up, throw the football. Now look what happened to him. Yeah. We get the flag. Okay. Let's look at the pocket here. We get what I call guts, double A gap pressure. Our center, okay, knows he's responsible. Who's the first threat? We got 1, 2, 3. We're good to go. We're 3 for 3 over there. Guys do a nice job. All right. This was at the end of the game. We got a PI, but I wanted to show the pass pro here. All right, here's it. Same thing, guys. Same thing we just saw with our center in college. We're doing the same thing in high school, guys. Guys said, well, we can't do it. Yeah, we can do it. My running back, he should be out. He's not. He's in there too long. I like the fact that he's trying to help us, but that's your responsibility. I need to go in and get out. My right tackle, I don't want to see him stop his feet when he punches. You see the guard here with that nice wide base, okay, with those bigger guys when they try to shake and get rid of you. He does a good job right there, keeping his head back. Center, right? Guy goes away. I know somebody's coming. All right, thanks, Les. Another pressure here. All right, here's a good clip, right? My running back knows, okay, he's responsible, right? Even though his guy goes across the ball, he still tracks him. There it is. We're able to get it all. So now we got 4. Here's a good example of getting 4 to your slide side. And we're able to still be good, right? Our rule is, right, if you're on it, this is a good look, our center, right? If a guy tries to go from slide side to man side, I got to go with him. Okay? Guy goes from slide side to man side, you have to go with that guy to account for the number. Okay? Got to go with him. So the center knows, hey, he's trying to cross my face. I got to stay with that guy. I like to see the guard punch this guy across this guy's face right here, but we still get it picked up. The right tackle oversets right here. Watching, we talk about what? Anytime you get your head over your toes, we dead. Dead in the water. Got to keep that head back. Get away with probably a little hook. All right, let's go. All right, we want to hit a twist, and then we're gonna get to our front stuff. All right. So we always tell them the same thing in the rules of twist game. Okay. Guy goes from man side to zone side. I got to go with him. So it ends up being a twist game right here. We knew this team was a big outfit, right? So you see my guard over here, he's on the man side. So he knows. Let me get you right here. Man, so we just kind of just flipped it back, but we got the same responsibility. And the guard right here does a good job. His man vacates it. I got to go. I'm going to help just in case we need to bump him over. Okay, kind of tight. All right. Let's go to 50 front. This is what kind of is a good deal for us too. All right, versus our 50, 3-4 tight front. We all put them in the same family. Okay, tight front, 2-4 eyes, 2-4s, we put them in there. Okay, so we set vertical and we teach what we call dual read rules. Okay, so if I'm the guard, and it's the same thing on both sides, right? The guard and the tackle are both setting vertical with their eyes on the inside backer. Okay. The center is going to ID, that is odd, and he's going to ID the mic, whatever way you want to do that. Okay, we use different words in our offense. We use different words for different protections to let the running back know what are we doing, okay, when we ID the mic. So both sides are going to set dual reads. Okay, going to set vertical, eyes on the inside backer. Okay, and the running back is going to read the ID mic to determine his responsibility. Okay, so if the ID mic comes, right, he knows that he stays, okay, front side because he's got to be the threat of 3 past the center. So right now, we're not going to count the nose, okay, because the center is going to stay on the nose. He's big on the nose, okay. We're not going to count the center. So we'll count 1, 2, 3 over. So it's inside backer, DN, outside backer, whoever 3 it is, the back now knows that he's responsible for the third guy. And we want to count the nose. Technically, the nose is kind of 0/1, right? So if we want to keep it the same for him, we tell him that he's still responsible for 4, okay? But the way we teach our old linemen, first, second, the back's going to have third in the odd 50 front in the 3-4 look, okay? The running back, he reads the mic that we ID, okay? And we always going to ID the mic across from him, okay? To the protection call. That's the one we ID. So if that guy comes, if the running back knows he's responsible for the overhang to that side, okay? Because if we get that overhang coming, he has to go, right? If that mic drops or doesn't come, now he can look to his side to the overhang on that side, okay? He's not going to handle anybody inside. We'll handle what we call the core, those core 5, and he'll handle the overhangs if we get, okay, inside pressure to that side. Now, our tackles know, right, and our guards, if the inside guy doesn't come, then we can handle the outside guys. Okay, so the back knows, okay, the inside guy doesn't come, I can get out. I can look weak, then I can get out. Right. So we're dual reading it in the I front. Okay. Some guys call it a mix. Some guys double fan, both sides. I've seen called that, but that's how we teach it. So here it is right here. So we make our call, our protection to the right. Our rip, okay, ripping lid. So we're ripping. So it means we're sliding to the right. So we'll ID this guy right here. So our running back eyes will go to this guy that will tell him who he's working to, right? This guy comes, okay, he knows, got his responsibilities on the outside to this side. That guy drops, now I can come back here. Guards, their eyes on here. Guards and on tackle on each side, they're reading their inside guys. So they set vertical with their eyes here, knowing that these inside guys telling me what I'm doing. And that's how we're able to get it done. Okay. And this is for everyone likes to bring that NCAA blitz. Okay. Here. Okay. We'll be good on all that kind of stuff. If they bring it from here, right, we're still good. Because the main thing is that we talked about is the safety's going to take us to our work. Okay, so we're big on running backs. Those safeties going to tip you off, man. They start coming out those hashes, they're going to let you know where to work, right? Eyes here. Get this off. My eyes here. He drops. I'm good. They can handle those over there. Let's keep coming back up. Okay. He drops. I'm good. He comes. I got to check if he's coming because I got to go now. He drops, right? We said we're good. We got 2 for 2. And I can come back here to check my guy here just in case we get 4 on this side. But like we said, the safety rotation is going to tell us, okay, where essentially where his eyes need to go. Okay. That's how we like to have those safeties and blitz pick up. Here we go right here. Let's go on. Bam. Watch her run it back. Eyes. So this one is only ended up being one back in the box. So he was good. Now my guard, he sets and he helps our center, which will get a little slant. My guard, his eyes, go to his backer. Then I go find some work. All right, good shot. Let's get this one going. All right, watch my guard's eyes. Right. I have a tight on this one. All right. Eyes. There's eyes to his backer. Okay, what does backer do? Backer drop, so I can go help. Running back. Eyes over here. This is who we identify. He drops. I'm out. He can see here, right? There's no safety rotation. Go. All right, here's the go. Watch us here. So we got safety rotation. We got what I call a piggyback. We got 2. We're not going to put 2 over. They're not going to do that, right? So our running back, this is his guy. Okay, this is the guy we ID. This is the ID right here. So his eyes goes to the ID. Okay. He's able to pick up our extra guy. So in the purpose of this protection, right? We got 6, so we don't want to give up a guy in a 6-man pro, right? So let's watch it from the tight. Watch my guard, right? My guard sees his guy, and from film study, we knew, right? They were big on their tails, right? So once those linebackers tighten up, okay, we knew that the pressure was coming. We fall in our guys, and then we get a nice bump in those 3 guys. This is perfect with those guys on the inside, man. And our running back, right? Knowing, okay, and letting the safeties take him to his work. Hey, we'll handle the core. We'll handle the 5 inside, okay, and you handle any threat force that comes outside those guys. So, same thing we talk about, right? Going with your guy. Our guard knows, and this is like from practice like as well, that, hey, my backer goes away, I need to go with him. Okay, it's some kind of bump, something else is coming. A guy goes away, 9 times out of 10, good defense is somebody's coming back to us. Nice pickup. There you go again. They try to buffalo us a little bit, try to confuse us a little bit. They walk a guy up, okay, but we still set vertical and let it sort. We ID the cat right here. So if we use our regular rules, okay, our slide away rules, we'll get hit right in the mouth right here. If we use our even front rules, like the base rules that people use in half-man slide. But in our Mike ID world, in our dual read world, we're able to handle it. See the running back, you can see his helmet move right there. Bam. I know this guy's coming now. Now I got to come to that rotation. Right? They try to get us, right? They mug a guy up here, but where the safety's going? See that? They mug a guy, but the safety's rotating the other way. Don't let those guys get you. I want my tackles to be a little bit better here. My right tackle's leaning on his punch. I want to get his head back. Okay. There we go. Let's get another one. Here we go again. Same blitz. A little bit different. They try to cross it here. Watch the center. Watch the guard in this tackle right here. Pass this thing off. And that's what setting vertical, okay, when we get our front pressure, allows us to do. I want you to watch the running back's eyes right here. Okay. That's why you got to bring those guys to that blitz pickup. Watch the running back. We're going to see if we can slow more a little bit. Watch him. As his eyes work, I see safety rotation. Now I'm back on my guy. Okay. Because this is our ID guy. This will be ID right here. Okay. To our call side. and that safety got to bring me to my word. So this is what we got. For as a young coach, people said they bring a 4 to a side, and people counting those, which it is. So we got 1, 2, 3, and we got our 4th guy, and we still able to count to that guy, okay, to our call side, to our slide side, the way we do a reading this thing. Now we do dictate it some with some scheme stuff, but this is the base way that we do it. Those guys handle the inside court guys. Set vertical, let it sort. All right. Let's talk 3-3. Let's talk our stat. Okay. Now, 3-3 stat rules. Okay. Instead of our dual rules, we stack versus stack fat front. We call it a stack sort. Okay. So they're still going to set vertical. Okay. And we're still going to key the linebacker, but a stat linebacker. Okay, so we'll make a different call for our running back. Once our center IDs it, okay, he says stack, odd, stat, okay, whatever call is, then we ID the mic, okay, with a different word, okay, and that lets the running back know, okay, that he's responsible for that guy, okay. In our 3-4 stuff, 3-4 look, okay, the word that we use, let him know that we're handling the inside guy. Okay, this will let him know that he's handling that guy when we get the R stat look. Okay, so it all depends on the way the words we use and how we ID'd it determines on how we're going to treat it. Okay, so we so they both set vertical in our sort stat rules. So same thing, stat backer drops, now we can fan out. Okay, stat backer comes, we stay in the core. Okay, for your guards and your tackles on both sides. Simple enough. Okay, now either way we call it, okay, we're going to ID the mic, okay, and let the mic. Now the running back knows that now he has the mic, okay, and he has anything to outside, to our overhang guys. So this only thing changed for him is now he has the mic, okay, the mic comes. And he has the overhang. And like we said, our safety rotation stuff is going to tell us, okay, in reps of what happens, all right? And you will see how that looks here, okay? So he's responsible for the mic and to the 4th threat on each side, okay? I mean, now if we counting nose, okay, count the nose, stack, down lineman, and then any overhang in the 3-3 stat look, okay? He's responsible for that 4th threat. Everybody got me? All right, let's look at the diagram. All right, so this is what it looks like. Okay. He's 1. He's reading this. If that guy come, I got to go right now. Okay. He comes, I got to go. Either way, right? My tackles and guards, they're reading this guy on this side. They're reading this guy on this side. Okay. So essentially it's the same thing, but we just we switched up the running back's responsibility. So if I get a drop, they can still fan, and we still got 2 for 2 over here. If he comes, right, we got to stay inside. Okay, safety rotation to dictate us, and we also have the ability, like week to week, we'll say, hey, we're gonna treat it. We're gonna still do our R stack ID. Okay, but there's no overhang running back. We don't need you over there. So you keep your eyes front side. So now you can just go, let's say for some reason, right? This guy removed, he's outside of 2. They're too high. I know my eyes, they got to go there. This is our worst case scenario, right? A true 8-man front stack. Okay, probably cover 3, cover 1. This is our worst case scenario. Okay, and that's what we teach off of that, and then we can always work back off of that. So this is our worst case, right? Here it is. Let's look at it. So we got our true mic ID. So we ID right here. So running back, you know, he has here, okay, to then overhang pressure. Over here, there's no overhang over here. So he can stay 1, 2, eyes over here. My inside guys, in my center, excuse me, I didn't talk about the center. He's big, just like he did before. Now, guys, like I said, personnel driven, right? And you got a center that can't handle that, then you may have to tweak it a little bit. Okay, you may have to tweak it a little bit. Don't be handcuffed into doing a certain thing because it's kind of what you always done. Okay, had the ability to be flexible a little bit. All right. So here's a good shot. Let's go to the sideline wide. Sideline tight, excuse me. All right. You can see the guard. Watch the left guard's eyes right here. He sets. His eyes is right there. Eyes here. Okay. My running back, his eyes are on the mic. He should be getting out. He's a little slow. Now, once he doesn't come, guard can go out. We get any outside pressure. Guard, set. I need to go find some work. Here's a good blitz look. So what the center did, the center ID this one right here. So that's the running backs guy. They got this stack to out. They got this stack. There's nobody to work out to. So my running back can know, right? I'm 1 to 2. Okay, they're going to handle him. Mike comes. I want to see my running back face that guy. I know he's a little guy, but at least let him run through you. Watch the guard right here, the left guard. He sets vertical. He got his eyes on this guy. Right guard. Eyes on this guy. We pick it up. Not clean. It's not clean by running back. But we get bodies on bodies. Want to see him be a little bit firmer there. Here's a good shot here. That's the right tackle. Okay. So we ID the middle of our stack. They're in so there ain't no safety. This is our worst case scenario. Look, they're man. This is the man pressure kind of outfit. So I tackle, a right tackle. Our right tackle. He's reading this guy. I left tackle reading this guy. So I right tackle, that guy's already cheating inside a little bit. Okay. He's already playing like a 4-eye. So I'm kind of up to something. So he's able to fan out because his inside backer doesn't come. Right. His eyes are on his backer. His backer doesn't come. He's able to handle that guy. Okay. And he sets and gives us a clean pocket. Left tackle, eyes on my guy, doesn't come, I can help. My running back, he steps up, he checks his guy, he peeps, and now he's out. Boom, I'm out. Here's another one. We get beat right here. But watch our left tackle right here. Okay. You see his eyes. Eyes on this guy. We ID. We ID here. Okay. Running back. Our stat backer for our tackles and guards. Center's big. Watch the left tackle. Guy doesn't come. Go find some work. It's a good job, man.
5 minutes, coach.
How many I got, coach?
5. Yep.
5. Okay. Now, up top, we want to see our guard cover that guy up. I don't know why he's slow there. He's slow. But our right tackle, okay, he sees his guy doesn't come, so you see him working to fan. You see it. So this is on the high school level of us getting it done, guys. So we're certainly doing it on the different levels, right? So let's talk about some adjustments real quick while I got time. Okay, so one thing that people like to do, they like to blitz you to your back. You saw it earlier, okay? Then with our eye, everybody's in a lot of people right here is playing eye front reduction. So sometimes we treat the eye reduction, okay, depends on what kind of blitzes they're bringing. Sometimes we treat it like odd, sometimes we treat it like even, okay? And that's how you see the odd like even, okay? That we're able to dictate week to week. We'll tell the center, say, hey, man, even though it's eye front, when we get to our 6-man pro, let's start the game treating like even, okay? So he makes his even call, okay, and everybody know. Okay, now we get to the game, we have the ability to go back and say, hey, now they hit us with something. Because, hey, listen, man, defense gets us every now and then, right? So, hey, let's go back and let's just go back and treat it like our in our 50 rules, okay? All right, this front looks kind of funky this week. Hey, man, we're going to treat this front like our stat, okay? Just to know that we, because we have our rules based in it, right? So this is a little play action deal where some people like to bring the pressure, okay, to the back. So we're able to give a little token fake, okay, and slide essentially to the back. So if we get an extra guy, okay, we can let that back know, hey, man, you got to stay over there. But the back still, he comes across and he still has his what? His 1 to 2. Now, when he's faking it, he can't come back. Okay, he can't come back for his 4 guy. So the quarterback has to know that that's his guy. Okay, but it's a way to kind of flip it to get a little different look for you. Okay. So when this look, okay, the running back has to know. I mean, the quarterback has to know this guy we're hot off of because we're losing our back. Let's go to the reduction. This is another shot of a play action look. Okay. With our even front rules, but we just losing our back weak. All right, just losing our back weak. A little play action, a little dumb deal. Try to steal one. Tackles bad here. All right, this is the 3-4 reduction, okay? And we're treating it like even. So even though it may look like our front here, right, the center, we're going back, A, B, C, and we big on 1 and 2. And if we had our front sort rules in it, it would still work out the same. But because of this defense and the way they play, we just went ahead and treated it like even. Okay. Here's of us treating our stack look. Our 50 front. Okay, tight front. Treating like even. The way the center called it. Let's go. So now, instead of the guard setting vertical, what's he doing? He's going with the slide. Okay, it's a rip call, right? So he's the first uncovered guy. So now he's part of the slide. And now we're going A, B, C, D. Okay, weak. All right, so this is a situation where we're treating it like even front. Hand held, eyes by the center, and we good to go. That's all I got, Coach. I think I'm out, right?
Yeah, you about done.
Here's the reduction front with this group. Okay, we treated it with our 50 rules, like our odd our 3-4 rules. So you watch the left tackle right here, you can see his eyes. You can see his helmet because he's looking inside, right? Just in case I get that threat.
Gotta go, Coach.
All right, I'm out. Hey guys,
I appreciate
this
you.
is my information, man. If you want to hit it, you can take a picture of that, and that'll give me all my information.
Yeah, leave it there about 10 more seconds. I appreciate you, Coach, and we always texting, so.
Yep. So there it is, guys. You can screenshot that. It'll give you to my you can send me your contact information too. That's our little digital business card deal, and I'll get your information. And you can send me an email. I can shoot this to you or text me, whatever.
All right, man. See you.
All right, Coach.
Yeah. All right, Coach Foster.
What's up, Coach? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. You want the little monitor down at the bottom with the plus sign?
Yep.
Click on that, click share screen, and then wherever you have your presentation at, you can share that.
Let's roll. You ready? You ready to roll?
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Let's do it. Let's see. Okay.
I'm about to go take my dog out in the snow, so we'll see how that works.
Oh yeah, we got snow too down here in Georgia. Wow.
All right, you got it. I'm out.
All right, here we go. Hey, so this appreciate being on the clinic. I wanted to kind of talk, and I wanted to show a bunch of clips. So I wanted to talk kind of about just kind of how you budget your O-line and tight end development. Last year, a little bit about us. We won a state championship going back to back. We had a really good year running the football. And I feel like that, had a lot to do with what we did up front and our running back and kind of how we schematically put it together. What's important to us, and I think, all this stuff, when you're setting up your drills, you're setting up what you're doing, you got to incorporate this every day, mastering our run schemes. Like, what are you running? What are you spending 70, 80% of your run game in, and then spending all that time you can in Indy, not really wasting any time on stuff that you really don't run, but really just maximizing your reps and getting good at your scheme. Finishing blocks is obviously, everybody on here knows that, physicality and violence and everything we're doing. Not a lot of walk-through time, a lot of striking, everything we're doing. As much striking as I can get, I'm going to take it. And then the big thing for me is striking from different angles, like putting guys in different positions, very bad positions, honestly, and having them trying to figure out, how to finish, how to win, because it's not going to be perfect playing O-line, that. But putting them in those positions in Indy, you'll see some of my clips, kind of how we do our practice stuff, and then, mixing in conditioning and teaching into Indy too, without, running them after practice, but getting that conditioning in during practice and gassing them a little bit and then coming back and getting as many reps as we can during that Indy time, and then working on stance, obviously, all the time. This kind of, I think it's important to understand, like, when you're building your Indy and your season, like, what are you doing the majority of the time? For us, we don't spend much time doing pass pro. We know we're going to, anybody that wins any championships of any level of football, college, NFL, high school, you got to be able to run the ball up front, and you got to be able to stop the run. So we're going to spend a lot of time on that, and we're going to do a lot of the same drills. The old Bruce Lee adage, like, do one kick 1,000 times versus 1,000 kick one time. Doing a bunch of drills isn't really where I'm at with it. I really want to master the drills that we're doing so we can get a lot of reps in. The kids know what they're doing every day in the EDD. But we're going to do all these things. We're going to be physical. We're going to strike every day, pads as much as I can. I'm going to talk a lot about in this clinic, and what I've kind of gotten to is solo blocks, like really good defensive coordinators, really good guys that you're going against. If you're really dominant in the run game, they're going to figure out a way to add a guy in there and put you one-on-one. We're going to spend a lot of time on double teams, whether it's power counter, duo, whatever we're doing, outside zone. But we're going to spend equal, if not more time on solo blocks. If you're one-on-one, that's where we want to live at. Defensive coordinators think they can take it away from us by, getting in a bare front or walking a backer down, maybe two backer down, but that's not going to phase us. We're going to really, really spend a lot of time on that in our individual, getting that confidence to where, hey, if we do get in a weird deal where they're loading the box or packing the box, we're still good. We're still good up front. And that goes to O-line and tight end. play. Going back again, talked about your identity. Who are you? That's where you should be spending most of your time. You know, if you're going to be a run game, if you're going to be an air raid team, don't spend a lot of time in the run game, man. Don't just go down there and power counter to death. I mean, if you're going to be an air raid team, you know, you need to be spending the majority of your time pass setting, right, and getting different looks in your pass pro game. But for us, you know, how we do it, we're going to run the football and we're going to spend a lot of time on it. And then if I get some time, honestly, our pool game, I could work a little bit more on our wrap and trap pools, but you know, I kind of mix it in there when I have time, and then pass pro wise, I really don't spend a lot of time on it unless I have, you know, maybe a Wednesday, maybe some extra time on Monday or Tuesday. And then, you know, going into spring, we're going to try something new. So let's get into it. So, you know, I call this solo down. So this is if you get a 4 or 4 eye, we get a lot of. I feel like if you're going to be a dominant run team, you're going to get a lot of slant front. You're going to get a lot of guys moving on you, trying to confuse you. So we really spend a lot of time just on solo downs, and I use these boards. These boards are retired now. They're in my garage. I hung them up because we beat them to death, but I'm gonna get some new ones next year. But we do everything on this. We do solo downs, we turn, we do pulls on it, we do down blocks on them. I take them. This is what we do for our pregame warm up. So everything we do is really based off these boards for the most part. Solo down is going to be trying to get 45 degrees with that first step downhill. Getting inside out. They're holding hand shields right here, running our feet on contact, keeping a base. I really don't like his step too much. He's a little lateral. I like it to be more to 45, gaining ground, getting into my defender, striking low to high, you know, all that good stuff. But we do it like this, just the basic generic way. Then we'll get on the sled and hit a stationary object doing the same thing. And then I got a couple clips here to where we'll do it with like in a cocked position where we're loaded, but we'll also do it where it's my favorite one where the defender already beat me to the punch. So he's already got his hand in the V of my neck, and I got to figure out a way to still step and still figure out a way to win the block. But we do this every day. Like, these aren't great clips of it. I think this is pretty good by our right guard. This is a pretty good step, getting at that 45 degree, that second step, getting out of the ground, striking, finishing. The middle guy is stepping too flat. But this is what we do. We do it every day. It's our EDD every single day, solo blocks. If we got that 4-eye and we're by ourselves on the front side of power, you got to be good at that, because if you're not good at that, the play's dead. Our puller's picked off. You know, it's if we have a head up nose and we got a shade and he's crossing our face, you know, we got to be able to step and cut that thing off and get vertical square shoulders, vertical movement on the play. I think I have it from a cock position right here to where we're coming from a, you know, loaded position, and we're striking fast. We're getting low to high. We'll get on the boards into it too. All right, so here's some clips, kind of how it transfers over. Here's our right tackle. We're running power right here. He's got a 4-eye that's going to be shooting in this gap. We already know that, and we got to get it done because we're pretty much soloed up across. Now, I love the first step. The second step's great, and I love the punch and the violence. I mean, that's exactly what we practice. Second step's getting out of the ground. You know, we're trying to work on vertical, but we end up slanging him because he's trying to slant, and we create a good gap right there. Really good punch. I'm going kind of fast. I only got 30 minutes, but we'll try to see what we can get done. Center's pretty good right here. You know, we got 2 eyes. I think we're running. Let's see what we're running right here. I think we're running we're running power left. Just right. Hey, we got to cut that 2-eye off by ourselves. And that guy outweighs him by about 60 pounds. Our center is about 240. That nose guard's about 310. But we take good steps. We get underneath. We try to get vertical. You know, it's a big deal right there for us. But we're soloed up. You know, we're soloed up. We like to live in that soloed up world. That's fine. You can solo us up all you want to. Right here, our right guard. I wanted to put this on there because he's not great. He's not great initially. You know, he steps too flat with his left foot. His right foot gets stuck in the ground. But he ends up getting himself. This is kind of where I practice it, where we get him in that bad position. Like, he's high. He's not great with his hands. But then he's got to figure out a way to keep running his feet and finish. And he does, right? So, like, put those guys in that position and practice, though, in your EDDs every day. Don't make it weird when you get in the game and it's not a great fit. We're not hitting the sled, right, where that's not going to fight back. Those guys are going to fight back. They're good with their hands too, but we're going to end up figuring out a way to adapt and finish the block. I thought it was a really good job by the right guard, just finishing and figuring it out. We get a really good double team right here too. Yeah, center again, and the tight end, just running our feet, trying to figure out a way to, we might not be perfect at first, but being able to adapt and run our feet, find a base, try to get inside, hand placement, all that stuff. Solo blocks. The left guard right here, I think, is who I'm highlighting. It's not great either. It's right, left. It's not great. The left is vertical. The right's flat. The right needs to be getting through the crotch of the 2-eye, and his hands are way too wide. But again, figuring out a way to finish, fight my hands, and adapt. Put them in bad situations. I really can't say it enough. Let's see. All right, so we got it. So now just going to our down. Just like I don't teach down blocks like a lot of guys do. I've kind of gotten away from the traditional way. I like to get more of a bucket step, my inside step, bucket step, and then I lock my hip and then just roll. So how we're doing this on the sled is that like our heel is going to be at the top of the sled and we're bucketing and we're rolling through. Because the reason is that we got so much vertical penetration, guys just trying to blow up A gap, B gap, that we really had to lose ground and cut them off to try to get our hat across. So we didn't get much like we got a little bit of it, but we didn't get much like read and react from the D lineman where they were trying to cross our face. So I'm just really big on just, hey, we're opening that hip with a bucket step, which is not traditional, and then running our feet, rolling those hips. You'll kind of see how it translates here in a second. But we did this on the sled. We do it on the boards too. So you young O-line coaches who are just looking, just make it, do it and do it from different, do it different ways too. I got the O-line job a day before spring ball when I got to Hebron, and we had to figure this stuff out pretty quickly. So you young O-line guys, do it on different surfaces. Do it with a board. Do the same drill though. Don't try to do 100 different drills. Do the same drill, but just do it hitting different, moving pieces. Make them move. Make them slant. Give them a bunch of different things to process. But again, the key point is just getting them started on top, bucket step, and then run their feet, rock and roll. We'll get to some clips here. Okay, so then we're running buck sweep, and we got to get all the way down on a 2-eye at right tackle. And that's a hard block because that 2-eye is going to be shooting up the field, but we got to get to him on buck sweep because the center's back too. Really watch our right tackle right here, bucket step and roll it. I mean, that's pretty good. Just bucket step and just get down the dang line and roll, man. Open that hip. Not thinking too much, but rolling it. Center does a decent job too. He gets help because the 2-eye gets blocked into him. But that we do that as much as I can every week during the season. We're going to do it a lot in spring. Same drills, opening that hip, rock and roll. Now, we're doing a zone. We're doing a fan, really like a fan out at left guard, but it's really the same block. Like if we're fanning all the way to a 5, let's say that this number 44 walks down. Well, then if we're running zone, we got double fan. He's got to get all the way out on that 5 technique. Who's probably going to be slanting right to him, but he can't get his face crossed. You guys know how it is because that play is probably going to hit right here in the backside A gap. So he's really got to get down there and get that hat, and create some movement. I thought he did a pretty good job. He actually knocked him so far that the 44 folded into us. But just playing fast, playing physical, playing fast, playing physical. We drilled it, and that's where it all starts. Drill it. 2-3 times. I can't get enough of it. Right guard does a pretty good job on the gallop right there. Could be a little bit lower, but that's a pretty good gallop on the double team. We spend a lot of time with double teams, but we spend a lot of time solo blocks, man. I can't say it enough. Just working like pulls. Like again, we work pulls on the boards. We shade them and then go. I like to work when I'm doing like wrap pulls on power. Or buck sweep. If I'm the second puller, I like to get them really tight. So I want to be tight first. Like I don't want to be, hey, I'm reaching all the way to get. I want to be a tight pull first, and then I can adjust. We had some really good athletes this year, so they were able to really adjust in space. And I taught them. I teach the skip slide. Skip shuffle. So we're going to skip initially, and then we're going to shuffle, like skip initially. I don't like how a couple of guys teach it is they skip pull and they get so much depth back here into the backfield. I like to skip shuffle to where we're skipping opening and then we're shuffling and then finding it. So our insert point is a little bit tighter because we want to hit power pretty fast, right? So I want to skip shuffle on that guard or tackle if we dart correct it. So that's how I teach it. My main coach at point two is like, when we get on this board, we're accelerating through the hole because there might be a hole like this big, and we're going to accelerate through there and just make a bigger one. And it's kind of like you're teaching the running backs to run through the smoke on power or duo. It might not be a big hole for the guard. It's the same teaching point. Like, it might not be a big hole, but it's still there, and you got to mash through and create one because your running back's coming right behind you. So I like to emphasize that whenever we're doing that on these boards, to where, hey, when you hit that yellow, you're running through it, like running through it. And I'll mix up the defensive guys too that are, I might have them all start right here, all three, and then one goes here, one goes here, one goes here, because when you're pulling, you don't know really who you're going to get. You're aiming for the play side linebacker, but they might send them on the outside pressure and the safety might fill. They might scrape so hard over. You might end up getting the backside backer and it hits a little tighter. So I like to really mix that up as well. And then sometimes I like to get them to slant, like slant outside of the board to where you're pulling for that inside shoulder, but you got to adjust once you get off the board. You can do 1,000 things this way. We do it all season. I give them 1,000 different looks. Like, I like them sometimes to just run down the board and you're like, oh crap, it happened so fast. Because you'll see a clip here in a second where that happens. You got to figure it out, man. Like, you got to figure out how to dig them out of there and create a hole. So, but you kind of see the skip shuffle, get vertical. 3 guys going at once. If I had 5 boards, I would do 5 guys going. So we're getting maximum reps. I'm not doing 1 guy at a time. It's not going to spend a lot of time on that, but you guys get the idea. Here's an instance where you can see the skip shuffle and then get vertical through there. But it's the speed when you get in there. Like, you want to get to the line of scrimmage like you're running the football. Like, you want to run through like you're truck sticking somebody. You can't, because a lot of guys, when they're wrap pulling, they want to kind of see and diagnose, who's going to be there, who's not. We're not doing that. We're running through it, and we're going to smoke whoever's in that gap, wherever I see a gap. We're just going to smoke it and create space. So yeah, I think this is the same clip. But you can kind of see 32 stepping down. It happens fast. I wish it was a little bit more square, but it's never going to be that pretty. It's always going to be kind of a messy piece of art. I thought this was a really good clip to show. We're running buck sweep. So right here, the front side guard gets a log, with his DN spilling, which is fine. But I really like how he gets his shoulders squared. He runs his feet and gets vertical movement. A lot of guys on a log, they like to just reach them and stay, but you still got to get vertical movement. So I really like this wrap pull right here, or excuse me, it's really a trap pull with the log getting vertical movement. And then the second puller is still kind of a skip shuffle. I really wish his shoulders were a little bit more square. But it's a longer skip shuffle though. Like, we already know we're going to get around all that junk. But once he finds his target, I like how square his shoulders are. And obviously the finish is great. Both finishes are great. That's the emphasis every day, is the finish. If you're not doing it, if you're not emphasizing finish and you're an O-line coach, you should just retire or go coach quarterbacks. The finish is the most important piece. Here's the same clip from the end zone shot. I mean, really good by the left guard. He's too big with his first step. He had an issue with having too wide of a stance anyway, so his first step was really wide. But both of those pulls, man, those guys are both almost 300 pounds too. I mean, they're really good athletes. That's not all coaching at all. Left guard right here. So I put this on there because this is an instant to where the mic or the play side backer kind of gets out of the play. They actually both get out, and the safety becomes the new guy. So just, hey, running through the smoke, finding it. Once you get to the safety, it might be the safety. It might not be the backer. I mean, you can see from the end zone shot, both the backers part like the Red Sea, which is great for the play. And there's the hole. You're the running back now. So where would you go? You're going to go truck stick number 8. That's your deal. That's the guy that's going to make the play. Hands are too wide. Wish they were tighter, but fitting up a safety is not easy to do at 295, 300 pounds. Staying square, running your feet on contact, and then still getting the finish. we get a little dart adjustment right now. So our right tackle, he shouldn't have done this, but he did it anyway. He ends up pulling on power. He is pretty athletic, skip shuffle again. It's a longer skip shuffle though. See how close he is to the line of scrimmage. We're not getting much depth. There's no need to, you can still hug the line of scrimmage even if it's a wider pull. But he finds 54, which 54 kind of comes out of nowhere. But that's why sometimes in Indy, you want those guys to be right on the bottom of that board. So you have to create contact and power fast. Boom, and he does. I mean, he finds 54 inside out. I mean, hugging that line of scrimmage is pretty good. We end up throwing the RPO out there, which whatever. I think we had or he just ended up pulling the football for some reason on power. I don't know why he did that, but he did. He gained some good yardage. The last one on the pool. I might be able to get the double teams here. I got 10 minutes. I've been rolling, Coach Tatum. Right guard. All right, we're going to be pulling. We're just running power left. We're pulling for the front side backer. But I can't oversize it enough. Don't get too much depth, man. Like, skip shuffle, get flat. Hug the line of scrimmage, and let's get up and let's figure it out. Figure out who we got. Finish is beautiful. Like it. The guy kind of steps down. I mean, hands could be a little bit tighter, but when you're 6'4", 315 pounds, I mean, it's hard to – sometimes you just swallow up guys. All right, so let's go double teams. I got a little bit of time. I got a couple minutes. Double team, so it's not earth-shattering stuff that we do on double teams at all. We do just, half and half line with the tight ends. But the main thing that I'll say about this is I like to get back there and play the backside backer because I like to walk down and I like to blitz A-gap late. I like to cross face. I like to blow people up with a shield. I like to really mess with these guys. So they have to use their eyes. You got to use your eyes on the second level. So sometimes I'll walk down with the head up nose and I'll walk down and I'll just blitz and they won't see me. And they're like, Coach, I thought we were working double team drills. Like, yeah, we are. But dude, you got to be able to read and react. If I'm walking down, that's you. It's single blocks now. Okay. So, I mean, that's about 50-50 with our center. But, yeah, I like to do that. And we're just playing fast. He's a little high on the gallop. I teach gallops at guard. I don't teach gallops at tackle, but I do teach gallops at guard. I like to get a lot better at it this spring. Look at some clips. You guys get the idea. The main deal is just I like to be the backer, the second level guy, to mess with those guys and make sure they're using their eyes. So we're running a duo right here. I think this is probably our best clip because you can see right here, all four of their eyes are looking at the second level for the most part. He's looking at the second level. We're looking at the second level. We're pretty close hip to hip right here. Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the second level and still hugging. You don't want to get off until you get to smell their breath or whatever, adage you want to use. Like, you want to stay on that front side double team or that first level double team as long as you can. And that's why I like to play the backer in double team drill, like I do, because sometimes I won't even feel. Sometimes I'll drop into coverage, and we'll look at it and be like, well, why'd you get off? Well, it was double team drill. Well, you're wrong. You need to stay on the first level guy. But this is pretty good by both of them. I think the right guard right here sees it, and he was thinking he was going to come off. And then for some reason, 6 ended up scraping instead of filling. And he was like, okay, well, I'll just stay on 10 and ride him out. Yeah, and our running back was special, man. He was really good. He made us look good. He's first team All-State in all class. We're running counter right here. Our splits are too wide at right tackle, and his steps aren't really great at all. Because we froze it. I guess he didn't tighten the split down, but he ends up making up for it, because I think his eyes are just really good on that backside backer right there. I mean, really good on the first. I like his aiming point for a 6'6" guy to get down on that hip. Great bend, especially, when he's a 2 technique and he just sees a little bit of jersey, just shoving him across the guard's face. But then getting his eyes on the backside backer and just riding him out on the scrape. That was really good by the right tackle.
Coach, why are you just gallop with the guard?
It had a lot to do with these tackles, really. They had taught double teams more like duo double teams on power counter. So I was like, let's just roll with that for now. But the guards were better at it. I mean, they were just better at it with the head up nose. I mean, they just were. And it just ended up working out for us this year. There's not really any rhyme or reason. This is kind of where we were with it.
I got you.
I think I have a clip of a gallop at guard actually coming up. Let's see. I know I'm running out of time, but I'll show it to you. But this is why I like to play the backer too sometimes. Like this guy walked up late. Like he walked up late and we just ended up kind of double teaming him out of there, getting to the backside backer. But you got to give them those different looks. You can't just line up in a 4-man front all the time, and then all of a sudden you get in the game and you're getting, all kinds of different junk, and you don't know how to figure it out. This is what, to your question, this is what they had done last year. So we just really kind of just stuck with it on power, just gotten hip to hip and rocking and rolling, and that's kind of how we just maximized that a little bit more, kept it going. I think here's a gallop right here at right guard, just versus head up nose. I mean, he was just better at it. It's not really great, really. This is like week 2, and we kind of, I got to get better at it in spring. And I think too, coach, like these big head up noses, they're kind of bigger dudes than some of these, 3 techniques that we saw who are more athletic. So just the gallop when they're just trying to be a head up nose and they're trying just to blow up your center, I told my center to stand them up a little bit more. I could do that better than the guard. When you get a 3 technique in the gap, it's harder to really understand who's taking over, who's not. But when you had a head up nose, like they put the nose in a tough position because you're really trying to really, drive the center back. So we really told the guard we could gallop and get in that hip pocket. I think we had another gallop. Let's see. Yeah. So this is a tough one where the guard, I think he goes to gallop and the dude slants to him. Yeah, but he ends up just taking it over. But yeah, we'll see what our tackles can do this year if they can gallop. I love the gallop, but it's just really for me, it just comes down to, hey, if I have a 3 technique and we're galloping to him, can we really take it over? If he's a 3 technique and he's hugging that guard, right? If we're not getting enough back to him, it just worked out better with the centers on the gallop. We good, coach? Is Coach Tatum still walking his dog?
No, I'm back. I was doing some different things. I appreciate you, man. You're 5 minutes early. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that was it. I was really rolling through there. I'm surprised I got through it all, to be honest with you. So
yeah, it's all good. But I appreciate you. I'm gonna go ahead and do some commercial stuff if you don't mind. I'm go ahead and pull you off. All right, guys. So if you're not keeping track, I have like all my hats I've been putting on over here. I'm on Fear the Veer now. That was for Coach Rapinick. But before I bring Coach Harmon on, real quick, let's give a hat away. So if you're not 100% on what I'm talking about, if you go and DM me, right here, there's the rules. If you DM me on X or Facebook, how long you've been following us on Twitter or YouTube, and then I'll put your name on this wheel, which is right here. Okay, so we're gonna spin and we're gonna see who gets a dome hat. I have 7 more to do, so it'd be 6 after this one. We'll see who wins a hat. Coach Harmon, if you try to share down there the little monitor with the plus sign, and you can click and you can share your screen. Coach Parham, appreciate you, man. I will be reaching out to you with your selection of hats. There's 7 left, like I said, so appreciate that. All right, Coach, let's go ahead and get started a little early. How you doing?
Cool. Cool, man. I'm glad to be here, bro. Thank you for having me, man. And I wanted to do this is a little bit different, everybody. And feel free to ask questions in the chat, man. I'll be happy to answer as best as I can. But this is a little different, where I wanted to discuss mindset, man, because I feel like that's truly the difference when it comes to offensive line play. I know we've been talking down blocks, pulls, steps, and all of the things, man. But a big thing to me is mindset, and that's the formula that I've had success with when it comes to generating championships, man. Again, I'm Coach Travis Harmon, originally from down in Miami, Florida. Won a couple of state championships with Chaminade Madonna. That's where I'm from. I got 4 years coaching offensive line there, 2 years as a running back coach as well. And know this, man, if you're ever an offensive line coach, you do have the ability to coach running backs as well, man, because a lot of running backs don't understand blocking schemes and the importance of blocking. So just wanted to throw that nugget out there if you're ever in a position where you wanted to challenge yourself and coach something different, man. But back to my presentation, man, building a championship mindset in your offensive line. A big, huge inspiration for me just in general, one of my favorite athletes of all time, Michael Gerard Tyson, man. I feel like he's one of the greatest heavyweights ever. But the reason why he's one of my favorites is his trainer, Cus D'Amato, right? And Cus was a big believer in mindset, and he got Mike to believe that he could become one of the greatest heavyweight champions of the world, and he got to him at an early age. And like you see on the slide, man, trench play is like a heavyweight fight. So that that's always my approach when it comes to offensive line versus defensive line play. Like, it is a heavyweight fight, and it is our job as an O line to impose your will on your opponent and make them quit. We got 4 quarters to make them tap. So that was always the mindset behind, the method behind my madness. So we're in close quarters. It's technical, but the biggest thing is psychological, right? So that's why I wanted to do my presentation on today. And I definitely want to point out some similarities when it comes to offensive linemen and Mike Tyson's story. So Cus D'Amato, his big thing was he said, what my job is to peel off layers and layers of damages that inhibit you from your true ability to grow and fulfill your potential. And when he found Mike Tyson at 13 years old, like, Mike was really damaged, and he came in from, he was overweight, right? Low self-esteem, no confidence. And a lot of times when we are dealing with offensive linemen coming up, at a young age, more times than not, they are dealing with self-esteem issues. They are dealing with a lack of confidence from not being coached properly. And I think that's the beautiful thing of us coming together today to share our knowledge, man. And so for me, I always knew that I would have to peel back layers of just the low self-esteem and the lazy habits, right? And that's what Cus D'Amato had to do with, a young Mike Tyson. Like, if you hear Mike talk about, what his mindset was at 13 years old, he was, definitely overweight, didn't shower much, no confidence. And, when you think about offensive linemen, it's the same thing. You go to any park, right? When things go wrong, and it could be a person that don't even know football, right? They'll say the line ain't blocking. If things ain't going right, we're the first to blame. So you got to think about years of just dealing with that. This is why you find a lot of offensive linemen going to defensive line, right? Because how often do you hear anything about a defensive lineman not doing their job, right? But offensive line, if things go wrong, we're the first to blame, even if it's not our fault. So understanding that, I use this approach to empower, to get the offensive linemen to understand how valuable they are to this game, because you don't win championships without being dominant up front. So, just wanted to share that today, or start with that, man. Cus gave Mike a taste of confidence before the rest of us knew what Mike Tyson would be able to become. You know what I mean? So we got to make sure we take that approach in working with our offensive linemen, man, and just, pouring into them in that regard. And I wanted to share a couple of things just about that. One of the most important things too, man, is just establishing a culture, right? What do you want your unit to know? Because before we talk mindset, footwork, and scheme, we got to talk about culture, man. Because if you don't define identity for your unit, you know what I mean, your players don't really have a true identity. And I love what the last coach said. He talked about, if you're not using the word finish, then go coach another position, because that is the word for me. That was always the word for me. Finish your blocks, finish your runs, finish your opponent, finish the season. And the reason why, the lesson I had to learn when it comes about the importance of finishing, I am a big believer of, the power of the tongue and speaking things into existence. And I learned that lesson growing up and playing at Chaminade, because I graduated from Chaminade and came back to coach years later. The goal for us, because we was an up and coming program, nobody had heard of us, and the goal for us at the time was to go to state. And so we verbalized it. We want to go to state. We going. And guess what? We went, but we didn't finish. We got to the state game. We ended up playing a team, that we beat 2 times before in Jacksonville Bowls, like a very prominent program. But because we had beat them before, we felt like in our mind, okay, we got these guys again. And we ended up playing that same team the first game of the season. We had 5 turnovers, but still found a way to win that first game. So we felt like if we eliminate the turnovers, we'll be fine. So after all season of the goal of going to state, we want to go to the ship. We want to go. We got there, but we didn't finish. And that always stuck with me for the rest of my life, like as a player. And when I ended up becoming a coach, it's not about going, This is not a field trip. This is a business trip. We have to finish the mission. And so in establishing a championship mindset, I would always use the word finish, where if we're sprinting, we're finishing through the line. I love doing footwork drills where I'll take a little circle and I have some cones in front of them. We'll do some footwork drills and we'll, the first whistle, we're doing our footwork drills. The second whistle, we're sprinting through the cone. So we got to finish through the cone. And so it's just like I'm always shouting the word finish. We're finishing our blocks. We don't just get to our blocks. Like when we're pulling up to a play side, or we're double teaming to a backside linebacker. We don't want to just get there. We want to finish through them. So building a championship mindset, you want to find ways to use the word finish. And that was my lesson in learning like why the word finish was important to me. And that's how I would, incorporate that same thing to my guys moving forward and finishing your block. So, as an offensive line, you want to set the tone, and you also want to challenge your guys. Like one of the first things I would do the first day of camp or spring ball, right? I would take the guys for a second and I would pause and I would tell them to look at the rest of the field, look at your teammates, look at everybody else. We can't afford the country club. We have to grind every day. You'll see receivers doing some cute drills, quarterbacks throwing the ball or whatnot, the running backs doing their thing. We can't afford to do this. We're here to work every day. And so you set the challenge and you just command those guys to meet it, right? And so it just become one of those things that we start off just setting the tone early. We have to grind every day and everything has to be intense and we have to finish. So like I said, moving forward, finishing every drive, finishing through the whistle, and finishing the mission. And for me, finishing the mission was my go-to because like I said, when I played, we didn't finish the mission. We got the state, but we didn't go. So that always became the mantra. So once we would have a successful season, we get to the playoffs. It's about finishing at this point. We didn't come this far to come up short. So I would just, use the word finish when it came to like that was my mantra to set the culture for the unit. I want us to understand that the offensive line is a reflection of you as a coach, man. One thing in my observations, like before I started coaching, I would just go to different parks and just watch. And remembering coaches in my time, we didn't always have a great old line coach. But one thing I wasn't a big fan of are coaches who want to joke and play around, or we're not taking it serious throughout the week or throughout the season, but all of a sudden want to become serious on Friday night, Saturday or Sundays. You know what I mean? You can't flip it on and become a different coach, right? If you haven't been serious throughout the week of practice or throughout the season and expect your guys to all of a sudden turn that switch on when they're on the field. So I would love for us to understand that, or just accept the challenge as coaches, that our unit is a reflection of us, right? If they don't finish blocks, that's on us. We gotta fix that. That's coaching. If there's a lack of discipline, that's on us. That's coaching. If they don't believe in themselves, that's on us. That's coaching. But if they're tough, accountable, and confident, that's on us too. So we got to be able to accept that challenge and understand that our unit is a reflection of us. And I would see a piece of myself in different versions of my lifetime in my unit. One thing I would love to just kind of share here, right? I would like to think of being an offensive line coach as being a sitcom dad, right? When you think of sitcoms in our times growing up in the 90s, for me, you got Philip Banks from Fresh Prince, you got Carl Winslow from Family Matters. And the reason why I say, my approach is being like a sitcom dad, their kids will always have different personalities, right? You have Philip Banks dealing with Carlton, you had Philip Banks dealing with Will, and then you have Ashley and Hillary Banks, all different personalities, but you still find a way to connect to run your household, right? So when you're thinking about offensive linemen, your offensive line, your players are all going to have different personalities, different skill sets, but we all got to have one common goal and one mindset. So it's important for us to understand, meet them where they are and accept them for who they are, but push them towards greatness. But it's our job to identify their skill set and put them in the best position to be successful. right? One of the things I would do in indie period is like, I'm not just running drills just for the sake of running drills. Like sometimes coaches can get caught up in that where we're doing pulling drills just for the sake of doing pulling drills. You know what I mean? Or we're doing down blocking drills for the sake of, down block drills. When I'm running these drills, I am trying to identify the strength of the guys going up for their rep. Like I'm trying to identify who's my best down blocker, who's my best puller, and who can get some of these things done. So it's like as they're executing these drills, my wheels are turning to figure out how can I put these guys in the best position to be successful. You know what I mean? So just wanted to share that as we continue to move forward. You know what I mean? You should see, like I said, a piece of yourself in your unit. I remember one year I saw myself like I had a kid that I would bump heads with, right? And it took us a while for us to come together and get on the same page. But he reminded me of myself because he was what I was, and when I was my freshman year in college. You know what I mean? I didn't clash with my coaches, but I was a little bit stubborn, slightly arrogant. But I saw myself in him, so I understood it a little bit. And then there are times where I saw myself when there were moments when I was insecure. So you would see yourself in a piece of your guys, but the whole thing the thing you want to accomplish is getting on the same page, right? And getting, becoming a cohesive unit and to eventually all have the same mindset with the same goal to finish the mission. And last thing too, I came across a quote from Mike Vrabel where he stated that, you know, um, he had to learn, and it's probably, the reason for success with the Patriots now is that he had to learn that it's okay for your guys to have different personalities as long as we have the same mindset and the same goal. And that was something that he had to learn as a head coach. So when I heard Mike Vrabel mention that, I gave that a shout out to him as to his growth because that takes maturity to admit something like that. But that's definitely something that we have to understand as coaches, man. You're going to have players with different personalities, but it's our job to imprint our mindset. So when I say your unit is a reflection of you, you have to be, you need to be a visual representation of what you're preaching to your guys. You can't demand them to bring the best energy and have a positive attitude if you're coming and you're walking around bringing your bad day to the field, right? You want to be a visual representation of what it is to be confident, to what it is to speak life into your guys. You want to be that visual presence of pride and professionalism. Like, and I'm not talking about yelling and screaming and cursing at you guys all the time. Like, do I yell and scream? Yes, but that's not it's not at them. Like the purpose for me when I am doing that, when I'm spazzing, I'm doing it to create and simulate chaos. So in practice, I'm trying to make things as chaotic as possible while I'm also shouting, reminders and our keys when it comes to our aiming points. So which foot are we stepping with, the angle we're stepping with. So it's just like I'm not yelling for the sake of just yelling. I'm simulating chaos, but I'm also not degrading our athletes, right? It's important to build these guys up and constantly pour into them. You know what I mean? So being a visual representation is very important and what you want in your guys. Try to refrain from joking all the time and being on playtime because when Friday nights come, you can't expect your guys to all of a sudden have that dog mentality and have that will and that thirst for dominance if we've been joking around and playing around with them as coaches. And I want to make another reference to skip back to what I was saying earlier about being a sitcom dad. If I had to if I had to compare myself to a sitcom dad, I would use Philip Banks because when you think about, for those who might know, uh, season one of Fresh Prince of Bel Air, like Philip Banks ran a tight ship and he just had this personality where he just had the kids on a short leash, right? And so that would be my approach at the start of the season, right? As the season would go on and they would start to understand how I operate and they will start to understand the goal, the common goal, and they will start to see greatness in themselves, then I will pull off that, I'll let that leash, stretch out a little bit. But for the most part, when we step on that field and we step inside those lines, we're all on a mission, and I have to be a visual representation of that. And I need those guys to know that I am with them in this moment. So I feel like that's very important that we're a visual representation when it comes to um, you know, being a coach for them. Here's why I'm big on mindset, man. When you think about offensive line play and our plays that we run, uh, we've been running counter, we've been running power, we've been running belly, lead, ISO, inside zone, outside zone, even though that's more of a recent type of thing. We've been running these same plays for years, but the difference is how you get these X's and O's to move. So I want that to be the takeaway from my session today as I'm, speaking with you all, man. Uh, the mindset is the difference maker. And you have to be willing to, you got to be willing to trust the process as a coach too. And this is not down talking X's and O's. It's just understanding that this can be the mindset is the difference maker. And if you're constantly pouring into your unit, you'll start to see, as the season progresses, they'll become, more confident, and you'll start to see it. I love, sometimes I will still go back and watch our state championship games that could be found on YouTube, and I would watch a game every now and then, and you could see their physical presence and their confidence was just oozing through their, just like how they carried themselves. And it was always about ignoring the score. The goal was to put forth our best game, and we wanted to be dominant every play and be dominant and finish each drive and force our opponents to quit. And so, that's why, mindset was important to me. And it was the same thing when I ended up coaching running backs. When I challenged myself to do something different, and I wanted to see if I can take these same principles and apply it to my running back room, would it work? And it did. When dealing with running backs, right? The first thing, and I would tell them, everybody thinks they can play this position of running back, but the thing that makes you valuable are the things that you do when the ball is not in your hands, right? And if you want to, when you go off to college or you go to the pros, if you show that you can block for your quarterback and protect your quarterback, you will immediately climb the depth chart. So I'm always like, I would drop jewels of, not where we are now, but where we're going and where we're trying to be. So if you ever find yourself in a position of coaching running backs, if you're in a position where you have to do both, it's just like you can apply these same concepts when it comes to the importance of blocking, finishing your blocks, or, as a running back, finishing your runs, and, being dominant and have a mindset of where you want to be dominant. The reason why mindset is important, man, because I'm working on mindset first, because if we start to, if off the bat, if I'm preaching technique, right? And mind you, like the very first thing I would love to work on is, stance, because that's very important, having a good base, a strong stance and stuff like that. But before I get into, plays and technique, I'm preaching mindset, and I'm pushing them to, get in shape, and I'm running them because, again, back to Mike Tyson, a favorite quote that he likes to use is, everybody has a plan until they get hit in the mouth. And in our case, that's fatigue, or that's a dominant defensive line front. How are we going to respond when adversity hits? So mindset is important, because you want to be able to, get them in shape. And when adversity starts to strike, you can answer the bell, when the fatigue sets in, or we got a challenge in front of us, or we're in a big game and things are tight. We have to be the unit that's dominant and confident in our guys to, to put the team on our shoulder, and, to where we can prevail. You know what I mean? So that's what, a mindset, a strong mindset looks like. Not flinching when things go wrong, or when things get tight, or, it's we're going score for score, right? And our defense can't get a stop. We can't get tight up front. We have to know we're going to answer, we're going to score each drive. That's the mindset that we have. If they get one turnover and one stop, we're good to go. You know what I mean? So that's why, mindset is important, because when the adversity hits, or when the fatigue sets in, or when things get a little bit chaotic, we got to be in the right mindset to say, you know what, we got this. And I've seen this in the very first championship. I had a chance of winning. You know, it was a late game and we had to go down one more drive to score to win. And it was a beautiful thing to see the unit stand up, and they looked at me and was like, "Coach, we got this." And I was like, "All right, let's go show them." And to go through that whole season with the adversity that we went through, you know, me as a coach and, you know, those guys as a unit, to get to that moment, it was a beautiful thing to see. So and you never know when adversity is going to strike, right? And I would preach that to my guys as well. There's a team out there that wants to come in and beat us into the ground. We have to be ready for when that team shows up, and we have to be able to overcome that moment and show them who the real champion is. So, you know, preaching adversity and dropping those life nuggets in there, because that applies to life as well. You know, we never know when adversity is going to hit, but we got to be ready to show and you know, meet the adversity head to head and overcome it. A big thing for me, man, is speaking life into your unit. I mean, you know, you talk about, again, back to Custom Motto and Mike Tyson. If you ever watch an old clip or old interview of Custom Motto and Mike, Cuss always made sure that he spoke life into young Mike Tyson, right? Somebody would ask Mike in an interview about his past and what he was growing up and how he handled himself. And Cuss would respond with, he's not a bad kid. He just did bad things, right? So he was kind of reversing, you know, what it was like. I'm reversing how you view yourself. You know what I mean? And it's the same approach when it comes to working with our offensive linemen. So for me, one of the things that I would do at the very first period of before practice would start today, I would get my unit, or before a game, I will get my unit and I will let them know that I am proud of you for what you're about to accomplish, especially before games. I'm proud of you for what you're about to do, because I believe in the work that we put in and I believe in you. So speaking life into your unit is big, right? And talking to them or painting a picture of what it takes to be a champion, and then reminding them of that, you know, in spring ball or at the start of the season. This is our goal, to be a champion. This is what it takes. And you have to get them to see it, right? You got to get them to see it first. You have to be, as coaches, we have to be visionaries. You know, we have to see greatness in them before they start to see it in themselves. And what'll happen is, about halfway through the season or 3/4 of the way through, you don't have to beg them to push anymore. They'll start to push themselves once they get a taste of dominance. A big believer, one thing I truly believe in is, if you give a person power who's never had it, they'll thirst and crave for more of it. And that's what it is to, you know, when dealing with a young offensive line, or dealing with a unit who's used to being talked bad about, who's used to being yelled at, right? Or not being valued, because anytime a running back a break for a long 80-yard run, it was the back skill. It's like, no, we pour into these guys and let them know how valuable they are and how they're the engine of this whole front. So it's our job as coaches to be visionaries and, you know, uh, paint a picture of how great they can be, and remind them of that and push them towards it constantly. And after, you know, uh, day in and day out of constant pushing, halfway through, they'll start to see it in themselves, especially if they're getting a taste of what it is to be a dominant front. If if we have a dominant run game and they're blocking to the whistle, or they're driving somebody, you know, from one side of the field to the sideline, or those kind of things. So we have to make sure that we're visionaries in this thing and see it until they start to see it in themselves. And trust and believe, man, having this approach, like, for, I want to make sure that I don't, that we make sure that we don't understand, like, this is not soft coaching. It's just getting us to go that extra mile. Like, this is the advantage when it comes to, being a dominant front. Because like I said, when it comes to X's and O's, man, we've been drawing it up the same for years. But the difference is the mindset that makes the X's and O's move. So that's why I'm really proud to be in front of you all today. One thing to start the season off, man, we got to become the hardest working unit on the field. without a doubt. No questions asked. We have to grind. And what happens is the rest of the team starts to follow suit when they see how hard your unit is working. They see how hard you push your guys and demanding greatness from them. You know what I mean? The rest of the team will start to respect it. The quarterbacks, running backs, and receivers, when they know your big guys up front are being pushed and they're answering the bell and they start to see the confidence in your unit, the rest of the team follows suit. And that's at that point is when you start to put the game on your team's shoulders, right? And you transition from becoming a team that relies on the set of the skill players. Now they want to follow you to battle, right? And one of the things that I will always say, and coaching my guys, throw the first punch and then keep punching. We're not letting up. You know what I mean? So we got to become the hardest working unit. One thing that I always used in my footwork drills, that's one thing. If you have a sand pit, I will constantly run my guys through sand, because offensive linemen typically when they come in, they don't like moving their feet, right? But if you start running them and doing certain drills in sand, like you're running some short sprints and stuff in sand, or you're doing some shuffle drills or pass sets in sand, by the time they get back on that turf or that grass, they'll be thankful for it. So that was always a secret weapon of mine. Like if you're at a high school and there's a long jump pit, or or that the track team uses, that was a staple for us at the top of the week. So if we practiced on Monday through Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going to be in that sand. Thursday walkthrough. As the week goes on, we let up a little bit so they can get their legs back. But definitely got to be the hardest working unit, and we got to carry ourselves with a sense of pride.
Five minutes, coach.
Cool, man. Cool. A championship mindset is not built in a day, man. You got to trust the process as a coach. It takes time, but you can't let up. I remember my third season definitely felt like I was being challenged, and a coach came up to me and gave me some words of wisdom. He said, "Hey, man," he said, "You coach Trav, you figure it out. You always do." And eventually we did. You got to trust yourself and stay the course. And just trust the process, man, because it doesn't happen overnight. It's one of those things where you gotta, trust it every day and push and make sure, you build it through daily habits and you set the standard. And it's just effort every day, man. A championship effort is not just yelling, it's not really emotions. It's just a commitment to excellence, commitment to getting 1% better every day, staying disciplined, embracing adversity. And one thing, I will always ignore the score. I don't care if we're up 7-0, 14-0. It's about how dominant we could be. Like, that was always the goal. I was never satisfied as a coach until I can visibly see my opponent quit. I love to see the opposite sideline in disarray, or just seeing a defensive front seven, they're tapping, because if you punish a unit enough, they'll show signs of getting ready to tap out. Because you think about all off season, when you go to these one-on-one camps, you have a D line. They already got the advantage because they're out there with no shirt on doing one-on-ones, and they're just like high fiving and hot dogging and doing all of the things, and they're just, beating up on the confidence of an offensive lineman or a kid that hasn't really been coached properly. When you punch a bully in the mouth repeatedly and they don't like the feeling and not used to it, they'll definitely short circuit and they'll start to tap out. And that's the thing. That's the beauty of, developing the championship mindset and just imposing your will on your opponent, man. That's one thing I will always aim for. And I would and implore that so much onto my guys. That was something that they would start to, look for as well. So, you know, and that's a part of this being your unit being a reflection of you. You know what I mean? So it's our approach and how we approach things, like our unit, to start to reflect those same things. And that's the thing that you want to look for as a coach. So I know this is a little bit different, man. I appreciate y'all. Coach Tatum, I appreciate you allowing me to come in for this presentation, because I know it's definitely different when it comes to, we love to talk schemes and stuff all day long. I love that too. But I just wanted to share this because it's the mindset that makes the difference in our approach and how we teach our guys, and speaking life into them and talk to them about what it is to be dominant, what it is to be a champion. And just like how Customato took a 13-year-old Mike Tyson and told him, if you do these things, you could be the youngest heavyweight champion in the world. And that took a kid with low self-esteem and no confidence to actually believing in it and becoming that. So that's a big part of my philosophy when it comes to working with offensive linemen and building them up and making sure that they become a well-oiled machine that thirsts for nothing but dominance. So again, Coach, man, thank you for bringing me in and allowing me to speak. And for all you coaches out there, man, you set your standard and you push your guys to it every day and watch the magic that works for you. And just sprinkle a little sauce on this thing, man. Because like I said, we've been running. I'm a power guy. I love power scheme. But at the end of the day, like I know I have to speak life into my guys and push them to greatness and push them to be dominant. So just in case we run into a nasty front, we get excited for the challenge and won't cower from it. You know what I mean? So, Coach Tatum, thank you again, man. I truly appreciate this. This is a dream come true for me because I know it's different, but this is a hill I'm willing to die on, and I preach this every day of the week to anybody who's willing to listen.
Yeah, man. Hey, I'll put coach's Twitter up here. It's because it's not him. It's his business. Let me so I can find it real quick because I appreciate you doing that.
Not for sure. You can find me on Instagram at Coach Trav59. I have a podcast called The Mental Health Playbook. You can find that on Spotify, Apple. And yeah, man, reach out if you got any questions or if you want to share some knowledge or break bread in any kind of way, share knowledge. I am here for that, man. So Coach Tatum, thank you again. I truly appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you. All right, guys, let's give away some hats real quick before I bring Coach Moran on. Let's see. All right. Yeah, and Coach's his Twitter is Mental Peace Performance. It's at Coach_Trav59. So you can go follow him, man. Great word. But here we go. So one thing I didn't need to say, guys, the international coaches, I greatly apologize. Dome Hats does not ship internationally. So Coach Butler can't get his hat to him. So that hat is back on the board. So let's go ahead and pick one, and then I'll get Coach Moran on. Let's see. Joe Stewart, appreciate you, big dog. Hopefully Joe is not an international coach, and I can get him his hat. But Coach Moran, what's up, brother?
Hey, how you doing? You hear me?
Yeah, man, I got you. I got your presentation up there. I'm gonna get out of your way.
All right, let's get into it. All right, so today I want to talk a little bit about emphasizing strength and finish. First of all, Coach Moran, coached at Emotep Institute in Philly. Coached tight ends, H-backs, and was the offensive quality control coach for the past year. It was a different challenge for me. So getting to the why behind this topic, I know I texted Coach Tatum weeks ago, like, hey, I got the perfect topic. Here's kind of the why behind it. So switching to tight ends and H-backs, that was a really unique challenge for me. Most of them were defensive players. They were converts. I only really had two guys that I saw every single day for Indy. Other guys were sort of just these dynamic athletes that we wanted them to go both ways, but we have a roster that's big enough that we could practice offense down here, defense up there simultaneously. None of them had any sort of like offensive experience at the varsity level. Besides one was, I think, a quarterback his freshman year, but definitely none at the position. My guys were like full-timers. They were kind of buried in the depth charts on the defensive side. So being with me full-time was sort of an opportunity for them to get film. So it was interesting, kind of the impact that I knew I held, in that, we were trying to get guys who didn't get film for 3 years to try to get film their senior year, and move on. Indy also, because of that dynamic, was a crash course in the finer points of blocking. I had to be really intentional day to day with what I wanted to do. A lot of times that Indy block was broken up where we're doing run frames and giving running backs a look on, ISO and split zone, doing our splits and doing our inserts, being, tapped in to go to, 7-on-7 run routes. So sometimes that got broken up as well. I think that strength and finish are all often misunderstood and underemphasized. Really love the two presentations I'm following. This wasn't my original time slot, but Coach Tatum, as usual, hooked me up, put me after Coach Foster and Coach Harmon. both of whom talked about finish. I think, oftentimes we get suboptimal outcomes, and it's just kind of dismissed as poor effort. Like, oh, he wasn't trying hard enough. The same thing Coach Harmon put up. He's not athletic enough. He's out of shape. Not good enough, things like that. It just kind of gets tossed aside as poor effort when a player doesn't stay connected to the block. Now, the type of reflective coach that I am, I always want to ask, is there some sort of technique? Is there something I can put in their tool bag that can help them get through that, get over that hump? And I think it's rarely drilled in an isolated way. A lot of people, they have their footwork drills that they love. They do striking drills all day long, drive drills, but don't really find a way to isolate the strain and finish. And I also picked the topic because it was a personal challenge the last 2 seasons. So last season I was coaching, or 2 seasons ago, coaching O-line. This past fall I was coaching tight ends. I felt like it became more pronounced of a problem in the late season and postseason. That could be due to 2 things. It could be just kind of like recency bias. Like, hey, I wasn't really looking for it because we're trying to make sure all the assignments were getting executed. Now I have time to kind of get in the nitty gritty and focus on, all right, how are we doing at the point of strain? How are we doing the finish? It could also be just because guys kind of let their foot off the gas pedal in day-to-day practice. And, kind of like Coach Harmon said, want to keep those habits consistent, especially down the stretch, and especially going into the postseason when you're going to face that team that has more depth, that is more experienced, that is stronger, that is bigger. You want your guys to not let off the gas pedal at any point. So first of all, phases of the block, I break them into 3 phases: approach, contact, follow through. Approach being your footwork and angles, contact being strike type and your landmarks, follow through being drive, leverage, strain, and finish, the last 2 of which is the focus of this. So a note on strike and drive leverage, just so you kind of know how we do things. I'm a hit on the rise guy. I really follow that, Duke Manyweather and kind of that school of thought of, hey, we don't want to just like go right to double under and roll our hips and come out of our base of power. Like, while it is explosive, while we'll get like 1 to 2 yards displacement, now we're asking a player to go to encounter that point of strain sooner in their block cycle. Whereas if I kind of gradually uncoil, I'm able to kind of sustain that for a longer period before I have to reset or finish. So we focus on that plane taking off posture. So right here, that plane taking off posture in the first photo, the photo on the left, at the point of contact. I teach strike with the W, a W versus thumbs up. I used to do thumbs up. I know some people do fingers up. I do the W because you can get truly like a full extension. I can also get underneath and really emphasize using the heel of my hand. Whereas if I have thumb up, I'm not necessarily using that heel of the thumb, heel of the hand. So I emphasize strike with that W, and then torque to double under while you're driving off your insteps, or in the case of outside zone, your toes. All right, so we're getting that torque, we're getting that lift. The goal is to generate lift while achieving displacement between the strike and between the feet staying active. So what is strain? So strain is the point where your base or body position starts to become compromised. So you either are getting towards the end of your hip coil. It could be that you entered the block way too high. Coach Foster showed a few really good examples of this, where guys had to kind of make something out of nothing. But when you find yourself in that compromised position, that's where strain occurs. So depending on the athlete, depending on the situation, and depending on the assignment, strain could take place sooner or later in the block cycle. Strain for me is a decision point. So there's 2 decisions you can make. You could reset and refit and keep that drive going, or you just pull that finish move and finish that block right there. And once again, that depends on your assignment. It depends on where you're at on the field. It depends on defensive alignment. Sometimes you'll see guys hit that strain and just finish and torque out. If they're, backside, if they're, fanning out on the backside, or, locking out on the backside on zone, they know they can finish that quickly. If they're play side and they didn't really get the displacement they wanted, especially on like a gap scheme where you want that vertical displacement, or like a duo, maybe they want to reset their feet and get a little bit more of a drive to kind of open the hole. The key thing either way is don't panic. Same way we teach in pass pro, and obviously like strain and finish. are two elements to emphasize pass pro, and I addressed that a little bit here. But key thing is just do not panic. And the way we get them not to panic is you have to rep it, you have to drill it, you have to put them in these uncomfortable positions and make them make that choice to either finish or get out of it. The farther the assignment, the sooner after contact strain will occur. So that's really where it was an issue for us this year, is coaching tight ends, a lot of wrap blocks, a lot of split zone kickouts, places where the assignment is geographically further. The strain was occurring sooner after contact because guys were either going in a compromised position or their feet were dying right as they made contact. And then positive acceleration is key. I always use the example of driving around curves. I ask kids who get their driver's license, like, hey, notice how you have to hit that gas pedal just a little bit further when you're going around that curve. Same thing here. All right, I'm already in contact. I have resistance. I have to keep that acceleration going. I have to keep going faster. I have to keep my foot on the gas and pushing further and further and further to keep displacing him, because he's just not going to sit there and take it. So what is finish? That's the last act out of a powerful base or position. I always say, you save a little bit. That's why we talk about hit on the rise. I always talk about save a little bit of that hip coil, save a little bit of that arm, and it's that last bit, that last little effort, that last little oomph that you're putting into your opponent. So three main types of finish. You got extension, which is often what you see in the pancake. Lateral torque, so just turning, driving your hip through his hip, turning him out, turning him in. Or brace and redirect, where I'm in that double under position and I just decide, hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to either walk my feet back or walk my feet forward, plant, and then redirect that energy out and up. No matter which of the three you do, it requires active hands and feet. As soon as either of those things dies, you die with it. And then every good block needs a finish. So guys will give out, like helmet stickers for blocks. The way we do it is, if your block had a finish component and it created either an explosive play or a score, yeah, that's yours. But it needs to have that element. It needs to have all those elements. And then I always tell guys, pancake, a lot of guys glorify it. They kind of think that this is like the ultimate form of finish, but it's not always appropriate for your assignment. So I'm just like, all a pancake is moving forward faster than that defender can move backward with positive leverage. That's it. That's all it is. Like, it will come if you do these things the right way, but it's not always necessary for you to achieve your assignment and finish a block. So that's one of the first things I kind of impress on people, because when we talk about finish, players' mind automatically goes, oh, pancake. So what does inefficient strain or finish look like? How are we finding it on film? These are things we all kind of know what they look like. Not blocking to the whistle. That's often the most used phrase for it. That always kind of inspires me to kind of dig deeper. Like, okay, like, why isn't he blocking to the whistle? Where is the disconnect? And we'll get into that in the next slide. The block defender makes the tackle. So defender's initially blocked, makes a move, gets off, makes the tackle. Giving up lateral leverage despite achieving displacement. So I got him moving one way, say on inside zone. I got him moving to the left with me. All of a sudden he crosses space and sits in the cutback lane. Standing around or disengaged, we've all seen that. Face planting downfield, that one's actually personal. Recently, my teammates and I in high school were honored at our old alma mater, and one of the guys put up a highlight film from the year, and I was just like, man, I had so many times that my feet just died when I had a guy 5-7 yards downfield, and then I just ate it. And just one of the things of, okay, like, this is why I really want to emphasize this with my players. It's just like, hey, stay connected, have a finished move, don't just like lunge out there. And then stalemating close to the line of scrimmage, that's another kind of inefficient strain or finish. Is, hey, I'm getting in that compromised body position. Now I might have to actually go backwards and go into my, approach phase and drill that more. Okay, can I get this kid in a better body position going into the block? Can I get him a more powerful strike, an efficient strike, in order to create that displacement so he's not getting into strain right away? Some potential root causes. So poor body posture pre or post contact. plenty of ways to address that. Plenty of coaches have spent energy on that today. Not maintaining hip hinge or coil. So I always tell guys, day one, your body's like a spring. If you treat it like that, it will perform like that. The better you can wind your body up and keep that powerful triangular base and keep your adductors engaged and, keep that hip coil, keep a positive shin angle, shangles, I call them. You do all those things right, you're really creating directional force. You're not wasting any of your energy out in a way. You're putting it all from the ground into your opponent. So that your body is like a spring. If you're not treating it like that, not maintaining that hip hinge or coil, bending at the, my coach in high school loved to talk about bending at the, bend at the knees, not at the waist, all things that go into that. Losing your square position, slower dead feet on or after contact. Talked about that a little bit. Forward lean and lunge or dropping their eyes. I see this a lot with young guys where they'll get in, they'll start pushing, and then they try to do that 5-man sled thing where I'm going to cheat the drill. I'll just put my head down and just start, walking the car down the road, versus keeping that lift posture. And then absorbing hand pressure instead of fighting or redirecting. A lot of times that causes guys to get beat on the cross face. Is, hey, I'm absorbing it, I'm letting them turn, and we all know D linemen these days are shifty as heck. So as soon as they get a little bit of shoulder turn, they're going to take that, and they're going to jump right into your lane. So let's get into how we address it. So it starts with expectation setting. Coach Harmon, thank you very much for doing that something different, because I'm a big person on setting these position room standards and setting that culture early on and starting out with expectations. So each year I kind of have this mission statement. I send it to guys. As new people get added into the room, send it again. But you see right here, we battle through the point of strain and finish plays. It says finish plays and not blocks just because it's tight end. Sometimes finishing plays for us is running that route to completion. Own your development standards. So I'm very big. I tell kids all the time, own your development. Be proactive about it. Don't be, a lot of younger guys, they'll come in, their experiences, I wait for the coach to tell me what to do, I'm going to do it. Compliance education versus actual knowledge, actual transfer of knowledge. So I want them to own their development. I want them to be able to ask on, hey, I'm having a little trouble with strain. What can I do at home? What can I do here? What can we do after practice or before practice to kind of work on that? All right. So once we're speaking the same language, we have a clear sense of our expectations in the room of one another and for myself included. And then we're owning our own development, good things will happen. We address it through self-evaluative cues. So everything I talk about, EHHF, eyes, hips, hands, feet, whether we're talking about assignment, whether we're talking about somebody's body position from like a still frame or from a clip, they should be able to explain where those 4 parts of their body, where those 4 evaluative cues should have been versus where they ended up being, so that they could use that difference to make those adjustments on their own. And I'm a big fan of, the further down the line we go, I should only really have to call your name and either say like a 1-word or 2-word cue, or just kind of look at you, you look at me, we see that you messed up, what you did. And it's just like, all right, hey, pick it up, fix it, let's go. And then drive for 5, big fan of that. That's an old coaching adage. Aim for that 5 seconds. If we get 3 to 4, we accomplished our job anyway. And then just letting guys know that that's what it is. We're always aiming for more time than it should take, because sometimes at some point we'll need that, or some point that extra effort is going to translate into how we act in that first 3 seconds against a more dominant opponent. I'm big on develop from the ground up, install from the eyes down. So I'm starting, footwork, working my way up in the off season. As soon as we get into scheme install, I'm saying, all right, where do your eyes go? I'm a big fan of, hey, your eyes are right, the rest of your body's going to follow instinctively. And then there's less I have to do as a coach to fine tune that. Teach physics. So that's something I've gotten into. Never took a physics class in my life. Was asked to teach one a few years ago. And it just ended up kind of being like a cursory, like an intro, like a foundational laws of physics course. And, I learned a lot, but then I also realized, hey, you know what? There's a way I can make this easily translatable onto the field. And so I always start the year with just a little bit of, going through Newton's laws, going through, hey, force equals mass times acceleration. If you have lower mass, like we often do in the tight end room, guess what? Your acceleration needs to be higher in order to generate more force than your opponent. So just making sure kids understand like a few basic fundamental concepts, using, levers as a way to redirect energy and force from your opponent, things like that. Don't be afraid to teach it. Don't be afraid of getting too technical. And then reverse install blocking phases. So just kind of that old teaching idea of backwards planning. I started really doing that when introducing the drive block about 3 years ago. I started doing it, and I've had pretty good success with it. Of hey, we're going to sit there, and we're going to do finish, and then we're going to sit, we're going to drive and finish. We're going to sit and we're going to strike, drive, and finish, and then we're going to go out of our stance, approach, strike, drive, and finish. So I feel like initially teaching the drive block backwards of like, hey, this is how it should feel. Now here's the thing that comes before it has been successful for me. To each their own. I've taught it both ways. I've taught it kind of the linear way versus the backwards planning, the reverse install. I like both. I just think, I like to, as much as possible, get into that fit position and give them a feel for what they're going to encounter. All right, so just get into a few drills. I don't have any game film because I didn't think I had enough time. It doesn't look like I will anyway. Just kind of warning you guys, it is just kind of the quick and dirty version. I'm terrible during the season about remembering to film my drills. Had a couple plans to film them in a more quality way on our practice field. Mother Nature had other plans where we've been snowed and iced in for well over a couple weeks now. Seemed like every day I wanted to actually get out there was snow. So simulating 3 types. So having them do extension, lateral torque, really emphasizing stepping through that near hip, not going around. You'll see an example of both here, and then bracing or redirecting, especially when you're doing pass pro. Classic drill for that is doing that like brace walk back, brace hop versus a bull rush. This is best in a player-to-player fit. Here we're using a shield. I like the player-to-player fit better because there's no disconnect. I don't want them to get the idea that like, hey, it counts as a finish if I extend and throw my guy, because I don't want to throw him off because he could just make the play anyway. So you see going through drive finish, emphasizing getting off the insteps. Here, as you see, through them. That's why I like the player-to-player fit. Just, we're in the cafeteria in sneakers. Don't want anybody getting hurt, so we just use the shield there. Here, his face is too far into it. I think his eyes are down as well. This is a young guy. He's a freshman this year. I would love to see a little bit more hip hinge, a little bit more of an aggressive shin angle. Right now is the time to build it. We're emphasizing those things in the weight room, just having better, what I call HCAC mobility, hip, knee, ankle, core. So it will come with time for him. Lateral, I really like what he did here. I think he came up out of his hips a little bit too soon, but you see there driving this left leg through that defender's right leg. Near hip to near hip, driving it through, not going around. This next one, you'll see an example. He goes around. He walks it around almost like he's doing a reach drill in outside zone. That's not what I want. I want the drive through the hip. All right, mirror drill. So you can work this in run or pass. Many of us have. It's just working that fighting pressure with pressure, not absorbing it, not giving them the chance, not giving the D-line a chance to turn my shoulders, fighting to stay square. Eyes are the steering wheel. So, hey, I'm feeling pressure over here. I'm feeling pressure on this side. I'm fighting it with extension, but I'm also getting my eyes over almost like the guys were like, oh, yeah, like they were all defensive players before. Oh, yeah, it's like a peek and shed. Yeah, it's like a peek and shed, almost. I'm going to use those eyes as a steering wheel because as soon as I get the head over a little bit of the eyes over, now I don't want to do so much that I give away leverage. But as soon as I get them over a little bit, my arm's going to naturally extend. My hips are going to automatically drive. Now there's less I have to come in and correct. Keep the feet active, and then you can work in a lateral finish component as well to it. So here we go. You see his head actually moving here, going with his feet. Eyes on the steering wheel. Here again, this is a young guy. Most things he equates to pass pro because he's done a lot since he was a middle schooler of those one-on-one camps. Does a lot of pass pro stuff. So this is why he's trying to like work independent hands. He's taking one hand off the bag. It was something we worked on in the moment. But I often went with the best take I can get. All right, so pound drive finish is something I got from Justin Burke over at Kentucky. Just, looking up, I was looking up tight end drills one day. Came across an old Glazer clinic, and these are kind of the cues I came out of it. So PDF, so pound drive finish. So it adapted from me saying, when blocking in space, having those wraps, having those split kicks and things like that we had to do at the tight end position. Kept saying, hey, break down and reaccelerate, break down and reaccelerate. It sounds like it makes sense. It sounds perfectly, broken down. But when kids were breaking down, their feet were dying. And then it was harder to reaccelerate it. So I was like, okay, what's a way that I can cue it so that we can visually see or really be able to visually keep in mind what we're supposed to do at that breakdown point without killing our feet. So each cue indicates footwork. So pound, that's your heavy, grounded, like almost like the slow walk. We do, everybody who works with sleds, that is just kind of that initial, gets us going, gets the motor running. Drive is off in steps. Acceleration is key. We're getting faster and faster, and then we're finishing almost off the balls of our feet. That's how most pancakes come to be. So here he's revving. I would want him to give a little bit of resistance into the defender and get him moving a little bit at the beginning. He's just kind of chopping his feet. I want him sort of slow marching it, but you can see the acceleration and then finishing off the balls of his feet, especially with the smaller guy, tight end. I don't mind if they play a little bit forward. All right. So variations of this, you could do variations with zone tracks, down block out of the fit, kick outs from stance or pull. The thing I stress is that you do this out of the fit, just giving them a feeling for it. Add complexity to it. So defender shoots the gap, get vertical. That's adding in that mirror drill back into it. Defender tries to cross your face, clamp and press. And then you could use different alignments to necessitate different finish types so that you kind of drill them on problem solving in the moment of, okay, like coach is just telling me to finish. I figure out how based on the assignment. So here was adding that same drill. Once again, I would like him pressing a little bit in the beginning, like a little bit more aggressive shin angle. But I had the defender moving back and forth, almost like adding the mirror drill into it. He's trying to shoot the gap. I'm just going to press and get vertical and still finish off of it. Here's outside zone, tries to cross face, I clamp him. It's chopping his feet there. There's that torque out. I would like him being a little bit more directionally through the hip instead of working his feet around. But he's also out there in socks because he said all he had were Jordans on. I don't even know why he lifted in those. Refits and resets. I know Coach Foster covered that pretty well. Just putting guys in compromised body positions, trying to isolate that, making them get out of it creatively. Not every block is the same. Not every play is the same. So just putting them in as many different situations as possible, having them refit the hands, the hips, the feet, and then progress to any sort of competitive resistance. And then this could be incorporated into pregame contact prep. We have two pregame components. So we have just our regular one. I'll go through like our footwork grid. We'll do all our steps out of a grid, do all our basic, warm-ups. And then when we come back out, and that's also when we'll do route work and all that. And then we come back out, that's when I'll do the contact prep, kind of get them in the mindset of like, all right, it's go time. Like, here's how we're going to handle ourselves today. So in this, just class drill, having them walk back and forth, resetting hips, hands, feet, hips, hands, or hands, hips, feet, hands, hips, feet, hands, hips, feet. Just going back and forth for a little bit. That's just a good contact prep drill to get them going. And then differentiating for pass protection, just some things we could do. Finish posture is a little bit different. So, I teach like, hey, we get them in a finish. My shoulders are back. I'm pressing palms up. I'm extending. I'm pushing my shoulders back, so I'm not letting him just rip me forward. So that's the differentiation there. Greater emphasis on change of direction. Obviously, we're going to kick the post now instead of just like lateral, or instead of even just vertical and run block. And then any sort of counters that you work in pass pro really speak to these two fields. So if you're already doing these things, many of you are, you're already addressing this. So the brace walk back and hop versus bull rush, the independent hands versus the mirror and spin, and then the trap refits, knocking down the hands, all that sort of stuff. These are all things that we have in our bag. Just realizing, being conscious of the fact that this lends to our players being better in the strain and better in the finish, and identifying when we can come back and work those back into our repertoire, work those back into our practice plans if we're seeing guys come disconnected on film. All right.
Right on time.
Right on time, Coach.
Love it, man.
Right, so yeah, hit me up. There's some of my personal development areas that I want to learn more about. If you consider yourself proficient in those areas, especially, or if you just want to talk ball, hit me up.
Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. I'm go ahead and pull you off. All right, guys. We're gonna give away a hat. The next speaker is a little bit different. His thing is recorded, so I have his presentation. It's about 25 minutes, so I have about 5 minutes to kill right here. But let's go ahead and give away another hat. As y'all see, I'm wearing Run Power often. Let's go ahead and spin. Again, if you're an international coach and you're on here, I'm sorry. You can't win because they don't ship. Coach Buck, who's a North Carolina guy, so I know they ship to you. Coach Buck, appreciate you for joining. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure to write down that you won, and I'm actually gonna give away 2 right now so we can get caught up because I got some time. So Coach Buck won. My pen doesn't work. That doesn't help. Coach Buck, and then Coach Miller. Appreciate you, man. So I got you 2 guys that won, and I'll make sure to reach out with that. Also, I'm gonna scroll up because I know some people were giving me some hate. My wife did comment. Shout out to my wife Taylor. She obviously, hey y'all, Taylor Tatum, not a coach, but a proud wife of the greatest coach, Coach Tatum. Appreciate that. Just wanted to say thank you for all of the love and support. We appreciate every single one of you. And then people were showing some love from my wife. I appreciate y'all doing that, man. She's the best. She's actually making lunch right now. Let's see, boom. Yeah, appreciate y'all for giving her some shout outs for that. I know people are they're checking in with us, guys. I know that. I see y'all in the chat. I appreciate y'all for doing that. I don't have much time between speakers, right, to get y'all's shout outs in. But if you have commented, I appreciate everybody for rocking with us. Go ahead and comment if you're still here. 116 strong, hanging out with us, man. I'm going to get that done in a minute. Yeah, I did. Let me go ahead and put this up here because she was like, once you put my thing up there, make sure you do this. So I'm going to do this again. If you would like to support what we do here at Coach Tatum and Tatum Productions, make sure that you scan the Venmo and the Cash App. That is the number one way that you can monetarily support us. Of course, that is not necessary, but if you do want to support us in general, you can always like the stream and you can subscribe. But when you subscribe, make sure that you turn the notifications on with the little bell, right? So you know whenever we make a video, because a lot of people just subscribe because I asked them to, but then they never watch our videos, which what's the point of that? So make sure you turn the notifications on so you know, hey, Coach Tatum made a video and I can go and watch it now. So there's the Venmo and the Cash App. Those are the 2 avenues that I have. Or you can become a member. The little join button that's right down there where the subscribe is. We are doing a series that is not public. Only way you can watch the Build Your Own Offense series is if you become a member. And the first episode is on there about philosophy and formations. And I go through my system, everything that I do. that's not a part of what we do at Walkertown because it's a little bit different. But everything that I do in my system is on there. What I call things, how I tag things. So philosophy, identity, alignment, and formations are on there so far. So if you do want to join and become a member, you can do that. Otherwise, you can give monetarily or you cannot. That is totally fine. You do not have to do that. You can just sit here for free and keep watching the clinic. But let's go ahead. I'll take this off. Boom, take that off. And then I also want to talk about Coaching Shares 40% off. You guys can go ahead and go over to Coaching Share and get 40% off. Coaching Share, guys, is a platform where you can purchase items from coaches, talking about their systems or playbooks or PDF versions of grade books, like grading systems, all different type of things. It's really good stuff. So you want to go head over to Coaching Share and get their 40% off. All right, I am back. Let's go ahead and share Coach's deal. Boom, it's right there. Share. Let's make this full screen. All right. And appreciate Coach. I'm back.
All right, guys. My name is Chris Corrado. I'm from Millsaps College down in Jackson, Mississippi. I've been the offensive line coach here for 2 years. I'll be entering season 3, and I've been a college football coach for this will be year 9 coming up this coming season. I'm really excited to be on here and talk about pin and pull and kind of what it did for our running game and how it helped us get to where we wanted to go. But first things first, kind of a little bit of background about what we were able to do last year from a rushing standpoint. So last year we finished top 50 in the nation in rushing and rushing yards per game. We saw probably some of our biggest increases in the running game as far as offensive improvement went. We ran for 827 yards in 9 games last year, and then ran for 1,867 yards in 10 games this year. We're talking about an improvement of over 1,000 yards rushing, and then an increase in rushing yards per game, 91.9 in 9 games, and then in 2025, 186.7 in 10. So, we're talking about an improvement in 1,000 yards rushing overall, and then doubling our rushing yards per game. Pretty big deal for us. We want to be able to establish a run more heavy RPO team, and where pin and pull fits into all this. We were really looking for a run that allows us to stress the C gap. We're a heavy inside zone team. So we're looking for really a run that can maybe stress the perimeter if we need to, but really attack that C gap and make defensive ends have to box pullers and our wing and different things like that. Pin and pull for us is not a run-to-run read. It is an RPO for us, and it meshes really, really well with our RPO game. We find that, it's one of the runs where teams have to commit their extra run defenders to try and stop a lot of the time. So we're pretty keen on it from that perspective. And it really helped kind of define us in that way. And it was one of our more successful RPOs. And then it fits our gap scheme offensive lineman. It fits who we have. That's the biggest thing that we've found is, the players that we have, they're pretty good at pulling. We have some guys that are athletic enough to get out and skip pull and put a body on a body. So, rather than running and teaching wide zone for us, we felt that this fit kind of what we do and who our kids are better, which was a really big deal for us. And it allowed us to duplicate rules. I'm a firm believer in if you're able to go out and duplicate rules and use steal from your other plays, right? Where I'm stealing technique or I'm stealing, base rules from the play side tackle in. That's really important because now when it comes to teaching, you're not teaching maybe 5 schemes. Now you're teaching 3 schemes, and I think that really helps out with the way things do and how it performs. So last year was our first year running pin and pull in this offense. It had a 15% explosive rate, which was a 10+ yard gain for us. And then 45% of the carries resulted in 4+ yards gain, which I think is a really, really big deal for us. It's something that we were really, really proud of going into our first year having run it. And at the end of the day, we averaged, I think, about 4.4 yards a carry on it. It was an extremely consistent run, and I think for the run game, guys that are looking to be better offensive line coaches or better coordinating run games or, whatever, finding consistency, I think, is the best thing for you. And knowing that we had a play where anytime we handed it off, we had a chance to gain at least 4. That's keeping us on track a whole lot and was a really great deal for us. Into the actual install of it. So you guys are seeing the install that we teach our players. We kind of have a tiered install system where every time that I start a base install, it's against not a defense. It's meant to just teach the rules of the play, right? My whole thing is, as the offensive line coach here, is I want to be able for our offensive line to go out, and if they see a defense that hasn't been invented yet, because they know the rules based on the defensive alignment and calls made off of it, we're going to be able to block it. So we teach we rely a lot on rules. And then we'll break it down by some common fronts that we see, which I'll show you guys. And then we like to show them film of the guys doing it, so we have multiple layers of ways that I think we teach our guys really, really well here. But from this, so our backside, we'll start from the backside over. So our backside tackle, again, because it's an RPO for us, he's always going to gap hinge. He's going to take a really, really good, solid 2 steps in here, especially if he has that wider 5. He's going to take a good 2 steps in, and then he's going to seal back out. We want to prevent run through from linebackers is something that can hurt pin and pull. So we want to try to prevent that. We want to squeeze the air out of these B gaps and be able to be gap sound on the backside as much as we possibly can. So that's going to be his deal. So if he has that loose 5, he's going to take a good couple steps in and then seal. If he has a 4 technique, he's going to treat that more like a base block with heavy inside hands. The backside guard, when we'll talk about them briefly, we'll talk about our 2 pullers together. When we teach pin and pull, we do not teach off of uncovered or covered as who pulls for us. Our base way of running pin and pull for us, without the exceptions, both of our guards are going to pull. Again, we found it was really, really simple that way, and we weren't necessarily having to teach every position to pull. There's a chance that our guards pull or our center pulls whenever we run pin and pull, and I think that's a really good way and a simple way to teach it. But he's the second puller. We teach him as the trash collector, so he's responsible for first color that he sees inside or outside of the block of the first puller. But he's also responsible for anything that gets through behind the line of scrimmage. If there's a delayed blitz, if we slip off of one of these down blocks, he doesn't ever want to run by color to get color. We want to seal some of that stuff inside and make sure that we're not just running by it. Our center's role is he's going to auto drive his nearest threat. So he will auto drive or back block everything from a 0 technique all the way back to a backside 3 technique. Okay, so from this head up to backside position, we'll talk about what happens when his front side A gap is covered. And the way that we teach those back blocks, especially on this play, we want to stay square for as long as we can if we're going in back blocking. All right, if we're going back to a 3 technique, we want to stay square and we want to get on his upfield shoulder, right? We're not necessarily trying to teach head across. The worst thing that can happen on this play on pin and pull in all its entirety, a lot of the plays where we didn't have great gains, it's when we were missing and losing over the top. In pin and pull, you cannot lose over the top the down defensive lineman. You have to be able to secure them inside. Penetration from backside linemen is not typically the end of the universe on this. So we want to make sure that we aim for that upfield shoulder, and we want to keep our hip higher than the defender's hip. Anytime we have a 0, because that's where stuff gets a little hairy with that head up technique. Whenever we have a 0, we're always going to teach our center to step heavy play side, try to influence that defender to get into the backside gap. Because a lot of the time defenders will take easiest path of resistance. If he tries now to fight over the top, I'm keeping my hip higher than his. That way he has to go through my entire body. Right. The whole idea is if I want to put my whole body, not just my upfield shoulder, in the way of that down defensive lineman. So he has to go through my whole weight to try to make the play. All right. We want to be very, very aware of what we're doing and being able to really try to cut things off play side and keep everything in the backside pocket. Play side guard, he'll be our first puller. He's going to skip pull again. He's pulling for first color in the box. We're pretty vague when we teach both of these tackles. We ideally, when we draw things up against defenses, we're taking care of these 2 guys in the box. But there's going to be a lot of times, sometimes where this free safety is your primary fitter, or one of these backside backers gets caught in the wash, or gets picked up by a tight end, or something like that in 12 personnel when we run a lot of it. So we really teach first opposite color that you see. That's what you're going to want to block, and that's really going to get us done, because Pin and pull, as you guys will see when we get to the film, there's a lot of misfits that happen with pin and pull. Okay, so being able to block the first color that's trying to actively cross your face or is your nearest threat, that's what's important, and that's what will make this play go a lot of the time. And the reason why we skip pull, I've seen some teams open pull on this. We skip pull. We need to keep our guys' shoulders square. That's going to help us ID threats. That's going to help us see who we're truly pulling for. And it's going to help us track the backside hip, which we'll talk about when we get to the film. And then our play side tackle. So versus a 2 technique or a 3 technique. So anybody that's on or on the outside shoulder of the guard right here, he's going to down block again. Same rules that we want the center, stay square, dominate the down block, but be on that upfield shoulder. Don't let him win back over the top. Again, same thing if he's covered. So a 4 or 4-eye, same rules as the center would see. And then, again, step with that inside. Here we'll step with the inside foot because we can't lose penetration right there at the point of attack. But again, we want to be super heavy, use high pressure control with our hands when we get into the block and keep that defender, keep that 4 technique on the inside of the play. And then we'll talk about some double calls when we get to the film. A lot of the time, if we're in 12 personnel, there can be a double call there between the tight end and the tackle that we work a lot. And then the way everything's always set up for us, we'll always have our rule breakers and notes at the bottom. So we have something, our base way of running it, like I talked about, is both of our guards pulling. There's 3 things that will take us away from that. The first thing is a bare front. If they cover up all of our offensive linemen, our center is going to be the primary puller. We're going to call cup, and the center is going to be the guy that pulls to the next level. Okay, so he'll pull for the second level defender, and both guards will stay in and be big on big. If there is an A-gap defender to the play side of the play, so now if we get that shade, if we get a 2-eye right here, or if we get a tight 2 that we feel like, and really the whole idea is we're not going to down block an A-gap defender or a guy that's playing in the A-gap. So our guards kind of have the freedom to make that cup call. Our center has the freedom to make that cup call. They communicate that. And we have a pretty good idea going into on a game plan week, hey, this is going to be a heavy cup week or something like that. So we do that. That's the other reason that it'll take us. So anytime we have this A-gap defender, we're going to call cup. That's going to keep our play side guard in. And now our play side tackle, anytime he hears cup, this is where his role changed. He now uses gap down backer rules. He clears the inside gap, works vertical for the backside backer. That way, even with us just pulling one guy, we're still not losing or wasting anybody in the play, and the backside guard will stay in and gap seal. Okay. And then the last thing is if the backside tackle has one on top and one outside, we are going to call cup, keep the backside guard in, go big and big there. Again, because this play is typically RPO'd for us, we want to make sure that we're gap sound on the backside of everything. And that's the best way to help protect the RPO. So those are some of the main rule breakers. That's how we'll change who's kind of pulling for us. And then an edge call. So an edge call for us, anytime the tight end feels like he can't reach or pin in the end man on the line of scrimmage. So say they're playing like a loose 9 right here or really loose 5. We'll call edge. Anytime the play side guard hears edge, he's going to open pull now and kick out the end man on the line of scrimmage. The play side this tight end is going to clear the inside gap, taking over his responsibility. So he's going to look for play side backer to backside backer. And again, your second puller is still your trash puller, and he's looking for first color that tries to cross his face. Okay. And then again, something that's really important, just a little thing right here. The tackle must have no 2 or 3 to tray. You'll see sometimes in a especially when we're in 12 personnel, they'll play a 3 and a 5 or a 3 and a 7. That's got to be straight down blocks from both guys. So knowing when to double and when not to double is a really big deal as well. I don't have film of this, but an indie drill that we do that works our skip pulls mostly, but is great for pin and pull specifically. We will set up 3 boards right here. Our offensive guy will be here. We'll have a defensive guy here at linebacker depth. On the whistle, our guy will pull, focusing on keeping his shoulders square as he pulls. And this linebacker can fit here or he can fit here. Working again, I would say this is a normal pin and pull track, and this is a great pull to work if you're the second puller kind of getting outside of that first puller's block, because the second puller needs to read the block of the first puller. So this has been a really great drill for us. It's one we usually work once a week. and has done a really, really great job in helping us working skip pulls, tracking threats, and really, when we run pin and pull, when pin and pull is at its best for us, we're able to get that linebacker kicked out because we track the backside hip. I won't go over this stuff here a ton, guys. This is one of those kind of things. This is what it looks like for us, just to give the guys some different examples of, hey, now these are some of the fronts that we ID. This is how they get blocked against them. Again, I'm not going to spend really any time at all. I want to get to the film here. So now to the film. So right here, we're running out of a 12 personnel close set. All right. So right now, we don't have an A-gap defender. We have no reason to cup. So we're running it our base way. Our base way is going to be with both guards pulling. So right here, you're going to see both guards getting ready to pull. Let me undo some of this stuff right here. So we're right here. All right, with both guards pulling around. Both guards pulling around right here. Again, out of this 12 personnel set, this is one of those situations. We'll look at the tray right here first, and then we'll talk about the two pullers. Again, this is a great job of our tight end and play side tackle here. Tight end getting through that outside hip. Again, just getting enough of him to get him sealed down inside, but not bearing his head so he can get to the backside linebacker right here, right? Tackle does a great job of maintaining and sustaining the block. You can see right here, we work on block finishing, and our tackle does a great job of not holding, running his feet through contact, and again, blocking a defensive lineman, what ends up being 5 yards downfield, and really what helps turn this play into an explosive. And then talking about the two pullers, they do a good job. We'll talk about 62 right here first. 62 does a great job of sifting with his eyes inside, right? Eyes inside. This kid is a freshman. He does a great job of not getting nervous and seeing two color jerseys right now in his peripheral. You've got 1 and 2 right here and right here threats. We always want to take the inside threat. By taking the inside threat, we're either guaranteeing the second puller to get the second threat, or in this situation right here, a lot of the time what will happen, especially in these closed sets, when you get a guy that's not used to playing this close to the box, he ends up misfitting himself. And again, the play side guard does a great job here of tracking the outside hip, and kicking this defense, kicking the linebacker out, right? Second puller does a good job. Again, he's trash, right? I can't get past this color. I'm never going to pass color to get color. So he does a good job of getting to and getting a piece of this defensive end just to keep him inside. And again, not putting any pressure on the running back. Our center ends up on the ground right here, and that's sometimes the way things go in life. But the big thing for him watching it, he does a good job. You can see his hip get high right here, right? He wants to stay higher than the defender. I'd like for him to still fire out. He's being a little too position blocky on this, but we can still fire out and do a good foot fire, boom, boom, feet in the ground, and still attack that outside shoulder and log that defender in. But the whole point of this, guys, is the defender is having to go through the center's chest, right? If he has to spend time and energy going through the defender's chest, that is now time where he can't ID where the ball is or make a play on the ball when it comes right back through his gap. Another play right here. So now this is the look we were talking about where you have this 5 and a 2 technique. So now we won't double this. It's got to be down, down. Tight end is going to call edge right here. So this wing back right here is going to call edge right here because the end man on the line of scrimmage is too wide for him to pin. All right. So that guard is going to hear edge, edge, edge. He's going to open and kick out. The backside guard is now still going to, nothing changes for him. He's still skip pulling and reading the block of the first puller and fitting inside here. All right. Again, really good down block by the tackle right here. He does a good job of finding that upfield shoulder, staying on the upfield shoulder. I'd like for him not to lose late. Back over the top. But again, that's the whole idea. We want to be on that upfield shoulder. The center's doing a pretty good job of it right here. We want to create at the end of the day, and we're doing a good job of it right here, a wall here, and then with the second puller, a wall right off of his rear end, giving us a nice alley to run through. Now, that's the primary thing. We will also have hits like you guys are going to see right here where they'll split the pullers. Splitting the pullers is always a really good kind of surefire way to go get yourself 4 or 5 yards. But again, good kick out. We do a decent job at the pulling guard. I'd like for him to, when we teach pulls, we're teaching when we get ready to make contact, you want to sprint, sink, and run your feet through the contact. So again, want to see a little bit better of a job of doing that here. But again, good job, good example of an edge call, kicking out the end man on the line of scrimmage. Again, a nice run on 1st and 10. Here's going to be your example of a cup call. All right, so now, again, we have one that's on the inside shoulder of the tight end on the tackle, and we have another outside of him. So that's going to be an automatic cup call. It also means, we teach full scheme to our guys. So the tackle needs, backside tackle has skin in the game. He needs to be able to make this cup call. There's not always a guarantee the center can see this, right? So backside tackle saying, hey, cup, cup, cup. So now we're going to be big. We're big. The center's going to pull for first color. Again, we're always looking inside the box first. We never typically have to worry about out overhang defenders. The guard, because of the cup call, is going to be down. We're going to get a little tray work right here to this backside linebacker, again, clearing the inside gap and working a gap seal. And again, we'll talk number 69 right here does a good job. It's a bigger nose guard. So again, staying on that upfield shoulder, just not losing ground is a really big deal for us. The tackle tight end, they work a really great tray right here. It starts off in a 4-eye, and he jumps out to be a C-gap defender. They do a good job of sticking on. I'd like for them to get a little bit more movement at the point of attack. With these doubles, we want to try to get them to the second level. But hey, the double gets a little stuck based off of movement. The tackle sees it. And again, we do a good job. We always want to take defenders where they want to go. That defender wants to get outside the box. We get his outside hip, run him out. Center does a good job of, again, seeing first color and IDing first color. He does a great job of hugging this, just like the drill we talked, super tight, taking the first color that shows you first inside threat. Does a good job of he's on his back hip, so we're going to get him kicked out. And again, there's going to be your seam right there off the down block and the seam off of what ends up being a kick out block a lot of the time on this play. And I think the best thing about pin and pull, guys, we talked about where this play typically hits. This is going to be a C-gap, D-gap run when it's at its best. It's not going to hit all the way outside, all the way out. Couple more clips for you here. We'll buzz through some of these a little bit. This is a great clip to watch. We get some movement here on the play side. Because this is on the play side, there's no reason to call cup, so both of our guards are going to pull. Tight end does a good job. Again, we teach our guys to clear their gaps first, right? Tight end does a good job clearing his gap, taking what comes to him. The tackle doesn't chase. He works vertical. I'd like to see him get to this backside linebacker. He's a little too hoppy and high coming out of it. He needs to really sink his pad level and be patient with this linebacker. Don't get undercut. But again, this is a great job. 52 does a great job coming around right here. You can see the difference in pulls. He sinks here, makes his contact, does a great job of running his feet through contact and sprinting through contact, and gets a pancake on a pretty good linebacker on a top 10 team in our conference. And then our second puller, again, because this guy, this jack right here is rocking back, right? We're thinking we should be pulling for, usually inside linebackers. Well, hey, that's my first color. Ideally, I get a little bit more of a piece on the defender as I can here, right? But sometimes your body position and your body being in the way is all you need, okay? And then I'll use this clip to talk about this too. The biggest thing, and I know this is offensive line, but this is for running backs and running this play. The best thing you need to do, you need to really be able to teach these running backs to stay in the hip pocket of the second puller. Anytime he's even to in front, he makes this cut right here where we get a double kick out situation a lot harder, where now he has to completely stop his momentum and make this cut, right? In a perfect world, if he's a little bit slower and a little bit more patient, he's really able to attack this thing vertically right now. Two clips for you. This is some bad ball. I'm never going to show up to a clinic and talk about football without showing us not doing what we're supposed to. This is a great play. It looks like it should be a great play for us. It's a little bit of Q-pin and pull. We get a great job. Again, another edge call right here. So we do a good job kicking edge defender. Our guard ends up pulling around. And again, first inside color. If I pause it right here, you're going to say, hey, this might be one of those that go for 80 plus. You know what I'm saying? We've got hats for hats. Our quarterback's a great runner. But the biggest thing is right here, our center, if you watch him, watch his feet really quick. He never steps. and he's never attacking that upfield shoulder, right? They're running a little twist game on it. We love twist game to gap scheme like this. This should be one of those deals where we really can hurt this team. They're stunning the B gap defender all the way out of the play. This needs to be a better play, and it's one of those kind of things that, everybody I think focuses on the pullers when we get to pin and pull, but really what makes the block is your tight end and tackle and center. All right, they need to be able to dominate their down blocks, dominate their base blocks, and keep those defenders and help form that wall and alley, being able to run the ball. Right, so that needs to be a play that should have been a lot better for us. But because we hop out of our stance, because we're not attacking that upfield shoulder, that nose guard's is able to press us all the way to the opposing C gap.
All right, guys, that was Coach Corrado. That was from Millsaps College. Man, he did a recording for me. It was really good. Pin and pull. I love pin and pull, so it was really awesome to watch. I'm going to go ahead and bring on the next speaker, Coach Sneed. How you doing, Coach?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good. Coach, you want to go ahead and share your screen?
Sure.
And while he's doing that, guys, make sure you are subscribing, and make sure you like the stream if you're liking the content so far. Appreciate everybody that commented. They were still rocking with us throughout. Coach, I got you shared. I'm going to back out. You got it.
All right. So appreciate everybody for being here today. It's a good opportunity for us all to get better. Been watching all day, and with the format we're in, with especially the 30 minutes, I decided to be sort of, I guess, simple and detailed at the same time. So I'm going to talk about a topic where it can be used for anything. It can be used for any scheme. But also it's really getting in sort of the details of something that you might not get other times when you talk about clinics. So I'm going to talk about our green light, yellow light system. It's our sort of guidelines for combo blocks. And I'm going to go through it with you, and we'll talk about it and share some of that stuff with you guys today. All right. So what is it? So it's a system of communication. So we all try to communicate what we're doing, who blocks who, what the intent of the block is. They're all things we work on together. Okay. So we have to be able to communicate. Communication is obviously key, especially for offensive line. We're working together. So cue to guide understanding. I think the way we word it, okay, is going to help you understand the pace and the function, meaning when you're a green light, it tells you you're going, like we're communicating the pace of the block, and also sort of what the intent of it is, okay? And it's a way to simplify. I think everywhere I've been, we've sort of practiced it. I would say at least a fast pace. Some places we were almost frantic, which is great. You get tons of reps that way, but you have to be able to communicate without coaching on the field. And I think this helped us a lot. I think it was big for that. So that's another thing. Where did it come from? So actually, it's one of those things we never know when you're going to hear something that sort of changes your thought process or your communication. Okay. I just got a new job, and I went to meet with my head coach, and we had some guys visiting, like coaching wise, okay, coming in. And one of the coaches, it was Coach Mo. He was the O-line coach at ECU at the time. And we started talking, and somehow he got on green light and yellow light as sort of their communication. Loved it. The idea of it made sense to me, and we just sort of went with it. I've been using it since then. So it's been a couple of years since then. So again, like we go to these clinics and we see people speak, or even if you just run into somebody in the lobby or whatever, you never really know when you might hear something that, helps you out or is important to you and your coaching. So always keep that in mind, and always sort of be open to new ideas and thought processes and things like that. Okay. Yellow light blocks. What are they? Okay. Yellow light, slow down, proceed with caution, just like you'd have driving your car. Generally speaking, the yellow light is the postman, as some people will call them combos. You're going to have body on block, eyes on the second level, just like we've all talked about before. So yellow light, slow down. You're the inside guy, the postman, not always the inside guy, but the postman. And that yellow light sort of telling you that, like, hey, you're in the block, you're still going, but you might have to be a little more patient than the green light part, okay? So, again, body on the block, eyes on the second level. We use our yellow light footwork on all combos, zone or gap, okay? We don't necessarily differentiate between zone and gap combos. The way we block them is very similar. When I say zone, we only run inside zone, okay? And our inside zone is very I guess say comparable, or might even reflect on some gap scheme footwork and blocks. Okay. If you use certain formations, the way we block certain sets, you could argue that we're not really run a zone. It's more of a duo-ish blocking scheme, but we don't call it that. Okay. Because we do block heavy on backside combos, we combo up, and then when we run it certain ways, it gets very, is that zone or duo? Okay, so that's sort of because our combos are the same regardless. Okay, so we don't treat our combos different. Just said all that. It allows for mastery of techniques and reps. Offensive line play, we all know is difficult enough. Okay, so we have to get as much time spent on technique as possible. So I've had both ways where we may run mini schemes, okay, but it really boils down to zone and gap for us, okay. But you might have different schemes, but those techniques we use are going to be universal, okay. So that's important going forward. All right, so what do we do, or how do we block our yellow light blocks technique wise, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to take a load step with that far foot first. So let's say I'm the right guard, okay. We're comboing the 3 technique on the right side. All right, I'm going to take a load step. So I'm going to, push off my outside foot. I'm going to load my outside foot up first, okay? Force through the ground that right foot. I'm going to step left foot. It should not leave the footprint of my existing foot, okay? So my left foot sort of replaces itself. Probably need to put your instep on your outstep. That'd probably be as wide as I would go there. And when I do that, I'm going to sink, okay? And I'll talk about that in a minute. You'll have some sink there. You'll drop your hips. All right, you're going to load it up. So when I say load, I'm going to put all my force. I'm trying to put all my weight and force on that inside foot. Okay, I like to tell the kids, coaching point-wise, don't think about stepping off your left foot. Think about pushing the earth away with your left foot. So I want to push the earth with my left foot. Like I'm imagining in my head, because I think visualization imagery is important, okay? So I'm trying to push the earth away from me. In my head, I'm thinking I'm moving the whole planet I'm pushing that hard off that foot to go get this combo, okay? My hands are going to load. When we say load, it's important to not wind up, okay? But we are going to go thumb to nipple, okay? Thumb to nipple height there. I'm going to get tight lat, okay? So you really want to screw your elbows, okay? Screw elbows into your side. Feel that lat contraction right there. Feel the squeeze in your back. Just your ability to absorb force and deliver force is so much higher when you get lat engagement there, okay? Again, I already said this, but load step should drop your hips, because when I load that foot, I'm going to get some sink there. I'm in great pad level. I think all players, especially inexperienced high school players, have a tendency when they step to raise our hips. We all know that, right? So we used to sort of combat that with things like shoots and all that, but then there's a reason we don't do that. Not really the point of this presentation, but it's a way to sort of drop those hips and sink, and I'm loading and sinking at the same time, okay? Then my second step, I'm going to go ahead and split the crotch, right foot down the middle on this example. I'm going to get hip pad to hip pad with my green light block on the second step, okay? And then violent hand contact on that second step. And I'll talk more about what the hands look like later on in the presentation, but we want to be violent no matter the style of hand contact I use, okay? And when I say hip to hip, we're talking about getting with our combo with the green light. That'll be important for him when we talk about his technique. But we really got to get violence there. Okay, it's a violent game, especially in the box. That's why I think most of us love it. Not only is it fun, it's violent. It's great, but we have to have that in the combo. It's really easy to get lazy, or not even necessarily lazy, but get softer with the contact as you're thinking, hey, I'm involved in a combo. I can be a little easier on this. Absolutely not. There's no room for anything but violence in our combos. Okay. The far step, the reason we do the load step first with our far foot, I know some people do it, some do it another way. However you do it, great, good for you, okay? The reason we do this is because now when I'm making that second step, I'm splitting the crotch on my second step, and I should be at the same point as the green light block, so now that gives us hip to hip, okay? For me, timing-wise, it's always worked out best by taking that far foot first step, because it helps us get hip to hip and makes us tighter on our combos, okay? The last teaching point of our yellow light block is finish enthusiastically. It's not really an ask. Okay, you don't ask them to finish enthusiastically. You don't suggest it. You don't mention it. You demand it. Okay, everything we do involves demanding what we need. Okay, so we're going to demand a finish there. Finish enthusiastically. Whatever it takes to get them to understand that finishing is important as everything else. Okay, you have to teach that, and not really. I guess it is a side note, but it's important, I think, to share with you guys. And I know everybody views it maybe a little different, but when we talk about finishing blocks, okay, we want to finish because it's the long-term impact of that on the game. It's not just to look cool. It's not to be a bully. It's not to be anything like that. But when we finish a guy, okay, it has a negative effect on his energy throughout the game. All right. So as we talk about finishing, also this, you just really want to make sure you body blow them, finish the game, finish that block, all through the game. You end up having a stronger impact. Okay. So we talk about the eyes of yellow light blocks. So yellow lights must has their eyes inside for run through. Inside run through is a killer on our gap schemes and zone. You cannot have that linebacker coming through a gap on block. Like, that's the big thing. Have to have inside eyes. Okay. And this is another point of our combos. I think I don't think it's a universal view. Some people might view it different, but it's something I've always done. And I think it's important because I think it helps get the combo more finished. We'll disregard a linebacker running over the top of the combo. Okay, again, back to our example. We're running gap scheme, or let's say inside zone, doesn't matter again for us. That linebacker, let's say the front side linebacker we're comboing to, decides to run over top of our combo. So see, over top flows, goes around over the top. We will not come off for that. Okay, we are going to disregard him for two reasons. One, we are A gap, brown spot, aiming points on our run game, regardless of scheme. Okay, so theoretically, we should probably be able to get through A gap, and he shouldn't be able to make that tackle anyway. Plus, the way we sort of teach our running backs and the way we develop them and the belief we have in them, if he gets tackled by running a linebacker running over the top, most of the time turns sideways if we're getting the movement we want. If he gets tackled for more than 5-6 yards, then we might need to discuss if we need another back or find somebody and get it done. I trust our guys to make that play. I don't think you can run around a combo if it's a good combo. You can't scrape over a good combo. You have to turn and run. I don't think they can make that play generally speaking. Okay. Again, working to get vertical displacement, reestablish the line of scrimmage downfield. Okay. So that's going back to that point. But my big point here, eyes inside for run through. Don't chase a guy run over the top. Okay. Let him be. All right. Green light blocks, sort of self-explanatory. Green means go. Avoid overcoaching it. Okay. I try not to be. The yellow light part is a lot more coached in terms of technique. Green light has some general guidelines, but we're not overcoaching it. Okay. So that might mean we'll talk about aiming points in terms of getting hip to hip. We'll talk about the urgency of the block. We'll talk about the violence of the block, but I'm not going to be like, hey, take a 6-inch step here, turn, toe 45 degrees. I'm not giving that. Okay. For two reasons. One, it does cause a little paralysis, okay, by analysis there. Two, every block is different. The lineman of the D lineman, even if we say it's a 3 technique, one play might be a little bit shifted over. It's not a perfect science. It's not, marks on a board. These are real people, okay? So we always don't have a little difference there. So I'm just telling them where his aiming point is. I'm going to tell him to get there as fast as he can, as angry as he can, ready to go, okay? Explode and annihilate. Okay, again, words matter. It's just a general thought, right? Words matter. The way we describe things matter. Okay, even if it's a subconscious thing. If you tell them that, hey, go block and then get in his way, okay, that's going to be processed in the ear and the brain different than explode and annihilate that guy. Okay, I want to destroy him. I want him to imagine that in his head, visualize destroying the guy, and I think it's more likely to happen. Okay. 97.6% on the down lineman. Okay. That's a generalized number. Okay. I've done years of research, but I might still be off a little bit, plus or minus 1 or 2%. Right. We only come off. So we just talked about before, but I want you to understand, to me and what I'm teaching, this is ultra important. We do not come off for a linebacker as that green light unless the guy runs right into us. Okay. Which happens, but I'm not going to go chase a guy who's running around. Please don't do it. I will be on you in film. We are not going to do that, okay? Maintain a combo. If he runs into you, take him. If not, stay on that combo and reestablish that line of scrimmage as we've talked about before, okay? What is our base footwork? So I told you we're not going to do a lot of teaching on it in terms of the steps and everything, but we are going to have some general guidelines, okay? Weight on the far foot. Another thing you sort of see consistently through this is talking about where you put your weight at, okay? Thinking force through the ground, thinking the way we do things. I know that I guess the past, I don't know how long it's been now. It's been a while now, but we started really thinking about that in terms of like drive catch and words like that we've used over the years now, which got, come out later in a lot of our careers. Not something I heard described that way early on, but I've had some coaches throughout my career who basically told us or described the way we do force to a grand now is what they taught, but we just didn't have words for it in that way. Okay. So I've been doing that for a long time, but I think it's made it easier to communicate with a lot of people, and communication is great. So we are going to have weight on the far foot. I am loading up. I always try to tell them like, hey, I don't describe it necessarily as, hey, you're taking a left foot step. I'm going to say you're going to load your right foot, drive off to go with your left foot. Okay. Again, imagination, visualization, right? Give descriptive words to help them learn better. Okay. Load up that foot and take off, not step, take off. Okay. Near step on the proper angle. Angle is everything. That's just saying, hey, the step you take needs to be right to where you need to get to. Where do you need to get to? The hip of the guard. Okay. The hip of the guard is where you got to get to. So that step might vary based on, you might line up a little too tight. You might line up a little too far back in the backfield. The D lineman might be a little tighter. Every block you need to establish where your angle is, because angle is everything. Okay. All right. Run through a D line, hip to hip with the yellow light. Again, we already said that. I'm going to run through him. Okay. Don't think about aiming for him. Run through him. And violence, again, is our friend. Okay. When we play football. All right. When are you a yellow or green light? All right. So this is sort of the practical application. I've said already zone and gap for us. We use the same combos, but we obviously have a little different rules. Okay. So I have my inside zone rules, and then we have some generalized zone gap rules we'll talk about next. All right. So our zone rules, we are a play side gap on backside area. Okay. That's our main rule. So we're play side gap. So that's it. Play side gap on backside area. That we just go through a checklist in our head. Play side on backside area. I'm going the area towards the zone call. Okay. Very rarely are you going to get to an area. When I have a play side gap on zone, I am a green light blocker. Okay. You can be, and this is an important distinction, I guess I should have mentioned earlier. You can be a solo. Okay. All our solo blocks on zone are green light blocks. Okay. You can be green light by yourself. All right. And that's when our aiming point, instead of being about the hip of the guard, will become the aiming point of the defender, which will vary based on a play. Okay. But you can be a green light by yourself. All right. You do not get a chance to yellow light by yourself. All right. You wouldn't be able to do that. So play side block, let's say we're running zone left. I'm the left tackle. I have a 5 technique. I have a play side defender. I am green light. Me and him are going to battle this play. Okay, go get him. All right. That's our play side rule. On, that means someone's inside my cylinder. I like to say tip of the shoulder pad is on. Okay. Usually in that head up area. I will go ahead. I'd be yellow light with that. Okay. I'm yellow lighting, looking for a green light from my combo, my helper coming with me, my buddy coming with me. Okay, I would be the yellow light there. So I'd use my yellow light footwork and function. All right. There is some fronts, okay, where we could have multiple covered people in a row. So that'd just be a communication piece where I have to be smart to see he's covered as well. Or if I say, yo, I'm yellow, he would say, no, you're not. You got to go green. That's communication. Okay, obviously. And then if I have a backside gap filler or some backside gap, I will go ahead and be a yellow light as well. Same fundamentals, same technique as the on. I'm going to be the postman, settle up, yellow light for my partner. It would be the green light there. Okay. Then we go area. Area, again, is basically like, I guess you could also call it a track. If I have nobody play side, nobody on, nobody backside, I'm going to go ahead and track it. We call it area, right? I'm going to green light as fast as I can on my track to whatever shows up in the way. Okay. So again, play side gap on backside area. Very similar zone rules to a lot of people. Okay. But that's sort of an example when we use yellow or green. Okay. Gap rules. So our gap rules have some variation, obviously, between power, counter, etc. But the basic front side rule of gap scheme for us is we are inside gap, double back to the second linebacker in the box. Okay. So let's think about power counter, right? We say second linebacker because you have a puller, okay, or you have somebody else responsible for that. The first backer in the box, the play side backer, because we're inserting a gap play side. Okay, how I think a gap, insert a gap to the play side. All right. That'll be our gap rule. So inside gap, that means I have somebody lined up inside of me basically on my track as a gap scheme. I am a green light player. I'm going to get him. Okay. Double back. I'm going to be helping backside. I'm going to use my yellow light technique. I'm going to be the helper for that guy. Okay. And then second linebacker, that's some vary based on where we're at alignment wise, the D lineman to the linebacker. Do I have somebody in my path? Is he like, I'm clean? Okay, that'll be green light. That sort of varies. So that depends on the front we're in. Okay. So again, inside gap, green light, double back, yellow light, linebacker varies. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about the toolbox, sort of the different techniques we can use to help the lineman get there. But before I sort of go there, I'm going to sort of reflect on a couple of the past slides we had, and understanding that communication on the field, okay, this is like not related to this, but goes back to the whole presentation, just general advice from me to you and years of knowledge I've learned. And some of it was forced on me by making mistakes. Okay. But we talked about communication on the field. Okay. We talked about getting reps. We can't over teach. We like to go. We're going to get reps because reps is the way to get better. So we go. I'm always yelling faster. I'll be counting 5 down to 1 every play. If we run 100 plays in practice, okay, you're going to hear me counting about 80 of them. And the times we get behind and we're too slow, we're not getting a playoff, I'm going to be upset. Okay, I don't have time to talk. We don't have the time to point. I hate standing watching point drills. Can't stand them. Okay, things that really get on my nerves to practice. So we have to be working, but we have to also be able to communicate, right? So these words and this communication part is more important than we'll ever think of, especially as when you're a little more inexperienced, right? So remember that. So why I'm saying that is this yellow light, green light is perfect for that, because I'm going to say, hey, I can tell a guy a whole story because we've practiced this in drills. I practiced it in meetings. We've done that in all our work has been using the same verbiage. Okay, the nomenclature, you could say, of our offensive line group has to be high, has to be tight, concise. I could be at practice. We could run a play every 7 seconds. But I can give a whole message. I can get a whole point across by saying, hey, you got yellow light number 2. Yellow light number 2, I can say that in a second, okay? And now he's been reminded of exactly what he has to do, and he can apply it immediately, okay? So communication is at the utmost importance, okay? Hey, you're the green light, the second backer. Green light number 60, okay? We might mess it up. I say, hey, you were the yellow light. You got yellow, yellow, yellow. You're green. All this stuff helps us move at a fast pace, get reps, and communicate clearly. Okay. So the toolbox, we like to provide options for our offensive line. Over the years, that's sort of how I've always seen it. I like the idea of, first of all, having a toolbox approach to offensive line play. There's a lot of good technique that comes out. There's a lot of good stuff that's like we might not have done before. I see somebody do it on a clinic like this. I'm like, man, that could be really helpful to some guys. Okay. Very rarely is a technique perfect for everybody in your group, especially when you're in high school. Our variance of abilities, sizes, build, all that is really high. Okay, probably a lot wider than college or NFL. You might not have a guy who's 300 pounds can do all this and could just go, one hand on the chest to work his yellow light. You got a smaller guy, he might need to bring his body with it. Okay, so we're going to always give guys options. Okay. So we talk about a toolbox. In this yellow light, green light example, the toolbox for our yellow light for here. So the punch of the yellow light, the hand can be a couple different ways, okay? We have the flipper, which is like an old school shoulder block. Think post player with a shoulder block. Great technique. Love it. Probably what I would say is my favorite, okay? I don't get to play anymore, so that's okay. We're going to find out what they'd like to do. Secondly, we'll go with the uppercut. And that's the one we sort of talked about, or I sort of worked with when I first learned about yellow light, green light with Coach Mo. He described the uppercut technique, sort of how they did it generally. It is exactly what it sounds like. So when I throw back to my example, I'm the right guard, yellow light on the 3 technique, left foot post step, violence into the ground with my foot, and I'm going to take my hand, right? I don't want to call it my fist because that sounds like we're being, like boxers, but it's okay. We're going to take our fist. I'm going to drive it up right into the stomach, right under that shoulder pad. It's uppercut as it sounds, okay? And I'm throwing my hand, getting lift, and I'm really trying to get him up in the air for my green light to come up underneath, okay? If you have 180-pound guys and you're playing some dudes, okay, bigger guys, you're probably not going to get a lot of lift from uppercut. So you might have to defer to a flipper technique. But if you have some big body guys, some strong guys, that uppercut can be very helpful, okay? Your gut punch is about the same. It's probably just a little bit lower aiming point, but very similar to an uppercut. Then lastly, the forklift is a like a double under technique we talk about. That'll be like a double under technique, okay? But just that one arm. Green light footwork and variance. We can have a gallop step there. That's that high foot ahead, right? High head, high foot, gallop step, high crotch, okay, aim at the backer. Now, if you go green light footwork, and I've had guys who are really good at this player-wise, they might be able to come off to a backer a little easier, okay? But again, still don't chase them right there, okay? All right, and then lastly, or the last point of our combos, and I think is great, and is another universal sort of style that I don't think people take advantage of enough, is our smart splits, okay? How do you explain a smart split? Set yourself up for success. All right? I'm a left tackle, inside zone left. There is a 5 technique. I'm going to widen him out, okay, and make my job easier. All right? How much can I move him pre-snap without the defense changing their gap for alignment? All right? If I keep widening out, he keeps staying with me, I've created a much larger gap. I've helped myself be successful, okay? And I'm sort of winning pre-snap, okay? How can my splits create a stress point? Wide splits, okay? Don't be afraid of them, okay? I love them. I think having those guys wide and wide and wide. If I can afford to have my left tackle have a 5 or 6 foot split, I'm going to do it. All right, the first thought is, what if they run through? Okay, there's a guard there. They should be eyes on the second level. We should have a green light, yellow light with someone to that level. Or they run themselves out of play because they're just trying to run through and that's not their job. Don't let the fear take your heart. Nothing to be afraid of. You're the offense. Take advantage of your splits. Don't let a defense dictate anything. You dictate to the defense, okay? So let your smart split set you up for success. Now, if we have let's say we're back to our example, right guard, we're running power right. I have a yellow light technique on a 3 technique. Boom. My tackle then would be taking a tighter alignment. I'm going to tighten down and make my combo tighter. I'm going to make it where we get more hip to hip and make the squeeze better on that D lineman. Okay? Smart splits. All right, so we're right here. We got 25 minutes in. Contact me. So if you'd like to contact me, ask questions, talk about anything football related, offensive line play is my favorite. I love it. I was offensive lineman, right? But I also love basically any other part of football. I've coached defense. I've coached offense. I'm the head coach. Whatever you want to discuss football-wise, if you see anything else I post, please reach out. I'd love you to reach out on X, okay, to be at coach_Sneed_. Instagram's the same, coach_Sneed_. And our team Instagram page is Hopewell _football on Instagram, okay? And then lastly, my last thing, we do sort of using this as a time that if you guys see this and need some work this summer, we got all these dates up here for 707, and we got 2 scrimmages I'd love to fill. That I'd love to see somebody else. I really want to get out there and get some guys we don't see all the time, especially from our general area or even a little further out. We'd love to get that work, okay? So that'd be great. Again, I'm going to leave this on this last note. Follow me at X, Instagram, our team Instagram. We have some pretty cool videos. I have a great videographer. Right, we have some good stuff there. Follow me on all those. I'll follow you back. Appreciate you guys. All right.
Appreciate it, Coach. Yeah, man. You gonna be at the clinic Friday?
I will be in Greensboro Friday. Yes, sir.
Heck yeah. All right. I'll see you there for sure.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, Coach. See you. All right. Coach is you're on the phone. It's all good, Coach. You got some time. Guys, we're gonna give away a hat. We got 3 minutes. Because we are behind with let me see this window. We're behind on giving hats away. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's give a hat away. Again, if you're an international coach and you're on here and you win, I'm sorry. Let's see. My dog, Jacob Milligan. I'll be contacting you, Coach. Coach actually said he was stepping out, so he wasn't gonna be around. So I'll make sure to get you your hat. And then one more. Bryce Heron, appreciate you, Coach. I'll be getting in touch with you and Coach Milligan on getting y'all's hats together. Appreciate it. All right. Coach, you doing all right?
Doing good. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yeah, I can hear you. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, Coach, and we'll get rocking and rolling. You can go like 2 minutes early. Appreciate everybody for watching and hanging out with us. People have been commenting. It's great. Love it. Keep rolling and rocking with us. And make sure you comment, who you are, where you are, and then like the stream and then subscribe as well. You bringing it up, Coach?
Yes, sir. Oh, is it not showing?
No. There it is. Awesome. All right. You got it. I'm going to back you up.
Yes, sir. Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invite. Thank you so much, Coach Tatum, for everything that you're doing with this, how much has grown in the last few years. I know as a coach, I've grown so much in being able to learn from the coaches you've brought in, what to do, what not to do, what things I can turn and basically put my own spin and flavor on. Having coached for a little over 16 years, mostly at the O-line level, it has been phenomenal to see the range of knowledge, the range of experience that gets taught. And so just to kind of start out with that for everybody, I want to say up front, there's a lot of right ways to coach the offensive line. Like we've seen today, there is so much variation, so many different tricks, so many different tendencies, so many different methods on how to get the best out of your players, get the best out of who we have, because we know that no two players are the same. We know that we have to do the best that we can in either getting them all onto our system or adapting our system to them. And so we see that the different systems work. We see that different techniques work. And basically what we try to do is make sure that they're all taught and applied consistently. And so what I'm sharing today is not the only right way to do it, and it's definitely not perfect. It's just the way that I've chosen to teach my guys, my linemen, for a few specific reasons. First, it gives coaches a clear place to start. Myself, coaches I've mentored, coaches I've helped bring up. When you're new to coaching online, or if you're coming from another position or a coordinator position, or if you're just trying to clean things up, this approach really helps know where to begin without feeling buried. Just because our offensive line world is loud. You take one search on TikTok, on X, on Facebook, any of those looking for drills, and you'll have hundreds of examples of what the right way is. So many drills, too many different opinions, and not enough on the foundational side. Second, the reason why I go through this method is because it survives real world conditions. It holds up when practice time gets tight, when rips aren't perfect, when kids miss days, and when things don't go exactly how we drew them up. And then third, it leaves room for understanding and adjustment. The structure stays the same, but it really allows our players to grow, think, and solve problems instead of just to memorize blocks. And that's why I called this talk starting at the beginning, because most of the O-line problems aren't even an effort problem. It's a foundational and an understanding problem. So instead of trying to cover everything, I'm going to focus on three main things: the stance, the drives, and the EDDs, the daily work that keeps the fundamentals alive. I've got these two pictures pulled up right here. These are two extremes of what I've had the pleasure and privilege of coaching at Benjamin Franklin High School and junior high. On the left, we've got a nice solid 4'7", 4'8", and maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. And on the right, we've got our all-state, all-region offensive guard who just signed on with a big name Division I program to go off to college next year. That's why I teach in this standard, in this structure, because it translates. It translates to the steps that they're taking, the stance that they're taking, is consistent from bottom to top. Not to say that Liam is absolutely the bottom and not to say that Ammon's absolutely the top, but you can see that the range, that their stance is adjusted to them, their positioning is adjusted to them, and it translates up. You'll see other clips of my high school guys, not because they're perfect, but because the stuff is teachable and it's repeatable and realistic. So to start where everything starts is the stance. My stance isn't just a pre-snap pose. I push it so much to the guys that the stance is your first advantage. What I teach is heavily influenced by LaCharles Bentley and offensive line performance training. I like it because it's simple, it's repeatable, and it produces the same posture every rep. So what I'm going to teach is my 5-point progression for a stance. Wide, back, toes, twist, and down. Now, this progression matters because it forces a consistent posture. If the posture is consistent, then the footwork will be consistent, which translates to strike timing being consistent, which translates to how dependable your lineman will be. As the stance consistency up front, it's not about comfort, it's about hiding that information. So first, wide. Wide means balanced feet, athletic width. You're not narrow, you can't tip over. Narrow makes you fall, and I tell my guys that wide equals stable. You should feel pressure through the whole foot, not rocking on your toes and not sitting on your heels. Point 2 is back. This is where most guys mess up. Most of the young guys mess up. They will slide that outside foot. They will twist their hips and put it behind them, narrowing their stance. We don't want that. With our toes pointed forward, we want to have just that straight slide back. And now you're building a base that works for both run and pass. You're not giving your hips away before the snap. Point 3 is your toes. This signals for them to open up the toes to an angle, roughly about 45 degrees. And some guys will be a little bit more, some will be a little bit less, and that's fine. Purpose of the toes is to open up the hips. You're creating range, we're loading the hips, we're getting athletic. And this is not about pointing straight downfield yet. It's about giving the body room and a range to move in. And point 4 is twist. Now, twist brings it all together. Twist means the hips rotate back so that they're square, pointing straight. Feet are open, but the hips are locked in square. They feel that tension. They feel that load. They feel the power kind of lock back in. And when your hips are square, the first drive is cleaner. You're not leaking power sideways. You're not trying to recover from a different position. You're not starting the rep out of alignment. We're not chasing something perfect. We're chasing something repeatable. And lastly is down. Down means to load the legs. Now, I'm not talking about collapsing or falling or sitting down, squatting down. I'm talking about being coiled, being explosive, and being ready. Loading the legs like a spring and hand down or 2-point stance, depending on the team's preference. 5-point progression still works really either way. So let me give you a couple examples with my high school guys. So starting out, getting wide, dropping that foot back, turning the toe, locking the hips, and then down into a locked-in position. Another one where we have the line set up. While we were kind of putting it in together, you notice that my center jumped into a right guard or a right tackle stance. That was kind of a real quick last-minute draw up. But notice each one of them are going to a width that's important to them. Now, like I said, I'm not here to knock any of the ways that coaches do it. I'm just kind of explaining the way that I do it and the reason why I do it. I push for a consistency in the athlete's own body. I push for consistency with what they are powerful from, because you can get 5 linemen that are 6 feet tall. Every one of them is going to have different leg length. Every one of them is going to have different knee and ankle bend. Every one of them is going to have different length torsos or different length legs. And so what's important is getting them into a position, in my mind, is getting them into a position where they are personally strong, they are personally stable, and where they are able to move within the body that they have. And I believe I got one more for the progression. These are the two linemen that I was talking about. My two, my senior and then my 7th grader or 8th grader now. So they go for the wide stance, drop it back, angle the toes. You notice Ammon, he's natural at it, so he only done it a couple hundred times. So when he drops his toe back, he automatically snaps his hips back in, locks it in, and then goes down. Now, like I said, it's a school reference or a school preference. At the junior high level, we teach with the hand down. That kind of helps to reaffirm them and reassure them that being down to the ground is good and important, gets them in a good blocking position so they don't immediately stand up. Once we get to the varsity level, if they prove that they can still fire out, if they prove that they can still react on the blocks, that they don't lose a step from that pressure stance, then they're allowed to move up into a 2-point stance. So 2-point stance is something that's proven or given. And like I said, not to go off on that rabbit trail there. So that's the reason why, or that's the way that I install the 5-point progression, especially for newer O-line coaches. The first several practices, I'm not even talking about blocks. I'm talking about the stance resets. And so I'll have them run the 5-point progression multiple times in a row, freeze it down. I'll walk the line and check posture, me or one of the other assistant O-line coaches. One of the phrases that I use a lot is slow enough to be perfect, fast enough to mean something. If you rush, you're going to be making simple mistakes, and that's common in so many areas of our life. When everything is happening on the football field, the last thing we want on the sidelines is for them to be overthinking and overcomplicating things. The phrase reminds our athletes that while we're in practice, we have the ability and the advantage of slowing down to make it perfect. However, that gives some of them an out and a leeway to go so slow that they're not putting in effort. Fast enough to mean something encourages them to advance at their comfortable pace, advance at the pace that they are still able to do it, advance at the pace that they're still able to get their fundamentals, but speeding up slowly by slowly. The stance has to become automatic, because if you don't rise to the occasion, you'll fall back on your habits. You'll start going to a square stance. You'll start going into just dropping your foot at an angle. It has to be automatic. Now, the bridge, when the stance is correct, the next piece gets easy because the first movement isn't just a step. I train it as a drive. And most problems at the line of scrimmage start before contact. So as you see on the slide there, the direction will come first. The teaching, the talking. A step is normal. It's natural. At the breakdown of physical ability, a step is just controlled falling. You're just moving forward and your feet are catching you as you go. What we have to teach is that we don't step. We push off of our back foot and drive. And that's not a natural thing. That's something that sprinters do. That's something that jumpers do. They push off. And this takes training. This takes focus in order to do correctly. So I tell my guys this: a step is what the normal people do. A drive is what linemen do. And to simplify it even more, there's only 3 drives that I teach at the beginning, and I label them 1, 2, and 3. Now, there's steps to that. You see on the screen, 1 is straight, 2 is at an angle, and 3 is lateral. But it goes a little bit deeper than that. We give the lineman a sense of autonomy to learn what they are doing. First, they have to learn the direction. Then we connect the direction to the defender's location. And then finally, we connect those two to the play concept. So the lineman can make the right decision without guessing, because rules should make the players play faster and not think slower. And for a quick clarification, in my language, and 1 and 2 can simply dictate their direction. It doesn't always mean the exact type of block. The block comes from the defender's location and the play concept. The number tells you where the first drive is going. So when I say 1, 2, and 3, at the start, we're only talking about the direction. 1 is straight ahead. 2 is at that angle. And 3 is to the side. So to start with, drive 1, R1 or L1. Pretty simple, right foot or left foot. Means that you're driving straight ahead in that direction. A lot of times, yes, that shows up as a base block, like you're on a blocking sled, immediate downfield, no angles. But more importantly, it's a teaching tool that keeps the young lineman from overthinking. It tells them get your feet and hips moving downfield in that direction. It's a base block. The aiming point is simple. Square up, lock hands onto the defender, and drive him back. I tell them their focal point is downfield. Control him. Don't let him slide one side or the other. And if you don't move him, you don't own him. A couple other examples of that. Now, drive 2, R2 or L2, is an angle drive. This tells our lineman that it's not a downfield, it's at an angle. We're driving on a line with a purpose. A lot of times that'll show up as a down block or covering for a pull. The word that I use and I want you to think of with that is its displacement. R2 is probably going to be our most violent type of block. It's more explosive. It comes from the angle. I tell the linemen, especially the younger guys, this is the form of a surprise block. It's the one that pops out there and you catch them at the right angle. You get to knock them off balance. It's almost in essence a blindside block. Not to use the bad words for it, but it's that down block. It's that violent explosion that goes.
Ready? Go.
It's that violent explosion that gets them on their way. We're denting the defense. We're relocating the defender because if we don't move the defender, the defense still owns the line. And that's where I see 2 common mistakes. Mistake number 1 is they try to base block it. Here's another good example, but one more good example. That fire out at that angle. And where I say the 2 mistakes for R2 is they try and climb into the front. They try and they get into their mind where locking up into a position under their pads is the most important part of a block. And when we get into that angle, they will try and fight across in this way and turn it into almost a reach block. Well, when we talk about that, this position is good. This position is not so good because it allows for the potential cutback. Again, that's depending on the play, on what it is, but there is better steps for the lateral that we'll get to. For that drive 2, we want displacement. We want movement, and that defender needs to be moved off the line of scrimmage, attacking the angle and focusing on the hips and drive through them. And now drive 3 that I teach. Drive 3 is to the side. It's a lateral movement. It's right or left. It tells us that we're moving sideways. Drive 3 gets us into a position. But the details of that are a variation based off of what and where the defense is. We simplify the movement so players can solve that problem in space. And with that, drive 3 shows up as 3 different ways that we practice, we drill, we get them into. It's the same idea. It's a lateral movement with a purpose, but the first step is a lateral step, a lateral option. That is our hook block. That is when we spread the hips wide, we gain position, and we win that outside leverage. Oop. Meant to pause it. There we go. So it's that hook block. You go out wide, and we're going at that angle. It's a push off from the left foot, immediately advancing, immediately spreading, getting out wide. Second variation of that R3 is a sprint or a kick. This is where your traps, this is where your kick outs. The defender's on the line, and so we open and go now. We want to get to the target immediately with no wasted motion. And for that drill, I usually put them all on the line, have them facing one of the sidelines. That way we can sprint in that direction without running into each other. So right here, we're all left foot on the line. R3 sprint, which means they're going to drive off of their left foot. That right foot is going to fire forward into an immediate sprint. And then the third variation is the skip pull. That's your buck sweeps. That's your inserts. That's your second level movement. This is the one that explodes your linemen into space with eyes up so they can find and fit on linebackers. And again, the choice of which three to use ties to where the defender is and what the play concept is. So here's skip. I will usually give 2 goes when it comes to the skip pull. First go gets them into position. Second go has them fire out. One more time. The skip gets them into position. They settle, they lock in. We don't want them going so fast that their momentum throws them into throws them off balance. They need to be able to line up square, land square. Landing square will keep their eyes upfield or downfield, being able to see what their target is before they finally finish through. Now for a couple of the examples. First play I'm going to show you is called the split zone. One of the easiest examples to coach into the 1-2-3 terminology. As you see from the base up right here, split zone is everybody moving, the whole line moving in one direction. H or your Y, whichever it is, comes across, kicking out the backside end. And in practice, let's try to catch it on that first step. That first step, everybody's going R2. Everybody has that path of where they're getting to. So split zone's the easiest one. If it's going right, tell everyone to go R2. If it goes left, tell them all go L2. Next one is a power read. This one I wanted to have up as an example because it's perfect. In this one play, you have all 5 steps, all 5 potentials. The right tackle, you'll notice him coming down, blocking the defensive tackle with an L2. Our right guard, you'll notice him sealing here, so it's not an immediate. It's going to be an L1 straight ahead and then breaking off to the backside backer. We're reading this end, so that means that the center has to get up and laterally block that nose guard. He's not just making it a down block to bring another person over. It's a lateral step to seal him up right here. The left guard is kicking we call him the buck. He's kicking the play side end. So he's going to be doing an L3 or an R3 sprint or an R3 kick. Left tackle, his eyes should be right here on the wheel backer. So he is going to do a skip step back into position and sprint up the hole. So watching that. First step, got a hard L2 from the tackle, L1 from the right guard, L3 from the center, L3 lateral from the center, R3 sprint by the left guard to take out that right defensive end, and that tackle is coming back into a fullback type position, getting back in that sprint so he can come up in between the tackle and the guard. One more time, just so you can see how it translates. There's many ways of coaching it, many ways of giving the indicators for our line, but I've found that being able to communicate just by a word and phrase helps speed things up. See if it skips us. There we go. So there's a phrase, under pressure, you don't rise to the occasion, you sink to your level of training. And that is, that's one of the phrases that is attributed to attributed to the Navy SEALs. One of the things that they say all the time is if you don't, in a fight, nobody rises to the occasion. Everybody falls to your highest level of training. And so that's why EDDs exist. EDDs are obviously everyday drills. It's a daily training that makes the Friday nights feel normal. And if you want a simple way to explain it, I hardwire two things with that. The stance never changes and the drives never change. Because if my stance changes based on the assignment, the defense can read us. So the first focus is a consistent stance. Then the consistent drive or the correct drive, 1, 2, or 3 based on the direction and defender. And the third focus is finishing after the contact, not just hitting, but taking 2 or 3 real steps. Now, I'd love to have 30 minutes of EDDs and 30 minutes of Indy. That's what every real O-line coach wants, right? But we don't always get that. So I tell coaches that if you get 5 minutes a day, you can build a foundation. And sometimes at a couple schools I've been at, I've required my line to do their EDD work before practice. 5 minutes of stance and starts. And I tell the guys that their pace has to be right, repeating the phrase, slow enough to be perfect, but fast enough to mean something. Now, here's 3 examples of EDDs that you can kind of take and install immediately. First is a load and go for jumps. Load and go. When we talk about the stance, it should be strong enough. They should be flexed enough. I'll say that gone are the days of coaching that you should be comfortable in your stance. Are you comfortable at the bottom of a squat? Are you comfortable at the hanging portion of a hang clean? You should be tense. You should be ready to go. The only time we get our rest is in the huddle and getting up to the line. So I'm trying to get that to play one more time. So what I have them do is I have them do their jumps. They get into their stance, they coil up, they get ready to go, they fire out and explode because both legs should be able to fire out from that staggered position. There's 2, and now you see my guy on the left is going to be doing an L1. My guy on the right is going to be doing an L2. After they've jumped, they've felt their muscles tighten and explode into that, and they're going to fire out. You'll notice immediate changes in terms of how fast they fire out when they feel their muscles loaded up after a couple jumps. Other way I do this for the L2s is a lunge. There's right ways of doing this, wrong ways of doing this, and I'm not one to say which way is right or wrong. I just use them only for our L2s just because you get your foot into a position that they can push off and drive off of at that angle, fire out, and go and finish through. Next one, and this is probably one of our biggest, most consistent EDDs, and best in terms of driving home the fact that our stance should stay the same, and we get to adjust our blocks based off of what they are. What I will do is I will line them up in a position: 1 offensive lineman and 3 defensive linemen. I put 4 out there for this video just so you can see it. 1 defender lines up over his right shoulder. 1 lines up about a yard outside to the left shoulder. 3rd is wider, about 3 yards off the line, facing him. And then I'll either keep him here or I'll move him back to where our other guy is back here in the end zone, where he is upfield and out to the side. The offensive lineman gets into a stance, and I'll call out the number 1, 2, or 3, or specifically for the 3. Ready, set, go. And they have to fire out executing the block. The 3 things that I'm grading, though, is 1, the stance stays consistent. That's why I don't call it until they get into that stance. 2, they have the correct drive. It's not a step. It's not a walk. They have to drive off of that back foot correctly. And number 3, I want 2 or 3 steps to finish it. So here's 2. Here's 3 sprint.
Ready to go.
And then 3 skip.
Ready to go.
And so you can see it one more time with the whole line the line as a whole. And that's where I tie in autonomy for the guys. I tell my varsity guys this all the time. If you can explain it, I can defend it. Let's say the play calls for a down block. Normally, that's just going to look like an R2. But say the offensive lineman you have is not our fastest, and the defensive guy on the other side is a sprinter. O-lineman knows he's going to miss the block by forcing an R2 or barely clip the guy by going an R2. He may adjust it to an R3 lateral or an R3 sprint to make the block that's necessary. Not the block that's written or that we practiced, but the block that's necessary. He's only allowed to do that if he can come back to the sideline and explain it to me. Direction, defender, and concept. And it still protects the integrity of the play. That's why EDDs matter. They don't just create technique, they create trust. Because when your linemen are trained and they understand what they're doing, the game gets quieter, they stop guessing, and they start solving problems. That's EDDs. So, in summary, first, start with the stance. The stance gets consistent, the feet are on time. The feet are on time, the hands don't panic, and everything we do up front starts there. Second, teach direction before detail. Drives 1, 2, and 3 give linemen a place to go first. Once they're moving in the right way, the block becomes easier, and decisions become cleaner. And it allows you to give them details. It allows you to improve their hands, improve their position, improve their head placement. Everything can grow from there. And then third, protect it with the EDDs. You don't rise to the occasion, you fall to your training. 5 minutes a day of the right work will get to show up when things get fast. There's a lot of right ways to coach, and I am blessed to be a part of this group that is coaching today, that's bringing things today. As I said, if you only learned what not to do by watching me, that's awesome. Thank you so much for the opportunity, for the privilege of being able to coach, being able to share some of what I've learned. And I hope that it's something that will grow you guys, grows the newer coaches. For those of you that have years beyond me, I hope that maybe I said one or two things that you're able to take and add into your practices. But the biggest thing is if it can be, if you can explain it, I can defend it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, man. That was a great talk. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I'm definitely gonna steal that 1, 2, 3 drill. This is the setup of it. So I appreciate it. I'm gonna get Coach Reinhardt up here, Coach. But I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Coach.
Yep. Coach, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, man. If you see down at the bottom middle, the little monitor with the plus sign.
Yep.
Yeah, click on that. Click share screen, and then wherever you have your presentation at, you can share it. If it's on a tab or cool. All right, cool. You got it.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks for having me. I've been watching a lot of these. These are awesome. It's great to talk with everybody, to hear what they're doing. So my name is Sean Reinhardt. This is offensive line play in the flex bone and split back veer. My contact info is below, my email, my Twitter handle, and my cell phone. Please feel free to reach out anytime you want. You might see some video of me on YouTube doing some split back veer stuff. This is specific O-line play stuff. A little bit about me, my experience. I started at East Rowan High School in Granite Quarry, North Carolina. I spent about 7 years down there. I was assistant OL coach, then I became the OL coach, then I was running backs, and then running backs and offensive coordinator. In 2013, January, my wife and I moved back to Michigan. I was originally from Michigan, to the west side of the state in Lakeview, which is north of Grand Rapids. I was the head coach there for 12 years. We were predominantly split back veer. We dabbled in some other things. And then just recently in January of 25, we relocated to the east side of Michigan, where I actually grew up, to get a little closer to family, which is where I'm at currently at North Branch High School. I am the offensive line coach here, where we have predominantly been running the flex bone. We are going to also be doing flex bone and split back veer because of my experience and some things that we think it'll do for us. A little tidbit, in 20 years of coaching, I've been doing option for 15 years. I have learned so much from these types of clinics. And so I wanted to build a presentation that I feel like you could take away some bits and pieces and either apply them to your option team or even like the beginning process of implementing the offense on your own. So why do we do option football? Because it is different, right? Number one, we believe it hits very quickly. Two, we think it gives us the best chance to win because it's different. It's hard for teams to scheme against the option game because they don't see it. In just our conference, we're the only option team. When I coached at Lakeview High School, in the 12 years I was there, we coached against two. In North Carolina, we were the only one. We feel like it controls the clock, so we feel like it helps us defensively, especially with two-way players. We feel like opponents need extra practice time to stop us. One of my favorite things to see is during pregame warmups, watching coaches try to simulate the option to get their kids ready because it's so different. They want to give their kids the best look possible. Very few teams run what we do. Like I told you, we want to combine the flex bone and split back veer. We're going to actually do some no huddle and sugar huddle concepts out of it because we believe that asking high school kids to read a formation that quickly, two different types of option football, one with motion, one without, that's going to be very difficult to defend. And then much of what I'm going to talk about, is adopted from Harding, especially some of the blocks that we use. Some of the split back stuff is adopted from JT Curtis High School and Carson Newman, them and Harding are perennial option football powerhouses. So we're not reinventing the wheel here. If nothing else, this is a high school coach's application of 20 years of learning option football and what works best for our kids. So what do we expect of our linemen, right? Number one, we have to be flexible. We're going to ask them to move in different ways. So we focus on this. We make this a priority in the weight room and outside every day. We'll get to some everyday drills we do here shortly, but hip mobility, flexibility, all of these things we focus on it daily. Power, we must explode through our hips to move the line of scrimmage. This is key in everything we do. One of the best compliments I ever got my first year here at North Branch was this past year. We were at a home game. We were playing a team that's near us in location. And, I felt like we were dominating the line of scrimmage. We were coming off the ball low and hard. One of the officials came up to our head coach and said, man, who coaches your offensive line? Because they are controlling the line of scrimmage. And that was awesome, because that's what we want. We're going to ask them to be intelligent. They got to be smart. They got to adapt to what they see because that's crucial. I'm sure a lot of you guys know option football. We're going to see lots of different things. We're going to see a 2 move to a 3 move to a shade. We're going to see it all. So it's crucial that they can adapt and overcome. Our base, we have to put our feet where we need them consistently, like any other offensive line coach that's come on. Feet are a necessity for us. The types of linemen that we need, our tackles must be explosive and be able to do a number of things. We're going to ask them to block linebackers. We're going to ask them to base defensive ends and inside interior linemen. Our guards are going to be our bigger guys. You'll see some of the images of our kids here at North Branch, and they need to move people consistently. Guards are going to be asked to veer in our midline game and our mid-triple game, but they got to move people. And our centers, in my opinion, have to be a combination of the two. And really, you want your center to be your smartest offensive lineman. They're going to be at all your summer stuff, your 7-on-7s. They're going to be snapping the ball, taking a knee, doing those little things. But we need them to recognize defenses. We need them to see odd front, even front, stem, call those blitzes, things like that. And then, most importantly, we ask them to be tough and physical. We are the culture of the team. We firmly believe that here, like many of the other coaches down here do. We talk about this daily. It is every minute of indie time that we can focus on it. We lead in the weight room. We push each other in the weight room. We are together a lot. One of our linemen did a Friday morning only lineman breakfast before games. We talk about it at practice. We get together before a game. Our team is going to go as far as our group goes, and we know that. And so we focus on that daily. So stance is split. So right off the bat, we're going to look different. What we do is different. I watched a lot of these awesome lineman coaches with their stance and their start, how much weight they have forward, all those different things. Right off the bat, we know we look different. And I've coached a lot of option football and done it different ways. I've never been involved in a system like this where I feel like is a really good merge, a synergy of the flex bone and the split back and how the blocking systems come together. It's really awesome. I've been blessed to be here. So right off the bat, you look at the screen, we look different. Our back is flat. We'll get to that. Our splits are a little bit wider. Our opposite hand placement looks a little different. So we'll start with our splits. Our splits are 3 to 4 feet on any given play. They're going to hold their arms out, and if their hands are not touching, they might tighten up a little bit. But like any option football coach, if this is my read key on the four technique is the read key, and we're running inside veer, if I can widen him out, then I'm going to go 4 feet. I might even go 4.5. There's times we're going to widen out. But because of those wide splits, we're going to ask our kids to do a lot of different things outside in the weight room to prepare to make up the gap. Those splits are going to help us, but if we can't make sure we're making that gap up, then they could be detrimental. We're going to have a flat back in our stance. We're going to be slightly pigeon-toed. Now, you'll notice on the screen here, this is early on. This is probably week 1 of our season. And, they don't have that slight pigeon toe. I think our left tackle has a slight pigeon toe. But we're going to ask them to kind of pigeon toe, which is going to really help them with their weight, with their backside knee roll. We'll get to here in a minute. We want their feet inside their shoulders and no more than a width of football in between their feet. So you look at my right guard, his are a little wide. My right tackle's probably a little wide. Left guard's close. Left tackle's right on. Inside hand. So if you're on the left side, your right hand's down. If you're on the right side, your left hand's down. About 8 to 12 inches in front of the eye, and about 70 to 75% of your weight forward, which I think most of them have, with the exception of probably my left tackle. He could probably get a little more weight forward, which is common in high school. These kids, if they're scooping backside, they don't really want to put too much weight forward because they're struggling to move laterally. But again, it's something that as the season progressed, we tried to work on to develop and improve. Our opposite hand placement, you'll notice that our left side of the line, they have their hands on their left, like hamstring in the back of their leg, and our right side does as well. They really should have their hands a little lower, closer to the knee, only because we like that idea, because if I'm stepping inside and I really want to roll that backside knee, I want to roll my knee, shift my weight. If my hand is there, not only does that serve as a reminder, I can actually use that to almost push my knee to inside step to where I want it. So we feel like that's been beneficial. That really improved throughout the season. We want to look through our eyebrows. So you'll notice right here, we can't see linebackers blitzing. So we're going to ask our A-backs who are right behind our tackles, we're going to ask them to call those things. And like any other option team, if they get that Sam linebacker here on the left side of your screen, that 20 linebacker, he blitzes A gap and he shows it, then one of those A-backs should be yelling A-pop, 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 so that left guard can expect that and know what to do, because our linemen can't see it. Our quick cadence, we're going to be pretty fast. Down, ready, set, go. And especially out of the sugar huddle, it's even faster. We go on the S sound and set. So you will never hear me say the word go in an indie drill ever at practice. All I'm going to go is down, ready, set, because we want to try to get that extra, I don't know, 2/10 of a second, whatever we can get to our advantage. And so we're going to take advantage of that. And I will say the whole season we did that. We implemented that this season. I really did feel like it helped us off the ball. I felt like we didn't have one false start from our linemen. We had some A-back, double motion. We had things like that, but we had no false starts from our linemen. But because it's such a quick stance and quick cadence, and it puts so much strain on our linemen, we're going to have an easy call. So if our QB sees something he doesn't like, he's going to go easy, easy, easy. And so they got to keep their hand down, but they can kind of relax away a little bit, maybe sink down a little bit so they're ready to go, so that we're not putting so much strain on them where they can't move. Some everyday drills that we do to prepare for this, we get on the boards like everybody else. We do a right foot step, a left foot step, then we go full on bags. We have a heavy bag drive where they're in the exact same stance they're in now, but they got to shoot their hands and drive a heavy bag straight back. And then we do veer on boards like a lot of option teams do. Our veer, our hand replace. So this is unique to a lot of flexbone teams. I'll be honest, when I was at Lakeview High School and we were split back veer, we didn't teach it like this. We did the normal, dip and rip your shoulder. Maybe you put a tennis ball on the ground, you got to pick it up. But then when I came here, We went to the Harding University Clinic. A lot of this comes from them. So this is just a high school coach's version of what they've already perfected. And so I wanted to, because I know a lot of times in film, you see a big wide range of linemen and what's going on, and it's hard to focus. So I wanted to kind of highlight different positions. So a lot of these are going to be images from games or practices, or even that clinic we went to, where you'll kind of see a breakdown of the steps. So this is our right guard. This is the technique that we use, our hand replace, to keep our pad level down while veering to the second level. Because really they are hand replacing. If my left hand is down on the snap of the ball, they're going to take that left foot step. My hand is going to replace the hand where it was. That's why we call it hand replace, right? That hand goes up, this hand's going down, my pad level goes down. So you'll see right here in that second image, he's taking a little bit wide of a left foot step, but his hand's going down because look how flat his back is. His second step should be through, not around the defender. And I put this on there as a coaching paint. You see this third picture, his right foot is stepping over his left, and that should not be happening. He's trying to go around the defender instead of go through. We want to stay low. We want that second step to be vertical. So I hand replace, my right foot step goes vertical because I'm staying low and I'm going through that defensive lineman, that read guy, so I can slow him up and still climb to the second level. And I put that note, we struggled here. We had some issues with guards veering and our tackles veering. Not necessarily the hand replace. They did a pretty good job keeping a flat back. It's that second step because they want to go around. And the problem with that is if I go around the read, now I can't get to my second level defender. So I'm trying to take a better angle to get there. Third step and beyond, we want to keep our pad level down. And we want to lock on the hip of the second level. We're not going to stand straight up and then sprint to him. We're taking good angles, lock on the hip, and run him and just go. Power veer, these are pictures from the Harding University Clinic. We didn't see, so the issue was power veer is a technique that you use on a lot of zone dive in the flex bone system. But we didn't see a whole lot of outside five techniques like you see in the first picture on the left. We saw a lot of six techniques. So your tackle is almost just veering to nothing, and our tight ends kind of making up that work. So this technique to use to keep the pad level down while slowing down the edge defender for the slot back to pick up. Our first step, like the veer, is a 6-inch step because essentially a power veer is a hand replace veer. You're just not hand replacing, right? So the second picture right here, you'll see his left hand never goes down, right? But he's staying low, right? His second step is through again, not around the defender, and we're working low to high, right? So you see his left foot right here. It's a good step. He's almost stepping on the toes of the defender, even though the defender's pad level is pretty low as well. His third step and more beyond, we're going to really go low to high, work that pad level up because we want to help our A-back, that slot back. We want to help him to pick up that edge defender on a play like zone dive, where if you're not familiar, zone dive looks just like inside veer. It's just a straight give to the B-back. And so, again, this is something that we worked on every day, regardless of whether we saw it or not. We still wanted to keep working on it and improving on it daily. Scoop. Everybody scoops in some way, shape, or form. This is a backside technique. So, to an odd front, we're going to ask depending on the play, our center, our right guard, our right tackle, they're going to scoop. To an even front, it's usually more of a guard tackle type scoop. Our pad level stays the same. I did feel like our lineman right here, he does a phenomenal job with pad level and footwork. So you'll kind of see in the first picture right here, there is a 3 to 4 foot split, and he's got to make that up. And in all my years of coaching, I haven't done scoop a whole lot till the past few years because I think it's difficult to really make up that backside 3 to 4 feet and really pick up that either 2 or 3 technique or understand, that he pinched. Now I got to climb to the second level. And so we used to do kind of a backside 45 with our linemen. But the more I researched it, again, go to Harding and different schools and how they teach it and how, again, we're asking these guys to strain a little bit. We're asking them to really open their hips because you can't do this without doing hip mobility stuff. We even got our linemen on hurdles in the summer, just doing hurdle drills. You stack your hurdles. You got to step up and over. really opening that hip, because you can't do these things unless you're going to put them in a position to where they're flexible enough to do it. And so you'll see, there's a pretty 3 to 4 foot gap right here. His first step, you'll see right here, his left foot is lateral. His back doesn't come up, maybe a little bit, but he's still staying flat. We're not trying to change that stance. He pushes off that foot. Again, his right knee rolls. He's pushing off his right foot. He's closing that gap down. Not fully yet, but he's in a fantastic position to close that gap down. His second step is a crossover step. His right foot's going to come over his left. And look at his pad level. That is phenomenal pad level. He is pretty much now closed that gap entirely. And he's pretty much taught a few things. Number one, if possible, you'll see in the last picture, he's really taught to rip through the crotch of the defender and climb or take over. So number 40 here on the screen, he kind of steps down. And so as long as he wasn't engaged up top, we're going to cut right there. He's going to attack that hip and he's going to cut, right? Because he's not going to be able to rip through the crotch at that moment. Number two, if he were to fly upfield, he can step and take that over. Or if necessary, if that guy crosses his face, there's nothing he can do. He can continue his step. He can climb to the second level. But this is what we want our linemen to do when they scoop. This is more of a long scoop technique because a short scoop's more of a veer technique or a power veer, essentially. But this is exactly what we want our kids to do. He was our best lineman at doing this. And again, this is something that we probably work on every other day. Just because, like every other coach on here said, we never get enough indie time. So I took as much as I possibly could. And the things we focused on were our footwork, number one. And then kind of every other day we would change up, some of the things you're going to see in a minute, our scoops and our things like that. An ace is, again, we adopted this from Harding. It is a play side double team block between the guard and the center. It can also be a backside block. So for us on midline, when we're reading the first man on or outside the guard, we're going to ask our center and backside guard to ace this. But because it was really hard to find film and pictures to get a really good view of what an ace can be and what it should not be, I found the best picture I could. So essentially, your play side guard is taught to stay on his train track. So you'll see here, the first picture, he's probably got a 2 technique. He's a little high here. I don't like where his helmet is, right? He's a little too far underneath. He should have his more weight forward. Really should have shot his hands inside. But he's on a train track and he's going. So if he's a 2 technique, he is basing that. He's going, right? If he's a 2-eye, he's still on his train track and he's going with the hope that my center, who's going to take a play side step, is going to continue to work that step, turn that shoulder, guard's going to climb the linebacker. If he were a gap defender, he's still on his train track. Doesn't change. Center's going to step and close that down. He's going to release. If he were a 2, like I said earlier, and he stays on his train track, he drives that 2 back. Center has no one to pick up. He's climbing to the second level defender. We feel like this was really beneficial to us as far as teaching them not necessarily a zone concept, but understanding, I get this, I do this. And because of that, we had different like half line drills. We had team sessions with alternating odd and even fronts, alternating different techniques to prepare them to see all sorts of different things. So I even drew it up on the bottom just to kind of give you a visual. This would be a 4-4. You get a 2 technique. He's on his train track. Center's either going to turn him or he's climbing the linebacker. And more often than not, your backside guard and tackle, they're going to be scooping that. But again, a phenomenal double team, essentially a double team block for either your play side inside veer game or your backside midline game. Buster, again, these are images from the Harding Coaches Clinic. And I only did this because we rarely used this block. Because of the amount of 2s and 2-eyes that we saw, we rarely used it. It's a double team. So you'll notice they're both taking 6-inch steps inside. Their pad level is down. The key coaching point here is that you want to attack with the top of your shoulder And you'll notice that right here in the last picture. Like everybody else, that's a double team. I mean, it's the same thing. You want to lock hip to hip, top shoulder contact, and you're driving through. And that is essentially the goal of this. And again, a drill that we did every other day just to prepare. But again, we saw very few threes because this is a guard tackle double team. We saw very few threes to do this, even in our outside veer game where it can be difficult to run outside veer out of the flex bone. We rarely saw threes. So I pulled some film from the coaches clinic. A triple team. So in our game, because of what we saw in outside veer to a tight end, obviously, we would often triple team, which can be difficult with our stance and how we move. But again, it's an easy way to account for everyone you need to account for. And so this is split back veer. I drew up the defense that we're seeing on the screen here. It's essentially outside veer to the left. Dive back on the left is going to get the ball. Our tight end is going to play side step. If he doesn't feel any pressure, he's climbing vertical to linebacker. Our tackle, again, is basically taught he's basing. Again, he's on his train track, and he's just going. Our left guard is going to play side step. He's going to climb the linebacker unless that 4 shoots the gap. He has to take that over. And if that were to happen, then the tight end is looking for linebacker. We essentially have 3 to block 2. What we're doing here is we're essentially making sure that play side linebacker inside that 20 linebacker can't shoot the A gap. And we have found this to be tremendously helpful to really set the wall. And you'll see it here on this last picture, even though my dive back's a little high, my tight end's a little high, but you'll see it right here, the wall that's created because they're seeing that flow. And as long as if your tackle can base really well, he's only got to get a little bit of help from that tight end, and then tight ends climbing vertical. You get that tight end to that second level, and that's all she wrote for outside veer. So
5 minutes, coach.
Yep. Few final things. Our pass pro, we try to keep it super easy. In our even fronts, we call it ABC 1, 2, 3. So our play side is going to end up having right here in an even front. Our play side guard has number 1 defender. Our play side tackle has number 2. Our B back is looking for inside to outside threat. And then our center, backside guard, and tackle, they have backside A, B, and C. Because our play action is a little bit different, we're really trying to get the ball out within 4 seconds. And so we just call it ABC 1, 2, 3. That's all it is. Super easy. To an odd front, we are going to bob it like almost probably everybody else does. Guards are going to look for linebackers that are going to stem. They're going to take that. Our tackles probably have 4s or 4 eyes. They're going to pick that up. Our pass pro I was so proud of our guys in our pass pro. This is probably the most basic way I've taught pass pro because we tell them to essentially run block it, play side. Right? Your guards got 1, tackles got 2. You're firing out, and then our backside center guard and tackle, you are firing to that ABC gap. And we had very few issues in our pass pro this season. Our dudes were phenomenal, and we rep different things with them. We had a pass pro session where I'd shoot different linebackers at them. I'd change it up last second. I'd stem different linemen in different gaps. But super effective way to teach a quick game pass pro type thing in the option setting. Lastly, again, this is my contact info. I know I went through that really quickly. That's my email right there, my cell phone, and my Twitter handle. There's some videos, like I said, on YouTube of me talking about split back veer, if you want to get a little bit more info. But if you ever want to reach out, please feel free. I am super passionate about option football. What it can do. In my opinion, it is the great equalizer to a lot of different schools that struggle running different things. If you can effectively run the option football system and be in it, be married to it, like they say a lot. Don't just dabble in it. You got to really decide, this is what I want to do. I firmly believe, because I've seen it can change a program's culture entirely. And it really starts with things like this, where you get on one of these slides, these coaches things, and you see different things that you want to implement, and that leads to you learning a little bit more. I firmly believe in it. I've seen it succeed. I've watched kids succeed that may not have in the past, but the buy-in that we get from our O linemen, they really commit to, They are the team. They are the culture, and they bring it every single day. And it's not just something that happens. It's something that you create. So, again, if you guys have any questions, please let me know. Coach Tatum, thanks again for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thank you for coming on. All right. Guys, let's give away a hat. We got like 3 minutes. Coach Lanks is in the background. I'll get to you in a minute, Coach. Give me a second. Go to my thing. Yeah, let me go to this. All right. So I have 3 hats left. Those are the ones that are left. The Run More Trap, Make Tackling Great Again, and then Run Power Often. And the question was asked, Coach, is it in those color schemes? I don't know, guys. You have to ask the Dome Hat guys when they reach out to you. They'll reach out to you and be like, you won, woohoo. And then you can be like, hey, can I get this color? Or something like that. So you have to talk to them about that. But the next one is Coach Harmon. Okay, Carl Harmon. Appreciate you, Coach. I will put your name down and we will get the information to you. But Coach Langston, how you doing, man?
Good, Coach. You doing all right? You got me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Sound good. If you want to go ahead and share the little monitor with the plus sign down the bottom.
Yes, sir. Let's see.
Yeah, you can click on.
Share
yours.
Screen. Here we go. I think I choose this tab. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yep, I see it. Looks good. I'm gonna back out. You got it.
All right. Yes, sir. Appreciate you again, Coach. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I know we only got 30 minutes here, so I'm going to get rolling. I'm going to talk about staying square and tight zone and how we coach it at Denton Ryan in Texas. This is my contact information. Just if you have any questions after, man, I love talking ball. Feel free to reach out to me. But I'm going to go ahead and get going kind of quickly here. Just a little bit about myself before I get started. I've been coaching for 7 years. I was a student assistant at University of North Texas. Then I worked at Beaumont Kelly, Hardin Jefferson High School, and Denton Ryan High School. One thing you got to know about me, man, I'm the son of a coach. My dad has been an offensive line coach at the Division I level, been a offense coordinator at Division I level, been a head coach in D2 and junior college, and been a Texas high school head coach now twice. And so my whole life's been football and offensive line play. Here's some of my mentors. I'm not going to get into them, but, man, you're only as good as coach as the coaches you've been around and learned from. And I've been very fortunate to learn from some great guys. And I can't do a clinic without at least putting their names on a slide at the minimum. Summaries, I've been at Denton Ryan for 2 years. We've been 25-4 over the last 2 years. We've had 5 first-team all-district O-linemen, 5 second-team all-district linemen. We had a 5-star go to Michigan and a 4-star go to Texas A&M. And I'm just very fortunate to work at a program where we have talented players, man. I always put that first. You'll watch the film on here and see we got monsters. Before I was at Denton Ryan, I was 1-19 offensive line coach, and I didn't get to talk at any clinics. No one wanted to talk to me. So it's a player's game at the end of the day. And I just want to say we are well coached, I think, but, man, we have talented players. And you'll see that on the cut-ups that I'll go over a little bit. And I just think that's important to say. Kind of getting to my topic, just importance of staying square. The Jim Mouse McNally philosophy. If you follow him on Twitter, man, you already know. Just staying square and just stay in these powerful positions. And, you get into the weight room, everything you do is square. A squat, a clean, a broad jump, vertical jump, etc. You're square because that's the most powerful position you can be in. And then you go coach offensive linemen, the first thing they want to do is turn when they block people. So we're going to stay square as long as we can, no matter if it's tight zone, wide zone, gap scheme, pass pro. Our guys are going to stay square. Obviously, and there's things you have to turn, like if you're kicking out on counter and things. But for the most part, we're staying as square as long as we can. And so now I'm going to get into how we teach it on tight zone and just kind of the keys. Running back path, we're down the crack of the center, and we tell our running backs to bang, bend, or bounce it. And you'll kind of see that in the cut-ups. I think the style of the quarterback matters a lot. Just how you're going to protect that backside C gap. If you have a mobile guy, read it. If you don't, you're probably full zone or split zone. And then I'm going to kind of get into it's a versatile scheme. So we go full zone, split zone, zone insert, zone read, ID the box, where we really just want to take care of the 5 guys in the box. And, we tell our guys we want to get double teams. That's the great thing about this scheme. If you formation it right and things like that, you should be getting double teams. We want to be 4 legs on 2 and get vertical movement. And to me, we're a very heavy zone team. We're not a gap team where I'm at. Just the head coach is a zone guy. And so, but if you do, I think these combos carry over to gap scheme just by the way we teach it. And then the last thing, man, I just put square. We're going to stay square in all these blocks for as long as we can. And I think it keeps our guys in those powerful positions. Here's our rules. So if you're covered play side, so if we call a tight zone to the right, you would lateral right. Okay. To me, you can be covered in 2 ways. Okay. So we call a tight zone to the right and you have somebody in your backside gap that's on your body. We would call that a replace right on a tight zone right. If there's nobody on your body, okay, we would call it a gallop. So if we call a tight zone to the right, there's not a D lineman on your body, you would gallop right. If you're man blocking and you got absolutely no help, we call it a jab lateral, and that's where we step with our inside foot first just to make sure we don't get beat inside. And just the last thing I put, can change based on the defense a little bit. If we're blocking the box or if we're pushing it, sometimes linebackers alignment, some things. But I'm kind of getting into the cut-ups and hopefully the good stuff. I'm a visual learner right after this slide. Drill work, I think this is the most important thing. We're going to do boards every day. We do spring ball where I'm at. So in the first day of spring, we're doing boards. And then if you watch this week 14 this year in the playoffs, the first thing we're doing is boards. We work double teams every day, jab laterals every day. And then I think zone versus movement is probably the hardest thing against this play is how do you simulate that in practice? And when you running it on a scout team or whatever, you got to work zone versus movement because that's the number one killer of this play if you don't practice it all the time. And then, I put just try to simulate the game as much as possible. We're not a big good on good team at Denton Ryan, so we really got to be smart on how we simulate the game with drill work. And then, drills are not conditioning. As a younger coach, I was always trying to look like I want to be, the head coach look down there and look at me. We got 50 reps and 10 minutes of laterals. Well, anybody can go ready, hit, and get 50 reps. We'll coach the guys. Let's get 25 great reps. We'll condition after practice and after individual and after practice. So I just have to remind myself of that as a young coach, man. Like, I'd rather get 25 great reps than 50 just blowing the whistle. Anybody can do that. The DB's coach can come down there and blow the whistle and get 50 laterals. Like, coach your guys an individual. And that's something I was not very good at when I was a little bit younger. And then, I just put a quote on here. I think it's important. Regardless of what you put in, every game boils down to doing the things you do best over and over again. That's Vince Lombardi. I love gap scheme, but our head coach that was calling plays, man, he's an inside zone, tight zone guy. So this is all we did, man. This is all we practiced every single day, and we kind of hung our hat on it. I think it's important for your run game to kind of have that identity, and this was going to be ours. So here's kind of the cut ups. So this is a 4-down front kind of family where we're pushing the zone, where we're not blocking the box. And this is the first clip I have right here, and I'll get into kind of our rules. Let's see right here. But you can see the line of scrimmage. This team was always going to set their 3 technique to the back. To me, running a tight zone away means you're going to get 2 double teams, right, on a 2 or a 2-eye in a 3 technique. But you can see right here the line of scrimmage just moved because we get double teams. We're actually motioning the receiver in here to run split zone. We dress it up a lot of different ways. But I'll get to the end zone real quick and just kind of go over rules. So for us, this would be a tight zone to the left, okay? So the left tackle knows he's got no help. So he's going to step with his inside foot and we call this a jab lateral, okay? So he's stepping with his inside foot first. He knows he's got no help, okay? This is a head up 2, but he slants right here in the A gap, okay? So our guard would replace left. So he's going to pick his left foot up, pick it up, put it down, and get his second step vertical through the crotch on this double team, okay? The backside combo right here, this guard and tackle, it's a tight zone left. He's got a D lineman covered on his backside, so he would replace left, second step vertical through the crotch. There's not a D lineman on his body to the zone side right here, so he's going to gallop left. So he's going to go left, right with his feet, okay? And you can kind of see the vertical movement we're getting, okay? And I just love this play, especially these even front teams that set their 3 to the back all the time. You just get 2 double teams, And I think, you can see our guys stay square. So here's a zone read play. So we're pushing the zone to 21 right here. This 21 right here on the right side of the screen. We're pushing the zone to him. Okay. But I really want to focus on the left tackle right here. Watch him gallop. Okay. We got a head up 2 backside that plays right into the guard. He's going to go right, left with his feet, and watch him knock this guy over. Okay. Almost just like this looks like a power to the left, almost the same combo, but we're teaching it on tight zone. And there's kind of a bang backside or almost a bend. Okay. Almost running old school veer right here, right? When we read it. Okay. But you can see how that gallop, okay, keeps the left tackle perfectly square. There's meat on the bone. That's what we tell our guys, man, knock it over. Okay. And you can watch 55's hips right here, the right guard. Okay. He laterals right. He's covered play side. And I got to get my center to see this linebacker playing over the top. But you can just see how square he is, man. None of my guys are turning, man. As an O-line guy, I take pride in that. The right tackle's a little different. He's got a wide-ass 5 technique. But I love 55 seeing how square he is, man. He's like a little sumo wrestler in there, man. And just seeing how the left tackle on the gallop, how square and powerful he is, knocking that guy over, man. I think it's so important for O-linemen to turn is just as least amount as they can. Here's a great example of a bend by the running back, okay? And watch the right guard on the screen, or at left guard actually, on the replace. So he's covered backside on the zone. Our rule is replace right, second step vertical through the crotch. They were trying to tackle us, let us get to the second level. Well, there's a bend back, okay? So this would be a bend for the running back. So he's down the crack of the center. His shoulders should be just as square as the O-line. Press the line of scrimmage, get to the bend, okay? Great job. We're in a nub set here of the quarterback sprinting out, holding that corner, okay? Just enough for the ball to bend right there, okay? And we're out the gate. Just a great play, man. I love just a downhill run game, okay? Here it is, a tight zone to the right. This is actually our backups, okay? And they do a phenomenal job too. Watch the left guard replace right. He's covered backside, so he's going to go pick his right foot up, put it down, second step vertical through the crotch, and watch the left tackle, right, left with his feet, and watch how square and their feet moving on this double team backside. Boom. Watch him come off. There's kind of a bend backside. Sorry, my stuff's freezing just a little bit. Here it is again. This is like the very next play, if I remember right. Here's a 2-eye, okay, slanting to a 3. Against movement, you got to stay square, right? But watch 60 and 72 left tackle, left guard on this movement stay perfectly what? Square. The left guard's covered play side on a tight zone right. Right now, he's thinking lateral right. The guy slants, and he just turns it into a replace on the fly, okay? But to me, if you turn, that left tackle turn, he has no chance to block that linebacker like he does. Even that he has to wheel back on him late. If you start turning guys, you'll never pick up any movement. To me, it's very difficult to at the minimum. But I just love how square he is, and that gives us a chance to, get to the linebacker versus movement. And this is, to me, I had this clip on here for the running back, okay? This is why the running back is just as important as the O-line in this play. The back right here is never what? Square. He's almost running a mid-zone to the right, or maybe even a wide zone path, okay? And it doesn't marry up that the back's never square. This wasn't blocked any better than it was earlier. The ball should go where? Right here, right? Or right here. But if the back's never square and he's not down the crack of the center, it doesn't matter. Okay, watch the right guard on the replace right here, 66. You can't coach that any better, right? You can't do that any better. Pick his right foot up, put it down, knocks the crap out of the 2-eye over, climbs. But it doesn't matter. We get 1 yard because the back's never square, right? Okay, so you got to be on the running back. Make sure those guys are square as the O-line, and they're pressing the line of scrimmage, man. Just bend it right here. Just bend it back here. Just get back here somehow, man. Don't hit it front side. It really never hits front side, right? Okay, here's another example of the tackle. This is a tight zone right, okay? Of the tackle, there's meat on the bone, so there's not a D lineman on his body to the zone side. There's a tight zone right, so the left tackle right here is going to gallop, okay? There's meat on the bone. Watch how powerful the gallop is, and him knock this head up 2 completely over, and that's where the ball bends. Our tight end actually misses the block right here on our split zone. We're motioning him in again, but you can see, I know it's a little laggy, but you can see knock it over and watch him climb and stay square on the linebacker and accelerate his feet. Man, that's a phenomenal job right there, right? We're able to get some yards. I got a few more clips, and I'll kind of get into our zone insert stuff. Here's another example of a phenomenal backside double team. Okay, this is a tight zone to the left. Left guard's covered backside. He's going to go replace left, second step vertical through the crotch and watch him climb to this linebacker. Perfectly what? Square. Boom. There's a bend. This is how it should hit, right? Watch the right tackle go left, right with his feet. Watch how square he is, right? Watch the tight end to the right. Watch how his hips are perfectly square. There's the bend. Quarterback, man, be on them. I don't care if they're mobile or not. You got to coach them to sprint out of there. Hold that guy. Hold him. There's a great job of bending it by the back. Okay, I got this clip on here for our right guard. This is probably the toughest block on zone is a 2-eye backside of zone. And watch how square he is with his hips. Okay, we're a double under team with our hands striking low to high. I tell him be Mike Tyson with your hands. We're throwing 2 uppercuts with our hands. And I just love that, man. I don't care on this block when they lateral step, if they lose ground to block that 2-eye, as long as their hips are square. Okay, and you can see this kid's 5'10", 220 pounds. And you can just see, because of his pad level and hip level and his hands, how powerful he is. There's that bend back right there. Here's a little bit of movement. This is saw blitz against the 4-3 team, okay? And so right now we call tag, which means tackle and guard are going out. This outside linebacker is about to blitz. End's probably going to go where in the B gap, or here's the end going outside, the wheel going in the B gap. Okay, but I put this on here and said the center right here is like a sumo wrestler. He knows that 2 is about to slant where when we call tag right at him. Okay, he's 220 pounds. This guy's 280, but look at that. When I pause it, look at his hips. Okay, look at him double under right there. Okay, and we're able to squirt out of there right here for a touchdown. But again, this is something we do every single day. Watch the tackle knock this guy over. Here's my right tackle galloping and knocking the 2 over. Boom. Square to the linebacker. And so this is stuff we do every day, guys. And I think it's important because we're working double teams it's like our religion, right? I think that's the best thing about this play. Right here, I put this on here for our right tackle, left tackle on the screen just to see how we coach hands. This is our Mike Tyson. So we're a double under team. Watch the hands of the right tackle. Boom. Okay. He's got to get his base. He's got to run his feet and get his base. He kind of gets thrown late, but you can see how violent he is with his hands because when we're working hands, I'm telling him Mike Tyson, we're throwing 2 uppercuts at these guys. So I think that's a phenomenal job with him just with his hands. Boom. Low to high and just being physical. I think this is a great job by the guard, left guard on the screen, right guard in real life, just replacing, boom, staying square to 26. Watch when he hits the linebacker. Watch this guard when he gets to 26, how square he is. Boom. Okay, we're running a zone read here. We pull it. All right, so now I'm going to get into tight zone insert versus even front. So this is basically just getting to ISO or zone insert, kind of same world, right? Okay, so this is where we're manning the backside. So now these guys are what? There's still zone. Nothing changes for them. Okay, boom. These guys are man backside. Tight end is inserting for the backside linebacker, right? Just zone insert. I think this is a great play against 4-down teams, especially 4-2 teams. Our center's uncovered. You can see he gallops. If you know Coach McNally, it's almost a foot fire the way we teach it. That's what he calls it. We just call it a gallop. But watch the right tackle in his hands. Watch the right tackle, left tackle on the screen, double under this the end. His hands and his hips are tied together. Everybody sees. Man, if you strike low to high and you're throwing double uppercuts, man, that's going to get your hips involved in these blocks, right? Tight elbows, boom, right? So here's a zone insert play. I think this is a great job by the left guard staying square on 51 on that down block. Like I said, I don't care if they lose ground to cut off that 2-eye backside of zone. Here it is again, okay? I think this is why we jab right here, okay? So if you have common sense, you can barely see this outside linebacker. He's wide. Well, where's this end about to go? In the B gap, right? So watch 70, okay, our left tackle. He's going to jab, and that jab just keeps him what? Square. He doesn't just lateral at the guy. That's why we set with our inside foot first when we're man blocking right here. Okay. I think this is another great job by 55, the right guard, replace right, second step vertical on the double team, coming off square to the linebacker. Okay. And this is also common sense, right? 77's man blocking against the even front. Look at his split. We tell our guys against these even front teams, man, if you're man blocking, get a what? Get a split. There we go. Okay, this is an example of a tag call. Like we play a lot of teams that two gap these in. So the tackle blocks out and the end goes inside every time. So we'll make something called a tag call, and that'll bring the guard with the tackle. Okay, and you'll see that here where it's saying, hey, center, you basically got this guy. Okay, and the tackle and guard are going to work together because teams started doing this to us all the time where they're two gapping that in. The tackle blocks out, the end's going in the B gap, and the linebacker is going to play the C gap. So we would make a tag call. So this is a great example, front side of zone, where we make a tag call, and that now the tackle doesn't have to take man footwork because he knows he's got the guard coming with him. Okay, so the end goes in. Now our left tackle just turns into a replace and gets to 21. Okay, we throw RPO right there. Okay, great cut right here by the back. To me, this is a perfect job by the back, okay, of pressing the line of scrimmage and bending it backside with the one cut. I love this, man. I just love his footwork. I love how he cuts and just gets vertical, man. There's the free hitter, okay? And they're having to make these side profile tackles, cut it and get vertical, man. Almost score right here. He barely gets him, but I just love this clip just because of the back. Press line of scrimmage, cut it back. There's your bend, right? I actually want to get to an odd front because I know I only got 10 minutes here. So let me get to an odd front so you guys, we can kind of hit at least an odd. Okay, so when we block the box, I'll go through a few clips of this. So now we want to run tight zone versus even front. This is just our rules when we want to take care of the box, okay? So when we want to block the box, we're a little different, okay? When we want to block the box and we're expecting a four down front with a Mike backer, doesn't matter where we call the zone, we're always going to double the 2-eye, okay? So the guard with the 3 is man. The tackles are obviously man on the 5s. When we declare in our play call, hey, we're blocking the box against a 4-3 team or a 4-2-5, but we're in the formation where we get a Mike backer and overhangs, okay, we're going to always double the 2-eye. So our center is going to knock over the 2-eye. Sorry. Let's see if I can get to this. Okay, and then he's going to get vertical to the Mike. So you can watch our center, okay, knock the 2-eye over, get to the Mike, okay? And this is just a different tag for us in the run game when we want to block the box. Boom, boom, okay? And so we are always going to double the 2-eye when we declare we want to block the box against these even front teams. We're not pushing it anymore, okay? Great job by the center. So he's going to gallop and try to knock that 2-eye over, boom, and get to the Mike. The guard with the 3 technique, we call it zone right, zone left. Doesn't matter when we're blocking the box against a 4-down team. The guard with the 3 is man. So he's going to jab lateral, just like the tackles would. All right. Here's one more clip of it. Obviously, we got our RPO game off all this stuff. 6 in the box tells us to throw it. Okay, but another great job. Terrible job by the left guard right here. You're going to have to fight this and man footwork. Just stepping way too far inside on the jab, man. That's not what a jab is. A jab should look like the right tackle. He just basically just picks his right foot up and puts it down like a replace almost. Don't get to where you're stepping so far inside, then you have no power, okay? It's just a baby step with your inside foot just to protect that inside gap when we're man blocking. There's a bend, right? I'll show you one more time just to show our splits and our tackles, okay? When they're man blocking, okay, jab lateral, and we're getting a little wider 5s here, but, man, they're going to step within that inside foot first, and they're going to get a heavy inside hand, man. I tell them, do not get beat inside on this play, please. I will lose my mind if you get beat inside on this play. Same thing with the guard right here with the 3 technique. You can see steps with his inside foot first, and he's going to double under that 3 technique. There's our center knocking over the 2-eye and getting to the Mike. There's a bend. There's your overhang fitting late. Okay. Okay, I'm going to get to an odd front here. All right. So here's an odd front, guys, where we're pushing it, a true zone. Okay, so we overcoach the front side double team in odd front. You'll see it. So this is a tight zone right, okay, and our guys understand the ball is not going to hit to the right. So the guard and tackle, so we are pushing it to this outside linebacker out here, number 5, but watch how long our guys stay on this double team, okay? Man, they are stay on this double team forever. You see that? We're pushing it, but we're not in a hurry to get out there because we know the ball is not going to hit out there. It's going to bang or bend or bounce backside. Okay, so here's an example of a great bend. Okay, we get it on the safety. Obviously, quarterback sprint out there, hold that overhang player, but they're a 3-high safety team. We get it on the safety. So you can see, you know, we're overcoaching that front side double team on all these clips. Okay, here it is again. This is a tight zone to the right. And watch the front side double team. Okay, the right tackle on the right guard, left on the screen. We're pushing it out there, but they are not in a hurry, man. They're going to double the crap out of that 4-eye right there. Okay, and this is just square equals being powerful, man. You play square, you're in powerful positions. Nose slants backside. Our guy is square, his hips are low, and you can watch the double under, and he gets after the nose right here, man. I didn't put every run of 30 yards on here, but we get it on 15, who's the safety, right? Great job by the backside tackle and the tight end, blocking a 7 technique to 20, okay? Just getting that vertical movement and getting these double teams. Okay, here's another example against an odd front, okay? And I think this is – I put this on here because I think this is a decent job initially by the tight end and the backside tackle. So the right tackle and right tight end. You can see because the linebacker has him beat by alignment, okay, he is not going to actually replace and use a flipper anymore. He's just going to play long with that right arm, okay? And then you can see we get to the bend late, okay? There you go. All right, I'm going to show one more clip, and I'm going to get to a kind of variation we do against odd that's, I think, better than blocking the box. And I know I'm running out of time here. Here's one more clip of it. This is a phenomenal job once again, okay, by the front side double team. But it doesn't matter because the back, okay, is never what? Square. This is why the back's path is as important as anything, okay? My stuff's glitching a little bit, guys. Sorry. The back's path is just as important as the O-line. This looks like a stretch play again. I don't know why it's doing that. I'll move on to our dart play, but we teach it like zone. All right, let me get to this play real quick because I got probably too many clips on here. So when we want to block the box against an odd front, okay, we really don't want to leave our center one-on-one, okay? So this is a variation we do where this is zone insert rules for the O-line, but our left tackle is going to look at the overhang. We just do this against a 3-4, and it's going to turn into a dart play. Okay, so we're running tight zone to the left, insert rules. So our backside tackle knows he's man. Our left tackle right now is looking at this overhang. Is he on the line of scrimmage? No. Then he's going to pull for the backside backer. Okay, so this is a way where we get to block the box, but we don't have to leave our center one-on-one. Okay, so we have unbelievable angles. Why this is doing this, guys. Okay, so you can see right here, God almighty. I'm just not going to press next, I guess. That this tackle, okay, that overhang is what? Plussed out. He's going to pull to the backside linebacker. Boom. All this is tight zone for our O-lineman insert rules. It changes for one guy, the left tackle, and he's going to pull to the backside linebacker right here. And we still get a double team on the nose because I hate blocking the box against an odd front and leaving the center one-on-one. So this is kind of a thing we came up with where we could still get a double. But if this guy was to walk up on the line of scrimmage right here, then we would just go out. There's too many in the box anyway. We would give up the backside backer and say, hey, quarterback, you got to throw it. But you're still protected. But if he's apexed or an overhang, our right tackle right now is going to pull for the backside linebacker. Okay, they get two guys in the B gap right here. The end goes in the B gap. Linebacker fits in the B gap. There's a bend, okay, backside. So nothing changes for the backfield either, which is good for us, okay? It's a little less teaching. So right here, same thing. Our left tackle, okay, is looking at who? That overhang is tight, but he's not on the line of scrimmage blitz demeanor. So he's going to pull to the backside linebacker, okay? and our back misses this one, if I remember right. Kind of show it to you right here. Okay. He's still bang, bend, bounce, guys. Okay. You can see it. That overhang's still what? Wide. So he knows, hey, I'm going to pull. That's all he's looking at right now is that overhang. Oh, crap. He's out there. I'm pulling to the backside backer right here. You can see him. And our back misses this one. Oh, God almighty, guys. Just run right there. Just bang it in there. We might still be running, right? But he's a freak athlete, and we end up getting lucky out here. When you got good players, you get lucky. Okay, here it is. We can still RPO it. So here it is with the bubble, okay? So we're still safe on RPOs to throw a bubble. What I love about this play is it's gap scheme for the defense, but for us, it's just tight zone rules, just with a little tweak, okay? This always happens. You throw the RPO and you think we hand this ball off, we might freaking what? Score. I don't know why that happens as O-line coaches, but there's sometimes I'm like, thank God we threw it because we didn't block a soul. Here's one more time, guys. Okay, so this is to the right. Okay. Apex defender's not on the line of scrimmage. I'm pulling for the backside backer. Boom. Okay. Getting out of there. One more time from the end zone. Boom. Same thing for the back. There's a bend. Okay. I got one more clip of it. I know I'm running out of time. Okay. We've been gashing them all night on this play. So now the backside backer, okay. And I like to run this play because I don't think these inside linebackers in this front see the tackle pull. They see the guard pull. If the guard was pulling, we would have to change this combo. Then we would have to do it like a gap scheme where we gallop and knock the nose over because he's going to fit over the top. But when we zone it, he is not going to see that tackle pull as quickly, so we can still teach it as a zone double team. That makes sense. Okay, nose goes away, but our guard is able to redirect on 20 because he's what? He's square. You can't redirect unless you're what? Square. There's the extra overhang showing up late. Got one more clip. It's pretty funny, actually. Okay, there he is making the play. He jumped inside. Here's the very next play. We get lucky again, okay? This overhang's the extra fitter. He just jumped inside and made the play. We call it again, and this is a hell of a job by the running back. He tries to cheat the play. He sees the tackle pull and gives up contain, and our back bounces it where? Out here for a touchdown. So that goes back to having good players, man. Very fortunate to have good players. But, Coach, I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys got something out of it. I'll put my contact information up one more time real quick. If you guys have any questions, man, please. I love football. I don't have any hobbies. All I do is study football, and I'll answer any questions you have. I'll send you the presentation. Anything O-line coaches need, man, I'll give you. And so feel free to reach out. And I thank you again, Coach Tatum, man. Appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you. All right. Coach Miller.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Coach?
Man, if I was any better, I'd be you.
Shoot. Not too great. Your presentation's up. I'm going to back out. You got it, Coach.
All right, man. My name's James Moe. I'm the head football coach at Reinhardt University. I also coach the offensive line. We're an NAI program in Georgia, just north of Atlanta, about 50 minutes. We'll jump right into this thing. We're going to talk outside zone. Let me see if I make sure I can get on my computer. Ain't working. Can't go to the next page. Hold on, Coach. I gotta go here. There we go. All right. Here's what we got. Outside zone rules. Center. He's first thing we teach our O-line is where the ball's going to hit. The aiming point on outside zone is the ass of the tight end or the ghost tight end. The center will come up. He'll always declare the front, odd, even, or bear. We try not to make it hard. Obviously, odd, 3-man front, even, 4-man front. So it could be an under or an over. And then bear would be a 0 and 2-3 techniques. Key words that the center has to know is top, which means we got a tight end play side. I always like them to know that. Boss, that means they're going to take care of our fullback is going to take care of the first thing on the edge. Or buzz, the receiver or slot receiver is going to take care of the first thing on the edge, so we don't have to put him in the count. The mic calls the first linebacker play side or safety rock down within 7 yards. If the safety's rock down within 7, we will always make him the mic, and it is the first thing play side unless it's a boss or buzz call. So if the mic is outside the box, that's who we're going to – if the first defender play side is outside the box, that's who we're going to make the mic. And then the first double team will always work to the mic, whether it's a 3-man double with a fuzz call, or if we got the top call and there's a tight end play side, tackle and tight end will work to that mic, and so forth. So I just drew up some fronts that we've seen. So right here, outside zone versus over, we're running it to the left. So the center would declare that overhang defender the mic. So the tight end and tackle, that's a tat. They're going to double team that 6-7 technique, whatever you want to call it, to the mic. And then our left guard is going to reach that 3 technique. And the center is going to tell him, check, check, check. He's going to check the 3 on the way to the -1 linebacker. And then the backside guard is going to have to reach that shade. And the backside tackle will tell him, check, check, check to the -2 safety or -2 linebacker if he was in the box. That's how we do it. We do it off a count system. So wherever the center makes the mic, we're going to do a count system off that. Here's one versus odd. So basically 3-3 stack right here. We're always going to make the mic the first linebacker play side. So right here, he made him the guy over the 5 technique. Mike's right. We're running outside zone to the right. So we're going to double team that 5 technique to the mic. We would make a tag call, tackle and play side guard. Our center and backside guard would work the 0 to the -1 linebacker. And then our backside tackle and tight end would work that 5 technique to the -2 linebacker. So that's how we would kind of work all that out up front and make sure our guys are all on the same page. Again, our center has to be great about communicating everything to everybody, making sure everybody's on the same page, and then everybody has to make their calls so everybody knows who we're working to and where we're going. So make sure everybody's on the same page. Now, if we hear boss, that tells us our F, all right, or our tight end off the line is going to boss the first man on the edge. Okay, so he would go out here and he would boss this guy. Boss tells the center, we're always going to make the mic the first linebacker in the box. Okay, so we are not responsible for this overhang defender anymore. Our boss guy is going to take care of that overhang defender. And now we are going to work this trio call. Okay, we would say fuzz right here because we got a 3 and a 5 play side. Anytime we got a 3 and a 5 play side, we say fuzz. We're going to full zone that thing to the mic. Anytime they hear fuzz, the guard does not pass anything off to the backside or to the center. He keeps going. He's responsible for that B gap. And then backside, he's going to reach this shade or scoop this shade to the -1 defender, which would be this safety right here. Okay. And then our tight end is going to reach that 6 technique. All right. And then right here, outside zone versus over. And we got a buzz call right here. So on a buzz call, our slot receiver is going to block the overhang defender. So again, we are responsible for the box with a boss or a buzz call. So the center will make the first linebacker in the box the mic, and then our count starts off that. So again, we would have said fuzz right here because we have a 3 and a 5 play side with no tight end. That's why the top call is important. If he would have said 28 top right here, then we know we got a tight end play side, and we would double that 6 technique if they're a 4-man front to the mic. And now the center and the play side guard could double that 2 technique to the -1 linebacker, but we don't have a tight end play side. So these 3 guys were 3 for 3 over here and then 2 for 2 over here. And we just, when there's a 3 backside, this doesn't really make sense, but that's how they called it when I played. We would just say full, full, full. And we're going to double this 3 technique with just hand help from the guard to the -1 linebacker. So really our rules for the O-line, Play side, we're going to reach or stretch the defense as hard as we can. If I can reach a guy, we're teaching them put the rivets on your helmet in the outside pec. I want to take my backside hand and I want to break his sternum. I want to drive his ass either vertical or horizontal. I want some type of push either to the sideline or vertical off the play. Or if we get him turned and we can pin him back inside and create a lane for the back, then we would do that. But we want to stretch or reach the defense as hard as we can. And then we talk a lot about we want to cut the defense in half. Wherever the center starts, we want to try to cut the defense in half to create that cutback lane for the running back. The running back's aiming at the ass of the tight end. He's going to cut it back and hit his head on the goalpost if we can cut the defense in half. And I got some clips of that you'll see. Play side rule, you're either, if you got a guy on you, you're reaching his ass. If no one's on you, you're working outside with your buddy. We do not count a inside shade as on. We only count head up to outside as on. All right. And then the backside rule is basically just scoop the first man inside, play side. And I tell our guys all the time, you might not know all the nuances of the play, but if you can understand the rule, then you can execute the play. So if you got somebody on you, reach his ass. All right. If you don't, work with your buddy outside. If you're backside, you got somebody inside of you, scoop his ass. If you don't, you're working with your buddy play side. Don't make this shit hard. All right. Some of the calls we use, TAT is play side tackle and tight end. So it would be an uncovered play side tackle, working with a tight end on a 6 or 7 technique, doubling him to wherever the mic is. A tag call would be versus an under or an odd front where the play side guard is uncovered and the play side tackle's got a 5, a 4, or a 4-eye. We would just say tag, tag, tag. They're going to work together either to the mic or somebody else. Fuzz would be a play side tackle, play side guard, and center, a 5 and a 3 technique, or a blitz play side. But anytime we have a 5 and a 3 with no tight end, we always say fuzz, we're going to full zone that thing. We're going to be 3 for 3. A bump would be if we had a wide 5 technique and a 2 or a 2-eye, and the tackle doesn't feel like that guy's going to come inside. He'll tell the guard, bump, bump, bump. We're going to bump that 2 or 2-eye back to the center so we can create a B-gap run on outside zone. And then backside, our center, if he has a 1 technique or a shade play side, he'll make a link call where we're going to get the backside guard, backside tackle all scooping hard to his ass in case there's any kind of shade return. A cab would be versus a nose, center, and backside guard. And then I already went over a full. And a tab is just our backside tackle and backside tight end doubling a 4-eye or 4 technique versus odd fronts. Those are the calls we use. And we're going to get into the film. Sorry, there is some sound on this, on some of these plays. And I got it. I put notes on here because I got hit in the head a lot. So I got to remind my ass of stuff. All right. So right here, we're running inside outside zone to the left. So we the quarterback gave us a top call. So we know we got a tight end play side. Obviously, we knew going into the game we were going to get bear or we were going to get 4-man front versus this group. So we made a tat call right here. And we're going to tat to the mic. And then this guard knows I'm covered, so I'm on. So I got to reach this 3 technique. The center should have said check, check, check to the -1 linebacker. And then backside, the left guard scooping that 2-eye right there. And then the backside tackle told him check, check, check to the -2 linebacker. We get a really good tat right here. Good pass off by the left guard to the center. So I'll play it now. Really good job getting up to the second level. We create good push. Great job by the center, taking that 3, really running his ass to the sideline, creating a cutback lane. And then I really like our backside guard right here, our left guard. I think on outside zone, if you get that backside hand into the sternum, you can extend and play with 1 and run people off the ball. I mean, that backside 2-eye starts on the other side of the logo, and he ends up all the way outside the hash. That's the kind of horizontal push we want to talk about, and then we create that cutback for the back. I thought we did a pretty good job right there. All right, right here we got 28 top. This is versus a bear front. Now our center screws this one up. Okay, he screws up. He loses sight of the count right here. But he made the mic here. Okay, and we know we got a tight end play side because he made a top call. So we made a tat. So the play side tight end and tackle are going to double that 7 technique to the mic. The guard knows I'm going to reach this 3. And anytime it was bare, the center is going to put his hand out for help on that nose, but he's got to keep his eye on the 3 in case that 3 comes inside. And then the backside guard knows I got to haul ass on that nose, and I'm going to drive on my angle. And the backside tackle is going to reach hard on this 3 technique, and he's going to drive on his angle. Now, we did the backside tackle. That was their best player. The left tackle right here is on their best player. So I gave him the option the second half. I said, look, if you feel like you can cut him, and we'll create a better cutback lane. So we did that. I'll play it right here. And we do a great job on the tackle tight end right here of really denting that 6 technique, being able to get good push. This is one of my favorite blocks of the season, our right guard. Anytime a guy, a 3 technique, wants to fight the reach and try to get back outside to keep contained, run his ass to the sideline. This was this kid's last play. We put his ass out of the game. Loved every second of it. Great job right here. Great finish. Just run his ass to the sideline. Get that hand in the backside sternum and run his ass as far to the sideline as you can. Be violent and be physical. Decent job by our backside guard. I like to see him keep running them, but you can see the cut by the backside tackle creates the cutback, and that's where our center loses sight of the backside linebacker. If he picks him up, we're probably going to have a better play. Now, like Coach said, from Denton, we have a good-ass running back, so he made us look good. But we got to keep our eyes on that backside linebacker so we don't lose sight of him. Now, he kept playing, gets up on the safety, got a piece of his ass, which I love too. Great hustle by the kid on defense right here. This 3 technique, or the shade, actually makes the play about 7 yards downfield. I love watching D linemen make great plays downfield. That was awesome. All right. Right here, we knew going into this game that they like to, we call it radar defense, where they're just going to stand around. They're going to move around. They're not going to tell you where they're going to line up. So our center in this situation would have said fuzz, fuzz, fuzz. We're running outside zone to the right. He said fuzz. We're going to full zone this whole thing. The thing I like about this play is watch everybody's footwork. We're opening. We're taking our first step, getting on the angle of the play, and we are blocking the first thing that comes in our area. Great pass off right here by the left tackle. Gaps in tracks. We talk about that a lot. Gaps in tracks. Stay on your track. All right. Block your gap. Get on your track and find the most dangerous. I do not like 58 right here. I wish he'd square up and get his eyes downfield so he could get a piece of that safety right there. But we create a great cutback lane for the running back right here, and he makes us look good. All right. I think this is a good job. And we teach our backs this. That defensive end, I mean, that's like a wide 9. He's way the hell out there. We're not reaching him. I don't have Walter Jones playing for me, so we're not going to be able to reach that wide 9. So we tell him, just kick him out the club. You're going to drive his ass to the sideline. Don't worry about trying to reach him. And the back has to know that. He has to know that we're not going to reach that guy. We're going to push him to the sideline. So he's either going to cut it back in the B gap or he's going to hit it out the back door. But we get a good play right here. And he makes us right. He wasn't the fastest, but hard tackling. All right, here's another clip. One of my favorite clips of the season. We got a bear front again. Now, we did have Boss right here. Boss tells us we are not going to block the first thing on the edge. So this safety's rocked down. The center thought within 7, so he made him the mic. So we are going to tat that 6 technique to the mic. And then same thing, bear front. We're going to reach the 3. He's got to keep his eyes on the 3. And basically these 4 guys are working to this -1 linebacker. Now we get great horizontal push right here. We get a great dent on the 6 technique and really drive his ass off the ball. The tight end snaps off on the mic. We get it. We do a great job driving the whole defense out to the numbers. Our backside tackle again said, screw it, I'm going to cut this guy and create the cutback lane. And then our back sees it, and man, that's a big ass hole right there. I love it. Love every second of it. He gets up vertical through it and scores right here, gets us back in the game. So a big time play. Great reach by our right guard right there. And again, you try to fight the reach, I'm going to run your ass to the sideline. I like him to be more physical. I like him to really stab with his left hand as hard as he can. He's not stabbing hard enough. Stay square, stab, and run his ass vertical. But a good play. All right, right here we got boss again. Now this is versus an odd front. All right, we call this one odd because they got 4 eyes. All right, and this makes it a little bit different. So again, we said boss. So our center knows this guy's got the first thing on the edge. So we're going to make the Mike the first linebacker in the box. So we're going to tag this. We're going to tag this 4-eye to number 30. We're going to cab center and backside guard. We're going to cab 54 to 9. And then this tackle's basically got this 4-eye by himself. All right. Now, one thing I talk about a lot when we get on these doubles, double the down guy to the second level. Don't come off too quick. I don't want the down guy to make the play. I want the linebacker to make the play. Because at least if the linebacker makes a play, we're going to get 2, 3, 4, 5 yards. If the lineman makes a play, that's going to be a negative yardage play, and that ain't going to be good. So we do a great job right here, denting this 4-eye with the left tackle. Great hands, bam, stays square, climbs up on 30, gets a hat on a hat. Left guard does a great job taking him over. All right, center, great stab right there through his fucking sternum. Backside guards running off the ball, trying to take it over and push him through, but they do a great job. Now we get held right here. Those D linemen like to cheat. You can see 54 grabs our shoulder. No excuses, though. Those are for losers. He's got to find a way to break that hand off and get up on the second level. But again, I'd rather block the down guys than try to go block a linebacker too quick. Now, one thing we do teach some of these backside tackles, I teach a skip technique on the backside because some of our guys aren't athletic enough to just, get on an angle step. So they'll skip pull it. So watch this right tackle skip pull on the backside. Skip pull, bam, right through his sternum. And then you got to, bam, get physical and run vertical. He does a great job finishing that guy. Fucking awesome block right there. And he's a big-ass dude. He's 360. He can do it. Anybody can do it. That was a good job by our backside tackle right there. And a good run. I like how our back is stretching this thing. Stretch, and I'm going to puncture it and just run vertical hard north and south. And we get a good 6. Next one right here, again, 28 boss. Right here, we go back to 4-man front. So that's the boss man. We're going to motion this tight end across. He's going to block the boss man. We made the Mike here. We did not make 18 the Mike because he's too deep. So we're going to make 28 the first linebacker in the box to Mike. We're going to dent this 6 technique. We're going to reach the 3 by making a check call from the center. And then we're going to reach that shade backside. Boom. Great reach by the right guard. Freaking awesome block by our tight end. Great hands. Bam, on a damn good player. Great job by our right tackle adjusting. He sees the 6 technique go outside with the tight end. I'm going to the Mike. Bam, good fit on the Mike. Good finish on him. We always want to try to finish everybody we're blocking. Great job by the center. I like him to go ahead if he could and block the backside linebacker, but he ends up just climbing and finding work. He does a great job right there. I don't want him to slow down. And we get a good run. 4 yards is a good run. All right here we're running 29 boss. All right, so again, we don't have to make that guy the Mike. I mean, he's over the slot, so we don't have to at all. They don't really have a boss guy for us, so we're in really good shape. So we are going to double this 5 technique to the Mike. All right, we're gonna double. Oh, he's gonna be on this 2-eye by himself, and we're gonna full this backside. On a full, we want to stab him as hard as we can with our right hand, and we want to climb as fast as we can. Bam. So a great stab by our right guard right there. You can see he gets that 3 technique, shoulders turn. Bam. Tackle's able to cut the defense in half. We get a good double on that 5 technique, drive his ass to the sideline, creates a cutback lane for our back. And now he's one-on-one with that safety. He's got to make that guy miss. And then our boss guy ends up taking the mic. And again, there's that skip technique by the backside tackle. I think it works really good for us. That kid right there, 72, is a little stiff, and it helps him get over there and cut that defense in half. I like him to be more physical. All right here we got 29 boss. We cut the defense right here. So I don't like what our left guard does right here. He needs to press and climb to 54, but our tight end ends up getting on 54. Great reach by the center. Watch the center get his hat play side. Bam. Hat play side, backside hand through the sternum. Drive that guy to the sideline. Our backside tackle cut the 3 off, and we're able to get vertical through the hole at the running back. Great job. Great job. All right. We got Buzz right here. Oh, my favorite play from the wide. Favorite play of of the whole season. I want you to watch these 2 guards. We get up on the second level, and these 2 guards right here drive this SOB. You drive them all the way to the fence, finish his ass. I love it. Love every second of it. All right, right here we got a wide 5. We're running outside zone to the left. We got a wide 5. It's a buzz call. So we know this guy's going to block this overhang defender. So we're going to make the Mike the first linebacker in the box. This is not a great defense. All right, he's a wide 5. So the tackle told this guy bump, bump, bump. So we're going to bump that 2-eye back to the center and climb. Great hands right here. We know it's a B gap run. Great hands by the tackle right here. Bam. Torque his ass outside, rotational force, whatever you want to call it, but torque his ass outside and run. Again, we're using that skip pull backside. Great hand placement by the left guard. Don't chase. He's going to the -2 linebacker. The -2 linebacker is number 7, the safety. That's who we end up getting on and driving his ass 20 yards downfield. But a great job right there up front. All right here. We're running outside zone again. Oh, this is this is a different look. All right. We got another one right here, another buzz call. So, and I got 5 minutes. Right here, we made him the mic. So we're going to double the 6 technique to the mic. Again, we're reaching. It's going to be a check call from the center. The center is going to check the 3. If the 3 stays a 3, then you climb to the -1 linebacker. And then these guys are gonna full that backside guy. Oh, I'm sorry, backside shade. So he's got to reach. It's a backside shade right there. He's got to reach that backside shade. Toughest block in football. Run him on your angle. All right, great job on the tat right there. Good dent by the tight end. You know, on that tight end's footwork, we want to go outside foot, up and down, second step through his crotch, dent that SOB so the tackle can take it over. Great reach right here by the left guard. I know it doesn't look like it, but he's straining his ass off. I'm going to reach that SOB. Gives our back the ability to cut back inside that double team and make something happen. Great job right there. And that's a good job on their best player. 91 was a damn baller for Southeastern down in Florida. He's a dude. But our backside tackle gets even with him. You know, I tell him, put your nose on his nose and fucking run off the ball. Hit that sucker as hard as you can. Does a good job right there. All right. We do it a lot with our quarterback as well. We'll run outside zone with the quarterback. So we'll get out here right here. Again, it's odd front. We made a boss call. So this tight end right here has got number 7. All right. We made a boss call right there. We're gonna We are going to fuzz this thing. We got a 3 and a 5 play side. So they said fuzz, fuzz, fuzz. All right. Really good job with our center, just kind of giving hand help, pressing back. He gets up to that -1 linebacker. Great reach by the right guard. Just finish. He gets his hat in the right place. You can see him stick that left hand through the sternum. Bam. Now run vertical, run off the football, run vertical off the ball, run vertical off the ball. Great job by our right tackle right here, getting even with 10 and just run, just run, just run, just run, 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 run. You don't have to reach a guy every time. Just run his ass off the ball. All right, last one. 28 boss. Oh, this is a good insert by the back. So you can, let me get it over here. So this is odd front. So again, we're going to make a tag right here. Right guard, right tackle, going to double the 5 to the mic. We're going to make a cab right here. The center and the backside guard are going to double the 0 to the -1. And then we made a tab back here. The backside tackle, backside tight end to the -2 guy. They all got to know the count, and it all starts with who the center makes the mic. So great. Now, the only thing I don't like about 53 is don't get your shoulders turned. Take your right hand out of there. Freaking one-arm bench press that thing back and then get to the second level. But the back does a great job stretching the defense. Stretch, insert, get vertical. Can't really see it because our cameraman sucks, but you can see he hits that thing downhill. So great job right there. I know I'm probably out of time. Hopefully you guys got something out of this. Appreciate Coach for having me on. Thanks for everything.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Great talk, Coach. Full of energy. I mean, you obviously O-line guy, so I love it.
I played it. I live it. It's always like the last coach said. I ain't got no damn hobby. So
yeah,
except being a football coach. So
there you go.
It. I appreciate
right,
you, man. Appreciate what you're doing for O-line. Great job.
Man. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. So, let me do a couple things. One, let me go do this. Let's see. The coach at the 6:00 session had some issues. He couldn't get back at home in time. Totally understandable. So I'm going to send the invite to a couple of people. Dave, if you're watching, you don't need a presentation. We're just going to talk. Just chill. I already put this out there. If anybody would like to just chill with us on stream, I'm going to do the last 2 hat drawings. I'm going to push the donations so my wife will leave me alone. And I'm going to talk about coaching share. And I'm going to do a couple other things. So we're just hanging out. So if anyone wants to come on live and chill, you can do that. There's no expectation. You don't have to talk to nobody if you don't want to. You're just going to just chill with me. So, yeah. So if you want to do that, let's see. Just DM me on Twitter if you want to hang out, and we'll do that. But let's go ahead and do the last 2 drawings. Where is it at? No, right there. Okay. All right. So last 2 names. Now, the last 2 hats, guys, we have is one more run more trap, and the other one is make tackling great again. Now, I understand that we are all offensive line coaches, give or take, or at least offensive coaches. So I think we don't want tackling to be great again. So I am going to talk to them and see if I can get that hat replaced. I don't know I'll probably try and get a support your local O-line coach. I'm sorry for everybody else that won, and they're like, "Well, that's bull." Sorry. Anyway, so let's go ahead and pick a couple people. Let's see what we got rocking and rolling. Jorge Garcia or George. Appreciate you. I'm going to make sure I write down your name because I will forget it in literally 3 seconds. Let's see. All right. And then who is our last winner? Let's see. Coach, what's up, big dog? You're muted. He's gone. All right, and then Darren Nelson, appreciate you, man. You won as well. Darren Nelson, I appreciate everybody that entered in to win a hat. Y'all are all aces in my book and did a great thing. Just so everybody knows, the 6:30 speaker, Coach Vassal, is still going to be on here, so don't go anywhere. Everybody, don't be leaving because you got to look at my ugly face. But yeah, the names are done. Awesome. Let me go ahead and put this up here while Coach is getting back. Coach Gardner go talk shit, but not talk OL. Well, guess what? Nah. All right. So, no, I don't care, man. You can come on. I do have to push this so my wife doesn't get mad. Go ahead, guys. If you do, this is the last time we're going to do it. If you do feel led to give, we appreciate it. All the people that have so far, y'all are absolute aces, and amazing. Love y'all. Appreciate it a lot. And then let's see. All right. Coach Eaton, he's gone. Okay. But yeah, do that for me. I really would appreciate it. And then before I bring that up, who's still rocking with us? Let me see comments. Thank you for that. Yes, sir. Absolutely fantastic, man. If you have enjoyed the clinic so far, let me know. Some of us have been here every single session. I know Coach Easton has been there every single session because he's tweeted out after every single one of them. I appreciate him a lot. This has been fantastic. This is one of my highlights of the year, to be honest with you. I absolutely love it doing it. Appreciate you, Coach Cunningham, and Rolling All Day. Loving all of it. Thank you. But yeah, if y'all want to do the donation, I'll leave it for a second. At 6:30, Coach Vassal is still coming on. So don't leave. Still got 71 people rocking with us. All right, let's take that off. All right. What's up, Coach?
I made it.
Yeah, man. Hey, Coach has been rocking all day. So
yeah, buddy.
Appreciate you, man. Is it currently snowing in New York? It's just a lot of snow.
Nah, it's cold here. We don't got, it's not snowing. We got about 6 foot of snow where I live. But I live up like 30 minutes from Canada. So, but it's cold. I mean, I think we're looking at like -10 tonight. So you've been complaining all day about having to take your dog out for a walk in the snow and looking outside, and it's what you call that, a Hallmark snow.
Yeah, man.
I don't want to hear it. I've been out snowballing 3 times a day the past 2 weeks.
See, the difference between y'all in New York, well, Canada, and us down here in the South, when we see snow, we good. We out. Like, I'm not going to school. I didn't go to school all last week, Coach, because of the ice. And I probably won't be, in as much as we've gotten now, I probably won't go to school till at least Wednesday or Thursday this week. So we're chilling. Y'all had to live in it. So, yeah, that's tough.
So my superintendent put out a message out to the district yesterday saying, listen, we know it's going to be -22.
Yeah.
We're still going to have school. If you're walking to school, call the bus. They'll come get you. Like, we're full on. No more snow days, or else we start getting them from spring break. So
yeah. Let me see. Hold on. Coach Gardner wants to come on. Let's see what he's got. He's almost gonna be salty. All right. And then I'm just looking at people commenting. Yeah, we're just killing time, guys. Appreciate everybody that's commenting. The clinic has been great. Haven't been able to watch all of it, but have loved the ones I've watched. I can't wait to go back and watch them later. Yeah, man. The whole clinic will be available on the live tab afterwards. Coach Jake been here in and out, rocking dad duty, but definitely go back and watch it, take notes. Love it. Coach, this is amazing. Charter says -22. That's a note for me, and that's why we live down here. Let's see. Joe Stewart, been here since the beginning of the day. Love it, man. Appreciate it a lot. And then Coach Battenberg is here, firing up and keep it rolling. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, we are. Oh man, it's been a good day. It's been a good day. I think it happened just to match up with the snow and stuff like that. Gardner's from Utah. He lives in Utah, so I mean, I'm sure he's all about the snow as well. What's going on, big dog?
Hey, how are you?
Good, man. Good, blessed.
We have no snow.
No snow.
I live in the mountains. We have no snow.
Oh,
so
nice.
Yeah, like my mother-in-law's out for a walk in a t-shirt. It's ridiculous. It's supposed to be nasty here. It's not nasty here.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. We're in a group chat, and one of my buddies coaches in the Raleigh area, and for whatever reason, from Raleigh east to the coast has gotten snow, and Raleigh west we've gotten blanketed, but down this corridor of Raleigh has got nothing. It's the craziest thing. So, yeah, I don't know.
I got a buddy. Shout out Brady Hilton down in Texas. He's one of those goofy air raid guys. But he's been texting me and a couple other guys all week going, y'all need to come get your weather. It's drunk down here in Texas. Like I think they have like 6 inches of snow right now. It's all ice everywhere.
Yeah, the ice is what sucks. Like I said, like this like fluffy snow that you can go out and actually have fun in is what we got today. But all last week was ice. So it's all ice underneath it. So I don't know.
You guys just aren't prepared for it. You don't have the equipment, the salt, the trucks,
no. Like we have enough to be like, okay, eventually a couple of days later, it'll start going away. But yeah, to get out it right away, no, definitely not.
Yeah, when I was in Missouri, that was the plan. Like we got a snow day, and it was just because it like had 1/4 inch of ice, and it was like kind of rolling hills, so it was dangerous for the buses and stuff. But the plan was we'll just wait and let it melt. Like there was no, but like out here, like in Utah, like when I lived in Park City, snow brings in money. So when it's snowing like crazy, from the airport to Park City will be clear. They will run 5 wide with snow plows staggered behind each other and clear the way. You will be able to get to Park City and ski. Like that is not negotiable around here.
Yeah. Coach, you're on here. Might as well let's talk a little defense.
No, I've loved the O-line stuff, right? Like I'm a failed O-line coach.
Hey,
I love the detail of it, right? Like I think that's probably why I wasn't great as a young O-line coach.
Yeah.
I think like the old like it was so like O-line play as a player was so inherently like made sense to me. Like I think I sucked at coaching the details. I think I was better at coaching like running backs because I would teach them what the O-line was seeing.
Yeah.
Right. So like I could get them on the same page, but I had a hard time with the details, like just the details that these guys are on here talking about, just amazing. It's the same way I talk about linebacker play or D-line play, right? Like, no, your foot is not right. Like your chin has to be inside that knee. If you're not there, that's, all that stuff, little things matter. And so it's just great to see good football coaches talk about technique-driven teaching and learning, and then saying, here's where we executed at a high level. Here's where we didn't, this 3 of the 4 guys were good. If we would have nailed it, this was, he's bounced his head off the goalpost instead of a 6-yard gain. Right. Like, so it's always good to hear good coaches talking about how they coach their position. Yeah, for sure, man. It's been fun.
Yeah, I think one of the best so far, I've gotten feedback just in DMs, Coach Gilbert out in Arizona, Benjamin Franklin, they went to the state championship. They unfortunately lost, but he was talking about the OLP stuff at the different angles on the drives and stuff like that. He just broke it down to just like steps, right? And he didn't get into, we've been running like I do 1,000 variations of counter. No, it's like, hey, we're just trying to learn how to drive off our end foot and get on an angle. And like that's really what you want to go to, a clinic and kind of pick up on.
Well, I think you just like a couple things I picked up on is like I do the same thing where it's a verbiage. Like I create a term that's actually like 7 concepts together.
Yeah.
Because when I'm coaching, I don't have time to say all those steps. I can say the 1 word, right? Or I can say the 2 word. It's not so much a cue as it is like, hey, I can get this rather detailed concept in 1 or 2 words, so that as we're in the game or in practice, I can say, hey, but. And that means 10 different things that we have this commonality, but I don't have time to longhand the explanation. Hey, dude, but right, like, and I think that's really good. That's good coaching anyway. So even if you're not an O-line guy or whatever, I think understanding that like sometimes we can be wordy and we need to be wordy, but I think having ability to have a short phrase, an abbreviation, a nickname, I think sometimes is really, really nice because you don't want to slow down practice or you don't want to communicate it right, you know. So yeah, I think that was some things. It's like, yeah, that's just good coaching. And I think like you said, like, you know, whether you're an air raid guy, a gap scheme guy, a zone guy, inside zone, outside zone, wide zone, duo, whatever, I think coaching's coaching. And that's what's really cool. Like even as a D guy, I can sit in here and appreciate guys that are masters of their craft. So it's been cool to listen to guys just coach.
Yeah, I think another thing that's like guys that film, you can film drills. That's awesome. Like when I go to film drills, my guys get shy and it's all sucks. But yeah, if you can film it, then you can get you give one or two little things, the coaching cues to kind of get them right. But then if you have meeting time, right, then you can go and watch it back, and then you can, if you needed to, you could take that time and be like, hey, now here's where you're doing this, blah blah blah. You can get wordy as long as their attention span will allow. But then you can get coaching like that. But yeah, 100%, man.
You gotta keep it. You gotta keep it simple too. You don't keep it simple. I mean, I've always been a big believer in the whole idea of the less you make O linemen think, the better they're going to go out and play. I mean, you and I talked about this the other day. The less they got to think, the more confident they can go out. So I think, you know, being able to rep those simple things every day, but keeping it simple, not increasing the verbiage you're using with them, getting too lengthy in the calls or getting too lengthy in the techniques, just simple ideas, a lot of reps, moving it forward. I think that's what a lot of the coaches you've brought on today have talked about. And it's been great to just watch all this fundamental stuff from, you know, high school all the way up to college. It's been great.
Yeah, let me see. Charter said, completely agree with Gardner. I struggled coaching OL early because it was so detail oriented. I actually moved running backs and did it better because I knew what the OL was doing. Yeah, I mean, exactly. So, and it can get as difficult or as simple as you want to do. That's again, that's back on the coaches. Let's see. Coach Vassell, what's up, big dog?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Pretty good. We might as well go ahead and go a little early, guys.
Oh, dude, listen, I jumped on because I heard you was talking smack, so I just wanted you to at least be able to talk smack to me.
Who do you?
No, you're good, Coach. Y'all can keep talking. I've been enjoying listening to Coach Gardner. I've actually, Coach Gardner, I think I met you before at a clinic somewhere a few years ago. I can't remember which one though. So y'all keep talking. I'm good. I'll start at 6:30. I'm enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, I'm not I don't travel as much as I used to for those clinics. I used to go to a bunch, but
no, I used to as well. It just, you find that, you know, once the pandemic hit, traveling was just like, we can do everything online. Made life so much easier.
Yeah, well, I was at Park City, man. I went from like four guys in a room when I was in Illinois, right? And like the district card getting declined because they didn't have money for our PD. You know, like we got there and had to throw it on our credit cards and get reimbursed. We go to Park City. They flew us to Chicago. I had my own suite. So I was inviting my homeboys up from Central Illinois. I'm like, drive up, dude. Like I got another bed and a couch. So like you guys can crash on my floor.
Yep.
So you buy pizza, you buy beer, and you guys can I'll take care of your hotels.
Exactly.
And so it was sweet when I first got to Park City because they'd fly us to Reno, they flew us to Chicago, they did all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
And then there may have been some tomfoolery with some of that PD at the upper level, so at the district level. So that kind of went away. But yeah, and then like Salt Lake's it's weird. We're like this, like let's go football, right? But like it's small. People don't realize how small Salt Lake is. It's smaller than Lexington, Kentucky.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Like I can literally, like the recruiters love it because like 80% of the teams are within 25 minutes of downtown.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So they could fly into Salt Lake Airport and they could hit 70, 80 recruitable kids and never drive more than 10 minutes, like 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, back 25 minutes back to that airport and gone because it's so dense as far as talent and but just the geographic space. You could drive, you know, Utah to BYU is 45 minutes. right?
Oh,
So
that's
like
not too
it's
bad. Yeah.
yeah, and like from and then there's another hour, hour 5, hour 10 at most to like Utah State. And you're gonna drive by Weber State on the way. So like you can see like there's tons of college coaches around here, but the problem is we just don't get the clinic as much because you go to Denver, you'll go to Reno, you'll go to Vegas. Because like not that Glacier couldn't do well here, but realistically for the population density of coaches, and there's only 110 schools in Utah that play football.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So even if every person from every staff showed up, it wouldn't be a profitable clinic.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Okay. So because it's really, really small, but the quality of football is pretty awesome. It's just it's kind of weird when it comes to like PD. You kind of have to go somewhere else.
No doubt.
Awesome. Well, guys, we'll go ahead and get started early because I've been going all day, and my wife's probably wanting me to go watch a movie with her. So let me make sure I do that. But appreciate Easton, Garner, appreciate y'all for coming on and spending some time real quick.
Yeah, buddy.
All right. Let's see. All right, Coach. If you want to go ahead and share your screen.
Yep, we'll do, brother.
Man.
By the way, I'm in that weird corridor you were speaking about right now.
Yeah, you are right there in Raleigh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's funny. Yeah. So my buddy Mitch Johnson, who's a Green Hope in Cary.
Yep.
He's like, where's my snow? And we've been just getting after him because we all just getting killed with it.
You got the screen?
Yeah, man. I got it. I'm going to back out. You got it.
Awesome. All right, y'all. So my name is Michael Vassell. I am the offensive line coach and run game coordinator over at Sanderson High School. We're located in Raleigh. Like I was just saying to Coach, we are in that weird corridor he mentioned that has very little to no snow at the moment. I'm going to have this screen again towards the end. If you ever want to contact me, ask questions, or like for me to share the presentation with you, any point in time, Coach, if anybody's got questions, just pause me. I got no problem talking through anything. I know sometimes I talk fast and, just here to talk ball and really enjoy it. So just a little bit about myself so you guys kind of understand where I'm coming from. I've been coaching now, finished up year 14. I've coached at both the high school and college levels. High school level has been North Carolina. I've also had a year of coaching high school in Missouri. At the college level, it was all Division II and Division III between St. Aug, Becker, Mansfield, Norwich, and Fontbonne. Coaching positions that I've held during my time both at the high school and college level are offensive line coach and offensive coordinator. In addition, I've also been a special teams coordinator at the high school level and a recruiting coordinator at the college level. Before I got into coaching, I was a former Division I offensive lineman at NC State. So thing we're going to talk about today is ISO run scheme. One thing that I've always done as a coordinator, and I'll preface this by we do not currently run ISO where I am at. It is not a run scheme that fits what we do. As best I can explain it, it's not the identity that we want to have as an offense, which I'm cool with. So as I'm talking about ISO today, you're going to see clips of places where I've been the coordinator where I felt ISO did fit what we do. Right? Because in reality, not every run play is right for every football team and their offense, right? So anytime, like I said, that I do identify a run scheme that I want to use, right? We want to build things. We want to be able to explain the scheme. We want to be able to explain the style of run that it needs to be for us. And we need to have importance, right? What's the importance? Where does this fit in the offense? Does it have a purpose, or is this like a one-trick pony, a gadget, a one-off, something like that? So ISO run for us is a man scheme. We're trying to find a key combo block, and depending on the type of front that we're going to see, and we'll talk through that through assignment and everything for the O-line, how we identify where that key combo block's going to be. And this last point I put in, especially when it's been like a gap scheme run that we try to do, and we want to include ISO in that package. We're pulling a lineman for essentially using the lead blocker, that fullback or that sniffer type body or that tight end. Because actually at the high school I was at in Missouri, when I helped out there, we were running ISO with the inline tight end that would pull to the side. We were running ISO, which was pretty cool because I had never had the opportunity to try that before. So it was a fun learning experience for me. ISO to me, has always been a physical style of a run play. You think about gap scheme, you think about zone, you think about all these other schemes of running that you can do. is always trying to, hey, we're going to influence people one way and then we're going to bring somebody over here. With ISO, it's let's line up, let's go straight ahead. We're not getting overly fancy. Now, I will say, like I said, ISO ain't for everybody, because one of the key components besides an offensive line working well, doing their scheme, is you got to have a dude that's ready to run through the hole and take somebody's head off, right? As that fullback, sniffer, tight end type body. The importance of ISO for us, whenever I've run it, is very simple. It is a short yard specialty play. When we call ISO, I'm expecting 3, 4, 5 yards a pop at a bare minimum. That's if we don't execute properly, we still got to be physical. We got to create a hole. We got to be able to pick up that short yardage to reset the sticks. The other piece to it too, in my opinion anyways, is it's a tone setting play, right? You want to talk about setting the tone, building confidence for your offensive line, for your offense in the running game. You guys can say, hey, I'm going to line up. We're going to go straight at you. We're not going to do anything fancy. Like I said, we're going to move a fullback over, but we're not pulling people. We're not doing anything else. We're going to line up. We're going to go after you right now, and we're going to find out where we stand for the day. So next couple of slides, we're going to break down how we approach the blocking. You're going to see this same image here on the right. This first slide, we're talking about blocking ISO from an offensive line perspective, and what I call an even front. Most people identify as an even front is where you have 4 defensive players that are dedicated down lineman players. Okay. If you notice, the other piece too, I have created shorthand, right, for play side tackle, play side guard, backside tackle. That's how I build my playbook when I hand it out. Whenever you're working and doing installation on the board or on computer, that's how it's always broken down. All of our plays on these images are drawn to the left. So your play side are highlighted in purple, your backside are highlighted in yellow. All right. So your play side tackle and your backside tackle both have the similar rule. It's the head up defender it's the head up threat to the outside shoulder threat. In shorthand in practice, the kids sometimes would hear me say, you got to find your hoe. I know it's not necessarily appropriate, but hey, you got to have something that help kid bond, and they're going to remember it. So we call it the HO rule, or some kids that want to be funny, they'll call it the hoe rule. In other words, what we're telling our tackles is you're going to, versus a 4-man front, you're going to find the first guy that is head up to own your outside shoulder, and that's your guy. Your job is to take the inside leverage away from that defender. In other words, I want to find a way to force that defender that if they're going to beat me, they have to beat me going around me. They have to go outside and run the loop and come run it down, right? That's how also, too, you notice with the drawings here, everything on the left is the even front. Like I said, all of it is get vertical, take away the inside leverage, go attack. When we talk about aiming points, we're talking about attacking the inside half of that defender. So he's sitting on my outside shoulder. I'm attacking that inside half or that near half of him. And I want to take away his ability to get inside. So once we're engaged, he either has to run around me or he's got to try to fight across my face. And it's very simple. He fights across my face. I'm fighting vertical. He goes outside. I'm taking him where he wants to go. Our guards, both play side and inside guard, they're operating on essentially a 3 progression setup. It's I'm going to find this first guy that's either inside shoulder, head up, or outside shoulder of me. So the first defender that falls into that line, that is my guy. Okay. Now, again, that's play side guard and that's backside guard. In this first image right here, top left, our play side guard has an outside threat. Our backside guard has an inside threat. Okay. Our center probably has the most amount of work in this situation when we face a 4-man front. He's got to identify the linebacker that we're going to work to, that 5th guy we're responsible for, right? So he's got to make that ID. Now, this is very important how I break it down with my linemen so they understand it. Oh, sorry, went too far forward there. When we are looking to identify our linebacker as the O-line is the first linebacker that will be head up to backside of where the play is going. So again, we're running ISO to the left. Our linebacker is the first guy head up to backside from the play. Okay. Now, the reason that's important, when we get to skill, you'll understand why, and why I'm very specific on that verbiage with them, so there's not confusion. The other reason for this asterisk for the center is very simple. He is going to be the guy that is going to control who is double teaming, who's that key defender we're going to take care of, right? So our center's job is ATA, or play side A gap to backside A gap. So in the top left image, right? I don't have anything in my play side A gap that's immediate threat. So I come to my backside A gap. All right, that's my backside A gap. We're going to work. Now you come to this second image here on the left. We're seeing an even front with two techniques, right? So anytime there's a double technique, the center is told, if there's double techniques, whether it's double twos, double ones, double threes, you're automatically going to work to the backside threat that you have. So the backside A gap threat, the backside A threat. The reason being, it is easier for our play side guard to either make the guy run the hoop or down block a guy out of the way than it can be for a backside guard to generally cut off an inside move. So that's why we have the center understand, if it's double techniques, we're always going to work backside. Okay. Now, again, that kind of covered into what we talk about our adjustments when we see even fronts that are a little bit out of the ordinary, teams that want to play double techniques. Okay. So now we come to blocking this versus an odd front, right? When we talk about odd fronts, we're talking about fronts that are either 3-man or 5-man. Okay. So because there are generally more variations of 3-man front that I would see than 5-man, 3-man was always the base level. The adjustments we made were based towards 5-man, which we'll talk about here in a second. Okay. So when we dealt with odd fronts, our play side tackle, he gets the IHO rule: inside shoulder, head up, outside shoulder threat. First threat that appears in there, that's your guy. Again, our goal is to gain and take away the inside leverage from the defender, force him to have to work around. If he wants the inside, he can have the inside 5, 6, 7 yards down the field when you drive him that way. Our play side guard has a different rule than general. I adopted this as I progressed with ISO because, again, we talked earlier, one of our jobs is to figure out what's going to be the key double team. Well, in an odd front, you've got a zero technique. A zero technique is the closest defender you can get pre-snap. I do not need the zero technique junking up ISO for me. So the play side guard's job is a track. The way we define track, I am driving through my inside gap, working to head up the guy next to me. If there's nothing there, I can then climb to first linebacker, head up to backside the center. But since there's a guy there, we're automatically going to get our double team by the center. So essentially our play side guard and our center are going to double that zero, working to the first linebacker, head up to backside of the play. Now for backside guard and backside tackle, it's very simple. It's head up to outside rule again, that hoe rule again, head up defender, outside shoulder defender. A fun trick I would teach the backside guards and backside tackles is this. Think of it like this. It's us two to collect two, right? So we look at this top right image here. We got two guys over here. I got two offensive linemen. However we got to do it, we're going to go 2 for 2, right? Because what's one of the fun stunts out of an odd front? You're going to get a guy trying to work outside. You're going to get a looper, right? The good old-fashioned X stunt by defensive coordinators working stunts in games, right? And I believe earlier I was watching, there was a coach talking about the old NCAA, or what we used to call the old pirate stunt, where it was short stick, long stick, outside loop, right? We're going us two for these two, right? And it helped with this idea when we deal with stack, right? When we deal with those 33 stack teams. Again, it's us two for these two. By hook or by crook, we make it work. Now, the adjustment is when you deal with a team that's going to play a 5-1. I've called it many things. The most recent I've fallen into is mouse. with a 5-man front with one linebacker in the box. We call that a mouse front. And if you got a 5-man front with 2 linebackers, the old double eagle, you call that a bear front. Versus a mouse front and a bear front, the O-line, it has changed over the years. Sometimes we called it 5-0. Sometimes we said MDM. Sometimes we called it 50. Sometimes we called it Bob. We're just telling the O-line it's us 5 versus the 5 down linemen. Get the guy, do whatever you can. In this situation, usually the center is told, hey, look, man, if you can drive him off the ball, that's awesome. But at the end of the day, you get him turned and moved. However, we're going to ask the sniffer fullback player to figure out a way around you to get to where he needs to get. Okay. So we talk about the skill positions, right? Now, this style of how I have skill do these rules, this is generally speaking when I have been an offensive coordinator at the high school level, what I ask the skill players to do. Again, you can always substitute whatever letter you want. I've just always enjoyed X and Z for the perimeter receivers and S for the slot receiver. It just makes it easier for me in the calling purposes and designing things, right? All 3 of those receivers have a very simple rule. You're going to take the head up corner to the inside threat to the safety nearest me. So generally speaking, your X and your Z, your perimeter receivers, they're going to be sitting on head up threats by the corner. Your job is to go get that dude. If he's in cover 3 and backpedaling his deep third, you better be chasing him down to go block him, because if you ain't, you're going to get called out for it. One thing about receivers is very simple. You want the rock, you better block. If you're not going to block, why are we going to get you to football, right? The slot receivers, generally speaking, those are the guys that have to do a little bit more thinking in general in the offense, right? So for them, he doesn't have an immediate head-up threat of a cornerback, so he's got to look inside threat. If that guy is too far inside or on the snap of the ball, he's gone and he knows he cannot legally get that block, then he's going to continue working to the safety. Now, at the college level, I had a head coach that wanted more access throwing, and ISO was a great opportunity for me to set up little access throws. So and you'll see it in the film, the slot receiver a lot of times is going to open up and be ready to go, and we use that to hold that guy to force teams to have to line him head up on. That way it drew him further out of the box, and you'll see it. Our Y, which again, I call it a Y. Some people call it a H. Some people call it a F. Whatever it is, this is that guy that's going to go full speed through the brick wall and smile about it and be mad that the brick wall fell so easily. If he's play side, his job is to best possible way either seal that linebacker in or kick that linebacker out, depending on how he's charging, how he's playing the hole. As you'll see in the clips, I do have some motion. The rule for the sniffer, that lead blocker, right? If we motioned him backside and then brought him across to run ISO, we told him, if you're play side when the ball snapped, it's best possible angle, seal, or kick on the lead. If you're coming from the backside, there is no excuse for you not to hug the double team as tight as you can, get inside leverage, and kick that guy out, because what I want the dive back is, some people, it's H, it's T, it's U, it's whatever you want to label it. His job, step into the A gap, press through the mesh to take the handoff. He's going to read the block of his lead blocker, and then he's going to finish that run, either keeping north and south, north vertically, or make his cut and find space. Quarterback's job, his job is to take care of all of his pre-snap responsibilities. If we got motion on the play, send your motion. Make sure the count's set. Make sure everybody's ready. Make sure we're in a good spot. We're going to call for the snap. We're going to set our feet to set the mesh. We're going to hand that ball off, and then we're going to finish. How we finish is, if we do not have a slot receiver to the side we open to hand off, we better be sprinting out like we have the football, because if you don't, you're going to hear about it, and we're going to correct that problem. If we do have a slot receiver to that side, as you're sprinting out, I expect some kind of fake throw. It don't got to be full wind up or anything like that. It can be just a simple open hand looking like you're flicking the wrist. But again, doing things to keep the additional defenders out of the way so they can't collapse in so we can get the most we want out of the run. All right. So I'm going to do my best to mute sound here. I don't have a lot of clips for y'all, but I wanted to focus on the clips I chose. Very simply put, we do some things right, we do some things wrong in each one of them, but I chose them because I want to be able to highlight it and show you how this is a run play that if you got the right pieces, it doesn't always have to be right to gain the yardage that you want out of it. All right. So this first play, all right, we are sitting in, we're going to bring our Y in motion. He's going to come across. First thing I want to talk about is our right tackle, number 72. This was Reader. All right. On this play, Reader does a phenomenal job, right? We're looking at we're looking at an even front. He's got a 5, so he already has natural leverage. So it should be get up, get down, get vertical, attack that inside half, and make him beat me outside, right? So here we are, bam. I even like that Reader was getting comfortable with it. He started getting a little extension, pushing the guy out wide. Now, I need him to keep running his feet. One of the things that he used to shoot himself in the foot, he'd stop them feet sometimes, but he did a great job. Now, we move inside to my center and my right guard. This is an absolute horrible job by both of them. I'll be dead honest with you. My right guard does not fire off the ball fast enough or aggressively enough for me. My center does not do a good job of trying to gain just a little bit of ground. You see the one technique here. I think he was trying to post up, but it looks like he slips. When he slips, my center tries to get skinny and go around him, which is not the case. He slips. If anything, right now, my right guard is the guy that has the optimal leverage to come off for that backside linebacker that we're working to. All right. But again, not everything runs perfect, right? This beautiful thing about football. Sometimes we do it right. Sometimes we do it wrong. Right. So now we come over to my left guard, number 65, Veneziano. Veneziano is starting this play with the optimal leverage. What he should have done is get vertical, attack the inside half, and work that guy outside. But this happens. Now, instead of Mike, you notice Mike goes to him. If Mike worked vertical, as that guy tried to cross his face, Mike could have damn near taken him right into the lap of that backside linebacker. But again, because he chose to not fight to keep leverage and work vertical and attack, he's now in a dogfight, and come to find out his guy, 57, is the one that ends up making the tackle. Now you look at my left tackle here. This is just a completely lazy set by him. He turns and opens himself instead of attacking vertically and then going after the inside half. What I do like is he is trying to finish the play, but full extension, that ref should have thrown a flag on him, should have been a hold. We come to our running back, and we'll talk through the skill guys here in a second, but the last thing we'll talk about is the Y33. Does a great job of following our rule, right? We talked about this earlier. If I've motioned you to the backside and then you're working back to the front side of the play, there's no excuse you don't work tight off the double team, get the inside half of the linebacker you're responsible for to help create the crease for the running back. We take a look at him. Here he comes, tight off the double, attack the inside, get him out the hole. That's what we want. Now, I say all that to say this. Two out of the 5 offensive linemen truly did their job. 6 offensive guys blocking really did a great job on this play. And we went, and this was 1st and 10. We were at 2nd and 5. I say that, and it's crazy as heck how this game works, right? Because there's other plays where you do everything right and somehow something goes wrong. Now, this right here is going to be – sorry, y'all, give me 1 second. God bless. Things messing with me. Sorry. All right, so now this is that wide view, right? So we've talked about the Y. We've talked about the offensive line. Let's talk about our dive back. Our dive back does a great job here of following his rules. He's pressing. He read the block correctly of his Y. He jams it up inside. He runs physical behind his pads. There we go. 1st and 10 to 2nd and 5. Now, we talked about this earlier, right? We have access throws. That's how we built access throws because that's what my head coach wanted. So my slot is not doing his. He's doing the access throw to keep this guy out the box. So we're going to look at the Z and the X, and let's see their effort. That's a great job by Alpha here at the bottom, number 1. I want him to stay engaged. At the top, Rob's working. Rob's attacking the inside half. This is exactly what I expect out of him. All right, now if we look at the quarterback, Logan, I need a better sell out of Logan, right? We talked about it. You need to come flying out of the blocks as if you got the football. And as I told Logan, I don't believe you got the football right now. That's a half jog. That doesn't help me. He needs to do better with that. Okay. Oh, get out of the full screen. There we go. There we go. Sorry, guys. A little technical difficulty on my end. All right. So now we go to the next play. All right. So now this next play, this is so that first one, that last play we looked at is dealing with a 4-man or an even front. This next play that we're going to look at was us seeing an even front, which I liked a lot. I mean, not an even front, sorry, an odd front. And again, you know, I wanted to try to find 2 clips that kind of contrasted each other. So versus the even front, we talked about how this guy's rule becomes IHO. We talked about this play side guard because ISO's coming to the right here. His job now becomes track. We're going to work a double on the 0, work to this backside linebacker. And my 2 backside guard and tackle, we are 2 for 2. All right. That's all we're trying to get out of this. Right. So looking at the right tackle here, Reader, he's dealing with a head up technique, right? So he wants to take away the inside. Now I kind of like the initial out of him. It's a little flat for my liking, but what I don't like is how he got into a rush. Instead of being solid and working vertical, he's now trying to turn his body too quickly. He ends up being out of position. He does his job, forces that defensive end to work around him. But some of that, too, is also that defensive end was an incoming freshman that don't know no better. Now, we look at the center and the right guard or a play side guard here. Now, again, we talked about this is supposed to be a double team working to the backside backer. My right guard notices, hey, my 0 slants away. I don't need to keep going. Now, let me get square, get vertical. Let me get to my linebacker. Center says, oh, this guy crossed my face. Let me try to get in position. He's too high. I need him to play a little lower. But again, though, it's not a horrible job because he gets, I hate to say it, he got in the way. All right. I look at my left guard and my left tackle. We're supposed to be 2 for 2, right? We're working to these 2 outside guys. We should be 2 for 2, watching Veneziano and watching Greg. That's not a bad job. My guard notices, hey, Greg got this guy to work around him. So I just need to start climbing myself up, get to that guy that's trying to fold into the play. We're right where we need to be. Now, I look at this lead blocker, number 8. This is Jordan. Jordan was a backup running back. My sniffer 33 was taking a test and was late to practice, so he missed this portion of practice, which sucked because I like Jordan, but he wasn't a lead blocking type of running back. He was I want to run the ball kind of guy. So we watch him. He attacks the hole. What I don't like out of this right now is you notice how he's trying to go square. And we talked about the rule of that lead blocker is I got to pick inside or I got to pick outside since I'm on the play side and I got to take him somewhere. It's really hard to do that when I try to go head into somebody. But again, DC, number 4, our running back, does a great job of seeing Jordan execute the block and find the hole and go finish the run. And that's one thing I miss about DC so much, how he tried to finish runs. He always finished behind his pads. And you can't really argue with that. You know what I mean? It's always a fun time. Okay. So now, again, we come to, sorry, y'all. So we come to the last part of the clip, which is the wide shot of everything. Let me make sure the sound's muted. All right. So now from the wide clip, again, we're looking at receiver effort. Again, based on what I showed you, this is from the college level. The slot receivers were always told to be access throws. Again, we wanted to draw this outside backer. We didn't want apex players. We wanted to force them to have to play us true up across the board. So again, we're looking at the slot receiver does his job with the access throw. Look at the quarterback. You see how it gives us that little open hand nonsense, which forces that guy to still have to wait a half a second before he sees, which allows DC to pick up that extra yardage. I look at my perimeter receivers. They got dog cussed in the film room after this because neither one of them is giving me the maximum effort I want. And again, we had that conversation. You ain't going to give me maximum effort in blocking. Why are we going to throw a football? Again, they know better than this. As you saw in the previous play, they had much better effort in the previous play. Pushing buttons. Nope. Want to get out of here. Thank you. There we go. Whew. All right, guys. So anybody got any questions, anything like that? Be more than happy to answer questions.
Yeah, man. If anybody's around, please hit my man up. Coach Vassal, I appreciate you. Hey, man, I got Mr. Wolf right here just for you.
Oh, there you go. My man. I appreciate that, buddy.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I appreciate you kind of rounding out the clinic for me and back clean up, bro.
Hey, man, anytime, man. I enjoy what you do. You do awesome stuff. You know, you've built a super awesome library to guys that just want to learn, get better, and do. I'm glad that I've been able to help you out for 2 years. You know what I mean? It's really cool to be a part of it. You know, I've always told you ever need someone to talk. I don't know if they'll listen. You might be down to 50 viewers now. I'm not sure. But
it'd be all right.
Yeah.
Are you going to be at the Coaches Association in Greensboro?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Awesome.
We'll do. Emerson,
Awesome.
I'm still on the video, buddy. Say hey to everybody watching, then disappear, buddy. Say hey. All right. Good job.
But yeah, I'll be there on Friday, so we'll get to see.
Oh,
you
definitely, dude. Hey, we'll link up for sure, man. I definitely want to, you know, always love being able to get around with y'all and talk ball. It's always fun, dude. It really
100%.
is.
100%. Well, brother, I appreciate you.
No doubt, brother. You have yourself a good one.
Yeah. You too.
Yep.
All right, guys. In true fashion, that is the end of the 4th annual Tatum Offensive Line Coaches Clinic. I appreciate everybody for coming on and spending the day with us. This is always a special day for me. Kind of like a Super Bowl type of a deal. It's always special. Couple of things. One, if anybody is in the North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia area, and you just feel like it is what it is. You ain't got to, obviously, but so I can pull this up. Where is it at? I thought I had it on here. I don't. Let me upload it. But I am hosting my first in-person clinic at my high school. It's going to be a pretty good time. Would love for you guys to come on and hang out with us. It's $15. And some people are like, Tatum's charging for a clinic. You're right, man. And the only reason is, let me see. I don't need it right there. The only reason I am charging is because we're having lunch. Let me see if I can move myself to the side. There, it's too big. Dang it. All right. Let me take that off. And let me just pull it up right here. 1 second. Where is it? There it is. All right. So, yeah, I am hosting my first in-person clinic, and I think it's going to be really good. It's hosted by the guys at Coach Speak. If you don't know the guys at Coach Speak, make sure you check them out. One of the best coaching podcasts out there. I put against anybody. But we're having lunch and breakfast. Breakfast is going to be donuts and coffee. Lunch is going to be pulled pork, barbecue chicken, baked beans, pasta salad, mac and cheese. It's going to be a great time. My dad's making the barbecue. It's going to be a really good time. And then you get access to 21 local speakers. The only one that's not local is PJ Gibbs, if y'all know who that is. He's DC down in Naples, Florida, the three safety system guy. He's coming up to speak. But everybody else is from either North Carolina or South Carolina. It's going to be a great time. just speaking, doing that all day. There's 3 different locations in the school. The auditorium is going to be offense, so going through 7 different offensive speakers. The high school gym is going to be defense, talking about defensive speakers, and then our aux gym is going to be culture building. And I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be rolling through the speakers in the aux gym, because I think the program building is going to be the best sessions there is. That's just bias, but we're going to have all those, man. It's going to be really, really good. So if you can, we'd love to have you down at Walkertown, North Carolina. If you can make it, please DM me. I can get you the link to register. It'll send you a receipt and everything. So if you want to go give it to your school and be like, this is professional development, and they're like, all right, whatever. You can come on. $15 for all that food ain't bad, and you can still go and see 21 great speakers. It's funny because people from out of state are like, are the speakers any good? Like I really do have like some of the who's who of North Carolina coming to speak. I'm very blessed. So I really do appreciate all those guys and doing that. So my first in-person clinic has been a dream of mine to get that going. Then, let's see. Great day, Coach. Yeah, it was a fantastic day. Thanks for putting this on. Appreciate everybody that shared today. Thank you, Coach T. Great job making it work. Hey, man, that's all we can do. Make it happen. Everyone messaged my wife and tell her I need a vacation in North Carolina for the clinic. Yeah, man. With us remain public. Yes, sir. So after the clinic, after it ends, if you go, I'll pull it up right here just so I can just show how to find it. All right. So if you're on my, that's the history. I don't know what that right here. So there's me, my ugly mug. All right. So on my channel, if you go over here to live, it'll be right there. It'll always be there. Of course, if I do other live streams, it'll get moved down. But as you can see, there's a trench mob clinic from the summer. My second coordinator clinic, which for anybody doesn't even figure it out, my in-person clinic is taking the spot of the coordinator clinic, so there won't be a coordinator clinic this year. Guess that's what it is. There's the third offensive line coaches clinic, which in my opinion is the best one we've done so far. Going back. There's the first coordinator clinic, and then second one, and then all the way down here there's the first one. So yeah, you just go to the live, man. They're all there, ready for you, rocking and rolling. But yeah, let me go over here. Boom, guys, we're at 4,054. I would assume that the 52 coaches that are still on here are already subscribed, but I would not be doing my job if I didn't ask and for you to make sure. So if you can make sure that if you are not subscribed, if you click the subscribe button, it would help us out a lot. Y'all help me gain a goal of mine, which is 4,000, which is insane. 3 years ago, 2 weeks, I started doing this YouTube channel, and it's been an absolutely incredible journey. All the people we get to meet and talk to every day and help out and impact, guys, it's absolutely fantastic. So if you haven't already subscribed, please do that. Make sure you turn the notifications on. It helps us out a ton. And actually watch the content. Don't just subscribe. Watch the content. Give us some feedback. If you think it sucks, let me know. If you think it's great, let me know. But yeah. And then yeah, that's kind of it with that. Again, also, if you would like to become a member, let me go membership. So there's the membership. Okay, so I do have 3 things on here. I have one back ISO, and then but here, build your own offense. This is what I've been referencing all day. Building your own offense is something I'm kind of going through. The first lesson was philosophy and formations, and I don't act like I'm some guru. Y'all know I hate the phrase big time or guru and all that stuff, but I just it's a learning exercise that I'm doing for myself for like my offense, kind of like putting it on paper and kind of fleshing it out and kind of just sharing it to people. But it's not public, so if you want to contribute, the membership is, I forget how much it is. You can go look at it. If you feel led to pay and get on the membership, we will be doing lessons weekly. It's a week. Lesson 1 is out, philosophy and formations. I thought it was pretty good, 25 minutes. So if you want to check that out, just hit the join button right down there next to all the likes and stuff. But yeah, that is that. And let's see. Thanks a lot, coaches. Yes, sir. Thanks, coach. Really appreciate it. Yeah, man. And then big thanks. Yeah, man. I appreciate all of it. So, yeah, people are starting to leave. So anyway, because I didn't think it was that important. Anyway, guys, I appreciate everybody. And until next year for the Tatum Offensive Line Coaches Clinic, we'll be coming back with the 5th one, which I'm hoping it's going to be even better. I'm going to start planning, talking with some guys, and making sure that the end of January next year is going to be really good. But yeah, we will see y'all. Some of you guys at the in-person clinic in March, and I'll be at Charlotte Glacier. Everybody's going to be there. It's the week before my clinic. I mean, it's like the 14th, whatever that day is. Let me check. Of March. Yeah, the 13th and 14th of March. If anybody's going to be in Charlotte for the Charlotte Glacier, I'll be there. We can hang out and chill. But anyway, all right, guys. Last shout out. You are the man, coach. Appreciate you. That's my guy, Ian Rapinick. Shout out to the head coach, head ball coach at Perquimans County. My dog's right here. She can't even spell Perquimans. I can't either. All right, guys. I'll catch y'all next time.